Alright guys, I have got the complete recap of Season 1 and Season 2 of The Top Assassin in Another World ready for you. By day, Kai Aragi is just an ordinary high schooler, but once night falls, he becomes a notorious lethal assassin, ruling the underworld. Any unfortunate target caught in his sights is as good as dead. There is simply no escaping his cold, merciless blade. However, because his bloody night job keeps him up all night, attending school early in the morning leaves him constantly exhausted. He usually walks straight to his desk and passes right out, ignoring everyone around him. Even when their cheerful class president, Shuji Midu, greets him enthusiastically, Kai ignores her. This cold attitude naturally rubs quite a few of his classmates the wrong way, especially a stylish pink-haired girl named Rina. She is a trendy, fashionable girl who stands out among the classmates, and she absolutely detests Kai's rude attitude toward others. To her, his behavior is completely unacceptable. But wait, there is someone even ruder in this class than our main character. His name is Shunsuke, a notorious local gang leader whom everyone fears and desperately tries to avoid at all costs. Shunsuke has a few loyal lackeys backing him up. Spotting Kai fast asleep at his desk, he immediately gets irritated. Storming over, Shunsuke yells out Kai's name but only gets a soft snore in response. This blatant disrespect makes Shunsuke absolutely lose his temper. He reaches out to grab Kai and teach him a lesson, but Kai casually blocks his hand. Kai sits up, lets out a massive yawn, and glares right at Shunsuke, muttering that he is sleepy and asking what he wants. Seeing Kai's annoying, nonchalant attitude, the bully completely snaps and screams. But Kai stays calm, slowly squeezing Shunsuke's wrist with force. He completely paralyzes Shunsuke, leaving him unable to move. Eventually, Kai releases his grip, and the furious bully backtracks. Nursing his sore hand, Shunsuke curses at Kai. That is when student number 8 Kanzaki speaks up. Could you please keep quiet? Kanzaki is the school's top beauty, famed for both her martial arts and academic brilliance. She is highly admired for her cool, distant beauty. Annoyed by her sudden interference, Shunsuke scowls in irritation. He steps forward to pick a fight with her, but the class's strict disciplinary officer Mirai quickly blocks him. A rather shallow-looking student named Yoshia warns Mirai to back off unless she wants to get completely blown away. All in all, this seemed like just another chaotic but normal day at school for Kai. But everything was about to end. While Kai is still half asleep, he suddenly senses an incredibly strange, ominous presence manifesting beneath the seat of Midu. A bizarre blue light suddenly erupts there. It is a massive magic circle, expanding rapidly to engulf the entire classroom. Baffled by this bizarre phenomenon, Midu tries to keep her cool, urging everyone to evacuate the classroom immediately. But, with his legendary assassin instincts, Kai already knows it is too late. The magic circle erupts in a blinding flash. In a flash, the light swallows everyone up, teleporting Kai and his entire class to a completely foreign dimension. Even Kai is clueless about their new location. Scanning the surroundings, he notices they are inside a colossal stone structure. It has massive stone pillars perfect for cover and only one exit. Though illogical, Kai deduces they were all sucked in here. Slowly, the other students begin to wake up one by one. Panic and absolute confusion wash over the entire class. Unsure of where they are, Shuji Midu steps up as the class rep, trying her best to calm everyone down. She wants to make sure everyone is safe. Kai watches quietly, feeling quite impressed by her genuinely caring leadership qualities. But Shunsuke is not the cooperative type. He aggressively heads off with his lackeys to scout the area. Kai calls out to stop him. His sharp ears pick up the distinct sound of footsteps approaching the door. He counts exactly 2 people, a man and a woman. Sure enough, the door swings open to reveal a veteran knight. He is accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful maiden who welcomes them as beloved hero candidates. The entire class is stunned. Everyone gapes at them in sheer awe, admiring their majestic appearance, which makes them look exactly like a medieval knight and princess. Meanwhile, Kai hides behind a nearby stone pillar to analyze the situation. The man is clearly a skilled, battle-ready swordsman. He is poised to strike. In contrast, the woman has no muscle and looks entirely fragile. The priestess then speaks. She introduces herself as Leonora, Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, and her armored guardian Gus. Hearing this, Shunsuke immediately snaps back, claiming he has never heard of such a place and demanding answers. Leonora calmly denies any bad intentions. Shuji Midu steps forward to explain how confused and anxious the class is. She politely demands to know what is actually going on. Leonora simply responds with a gentle, reassuring smile. She reveals she knows exactly what is happening and is here to explain it all. Kai and his classmates have been summoned to a parallel world as hero candidates, the ultimate hope for humanity to defeat the demon lord, the hero of this world. Midu still found it hard to believe, while Shunsuke completely lost his patience, thinking Leonora was just speaking absolute nonsense. Gus, furious at such rude behavior, barked out a few sharp threats, but that only served to make the hot-headed kid even more angry. Shunsuke glared back in annoyance. Seeing his insolence, Gus stepped forward into a combat stance, ready to teach the brat a lesson. But Leonora quickly intervened and held Gus back. Shunsuke, however, had no one to stop his rising rage as his blood began to boil. He charged recklessly with his fist raised toward Gus. Watching from the sidelines, Kai had to admit the guy was exceptionally bold and fearless, facing down an armed swordsman without a second thought. To be fair, Shunsuke had plenty of street fighting experience against armed thugs back home. He believed that by simply dodging and closing the distance, his bare fists would hold the upper hand. Too bad that logic didn't apply here. His opponents in this fantasy world were on an entirely different level. Gus was a legendary veteran sword master, making Shunsuke look like a mere ant. With a single, effortless flick of his blade, Gus sliced right through a single strand of Shunsuke's hair and left a tiny scratch on his forehead. This god-tier display of swordsmanship left Shunsuke frozen in absolute shock. He had not even caught a glimpse of the blade moving. The entire class watched in stunned silence, completely terrified by the raw display of power. Seeing the tension, Leonora let out a soft sigh. She politely offered an apology for her knight's aggressive outburst, emphasizing that they had absolutely no intention of causing any real harm. She promised to personally explain the truth about this mysterious new realm, including the exact reason why they were summoned here. But first, she demanded complete silence. Just as she had mentioned earlier, a massive demon invasion was pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Their own homeland, the Holy Kingdom of Digaris, had fought tirelessly against the dark forces, but their efforts were simply not enough. They were utterly powerless to stop the invading demon army. Now, the only hope left for humanity rested entirely on the shoulders of these students. These high schoolers were the designated hero candidates. To put it bluntly, Leonora wanted a bunch of ordinary teenagers to defeat the Demon King. The students immediately realized how absurd this request was. They were normal kids with zero combat experience, not legendary savior figures. Expecting them to fight monsters was downright crazy. Some of the weaker students in the class were already crying and begging to go home. Gus let out a cold grunt and stepped forward. He bluntly told them that while it sounded harsh, they had no other choice. They were officially trapped in this world, and returning home was completely impossible unless they managed to slay the Demon King. That chilling revelation left the entire room dead silent. Meanwhile, Kai watched closely from behind a stone pillar, analyzing the situation. Putting aside the truth of their words, it was obvious Gus was just trying to force compliance through intimidation and fear tactics. Ordinary students raised in peaceful modern times could not suddenly turn into cold-blooded killers. They lacked the experience and raw talent. To survive, they would need training, combat knowledge, and most of all, inherent power. This forced summoning felt like absolute tyranny. Being snatched away and forced to obey orders pushed Shunsuke over the edge, sending a surge of pure fury straight to his brain. Gus observed the defiant teenager, noting that his fiery spirit was still fully intact even after getting cut down so easily. He saw Shunsuke as a potentially powerful asset, but also a dangerous wildcard. Gus slowly reached for his sword to eliminate the threat. Before Gus could execute him, Leonora stepped in, gently placing her hand on the boy's forehead to cast a recovery spell. Instantly, the bleeding cut on Shunsuke's head began to close. Leonora then addressed the panicked crowd with a reassuring and gentle voice. She apologized sincerely for their harsh welcome, hoping to calm their fears. Watching this, Rina could not hide her sheer astonishment. It was the first time in her life seeing actual magic, and the glowing warm light left her completely spellbound. Leonora smiled, explaining that this was the power of the system. In this world, humanity wielded energy bestowed directly by the gods. This divine blessing allowed them to manipulate reality, a miraculous phenomenon that people from Earth commonly referred to as magic. Kai quietly observed that Leonora seemed surprisingly familiar with modern human culture, suggesting this was not her first time performing a summoning. She had likely pulled others from Earth before. Suddenly, Leonora walked straight toward the class representative Midu with a serious look. She revealed that Midu was the primary anchor for the summoning ritual. Placing her hand on his forehead, a strange sensation washed over him. A sudden surge of pain jolted through his body, followed by a blinding light that began to materialize directly from his hand. The light condensed into a magnificent sword. Leonora explained that Midu had successfully tapped into the system to awaken his innate weapon. Though she admitted that dragging them here was a selfish act, they were officially bound to this world, with no way back. She pleaded with them to fight for the Holy Kingdom, but Midu logically pointed out that power alone would not make them warriors. Even with legendary weapons, ordinary teenagers could not simply jump into battle. Fortunately, Leonora had already anticipated this issue. She promised they would receive proper training and that the Kingdom of Dagaris would fully support their daily needs during their stay. Finding the terms acceptable, Midu agreed and turned to comfort his terrified classmates, urging them to stay calm and rational. He explained that raw survival required securing information and kingdom protection first, hoping their newly awakened powers would keep them alive. Since we are in a tight spot, maybe we should just do what they say for now. Hearing this, the class gradually agreed with their class president. Then, Leonora stepped forward, granting each student their own unique holy guardian. Mirai got a remote control pen while Shunsuke received a glowing fist power called Explosion. Just like that, everyone unlocked a power that fit their personality perfectly. Well, everyone except Kai, who had been hiding in the back the whole time. Noticing him, Leonora placed her hand on his shoulder. Instantly, a surge of crimson electricity erupted, warping Kai's vision completely. As his eyes fluttered open, a strange system screen materialized right in front of him, displaying some very peculiar information. It detailed everything about Saint Leonora herself. With Kai's eyes now glowing crimson, Leonora explained that this was the Appraisal Guardian, an incredibly rare power. Seeing his confusion, she explained it was an ability that allowed him to instantly analyze any target status. Curious, Kai raised his own hand to test it out, and a screen immediately popped up listing all his personal stats. It functioned like a gaming status screen, which you and I would easily recognize. But before he could process it, Shunsuke suddenly rushed forward and slammed his fist into the dirt to show off. The impact shook the entire area, nearly knocking Kai off his feet and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Looking down at Kai with sheer arrogance, he sneered. "So, what do you think of my explosion? All you got was a pair of useless red eyes." The rest of the class immediately burst into laughter, joining in on the mockery. Rina even chimed in, saying he got exactly what he deserved for acting so high and mighty. Kai just watched them completely baffled. Why were they acting so arrogant when they knew nothing about which powers were actually useful, besides these borrowed abilities could be stripped away at any moment? But for someone with Kai's experience in taking lives, it didn't matter at all. His lethal training made him self-reliant. Just then, Kai Aragi stepped forward to address the loud crowd. "I assume everyone has received their holy guardian." Leonora smiled and replied, "I know controlling them is difficult at first, but they are the weapons you will use to defeat the Demon Lord." Smiling, she added, "You all must be exhausted, so please get some rest tonight." Later that evening, the hero candidates were escorted to their private rooms. Kai glanced around, deciding he needed to gather some intel before calling it a night. Outside, several palace guards were patrolling the grounds. "Damn it, why are we patrolling in the dead of night when we can't see a thing?" his partner grumbled back. "We have no choice. The legendary hero candidates were just summoned, remember," the guard spat. "Hero candidates, please, they can't even protect themselves. They look like total amateurs who couldn't survive a real fight, and they are supposed to defeat the Demon Lord. What a joke. The saint must know something we don't." Hidden behind a massive tree nearby, Kai listened in on every single word. Peeking out, he noted that this was already the third patrol squad he had spotted tonight. They were clearly tightening security. Activating his rare appraisal skill, Kai scanned the first soldier's details. Name Tenzin. Age 31 male. Attack tier E, defense D, agility F, stamina E, with a completely normal status condition. His only active skill was level 1 swordsmanship. Kai realized most guards here probably couldn't even use magic or identify him. He slipped away quietly, confident they wouldn't notice him. Seizing the perfect opening, Kai dashed in the opposite direction. Moving like a shadow, his cold gaze focused ahead. He silently reviewed everything he had mapped out so far. He now had a solid grasp of the castle's layout. It was a classic fortress town fully enclosed by massive walls. Outside, 2 sleepy guards kept a lazy watch over the perimeter. Crouched low in the thick bushes nearby, Kai watched, wondering about the inner keep. It was built like a tank and heavily guarded, making a stealthy infiltration nearly impossible tonight. Best not to force it. He quietly backed away through the tall grass. There was no rush. This was enough progress for one night. Suddenly, he spotted 3 girls from his class, sneaking into a wide clearing. This spot is great, it's totally empty. Mirai looked anxious. Maybe we should head back. They'll be furious if they catch us, Yumi scoffed. Are you seriously, chicken? We are just testing our powers. Besides, they'll blame Hashimoto if anything goes wrong. Rina chimed in. I couldn't sleep anyway. And training is for our own good, right? With that, the 3 girls began channeling their energy, activating their new abilities. From his hiding spot, Kai watched them closely, his eyes locking onto the flames swirling around Rina's hand. There was still so much he didn't know about this world. But as he watched, a sudden bizarre noise caught his ear. Kai whipped around, tracking a bizarre, unsettling sensation in the air. The girls noticed it too, freezing in their tracks. Hey, did you hear that sound? They stared into the shadows as the noise grew louder. Yeah, what could it be? Suddenly, a massive, terrifying beast lunged out of the darkness. Frozen in pure panic, they screamed at the top of their lungs. Kai Aragi was stunned. He had never seen a creature like this before. It looked like a lizard. But without hesitation, he activated his appraisal skill. That wasn't its individual name, but its species. Actually, that didn't matter right now. Species level 4, lizard. Attack B, defense C, agility B, stamina A. Status aggressive with absolutely 0 skills. But its stats were on a whole different level compared to Naga's and the others. Right then the beast let out a massive roar, a strange mist breathing from its mouth. Screeching wildly, it charged straight at the 3 terrified girls. They scattered in pure panic, but the monster refused to stop. The faster they ran, the more excited it became, keen to hunt them down. Watching from behind a boulder, Kai Aragi analyzed the situation. This beast was incredibly aggressive. It charged on all 4s, but only ran in straight lines. It seemed to lack any real intelligence. Kai Aragi drew a small throwing knife. The beast's hide looked tough, making him doubt if a simple blade would work. Still, he threw it with absolute deadly precision. The blade pierced straight through the creature's rough, leathery skin. Dark blood gushed from the wound, forcing the beast to halt. Kai Aragi watched, realizing his thrown weapon actually did the trick. Even though it was just a shallow cut, it bought time. The exhausted girls kept running, but then disaster struck. In her panic, Rina tripped over a rock and fell hard to the ground, crying out in intense pain. Holding her head, she groaned weakly, but when she looked back, her heart stopped. The monster was right there. It stared down at her with cold eyes. Rina let out a terrified scream, but she was completely trapped. The beast lunged claws ready to tear her apart. Rina shielded her face, screaming, expecting the absolute worst. But nothing happened. Slowly opening her eyes, tears streaming down, she saw the beast lying dead, pinned by Kai Aragi's blade. Stunned, she curled up, too terrified to move. Her friend quickly rushed back to pull her up, crying out her name. What happened? Did someone save us? Rina stammered. Let's just get out of here. I can't take any more monsters. Kai Aragi let out a sigh of relief as they fled. Saving them was risky, but leaving them to die felt wrong. Stepping forward, he retrieved his knife from the corpse. It seemed dangerous beasts like this roamed freely in this new world. Surviving here was definitely going to be a struggle. Suddenly, Kai Aragi froze as a chill ran down his spine. He quickly ducked behind the monster's carcass, scanning the distant tree line. Even though he saw nothing, his gaze sharpened. Was someone watching him? Clicking his tongue, he decided it was time to leave, and immediately activated his speed skill. He vanished in a flash. From the shadows, a mysterious figure emerged, watching him leave before crushing the beast's skull. Blood splattered across his dark cloak. He muttered about how pathetic and weak the legendary hero candidates turned out to be. Licking the blood off his cheek, he smirked. Kai Aragi had a familiar scent. The next morning, the carcass was brought in. Right into the academy courtyard, the students gasped, backing away in horror. Master Gus announced that this monster was found nearby. Hearing this, Midu fell into deep thought. Arashi, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes as the severity of the situation hit. The nearby girls trembled in fear, tears welling up in their eyes. A monster so close to the royal capital, Gus continued, explaining that the demon lord's influence drove these beasts mad, filling them with a hunger for human flesh. These are the threats you will face, Gus warned. Steady, report your findings. Examining the wounds, Steady pointed out a trace of high-level curses. A mid-ranking demon was likely responsible, scouting their defenses after hearing rumors about the new heroes. Hidden nearby, Kai Aragi lurked behind a stone pillar, silently eavesdropping on their conversation to gather any useful clues. Curses, huh? That's a new term, Kai Aragi thought. Is it different from standard magic? Meanwhile, Midu stepped forward. Are you saying a demon actually controlled this beast? Midu asked. Steady nodded, impressed by the boy's quick deduction. Exactly. High-tier demons easily manipulate weaker beasts with curses. Steady began explaining the fundamental nature of these wild monsters. Monsters are creatures mutated by excess mana, making them incredibly violent. And mana itself is the raw dark energy, forged by the dark gods. Since it's the very power demons wield, controlling weaker creatures is second nature to them. Suddenly, Gus cut him off, dragging him away. Steady shrieked in protest, completely annoyed by the abrupt interruption. Wait, I still have so much to explain, he yelled. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Kai Aragi couldn't help but wonder. Is that guy a scholar? Kai Aragi pondered. Maybe I can use him to gather intel. But then his gaze narrowed, as he noticed the dead beast's dislodged eye. There was definitely another presence. He quickly opened his system interface, confirming the mind control status effect. The mysterious gaze he had sensed earlier definitely belonged to a high-ranking demon. Kai Aragi stared at the carcass deep in thought. That demon must be incredibly powerful, if he had only barely detected it. They are all around them at this very moment. Meanwhile, that mysterious entity is still closely watching his every single move. He laughs savagely, whispering that fear only brings death. You know it. But hearing that voice, he quickly pulls himself together. Deep down, he firmly declares, I am not afraid. Meanwhile, Arashi tells Gus they can't return to their world without slaying the post Demon King. Besides, I don't plan on staying in this trash world for long. Jane Kanzaki agrees, noting that for the first time he actually spoke some truth. Midu also backs him up, agreeing that if they ever want to return, fighting is their only real choice. But some of the girls are visibly terrified of facing actual monsters. Over on his side, Kai quietly observes them, thinking that they have finally realized this isn't some harmless game. Combat here means fighting to the absolute death, which is true no matter what world you are in. They had better understand the heavy weight of that reality fast. Walking by, Leonora mutters under her breath, come on, don't be so terrified. She reminds herself that these kids simply don't know how to wield their powers yet, and all they need right now is training. After all, they are chosen ones summoned from another world as hero candidates, meaning their growth rate will naturally surpass the locals here by leaps and bounds. Fast forward 1 week into their intense training, Kai looks at the book in his hand, deeply lost in thought. He realizes he can actually read every single letter. It is honestly bizarre how they could all communicate perfectly from the very start. Suddenly, clashing sounds from outside catch his attention. Looking out, he sees the others training, remembering he was specifically told that his appraisal skill is not a combat divine protection, meaning he can't join the training. But at least they let him use the library. Suddenly he remembers Leonora suggesting he just read books, a comment that immediately made them all laugh in mockery. Placing his hands on the desk, he stands up, disappointed by their shallow history. It seems there is absolutely no useful demon info on demons. Looking out the window, he sees them training relentlessly, so Kai leans against the corner of the wall, quietly observing. Just as Leonora said, these students are growing at an incredible speed. The top 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arashi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. But there is another student growing at an even more ridiculous rate. Right then, Kai witnesses a sword spinning through the air before slamming straight into the ground. The instructor stands there in utter shock, declaring his surrender, unable to believe the boy has already surpassed him. Midu stands there in his armor, looking incredibly cool. Handsome. He smiles brightly, humbly, giving all credit to his instructor. Witnessing this sheer rate of progress makes Kai absolutely speechless. He immediately runs an appraisal scan. Name, Shuji Midu. Age, 17. Gender, male. Attack rank, A. Defense rank, B. Agility rank, A. Strength rank, B. Mana rank, A. Status, normal. Skill, Demon Slayer Sword. Divine Protection level 8. Swordsmanship level 4. Just 1 week ago, his stats were barely hovering between ranks D and F, which naturally makes Kai feel uneasy. This growth is dizzyingly fast, even for a genius. Does the divine protection of God also affect things not directly related to physical strength? Right then, a group of students walk over to him, laughing mockingly. Hey, what's a guy who can't even fight doing hanging around the training field? Go back to quietly reading your books. Kai stares at them, thinking they are still the same arrogant bullies. Seeing them snicker and look down on him, he feels a surge of annoyance. They have gotten incredibly shameless ever since they obtained their new powers, and he continues to taunt him. Why are you ignoring me? Let's be friendly here. But the moment those words Leave his mouth. Kai casually trips him. He flips over and crashes onto the dirt. Kai sneers. What is wrong? Muda. Why did you fall? Are you okay? His friends rush over in a panic. Screaming in pain, he calls Kai a bastard. Arashi snaps. Cut it out. He is coming. Across the field, Gus and Leonora approach them. As Leonora walks past, Kai can't help but stare intently at them, while the rest of the students quickly scramble back to their training positions. Leonora flashes a bright smile, thanking them all for their attention before adding, "You are all growing incredibly fast, far quicker than I ever expected, which is why I have decided to move our schedule up early." Narumi speaks up, asking, "You aren't going to make us fight the Demon King right away, are you?" Leonora laughs. "Of course not. I am not that cruel." Closing her eyes, she explains, she wants them to practice fighting monsters instead. Hearing this, everyone's face instantly fills with deep anxiety about actual combat. However, Kai quietly watches, a calculating look forming in his eyes. Gus then steps forward and addresses the crowd, explaining that for this combat exercise, they are going directly into the wild forest. His expression turns exceptionally serious, warning them that the forest terrain is too dangerous for one big group. Because of this, they will be split into teams of 2 to 3. Leonora smiles warmly, looking entirely pleased. Hearing the announcement, Rena eagerly asks if she can team up with Shuji Midu. She gets a quick nod of approval. Meanwhile, other students are also pairing up, shouting, "Arashi, we are joining you. We will wipe out every monster in sight." Arashi reluctantly grumbles, telling them to do whatever they want. "Why do I have to team up with someone like you? Come on, we'll be fine." Soon after, Gus addresses the crowd, asking if everyone has finally finished teaming up. "What about you two?" Gus asks, looking directly at Kai and Jane Kanzaki. Jane Kanzaki timidly mutters that the others probably don't want to. "With me." She figured they were just scared. Turning to Kai, she asked if they could team up since she had no other choice. Kai coldly agreed. This girl, Jane Kanzaki, was incredibly confident, proud, and completely indifferent to those around her, determined to let nobody stop her. She was clearly not someone to block. Suddenly, Dio spoke up, demanding to know why everyone was staring at her like that. With a shrug, she turned away, completely unbothered. That was when Leonora stepped forward to announce the rules of the exercise. She told everyone that, since this was special, the team with the most monster kills would win an unexpected awesome prize. With a final wish of good luck, the training exercise officially started. Deep in the forest, Jane marched ahead while Kai followed. Jane kept complaining as she walked, boasting that her guardian deity was far stronger than anyone else's, meaning she needed zero help. She told him to just stay out of her way. Exhausted, Kai agreed to let her handle everything, which annoyed her. Jane glared at him, asking if he had any pride. Meanwhile, Kai quietly decided to observe her combat skills from a distance. Looking around, he suddenly picked up on 4 distinct presences hiding nearby, closing in on their position. Right at that moment, they were getting surrounded. Suddenly, a small goblin leaped straight out of the bushes, catching Jane completely off guard with its arrival. The beast growled viciously and lunged forward. Reacting quickly, Jane channeled her spiritual energy and prepared to unleash a powerful blast. She commanded the monster to drop. Instantly, her heavy aura enveloped the goblin, slamming it flat onto the dirt with crushing force. Seeing this, Kai saw her in a whole new light. Watching her dominate the beast, he realized her guardian deity was highly specialized. Her domination skill could literally force any target to obey. Looking around, Kai pointed out that more beasts were lurking nearby. Jane nodded in agreement. She barked an order to drop the weapon, and the goblin immediately threw its heavy wooden club away. She commanded it to put its hands behind its back. An invisible force locked its arms tight. That was when Kai questioned her. He asked if she was all right, noticing her exhaustion. Jane admitted that keeping her guardian deity active drained her energy and mana rapidly. Kai walked toward the bushes, telling her to finish it, because another was coming. Jane hesitated, shocked by the cold-blooded command. The crying goblin looked surprisingly human and pitiful, making her hesitate, but Kai coldly asked her why that even mattered. He reminded her that the creature had tried to kill them, and there was absolutely no reason to show mercy to enemies. Jane looked at him and muttered that she knew. Kai picked up a small stone, realizing she was still just an innocent student. She was used to peaceful Japan. Tossing the stone, he knew the only thing that mattered was if she could survive real danger. He wanted to see if she would make the right choice. Right then, 3 more growling goblins crawled out of the shadows. The beasts slowly closed in on their position. Kai alerted Jane, telling her that their targets had finally arrived for round 2. Jane shouted that she knew, instantly forcing the pack to the ground with her power. Kai then asked what her next move was. Jane snapped at him to stop staring and help, even though she was the one who had originally demanded to handle everything. Looking completely exhausted, she steeled herself, realizing what had to be done. Jane then looked at the goblins and gave a command. She ordered them to snap their own necks. Unable to resist her absolute control, they twisted their heads until blood began to pool. Jane stared at the bodies in absolute horror. Kai calmly asked if she could always give lethal commands, and she shakily nodded. She explained that harder commands had lower success rates, covering her mouth the reality of real combat, and dead bodies hit her hard. She realized she was wrong to think this would be easy. Looking down at the corpses, Kai coldly gave her a brutal lesson. He said that since they attacked first, they were enemies. Monster or human in this brutal world, you must eliminate your enemies. With a freezing gaze, he told her it was the only way to survive. Bewildered, she demanded to know how he remained calm. She asked how a powerless guy could be so unfazed. Grabbing the monster corpses, Kai brushed it off, calling it his strength. Keeping a cool head was his only real talent. Disappointed by the lack of loot, he turned to ask what they should do. He offered to head back if she was too scared. Jane stared at the blood frozen and completely unsure of her next move. Suddenly, she spun around and declared they were moving forward. Watching her walk away, Kai saw right through her tough act. She was clearly just trying to act brave, but he had to admit her stubborn attitude was actually growing on him. As they ventured deeper, he wondered how the others were holding up. Cut to another team, and they were running for their lives. Narumi screamed in panic, asking what they should do, while his partner yelled back that these beasts were supposed to be weak. Suddenly, they screeched to a halt. Cornered Narumi decided to risk everything on a desperate high-velocity wind attack to buy some time. They combined forces. A massive windstorm whipped up, sending a giant boulder crashing directly down onto the terrifying monster. But the beast barely even felt it. It glared at them, flexed its massive body, and slammed its foot down with immense power. The students panicked as the earth shook. This was bad. The unstoppable creature began to slowly take steps toward them. Jane Kanzaki knew she had to return to her own world. She still hadn't repaid her grandfather for raising her all these years, and she desperately wanted to show him how much she had grown and make him happy. Knowing he was likely devastated right now, Jane Kanzaki gripped her clothes tightly. Kai spoke up, saying they should keep moving. Jane Kanzaki asked what if they got lost, but he just muttered to himself as they walked. "If that is your plan, you are seriously underestimating this forest," he muttered. His attitude immediately made her blood boil. "Shut up, will you?" she snapped, throwing him a sharp glare. As they walked, Kai couldn't help but think how strangely smug she was. What is wrong with her? Kai wondered, glancing her way with a confused expression. Jane Kanzaki snapped, telling him he shouldn't stare at others. Pouting, she quickened her pace. Kai muttered that it was nothing, but suddenly a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the woods. Surprised, Jane Kanzaki wondered if that was Hashimoto's voice just now. Kai immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. "She sounds like she is in trouble. What do we do?" But before he could finish, Jane Kanzaki was already running back to help. Kai was genuinely surprised by her sudden kindness. When he pointed it out, she spun around and defensively barked at him. "Who do you think I am?" she snapped. With that, they both hurried deeper into the woods, where Hashimoto was currently in deep trouble. Having collapsed in agony, Hashimoto lay on the ground. Narumi screamed her name in panic, looking at her heavily bruised face. Hashimoto weakly told him to run, but Narumi refused to abandon her. He stepped forward to protect her as the threat closed in. Looking up, they faced the terrifying monster looming over them. The beast stepped closer, raising its razor-sharp claws to strike. Narumi braced for the worst, cursing his luck. But suddenly, a voice ordered the beast to freeze, halting its massive claw mid-air. The monster's entire body froze instantly. Jane Kanzaki had arrived just in time, successfully binding the beast with her dominant skill. Relieved, Narumi quickly thanked her. However, Kanzaki warned him that she wouldn't be able to hold the beast for much longer. Watching closely, Kai realized that Kanzaki's power scaled differently, depending on her target, just as he had suspected. Kai asked if Hashimoto was still alive. Narumi frantically replied that she was in immense pain, but still breathing. Kai ordered him to carry her and escape immediately. Though Narumi wanted to stay and help Kai shut him down, Kai asked if he was really going to leave Hashimoto suffering. Seeing her in pain, Narumi realized he had to act. He quickly hoisted Hashimoto onto his back and apologized, leaving the fight to them. Kai told them to find Shuji Midu or Leonora. Narumi agreed and fled. Kai turned his attention to the bound monster, knowing this was where the real challenge began. He activated his appraisal skill on the creature. Instantly, the system screen popped up, identifying the beast as an ironclad bear. It was a mutant variant age 10, with rank B, attack rank A, defense rank C, agility, and rank F mana. Its status showed it was agitated and controlled. Kai noted its incredibly high stats, particularly its monstrous defense. Its metallic fur and armored legs looked virtually impenetrable. Kai doubted any of his standard attacks could pierce its shell. But then something else caught his eye. A mutant type. He wondered what made this beast so unique. Jane Kanzaki screamed that she couldn't hold it any longer. As the spell broke, the bear began to move, prompting Kai to tell her to run. "You bought us enough time, let's go," Kai urged. Jane Kanzaki tried to agree, but her knees suddenly buckled beneath her. Her eyes went completely blank. Trembling, she weakly apologized, explaining that her legs had completely given out on her. Watching the beast slowly close the distance, Kai realized they were in trouble, and quickly pulled something from his pocket. He tossed the device, which floated over, and exploded into a thick screen of smoke, completely blinding the rampaging beast. Sensing the danger, Kai scooped Jane Kanzaki up into his arms, catching her completely off guard as she gasped in surprise. Kai quickly gestured for her to stay quiet, so they wouldn't be heard pulling her behind a massive tree trunk. Hiding behind the cover, she whispered, asking about the smoke. Kai lied, claiming he made those smoke bombs during training. He chuckled inwardly at his own lie. He actually brought some of his assassin gear with him before being summoned. With limited stock, he couldn't afford to waste them. Smoke, grenades, and specialized tools were essential gear for an assassin. These are what they called basic assassin tools. Suddenly, Jane Kanzaki softly apologized, leaving Kai wondering what she was sorry for. She explained she felt guilty for dragging them into a rescue, only to become the one needing saving themselves. Kai teasingly told her to just thank him instead. With teary eyes, she reluctantly gave in and thanked him. Kai joked that people would like her more if she was always this gentle, causing her to snap back angrily. He ordered her to keep quiet, reminding her not to draw attention. When asked, she suggested they make a run for it. But that didn't seem necessary anymore. The beast was sniffing around for them when it suddenly sensed something else nearby. Shuji Midu and his group finally arrived. Stepping forward, he declared that the beast would pay for attacking Narumi and the others. Facing off, he instantly unleashed his skill, activating his Demon Slayer sword as he and Midu locked eyes. Midu gripped his sword and stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the beast. Instantly, he lunged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. The beast roared back with equal fury, panicking as froth spewed wildly from its mouth just as the attack was about to strike. As Lao's strike swung in, Midu quickly dodged it. He tightened his grip and unleashed a slashing strike, creating a brilliant blinding light, bursting out alongside a spray of blood. The sword sliced straight through the monster's arm, making it howl in agonizing pain. Midu stared, noting how tough it was. Just then, Rina rushed in to support. "Shuji, Midu, get back, it's hot." A fiery attack surged forward, leaving the beast thrashing in the flames. She smirked, asking how it could endure this, while Midu praised her great work. Struck by 2 consecutive attacks, the massive beast let out a deafening roar. Its eyes widened, pupils dilating into a glowing red glare, baring its razor-sharp teeth. This shocked Rina, who muttered in disbelief, but Midu kept his cool and told her to stay calm. He observed the monster, realizing her spell definitely worked, since its movements were visibly slower now. Then, he turned to the others, suggesting they steady themselves and take it down together. The 2 girls confidently responded in perfect unison, agreeing to the plan. With their roles set, Midu charged forward with his sword, while Rina unleashed fire magic, and Yumi focused her energy. Nearby, Delphus smirked, wickedly knowing it was only a matter of time. The former demon assassin stood on the sidelines quietly observing their battle. He realized the armored bear probably couldn't land a hit. Their rapid growth and above all, their absolute composure was deeply impressive. He glanced over at Midu, focusing specifically on him. Though this was meant to be a simple scouting mission, things had changed. It was time to alter the plan and eliminate them right here. Unaware of the lurking danger, Midu kept pushing his attack, slashing relentlessly at the monster. Under his fierce strikes, it was quickly pushed to its limit, bleeding heavily from its wounds. Blood poured out as Midu shouted that it was time to end this. Meanwhile, Delphus secretly sneered, telling Midu to remember this lesson in hell. With a swift thrust, Midu drove his blade through the beast, making it roar in agony. Nearby, Delphus grinned with wicked delight. thinking the most fatal mistake in the world is letting your guard down during victory. He lunged toward the celebrating trio, the exact moment you believe your enemy is dead. But suddenly, his instincts flared as he realized something was terribly wrong. A small dagger pressed against his neck, freezing him in shock. From behind, Kai whispered that his parents had raised him way too well. Because your biggest mistake is letting your guard down when you think you've won. Suddenly, the dagger fell, planting its tip into the dirt. Delphus raised his hands, surrendering to Kai's threat. Smirking, he claimed he'd remember this, while secretly wondering how the kid got behind him. How did he get behind me? Glancing at the blade on the ground, he realized finding a quick escape was far more important. Suddenly, a cold blade sliced through him, spraying blood. He collapsed in agony, and Kai pressed the weapon back against his throat, warning him to keep quiet so Midu and the others wouldn't notice him. Shh, I've got a few questions for you. Answer honestly, and I will let you walk away. Delphus spat back, demanding to know who he was, but Kai calmly replied that he was someone living in the shadows from another world. This revelation absolutely terrified Delphus, making him grit his teeth. They looked completely hideous though. Kai silently wondered if the chilling presence he felt earlier belonged to this pathetic assassin. Or was it someone else? He added that he knew they were being watched, even though the assassin had hidden his presence remarkably well. So Kai used Midu and the others as bait, waiting for him to reveal himself. Delphus realized he was targeted from the very beginning. Since they were new to this world, they needed information. Kai demanded everything about the demons, but Delphus only chuckled mockingly, asking if Kai really thought he'd talk. Instantly, Kai plunged his blade into him, making him scream in agony as Kai stood up. He walked away calmly, suggesting that honesty would be much easier unless he preferred experiencing true hell. Delphus groaned in pain, glaring at the brat and refusing to be underestimated. Saliva dribbled from his mouth as Kai suddenly noticed something highly alarming. A horrifying purple substance began pouring from his mouth as his face contorted, his eyes rolling back as fluid leaked out. He was convulsing. Kai quietly observed, realizing the assassin carried a lethal poison. They had prepared for the possibility of capture. The Demon King's army was far more formidable than expected. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Looking up, he quietly muttered the word, Kai Aragi. Nearby, Jane Kanzaki asked anxiously if that was a corpse. Kai looked up, his eyes shifting colors, whispering Kanzaki. Kai glanced back at Kanzaki, who looked terrified as she stared down at the lifeless body on the ground. Kai stared while Kanzaki nervously asked how long he had been watching. Panicking, she admitted she'd been there since that man collapsed. She identified him as an assassin from the Demon King's army. Delphus lay there miserably, his lifeless body confirming her fears. She realized the armored bear monster was just his pawn from the start. Even the attack on Nagas and his group was orchestrated by him. Was his doing all along? Kanzaki carefully asked him, "Do you mean they trying to kill me?" Kai calmly replies, "Of course the Demon Lord's army would target the hero candidates. You're right, I was too naive." Her face is filled with worry, wondering how he detected the assassin when no one else did. Kai looks at Kanzaki and realizes there is no longer any reason to hide his secret. Stepping forward, he speaks up. "My family are assassins, so I can easily sniff out my own kind." This shocking confession completely stuns her. An assassin? What are you even saying? But whether she believes it or not, the bloody corpse on the ground is real. Terrified, she can only stare. Kai quickly warns her to keep her mouth shut and not tell anyone about this. The class is already shaking because of Hashimoto's critical condition. Remembering how badly Hashimoto was hurt, Kanzaki clenches her fists and whispers, "Fine. But you are being unusually nice. I never thought you cared about classmates." Kai is slightly surprised. He turns away and pulls up his hood, thinking they are not like him. They have never actually fought a real battle. Looking back at Kanzaki, with narrowed eyes, he considers how her abilities might be useful. Her domination trait could come in handy later. Meanwhile, the rest of the class gathers around the injured Hashimoto. Kneeling beside him is student number 34 Ono Shiori, who uses her divine healing protection to save him. Her hands glow with magic as she desperately whispers for him to heal. Slowly, Shiori's soft fingers trace along his throat, leaving the watching classmates completely amazed as they observe her mystical healing power with wide eyes. Narumi rushes over anxiously, asking if Hashimoto will be okay. Shiori softly replies that he should fully recover within an hour. Narumi sighs in relief, praising her. Meanwhile, Shuji is told how insanely strong that beast was. Shuji Midu agrees, but notes he has Rina and the others by his side. Over on the edge of the clearing, Kai leans against a tree, acting completely unbothered. His eyes are closed, ignoring the drama around him, until he suddenly catches Kanzaki staring at him. He asks what she is looking at, making her quickly turn away in embarrassment. Suddenly, Leonora's familiar voice rings out as she smiles. "Looks like you survived." Shuji Midu spins around in pure shock. Leonora Gus Narumi turns to them, her voice dripping with irritation. "Where on earth have you two been?" Gus calmly replies that they never left, their only job is to observe. This leaves the students absolutely flabbergasted. "Then why didn't you help us?" But Gus remains cold, stating that constantly saving them would make training useless. Shuji Midu is visibly furious. He almost died, Gus. But the knight just shrugs, claiming that pushing destiny to the brink of death is a core part of real training. From now on, this is how they must survive. He warns them not to whine like cowards. The students are completely stunned, as Shuji Midu angrily steps forward. "That is not the point. Didn't you say this area only had weak monsters?" Leonora then chimed in. "In that case, a demon assassin must be behind this." A demon assassin, Leonora smiles, explaining the iron-armored bear shouldn't even exist in this forest. It was likely a scouting mission to gauge the power of these hero candidates. Gus warns that the assassin might still be lurking nearby, meaning they must immediately tighten up their defenses. Smiling, Leonora warns them that she will now increase the training difficulty, because at this rate, they will all die. The students panic, raising the difficulty. When this was already a total nightmare, some start complaining. Shiori tears up, terrified they will all be slaughtered. Shuji Midu snaps, yelling that it is completely unfair to do this, when everyone is traumatized from their very first fight. But Leonora calmly tells them that staying weak means certain death. Shuji Midu grits his teeth in pure frustration. Over on the side, the hot-headed Arashi finally snaps. "First, she kidnaps us, and now she is bossing us around." Gus says nothing calmly, walking right past him. "Let me put this in terms you can understand." Staring at them coldly, Gus declares they are just Leonora's pawns. He warns them never to disobey. The students' jaws drop in shock, and a furious Arashi lunges forward. "Are you begging for death?" Fortunately, Shuji Midu grabs him to hold him back. Arashi angrily demands why he is staying so calm. Shuji Midu snaps back, telling him to think if they rebel, this entire kingdom becomes their enemy. They would stand zero chance of survival. Gus nods in approval, impressed by Shuji Midu's quick grasp of reality. He reassures them that as long as they behave like good, valuable pawns, they will not be harmed. Arashi smirks at the threat of making this country their enemy. Raising his fist, he charges straight at Gus. Completely ignoring Shuji Midu's warning, Gus quickly reacts to the incoming threat, bracing himself for the attack as Arashi screams and activates his explosive skill. A massive blast erupts, filling the area with blinding light and thick dust. Bubbles rise as he clutches his wrist in pain, looking utterly pathetic. Unhurt, the giant immediately launches a fierce counterattack. The incoming blow shocks him completely. As the devastating punch hurtles forward, Arashi Shunsuke fails to block it in time. He gets blown away instantly. The brutal strike sends him crashing down, sliding across the dirt. His face is battered so badly that is completely unrecognizable as he screams in agony. The surrounding crowd watches in absolute terror, too afraid to speak. Gus says, "This is your current power level." He then turns to leave, warning them that tomorrow will get much harder. "Prepare yourselves." Staggering to his feet, he mutters under his breath, "Arashi Shunsuke, that absolute dog." He grits, his teeth glaring at the departing duo. "I will definitely kill him." A full day quickly passes after that intense military drill. Now Steady speaks up. "By order of Lady Leonora, I will be taking charge of today's training session. Actually, I heard one of you got injured yesterday. Are you all right now?" Hashimoto replies. "If you are referring to me, I am completely fine now, after using her recovery magic, as you can see." She then points forward, and so does that idiot. It turns out the person she is pointing at is none other than Arashi Shunsuke. Steady laughs. "I see so. One of you possesses a divine protection that heals wounds. That is wonderful news." Hearing this, everyone gets incredibly excited. "Now I will explain today's training program to you all. This place is actually my personal research institute, and I will have you all battle monsters here today." Midu asks, "Does that mean we are fighting monsters inside the building?" Steady does not answer, merely adjusting her glasses with a smirk. "The doors are opening now. It is much quicker to just show you." Inside, a horde of goblins is locked up in iron cages. Nearby, a terrifying lizardman monster gnaws on the bars in front of it. On the other side is an ogre, a colossal monster with drool constantly dripping from its mouth making. The girls in the group look rather terrified. As they head deeper inside, Steady proudly speaks up. These are all monsters that we have raised specifically for my research. Leonora also chimes in. Yes, Steady's research institute is indeed the perfect venue to host our training sessions. Steady adds, I am also quite glad to be able to collect valuable combat data from these creatures. Walking behind her, the students remain on high alert. And so, the battle exercise begins. From a safe distance, Kai quietly observes their progress. He thinks to himself that everyone is keeping surprisingly calm, even though they were suddenly thrown into combat. It seems yesterday's brutal encounter had a massive impact on them. Kai narrows his eyes, realizing they must still feel some lingering fear. Meanwhile, Rina takes a hard, painful fall, but she quickly forces herself back up to continue fighting. Standing opposite her, a blade-wielding monster roars while staring her down. Midu screams out in panic. Steady-san, this monster is way too strong for her. However, Steady remains entirely calm. I do not think so. Besides, Leonora instructed me to be strict with you all. Looking closely, the mage seems rather confused. In fact, you seem to have a slight misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Rina wipes away the fresh blood dripping from her cheek. As hero candidates blessed with divine protections, you should never lose to a low-tier beast like that. Rina mutters in frustration. How annoying. With a wave of her hand, a massive flame erupts. The absolute key to any battle is pure willpower. Honestly, this should be an easy victory for you. The only real obstacle here is your hesitation and fear. Midu looks completely surprised, wondering, does mindset really make that much of a difference? Steady smiles. Absolutely. If you raise your divine protection level, you can unlock entirely new variations of that power. A foot steps forward. As for that, Midu suddenly spins around, asking, Shuji Midu, is something wrong? Meanwhile, Kai activates his unique assessment eye. Based on my deduction, you have awakened a new divine protection. Instantly, the system scans Midu's stats, revealing his Monster Slayer Sword ability. Level 2, Kamikaze Monster Attack. Level 1, Swordsmanship. Level 4, and Order of Heaven Cruising Air Protection. Level 2, a brand new divine protection. Thrilled by this discovery, Midu quickly speaks up. Steady-san, may I test this out? Of course. That is the exact purpose of this training session after all. He slowly steps forward, muttering under his breath. Right on cue, the system activates his Monster Slayer Sword, along with his newly acquired Kamikaze Monster Attack skill. Glaring at the beast before him, Midu asks, what is wrong? Are you scared? Brandishing his sword, he charges. No holding back. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, he lunges forward. The cornered beast desperately raises its massive arm to defend. Screaming out in terror. With a single clean strike of his blade, its arm is sliced completely in half, spraying blood everywhere. The beast howls in agony. Incredibly pleased with himself, Midu follows up with another slash, sending its head rolling onto the ground. The rapid kill even catches Kai by surprise. Watching from afar, he realizes that Midu will no longer struggle when facing the defensive shell of an armored bear. Kai wonders if his theories were completely accurate regarding the system's hidden mechanics. A new guardian. Looking closely, he realized someone here indeed possessed a brand new guardian. Curious, he immediately scanned the target's information. It was Arashi Shunsuke, a 17-year-old male. His stats read, Attack B, Defense B, Agility B, Stamina D, and Strength. Normal physical condition. His skills included Level 2 Guardian Annihilation, Level 1 Guardian Grenade, and Level 3 Martial Arts. Closing his eyes, he decided it was best not to approach and tell him. That way, they could naturally expand their guardian's power. He figured he couldn't just rely on his old world techniques here. He had to improve. Soon, night began to fall, and everyone gathered in their room. Narumi spoke up, asking if he was serious. Arashi coldly replied that he was. Arashi frowned. First, I will kill Gus, then I will tie up Leonora and force her to tell us how to return home. The others instantly agreed, thrilled at the prospect of finally escaping this wretched world and returning home. Plus, they would never have to worry about being summoned again if Leonora was dead. Arashi looked solemn. Cooperate with me. Narumi, you are sick of their attitude too, right? Narumi asked timidly, wondering if they even stood a chance. We will have a shot if you join us, Arashi promised. Narumi gritted his teeth, knowing this was their only way back. But taking a life still felt completely wrong. He recalled those who had been hurt before, softly whispering his agreement. Fine, I will work with you, Narumi agreed. The next day training resumed and Mito was working harder than ever. Kai Aragi stood by, observing his relentless efforts. You are working incredibly hard, Kai Aragi. Kai Aragi called out, making Mito stop. I'm still weak, so I must get stronger, Mito replied. Kai Aragi's eyes narrowed. You could probably beat half the kingdom's knights already. That is not enough. I cannot defeat Gus. I need to get stronger, strong enough to protect everyone no matter what. Kai Aragi then asked Mito, what do you really think about Leonora and Gus? This question immediately caught his attention. I know they are just using us as pawns in their war, but I doubt they are lying about letting us go. If we obey, they will not harm us. Kai Aragi probed further. So you are willing to gamble your life for them? Mito's eyes burned with resolve. Yes, I have decided. But I will be the only one who has to fight. I will become this nation's hero and defeat the Demon King. That is how I will negotiate everyone's safety. It is a noble idea, Kai Aragi admitted. But do you honestly think Leonora will just accept those terms? Mito raised his sword. I will swing this blade until she has no choice but to agree. Right then, a voice called out. They had done an excellent job today. Gus and Leonora had arrived to address them, accompanied by Steady. Steady eagerly stepped forward. Lady Leonora, she addressed him. Steady, you are in charge of these hero candidates while we are gone. Yes, my lady, I will not let you down, he promised. Nearby, Rena spoke up, questioning where they were going. Leonora smiled warmly. Indeed, we must travel far for a few days. That is why Steady will be supervising you all. With that, she turned to leave politely, asking for their understanding as they prepared to make their exit. As the two walked away into the distance, Steady watched them, a subtle smirk playing on the corner of his lips. Under the brilliant blue sky, Gus voiced his doubts. Are you sure this is a wise move, Lady Leonora? Why do you ask? She replied. Gus sighed. Do not play dumb. That Arashi kid is clearly plotting something. Leonora sipped her tea elegantly. Yes, likely a rebellion. Gus stepped off the carriage. Then what do you plan to do? From inside, she offered a bright, chilling smile. I am curious to see what they will do. Let them play. Gus narrowed his eyes. I know they are growing stronger, but they are still hero candidates. A coup is highly unlikely, but even if they rise up, they can never defeat us. Leonora cut in smoothly. They stand absolutely zero chance. As they passed a field of grazing beasts, Gus kept his gaze steady. True, but couldn't we use this to our advantage? Leonora swirled her teacup. Exactly what I was thinking. This is the perfect opportunity to establish a firm hierarchy. We will crush their little rebellion, break their fangs once and for all, and put them in their place. For now, let them scheme in the shadows. We will let them play their games a little longer. Later that evening, Kai Aragi was deep in the forest, locked in combat with a wild beast, vaulting high into the air. He suspended himself momentarily, glaring at his prey, before diving forward to plunge his daggers home. With no signs of life left, he wiped his blade and muttered, 13 seconds to kill a monster of this level. Instantly, his self-appraisal system activated, displaying his exact stats. Name Kai Aragi, age 17 male. Attack B, Defense F. Agility B. Strength C. System, Power E, and Normal Status. Skills. Level 2, Guardian Appraisal. Level 1, Guardian Weakness Detection. Level 5, Assassination. Level 5, Knife Mastery. Level 5, Throwing, and Level 5, Disguise. Kai thinks to himself, wondering if he leveled up from defeating that demon assassin. But the real question is how to use this new power. Suddenly, a sudden noise makes him whip around. A massive monster is charging right at him, slamming its fist down, shattering the ground into flying debris. Kai stands face to face with the beast, murmuring, a giant monster. It opens its jaws and charges. So Kai quickly draws 3 throwing daggers, charging straight ahead. The beast takes the hit and is forced to back up. He realizes this is the perfect moment to test out his brand new system skill. Time to see what it can do. Next, he quickly triggers weakness detection. Instantly, a bright red target appears right on the back of the beast's neck. Kai leaps high into the air, hovering for a split second, locking onto that exact critical spot. He readies a strike and drives his blade straight into the neck. Blood sprays, and the beast crashes down. So this skill shows the absolute weakest spot on a giant monster. Got it. So that is weakness detection. It is honestly not a bad skill to have, but it is still not enough. To survive in this brutal world, Kai needs way more power. He clenches his fist and vows to get stronger. Just then, a pack of goblins surrounds him. Kai immediately triggers weakness detection. Turns out their weaknesses are in the left chest and the head. With a quick swing, Kai sends his daggers flying straight into their skulls, wiping them all out in under 10 seconds. Exactly. Their weaknesses are the brain and heart. But honestly, this skill is practically useless on low-level mobs. Kai needs a much bigger test subject. Maybe he should search for a stronger target. Yes, a much stronger test subject is exactly what he needs. Right then, a sudden sound catches his attention, human footsteps. In the distance, a figure slowly approaches him. It is Kanzaki holding a flashlight. As she walks up, she calls out to him and Kai spins around. Kanzaki, what is she doing out here so late? She explains she noticed his empty bed at the dorm and figured she would find him out here. Kai lets out a sigh. These woods are incredibly dangerous at night, so she should head back. But Kanzaki snaps back, saying that is his line. Kai explains he is used to the dark, but fighting monsters at night is a whole different beast compared to daytime. She tells him to shut up and demands to know his business here. Kai admits he is testing his new guardian power. She is surprised. A new guardian power. Kai reminds her of what Sai said about unlocking new abilities as their guardians grow. That gets her thinking. She asks what his new ability is, but Kai just turns away. Why should he tell her? She gets quite annoyed, pointing out that she only came out here because she was genuinely worried about him. Kai chuckles, teasing her about being worried. Blushing, she quickly denies it, claiming it was just a figure of speech. Kai tells her to head back while he finishes testing. But Kanzaki stubbornly insists on tagging along with him anyway. Suddenly, she spots something in the distance and points. What is that massive glowing cloud of smoke over there? Looking over, they see thick orange smoke billowing into the night sky. Their dormitory is completely engulfed in flames. Goblins are running wild, roaring, terrifyingly, as they prepare to attack. Shiori runs out completely paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a giant beast looms right in front of her. But before it can strike, a powerful counterattack lands. Midu has arrived just in time. He checks if Shiori is okay, and she nods, thanking him with a trembling voice. Midu narrows his eyes as more goblins emerge. Damn it, they are walking straight through the raging flames without any fear. Rina runs out, complaining that this is ruining her sleep. She demands to know what is wrong with these monsters. Midu tells her to stop complaining and get ready to fight. Meanwhile, Kai and Kanzaki rush back to the burning dorms. The whole place is on fire, and the others are already fighting. Sai spots them, relieved that they are safe. Kai demands to know what happened since he was only gone for a short while. C is not entirely sure either. He woke up to smoke, only to find monsters everywhere. Kai narrows his eyes, realizing this is not a random attack. A human must be behind this. They need to find the mastermind. Suddenly, an eerie voice praises his sharp deduction. The speaker steps out of the shadows, shocking everyone. It is Steady. Kai was wondering how these monsters got inside. But now, everything makes perfect sense. These beasts are all test subjects released from Steady's own laboratory. Steady smiles, calling them his cute little lab rats. He even drugged them to boost their weak power. Kai demands to know his true motive. What could he possibly gain from eliminating all the hero candidates? Steady reveals he is acting on high-level orders to eliminate them all, even if it costs him his position. He bears no personal grudge against the students, but he must carry out his orders and kill them here. Kanzaki is stunned by the mention of higher orders. Could Leonora be behind this? Steady denies it immediately. Steady Arkham dismisses the old fox mention, recalling his orders directly from the Demon Lord. Hearing this, Narumi screams out, asking if he is a spy. Steady Arkham casually admits it, adding that, if he does this job well, he will secure a sweet research position under the Demon Lord himself. Narumi questions if he has fallen so deep into the darkness that monster research is the only thing he cares about anymore. Steady stays silent, adjusting his glasses before bursting into a mad laugh, mockingly saying that human society just cannot understand their work. He claims humans will never understand the true nature of these mysterious monsters, while the raging flames behind them only grow hotter and larger. Looking down in pure excitement, Steady Arkham taunts them to bring it on right as the demonic beasts begin their fierce assault on the group. As the beasts attack, Kai shouts to Kanzaki to take action. She immediately raises her hand, activating her dominant skill to freeze them in place. Kanzaki points at Steady Arkham, telling Kai he is his target. But Steady Arkham just sneers, calling it useless and commanding his loyal monsters to wake back up. The beasts break free and move again, shocking Kanzaki. Steady Arkham laughs, reminding her that as a scientist, he knows how to keep his monsters in line. He smugly orders his beasts to tear them apart, forcing Kanzaki to take a step back as the terrifying horde advances on them. But Kai is ready. Drawing his signature small dagger, he moves like a flash, slicing through the monsters and spilling their blood across the floor. As the dead beasts pile up, Steady Archim just laughs, asking where all these extra monsters are coming from, as another massive wave rushes forward. Leaping high into the air, Kai moves with insane agility, taking down beast after beast, using nothing but that tiny blade in his hand. After stabbing a giant crocodile beast right in the head, Kai suddenly spots a massive creature charging at him and smoothly dodges its heavy attack. He counters with a devastating kick that completely shatters its jaw. In less than 2 minutes, the giant beast collapses to the ground defeated. Holding his dagger high, Kai keeps his guard up. The surrounding beasts back away in fear, making Steady Archim scream at them in complete frustration. Steady Archim yells that Kai doesn't even have a strong guardian spirit. Calmly standing below Kai, opens his eyes and immediately activates his appraisal skill. The system shows Steady Archim age 28 male, with F-rank attack agility, stamina, and mana. His current state is a half-demon. He possesses level 1 domination magic. It all makes sense now. The reason Kanzaki's domination skill failed is due to Steady Archim's stronger magical influence. Since Steady Archim has a higher magical tier, the monsters only obey him. Smirking, Steady Archim praises Kai's sharp observation skills for figuring it out. He explains that high-ranking demons easily control beasts with dominant spells. But Steady Archim is running out of patience, gritting his teeth in anger. Muttering that he has no choice but to use his trump card, Steady Archim takes a deep, heavy breath, making Kai tense up with concern. Kai demands to know what he is planning, but Steady Archim just laughs. Kai realizes he needs to end this battle before something worse happens. But before Kai can strike, a blinding flash of light erupts. A massive fireball crashes down right in front of him, shocking him. Leaping backward, Kai grits his teeth in pure frustration. From the blazing inferno, a terrifying fire dragon slowly begins to emerge right before them. Steady Archim bursts out laughing, declaring this fire dragon as his ultimate trump card. The colossal beast glares down at the tiny humans below. It dives down with extreme force, showering them in debris. A panicked Kanzaki yells that they will not be able to dodge this. Fortunately, Kai sweeps her up in his arms and barely evades the blast. Checking on the others, Narumi and Kai Aragi confirm they are okay. Warning them of another attack, Kai tells Kai Aragi to take Kanzaki and run. The massive dragon flaps its wings, preparing for another fiery assault. As the two flee, only Kai remains behind. Facing the oncoming threat, his eyes suddenly widen as he spots a critical weakness in the beast. Confident he has found the mark, Kai rushes forward to strike. But to his absolute shock, his attack does absolutely nothing to the beast. Massaging his sore wrist, Kai realizes the scales are simply too tough to penetrate with his current low attack power. As the beast roars, Kai tries to formulate a plan. Suddenly, Arashi appears on a nearby rooftop, declaring the dragon is his perfect prey. Channeling his strength, Arashi leaps down from above with a massive direct strike, forcing the dragon to shriek in sudden pain. Arashi laughs, arrogantly mocking the dragon. But his smug expression quickly turns to sheer terror as the beast turns its focus entirely on him. The dragon unleashes a devastating blast of fire, engulfing Arashi and leaving him writhing in pain. Kai sighs, noting his teammate got way too careless. Still, Kai has to admit Arashi is tough. Arashi struggles to his feet, cursing the pain as Kai steps forward and pulls something from his pocket. Kai tells Arashi they need to work together to take this beast down. But Arashi just turns to him, replying with pure, unbridled anger. Declaring he does not need any help, Arashi refuses. Kai sighs, explaining that while he can see the weakness, he lacks the power to strike. Arashi scoffs, realizing Kai wants him to be the muscle. He mockingly declares he has no interest in teaming up with a weakling. Before they can argue, Kai warns him that the beast is charging. The fire dragon slams into their position, throwing them both into the air. Roaring furiously, the dragon prepares to unleash its flame. Arashi watches in utter shock as a massive wall of fire is spat directly at him. Screaming in agony as the flames hit, Arashi is left completely overwhelmed and utterly terrified by the dragon's monstrous superior power. Kai challenges him to go ahead and fight alone if he is so confident. Gritting his teeth, a desperate Arashi demands to know the weakness. Kai quickly reveals that the target is the reverse scale on its neck, pointing it out and asking if he can make the shot. Looking up at the massive fire dragon, Kai spotted that one tiny scale. He immediately took charge, calling out that he would draw its attention. Kai shouted to Arashi to aim his explosive attack right at that weak spot. Arashi smirked with pure confidence, shouting back that he was on it. High up on the castle wall, Steady screamed at his beast, asking why it was just standing there. He ordered it to kill them both. The fire dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, completely enraged. It immediately lashed out with its massive claws, unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes. The relentless onslaught caught Kai and Arashi completely off guard. They struggled desperately against its overwhelming power as the beast let out another deafening shriek. The roar was so intense, it felt like space itself was ripping apart. Seeing a momentary opening, Kai immediately dashed forward toward the monster. The dragon glared down in complete shock. Kai taunted the beast, successfully drawing its focus and getting exactly what he wanted. The dragon opened its massive jaws, ready to incinerate him with hot flames. But with lightning-fast agility, Kai dodged the blast, just in time. He landed safely on the ground and immediately called out for backup. Arashi charged in, shouting that he was ready as he locked onto the target. He aimed directly at the dragon's neck scale, throwing a devastating punch straight into its weak spot, yelling for the giant lizard to drop dead. Destructive blast activated. The fire dragon shrieked in agony as some strange yellow fluid oozed from its face, and its massive body began to fall. The beast crashed down from the sky, leaving Steady in total shock. Arashi laughed boastfully, while Kai gave a smug, mocking reply. Arashi snapped back, telling him to shut up. Kai then looked up at Steady, with a challenging glare, mocking him for losing his trump card. Kai asked if he still wanted to fight. Shaking with fear, Steady bluffed, insisting that he still had plenty of monsters left to deploy. But when he actually looked around, he realized with horror that his entire horde had been utterly annihilated, leaving nothing but carnage. The beasts lay defeated all over the ground. Holding bloody blades, the allies coldly announced that they had already handled all of his monsters. Midu and her team turned their eyes toward him, their intense battle aura proving they were more than ready to finish him off next. Steady panicked and screamed, realizing he was doomed. But as he turned to flee, another figure was already blocking his path from behind. They mockingly asked where he was going. Panicking, Steady backed up, lost his footing, and slipped, desperately reaching out for help. Nobody came to save him. He plunged straight backward into a deep pool of water, splashing around wildly, trying to stay afloat. By the time he recovered his composure, a cold, sharp blade was already pressed against his forehead. Kai looked down at him. In a freezing voice, Kai noted that they had wasted enough time fighting tonight, but there were still some things they needed answered. With a pale, terrified face, Steady begged for his life, promising to tell them absolutely everything if they just spared him. But suddenly his expression twisted. His eyes turned an eerie, unnatural shade of purple. Kai and Rina watched in utter horror. His head slumped forward into the water as a dark purple liquid began oozing from his eyes. Kai checked on him. He was dead. Midu asked what had just happened, and Kai explained that it was likely some kind of deadly curse. He recalled reading about such dark magic back in the library. Midu realized they must have cursed him to prevent leaks. As soon as he tried to speak, the curse executed him. Kai looked grim, warning that the Demon Lord army remained a major threat. They would definitely be coming for them next. A day after Steady's death, inside a massive, majestic castle, a voice suddenly echoed. It was hard to believe. Leonora chuckled in amusement, commenting on how she missed all the excitement while she was away. Narumi angrily pointed a finger in her face, demanding an apology since she was the one who put Steady in charge. She just gave a mysterious smirk, apologizing for the misunderstanding and asking to rephrase her statement in a better way. She explained that she simply had not expected such a weak monster tamer to cause that much chaos in their ranks. The entire room fell silent in shock. Rina narrowed her eyes, demanding to know if they had let a spy run wild. Leonora kept smiling calmly, pointing out that she had already warned them their training sessions would only get much harsher from now on. This entire ordeal was apparently just part of the lesson. Kai, highly annoyed, snapped back that they had almost died out there. The spy had literally tried to burn them alive while they slept. But Gus quickly defended Leonora, telling them to stop whining. He claimed it was their own fault for letting their guard down at night. The students glared in anger, while Kai quietly agreed. They indeed failed to spot the danger in time, but expecting high school kids to behave like elite soldiers was just absurd. Leonora then clapped her hands, shifting to their main agenda. She announced that their next destination would be the royal capital. Midu asked what their purpose was there. Leonora explained with a serious expression that it was time to reveal the hero candidates. A massive public parade was scheduled in the royal capital, and they would be standing on the stage as the main stars. As night descended, a brilliant full moon illuminated the entire sky. Mounted on his horse, Gus began barking orders to the soldiers. He called off the training for the day, telling everyone to rest until sunrise. The troops saluted and acknowledged his command. In the dark night, the students huddled around a warm campfire, talking quietly. Suddenly, a strange voice broke the quiet night. "Listen up. I reckon there are about 30 guards," Arashi muttered, chewing on meat, while sizing up the camp. Everyone around him gasped. 30 guards? Kenta asked. Arashi shrugged calmly, replying that they were just their escorts, and honestly, none of them looked like a threat. Kenta grinned. "Man, I bet you could take them all down with one punch." Arashi scoffed, annoyed, and snapped back. "Are you stupid or what? The time to strike is now," Atsushi agreed. "Exactly," Kenta chimed in. "Usually we are surrounded by a massive horde of soldiers. But now, there are only 30, so we actually outnumber them," Arashi declared. "It is obvious, those bastards are completely underestimating us. There is no way they expect us to rebel," Arashi added, his eyes burning with a fierce desire to fight. "Tonight, we make our move. Go gather Narumi and the others." Meanwhile, Kai leaned against a tent, lost in deep thought. Arashi was right. There were barely any guards. They did not seem like elite soldiers either, but there was a catch. Leonora and Gus were clearly confident they could control the class alone. He needed more time to uncover the source of that confidence. Just then, Shuji Midu approached him. "Hey Kai, can we talk for a second?" Soon night fell and most of the students went to sleep. However, a small group of troublemakers quietly slipped away into the dark forest. Among them were Arashi, Kenta, and Atsushi. Arashi looked around and growled, "You think the guards off duty are already fast asleep?" Narumi replied coolly, "Seems like it." Arashi smirked and gave the order. "All right, let us move." Suddenly Shuji Midu stepped out to stop them. "Wait," Arashi Shuji Midu called, flanked by Rina and a few other classmates. Tension filled the air as Shuji Midu stepped forward. "I heard you are planning to assassinate Lady Leonora and Gus," he said. Arashi scowled immediately, snapping back angrily. "Who the hell told you that?" Shuji Midu remained calm. "I just happened to overhear you." Rina stepped in, deeply concerned. "Are you guys seriously doing this? I know they are annoying, but this is pure madness." Arashi lost his temper. "You are the crazy ones. How long are we going to let her treat us like obedient dogs?" Shuji Midu tried to reason with him. "I get it, but you are crossing the line. We can find another way." Arashi screamed right in his face. "All you do is talk. Do you actually have a plan?" Shuji Midu laid out his strategy. He would become Leonora's pawn to defeat the Demon Lord, and in return, she will guarantee everyone's safety. Arashi scoffed at the naive idea. "You really think she is going to listen to you?" Shuji Midu remained confident, believing that once he grew stronger, he would have leverage. Arashi turned away in disgust. "Impossible. Besides, I do not need protection from a loser like you. Get out of my way. I just want to go back to my own world." But Shuji Midu and his group stood firm, determined to stop him if needed. Arashi clenched his fists, completely pushed over the edge by their stubbornness. "You little punks," he gritted his teeth. Then he wound up his leg, ready to strike. "You are going to regret this." Arashi unleashed a savage kick, straight at Shuji Midu. Luckily, Shuji Midu blocked it, but the force still sent him tumbling. He was stunned. He was incredibly fast. That raw power. Arashi was equally shocked, unable to believe this weakling actually managed to stop his attack. Before they could clash again, two guards walked up and demanded, "What are you boys doing out here?" Shuji Midu quickly spoke up. "Sorry, we were just discussing some things." The guards bought it, turning away and chatting about waking up early tomorrow. Arashi clicked his tongue in frustration at the annoying interruption, while Shuji Midu turned his gaze back to him. Arashi glared back, growling that he was completely sick of dealing with weaklings. The scene then shifts to the royal capital. The holy city of digorous crowds of citizens filled the lively streets, and Narumi was absolutely amazed by the bustling energy. "So this is the royal capital," she muttered. Mirai nodded in agreement, noting just how incredibly crowded it was. Rina smiled, replying that it still could not compare to Tokyo, and Yumi agreed. Up front, Gus led the procession, guiding the horses and carriages, with the students walking right behind him. The onlookers stared at them with intense curiosity. Gus shouted at the top of his lungs, "Clear the way for High Archbishop Leonora and the legendary hero candidates." The crowd whispered in awe. Hero candidates, the chosen ones. They all turned their eyes to the passing students, cheering wildly. Shuji Midu waved back, raising his hand high to greet them. Meanwhile, Arashi, Atsushi, and Kenta looked completely annoyed by the attention. Kai muttered quietly, "It seems these citizens are putting all their hopes on us, saving them." Jane Kanzaki grunted in response. "This expectation feels pretty heavy, doesn't it?" Kai stayed silent. his sharp gaze drifting off into the distance. They finally reached their quarters within the capital. Welcome, hero candidates. Please make yourselves comfortable after your long journey. A holy knight named Janice Wanter greeted them with a warm smile. Immediately the boys rushed into their bedrooms, ecstatic. These beds are incredibly soft. Thank goodness I was getting sick of sleeping on the hard ground. Meanwhile, the girls decided to relax and enjoy a hot bath to wash away all the grime and stress of their long travels. It feels like coming back to life. So relaxing. Meanwhile, Arashi and his friends are busy enjoying a massive delicious feast. This is amazing, order more. While they feast, Midu is in a quiet room training hard with her sword. High up on the castle, Kai silently watches the horizon. Staring down at the royal capital, he realizes it is finally time to dig up some real information. But guards are posted everywhere. After watching them for a while, Kai realizes sneaking around is going to be incredibly dangerous. Security is just too tight. As he scans the courtyard trying to find a blind spot, something suddenly catches his attention. It is the knight who just showed them around. Quickly, Kai ducks behind a massive tree to keep a close eye on Janice Wanter. The knight is standing near two guards, and one of them decides to strike up a casual conversation with him. Where are the hero candidates? Lord Janice Wanter, the guard asks. Janice Wanter calmly replies that they are likely resting in their quarters. The guard wonders if those kids were really chosen by the creator. Janice Wanter just shrugs. If they are stronger than normal, then yes. But the guard admits he is deeply worried about the Demon King's followers. Having the hero candidates in the capital will draw them out. Yeah, things have been crazy lately, the other guard agrees. We definitely need to be on high alert from now on. Listening closely from the shadows, Kai absorbs every single word. The threat of the Demon King's loyalists is very real. Janice Wanter laughs it off. No need to stress. The hero candidates are here to protect the capital anyway, aren't they? They share a loud laugh and head off to their training session. Meanwhile, Kai is left with even more questions. He decides his best option is to head straight into the local town. Night falls, and we cut to a bustling tavern. The place is packed to the brim with loud drinking patrons. There is barely an empty seat in the entire tavern. Suddenly, a gloved hand slides a gold coin across the counter to the bartender. It is Kai ordering a drink and some food. Keeping his hood pulled low to conceal his face, he waits. The friendly old bartender nods warmly and gets to work. Coming right up, the old man says. While waiting, Kai listens in on the surrounding patrons, whispering about the heroes. They look like mere children, one man mutters. Doesn't matter, we have to trust the church, another quickly warns him. You wouldn't want the priests to hear that. Hearing this, Kai realizes the church holds massive absolute power over the citizens. They fear the church way more than the king himself. The old man slides over the drink. Here you go, kid. Kai speaks up. Excuse me, I am new to this country and don't know much. Mind if I ask you a few questions? The bartender looks surprised, but he gladly smiles and nods. Sure, fire away. Kai starts probing. So, what can you tell me about the Demon King's followers? Who are they exactly? The old man scratches his head. Well, you know, we are at war with the demon army, right? The Demon King is an absolute monster. But rumor has it that even humans can be corrupted by his dark, overwhelming power. Kai presses for details. And those are the followers you mentioned. The bartender nods grimly and continues his explanation. Exactly. They are causing chaos everywhere. Just a few days ago, they completely blew up a noble's mansion. Kai sighs. Sounds like a real pain, Kai mutters, realizing they are essentially a terrorist group. Getting what he came for, he quickly slips away. Walking into the night, his mind is racing. Since the hero candidates must defeat the Demon King, their presence here will provoke attacks. No wonder everyone in the castle is on edge. Suddenly, Jane Kanzaki comes running out of breath, calling out to him. There you are, she gasps, rushing right up to him. I have been looking everywhere for you. Where did you go? Kai looks at her, a serious expression on his face. We are strangers here. I had to gather some basic intel. Jane Kanzaki frowns with worry. I get that, but going alone is too dangerous. I could have helped you if you just asked. Kai coldly dismisses her, waving his hand. I can handle myself. Just stay quiet and remain with the others. Jane Kanzaki snaps. What is with the attitude? You should be grateful. I am trying to help. Sighing, Kai finally relents. Fine, you can help. I need inside info on this capital. Can you go blend in and talk to the locals? Jane Kanzaki instantly beams with joy. Really? Well, if you are begging, I guess I have no choice. She is so thrilled. She practically skips away humming to herself. Kai slips back into the crowd, completely unnoticed. A faint, knowing smirk plays across his lips as he walks away. After a long night, Kai sneaks back in through his window, exhausted and empty-handed. His frustration is clear. Tossing his cloak onto the bed, his mind races with complex thoughts. No solid intel gained, but a dangerous truth revealed. Still, knowing a new threat lurks out there is vital. Suddenly, a violent commotion breaks the quiet night, startling him. Instantly, on high alert, Kai creeps over and presses his ear against the door. Why is it so noisy out there? Deciding to investigate, he steps out into the hallway. A tense crowd of worried people has already gathered in the lobby. Making his way through the whispering crowd, Kai raises his voice. "Hey, what is going on?" Kari turns around. She shook her head and replied, "Kai Aragi is a Kanzakian, and he has vanished." She quickly summarized the situation, noting that Onasan was the first to find out since they shared a room. Everyone was currently searching for him with no clue where he had gone. Kai silently sighed, feeling a wave of sadness. They had no idea he had also just vanished, mostly because he did not share a room with anyone. Outwardly, Kai just nodded along, playing it cool. Yeah, that is definitely worrying. Just then, Shuji Midu stepped forward with a serious expression and asked a direct question. "Do you know anything?" Kai answered honestly. "No, sorry, I don't. I was just sleeping in my room the entire time." Shuji Midu hummed, stroking his chin in deep thought. Sensing the growing tension, Shuji Midu raised his voice to make a loud announcement. "Listen up, everyone. He is almost certainly not in the castle. The sun is about to rise, so let us head outside and search for him." Contrary to his burning enthusiasm, Rina showed a bit of hesitation, though she meant no harm by it. "To be honest, I think we should probably leave him alone, but I guess we have no choice but to follow Shuji Midu lead." Kai also silently analyzed the situation. It was still pitch black outside, and the townspeople were likely fast asleep under a night sky lit only by the gentle glow of the moon. Kai scanned every corner of the dark streets as he searched for his friend, pursing his lips in anxious silence, but trying to stay calm. He has to be around here. But as he pressed on, he suddenly spotted a small card lying abandoned on the ground. Kai immediately rushed over to pick it up, only to freeze in utter shock. It was Kanzaki's student ID card. The situation grew intensely critical as a shadowy stranger stepped out from a narrow alley. Suddenly, not just one but 4 mysterious men simultaneously drew their swords and lunged at Kai in a coordinated ambush. A blade sliced through the air, flashing brightly. Fortunately, Kai was extremely agile and dodged the strike effortlessly, though his eyes instantly narrowed into a sharp, icy glare. He didn't hesitate to hurl a harsh insult right at the attacker's face. "You absolute bastard." Moving like lightning, Kai grabbed the leader's wrist and used him as a human weapon, forcing his blade straight into his own ally's throat. The remaining attacker screamed in sheer horror. Damn it. Kai didn't waste a single word, unleashing a brutal kick that sent the thug coughing up blood. The man collapsed, completely helpless and unable to stand. He could feel his internal meridians rupturing in agony. Witnessing Kai's swift, lethal, and absolutely decisive strikes, the last standing thug began backing away in absolute terror. Kai coldly remarked, "Your skills are utterly pathetic. Whether you are a trained warrior." He then demanded, "Besides, you look like a completely normal civilian. What is your actual goal in coming here?" The man froze, his mouth hanging open in sheer confusion as he stammered, "Huh?" Kai glared at him, his face radiating a terrifying and cruel intensity. "You are going to tell me absolutely everything." Meanwhile, inside a dark, oppressive dungeon lit only by a flickering torch, Jane was currently being held captive. Her wrists were chained tightly to 2 massive iron pillars, and her body was covered in visible scratches and bruises. Yet, despite the brutal conditions, Jane refused to show any weakness, keeping her fierce pride intact as she glared defiantly at the guards who had gathered to mock her. "How terrifying, this girl is pretty fierce," they sneered. But Jane could not hold back her rising anger, screaming out to show her absolute resolve. "My answer remains the exact same. I have nothing to say to any of you." The guards laughed mockingly, sneering, "Oh, come on, we are just trying to learn a little more about the potential hero candidates." "All right, fine then." One of the thugs curled his fingers, slowly aiming his open palm directly at Jane's chest. Their vile and disgusting cruelty was truly sickening. Lacking any shred of humanity, this beast suddenly reached out and ripped open the front of Jane's shirt. She grit her teeth in silent endurance as they laughed. "How long can you act tough? Let us see how long you'll keep playing the proud hero. Blinded by their sick game, none of them noticed Kai's quiet arrival. He silently observed them analyzing their stats. They were just totally normal humans. Age 20, male attack, rank F defense, rank F agility, rank D, endurance, rank F, energy, rank F, aggressive state and 0 skills. The next thug was also a human age 20. Male attack D defense, F agility, F endurance, D energy, F aggressive state, and no skills. Yet it was hard to believe Kanzaki had been kidnapped by such absolute weaklings. Suddenly, a barrage of small daggers shot out from the shadows with a sharp whoosh, piercing their heads instantly. Their sick laughter was cut short, and their lives literally ended in that very fraction of a second. Both thugs collapsed simultaneously, leaving Jane completely stunned as a pool of blood spread across the cold floor. A warm, gentle voice, belonging to Kai, rang out right after. "Are you okay, Kai Aragi?" Jane stammered in confusion, not knowing what to say. "I am sorry, Kai gestured for her to remain quiet, whispering a soft warning. "Don't make a sound. We will talk later. For now, we must escape first." Once she was finally freed from the heavy iron chains, Jane massaged her sore, aching wrists and quietly told Kai, "Thank you." But at that exact moment, Kai suddenly sensed a massive wave of danger fast approaching. His entire body suddenly tensed up, as his eyes flashed with sudden panic. He immediately stepped forward to shield Jane, glaring with deep tension directly into the dark abyss ahead. From the deep darkness before them, a faint sound echoed as a mysterious misty smoke began slowly drifting outward. The heavy air put everyone on high alert. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward and Kai Aragi stepped in directly to protect Jane Kanzaki. A massive enemy slammed a giant blade down, shattering the ground. Kai Aragi swiftly scooped up Jane Kanzaki and dodged the danger zone. The heavy sword slowly lifted, a voice mocking, "You actually dodged that?" Janice welcomed them with a grim look. A grand entrance paired with a cold, sinister smile. "Perhaps I really must kill you, hero candidates," Janice sneered. Kai Aragi raised an eyebrow, probing for info. "Are you here on the Holy Knight's orders?" The enemy's face instantly twisted with rage. His expression grew wild, losing all humanity. "Exactly, though you might prefer this title, instead the Demon Lord's General." Kai Aragi calmly assessed the grim situation. It seemed even the capital was surrounded, and the entire kingdom was facing doom. Janice grinned with pure manic excitement. "I will speed up its demise by wiping out you, hero candidates, first." Both stood on guard, waiting for the other to strike. Yet Janice seemed far more impatient, shifting his weight forward. He hungrily leaned forward, eager for blood. Kai Aragi's eyes also grew intense, a fiery red spark of anger flaring deep within. Unlocking his anger, Kai Aragi focused and scanned his enemy's stats. Name: Janice Wanter. Age 28. Gender: male. His stats were solid, attack B, defense B, agility B, and stamina B. Normal status with standard combat skills. Level 3, swordsmanship. Level 3, fire magic. Kai Aragi made a mental note to stay sharp and not underestimate his foe. The man was a perfect all-rounder. Meanwhile, Janice grew impatient, his brow furrowing as he prepared to attack. Kai Aragi focused his mind and charged forward with a mighty roar. At the same time, Janice lunged, sword raised high. Janice swung with a brutal, decisive slash, but Kai Aragi expertly slipped past the lethal strike just in time. This only fueled Janice's rage. He extended his palm, summoning a miniature magic circle right in front of him. "Heed my call and incinerate my enemy," he roared. Massive fireballs erupted, painting the entire room a fiery orange. The fire scorched Kai Aragi's clothes, but he emerged completely unharmed, calmly analyzing the spell as he slipped through the flames. Janice smirked, shouting triumphantly, "You are suspended in mid-air. There is absolutely no way you can dodge this." Unbothered, Kai Aragi resorted to his classic move, throwing a small dagger straight at his enemy's face. Janice laughed in mockery, deflecting it easily. Useless, burned to ashes, he unleashed a blazing wave of fire. Believing victory was his, Janice sneered, "It's over, hero candidate." But to his shock, Kai Aragi was completely untouched. Kai Aragi swiftly drew his pistol and fired. A single bullet tore through the air, striking Janice dead in the forehead. The commander's arrogance died right there. He collapsed onto the cold floor, his lifeless eyes rolled back in shock. Kai Aragi, fully desensitized to death, remained entirely emotionless. He just stared quietly at his firearm with a slight sigh. Reholstering the weapon, he muttered, "I really didn't want to use this yet. My ammunition is extremely limited." Looking down at Janice's lifeless body pooling in blood, Kai Aragi reflected on his own mistake during the brief fight. He was right about one thing. Jumping into the air was foolish. I must master direct combat to survive here. Meanwhile, Jane Kanzaki, who had been hiding safely behind a nearby door, slowly peeked out after the silence returned. Was that actually a gun? She whispered, completely stunned. Kai Aragi replied in his usual, indifferent, matter-of-fact tone. It is just standard equipment for an assassin. Jane Kanzaki shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself, clearly terrified by his casual words. It is terrifying knowing a classmate has been carrying a weapon all along. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with deep embarrassment. But thank you for coming to save me. Her hopes were immediately crushed by Kai Aragi's incredibly blunt reply. It was just a coincidence. Why didn't you use your Dominion magic? Jane Kanzaki shook her head, equally confused. I do not know why, but those handcuffs completely sealed my mana. I am fine now that they are off. Kai Aragi bent down to retrieve a discarded cloak, realizing those handcuffs possessed some unique magic binding properties. He gently draped it over Jane Kanzaki to cover her torn clothes. Good. Let's get out of here before more trouble arrives. Jane Kanzaki pushed her embarrassment aside and pleaded, Kai Aragi, please. Those soldiers are planning to attack our entire class. Walking ahead, Kai Aragi replied calmly. I already know. I interrogated one of them before coming to find you. He recalled his interrogation of the captured assassin, who had cried out in absolute terror, please spare my life. At the time, Kai Aragi had merely ran his fingers along his sharp blade, cold-bloodedly stating, that depends entirely on you. Crawling on the floor, the man whimpered, we were just following orders. They said the candidates must be eliminated. Kai Aragi had stepped closer, tightening his grip and aiming his dagger at the coward. So, you chose to murder them. She is still alive, the assassin screamed frantically. We kept her as a hostage to lure the others into a trap. At the crack of dawn, Kai walks along a deserted road, filling Jane Kanzaki in on what happened. But the real surprise is that he wasn't killed by a death curse like Steady. Because of that, I don't think this is the work of demons. Jane Kanzaki feels a growing sense of dread. She sighs. So they're actually cultists. Unbelievable. I really thought the people here were our allies. Kai sighs, warning her not to be fooled so easily. Your lack of caution is exactly why. You got captured and chained up in the first place, right? Jane Kanzaki snaps back, absolutely furious at his blunt remark. Shut up. They answered every question when I was trying to gather info. Didn't you know that Kai keeps pressing? So you seriously don't? I think they had an ulterior motive. Look, demons are obviously our enemies, but humans can be just as dangerous to us, too. Jane Kanzaki admits defeat, though her tone stays sharp. All right, I get it. I regret being so careless, okay? You don't have to rub it in. As they stand together, a voice shouts from behind. Kanzaki spots a very familiar figure running desperately toward them. Jane Kanzaki gasps, Shuji Midu. He catches up to them, a bright, relieved smile on his face. Shuji Midu lets out a massive sigh. Thank goodness you're okay, she shyly replies. Yeah, sorry for worrying you. Shuji Midu just beams, saying, I'm just glad you're safe. Did Jane Kanzaki find you? Suddenly, Kai's tone gets serious as he interrupts them. Shuji Midu, we need to talk. Shuji Midu senses the gravity of the situation and quickly replies. Something happened, didn't it? Their conversation shifts directly to the Demon Lord's cult. Kai crosses his arms, laying out all the critical intel he gathered during his night patrol. It turns out they're demon-worshipping cultists who want to eradicate humanity, and we hero candidates are their primary targets. Shuji Midu catches on immediately. Humans. So the real problem is, we can't tell who our enemies are, unlike monsters. Kai agrees, nodding in approval. Exactly. Which is why I think we need to tell everyone to stay on high alert. Shuji Midu agrees without hesitation. Got it. Let's head back and report this directly to Leonora-san right away. Hopefully, she'll beef up our camp security. But Jane Kanzaki has other ideas. She lets out a heavy, tired sigh. If we ask her, she'll probably just tell us to deal with it ourselves. Shuji Midu gives an awkward, silent laugh. He can't argue with that logic. Getting serious, he quickly starts assigning tasks. First, we need to gather everyone and plan our next moves. Right now, everyone is scattered all over the place, desperately searching for Kanzaki. But before they can finish, a massive explosion shakes the area. Terrified by the sudden blast, Jane Kanzaki screams out. Shuji Midu and Kai whip their heads around, spotting black smoke rising behind a nearby house. Rushed footsteps head right toward the spot they're standing. Sighting those familiar red-cloaked figures, they realize the cultists are back for round 2. They're way better prepared this time, marching in a massive mob with weapons drawn to surround our 3 heroes. The enemies glare with sinister smirks. Swords, spears, daggers, each of these thugs is harboring some seriously wicked intentions. Shuji Midu panics, guessing this ambush is exactly what the cult wanted. Kai narrows his eyes calmly, warning his friends. They're here. Get ready to fight. As these dangerous villains close and dark clouds roll in, turning the sky gloomy, the entire atmosphere grows dark and heavy. Jane, Kanzaki, Shuji, Midu, and Kai focus their minds preparing for an intense clash. Other hero candidates rush out as well. They're definitely shaken by the ambush, but nobody is turning tail to run. Among the girls, Rina has the most attitude. Absolutely zero panic. She just stands there, hands on her hips, looking sassy. Next to her, a red-haired guy scans the hostile crowd, cracking his knuckles and getting ready to throw hands. The system appraisal screens pop up one by one. Race human, age 20, gender male, attack D, defense D, agility D, stamina F, mana F, status hostile, skills none. Another screen reads race human, age 20, gender male, attack D, defense D, agility D, stamina F, mana F, status hostile, skills none. Kai narrows his gaze. 6 opponents total. Even though their stats are lower than Jane Kanzaki's, fighting trained warriors is still going to be tough. Suddenly, one of the cultists bellows attack, and the rest charge forward at once, weapons raised for the kill. Kai snaps at his classmate Kanzaki, but she doesn't even wait for his signal before unleashing a massive sound wave. I've got this. Freeze under Jane Kanzaki's unique magic. The charging villains are instantly locked in place, unable to move. Seizing the opening, Kai acts in a flash, launching a barrage of throwing daggers straight ahead. His swift movement slices a deadly arc through the air. One by one, the cultists drop without even reacting, letting out brief screams. Shuji Midu is utterly horrified by Kai's brutal and merciless efficiency. He didn't hesitate to end them for a second. Stuttering, Shuji Midu tries to compose himself and reason with him. Kai, wait, they're humans, not demons. You can't just... Kai shrugs it off, his voice completely deadpan as he glares back coldly. So what? They're still the enemy. Shuji Midu still objects with a firm attitude, but Kai immediately shuts him down. He tells him to stop talking. Quiet, there is still one more. It is their leader, the one who ordered the attack, and he is charging right now. He targets Shuji Midu from behind, catching him completely off guard. Fortunately, Shuji Midu manages to block the strike just in time, but, shocked by the sudden ambush, he curses. Damn it, Shuji Midu did not want to kill, choosing instead to appeal to their humanity. Why are you doing this? We are all human, right? But his heartfelt plea is met only with a sneer. We do everything for our master. As they clash, Shuji Midu defends, while the leader aggressively attacks, locking them both in combat. Meanwhile, Jane Kanzaki slowly raises her hand, aiming her magic at them. But Kai steps up and stops her from interfering. Surprised, Jane Kanzaki whispers, "Why, Kai Aragi?" Juyun Kai firmly tells her, "Do not interfere. I want Shuji Midu to handle this himself." As they duel, one sword swings wide and slices the air, forcing the opponent to instantly pull back. Shuji Midu seizes the upper hand, delivering a legendary strike that completely shatters the sword in the leader's hand. Only the hilt remains. The leader stares at his broken weapon in utter disbelief as Shuji Midu calmly stands his ground. He offers mercy. "Surrender, and I will spare your life. Put down the hilt." But the leader refuses to submit. Instead, he screams in rage, "You dare mock me, you damn hero candidate." Suddenly, he leaps straight at Shuji Midu. Before Shuji Midu can even react, blood sprays in the air. The leader's broken hilt manages to slice and wound Shuji Midu's arm. The leader laughs maniacally at his success, while Shuji Midu grits his teeth, barely enduring the sharp pain. Damn it all. With no more patience left, Shuji Midu delivers a devastating downward slash, carving a massive deep wound across the leader's chest. That arrogant sneer is instantly cut short, as his life is snuffed out by Shuji Midu's blade. But suddenly, Shuji Midu looks back with doubt. This guy is incredibly persistent, clinging to life. He actually starts chuckling mockingly. This is not over yet, there is more. Fearing that Shuji Midu's kindness will make him hesitate, Kai steps forward and issues a cold order. "Finish him, Shuji Midu." But Shuji Midu cannot bring himself to deal the final blow. "Can we just leave him to die?" Kai looks at him and speaks calmly. No, you must ensure the threat is completely eliminated. Shuji Midu stares back, shocked by his friend's absolute cold indifference. How can you be so calm about this? He is a human being, just like us. Kai merely replies with a quiet warning. Shuji Midu, that is your choice. But remember, while we stand here talking, our entire class is currently under attack. Seeing Shuji Midu waver, Kai drops the ultimate truth bomb. Aren't you going to help them? Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? Leaning close, Kai whispers into Shuji Midu's ear, with an intense, heavy tone. Tell me what is actually more important. The life of an enemy, or the lives of your classmates. Shuji Midu finally yields, forced to accept Kai's harsh logic. Fine, he agrees. Blood sprays instantly, proving Shuji Midu did not hesitate this time. Turning back to Kai, he makes his decision. I am going to save everyone, Shuji Midu says. Meanwhile, in a quiet, shadowy alleyway, before dawn, lifeless bodies lie scattered across the ground. The hero candidates thoroughly inspect the area. Nearby, the red-haired boy with the ponytail tightly grips a survivor by the throat. Looks like you are the very last one, he mutters. The enemy's face turns purple drool, spilling from his mouth as he chokes. No sound can escape his throat, but the red-haired boy only grins wider, absolutely thrilled as his grip tightens. Die, he whispers, squeezing tighter. Ultimately, the man is not just strangled to death, he is violently blown to pieces. He suffered absolute agony as his flesh was ripped apart. Now his charred remains lie completely still, eyes rolled back. His blackened corpse leaves the classmates trembling in absolute terror. So brutal. That is our Arashi, for you always ruthless. Meanwhile, another hero gracefully glides through the crowd of robed cultists. It is Rina, executing her moves with absolute elegance. But her attacks never miss their mark. Fireball, she commands instantly, engulfing several enemies in a massive blazing inferno. Their skin burns intensely under the flames, but fighting continuously like this is starting to take a toll on Rina. How are there so many of them? Rina sighs, turning to Yumi. What is everyone else doing? Can you guys still fight? Take them down one by one. But just like Shuji Midu earlier, both Yumi and Carrie simply cannot bring themselves to do it. But they are humans too. Rina, being as practical as Kai, is frustrated by their useless hesitation and snaps at them. Do you want to die? Just as she warns them, a cultist rushes in and kicks Carrie hard in the back. She groans in pain, while Yumi is also attacked and screams. Rina stands frozen, looking on in utter shock. Why is this happening? Amidst the chaos, Leonora appears with a calm, mysterious smile. Well, should I let you all pass? The battlefield is an absolute mess. Students are injured, enemies are charging in, and no one knows when this nightmare will end. But right in the middle of this chaos, Leonora suddenly makes her entrance, watching the wreckage unfold. Currently, she calmly asked, so should I let you kids pass the class? Hearing this, the entire crowd immediately spun around their faces, filled with utter shock. Then, one of them lost control and screamed, You bastard, you're the saintess. Leonora casually replied, Yes, and, you know, the hero candidates are under my protection, so it's only natural for me to help when they're in danger, right? Immediately after, they shifted their target directly toward her. One of the men in the crowd stepped forward and demanded, I don't even have a guardian knight with you, yet you're going to rescue them. Are you making a joke out of us? She calmly explained. In the end, you are just a bunch of lackeys lured by the demon lord's power. Honestly, from the very beginning, I never even considered you my enemies. It seemed Leonora hit a sore spot as he completely lost it and screamed, Kill her, shut that wretched woman's mouth. Immediately after, they charged forward, even though she was completely surrounded on all sides. Strangely enough, Leonora had no intention of fighting back. Instead, she just smiled and muttered a quiet incantation to summon her power. Prostrate, without even using a weapon, she brought them to their knees. Frozen in place, he collapsed instantly. In a flash, the men closest to her fell. One collapsed nearby, realizing he had completely lost control of his own body and muttered, I can't move. Another growled, This is impossible. Almost every student standing there already knew exactly how this situation was unfolding, and Rina realized it was Kanzaki's magic. Leonora slowly stepped closer to the man. As he desperately struggled to resist, she raised her voice, saying, Please do not compare my power to that trash. Leonora unleashed another wave of energy, launching the entire mob into the air. She calmly remarked, My strength, range, and absolute dominion are vastly superior in every single way. At this point, Rina stepped forward and asked, Why did you save us? But she only smiled and answered, Didn't I mention letting you all pass the class? Still, I'd prefer it if you handled this yourself. Handle this yourself. Hearing this, Rina didn't overthink it, and said, so that's how it is. It seems like no need to thank me. Protecting my subordinates is my duty. Just as she turned to leave the man on the ground, begged her to wait. Summoning every last bit of strength, he pleaded for mercy, crying out, please do not abandon us. What are you planning to do with us? Leonora didn't want to beat around the bush, so she simply said, my apologies. Are you still alive? In that case, kill them all. A second later, she coldly ordered the students. Kari gasped in shock at the bizarre situation. Even Yumi panicked, crying out that her body was moving completely on its own. Instantly, all the students were trembling in sheer terror as their limbs moved against their will, unable to even hold their daggers steady. Right then, the sword in Kari's hand flew straight toward the man on the ground, as if controlled by someone else. She panicked, screaming, wait, stop. Seeing this, he begged, please no, but there was no way to stop it. No matter how much strength she exerted, she couldn't regain control. Helpless Kari let out a desperate blood-curdling scream. No. Immediately after, that sword plunged directly into his body, sending a violent spray of blood everywhere. Unbeknownst to them, Kai and Jane Kanzaki witnessed this entire horrific scene from a nearby rooftop. Before Kai's eyes, even though Leonora didn't physically strike the man herself, she had forced the students to do her dirty work. Watching closely, he whispered in awe, so this is third-tier domination magic. Beside him, Jane Kanzaki agreed and added, it is on a whole different level compared to my own domination spell, isn't it? She can control multiple targets at once. Its power and area of effect are on a completely different level. Hearing this, Kai stopped and stared directly at Leonora. A crucial thought flashed through his mind. We need to find a way to counter this ability. The incident finally ended, and night quickly fell over the landscape. 12 hours had passed since the brutal attack by the Demon Lord's cultists, and the traumatized students gathered inside the dormitory. Kai stood there in absolute silence, closely observing every single movement in the room until his gaze eventually locked on to Rina. Just then, Hashimoto walked over to Rina and asked, how is it going? Is everyone doing okay? Rina's face still couldn't hide her sheer shock. Rina replied honestly, they are in a really bad state. Everyone is deeply traumatized. Hearing this, Hashimoto nodded in agreement. Standing nearby, Narumi said angrily, I won't let her get away with this. Controlling people and forcing them to commit murder is beyond cruel. A second later, he turned to Rina and asked, you were controlled too, Rina. Are you all right? Rina stammered in response, I think I'm just shaken up, but it must be so much harder for the others. She then took all of the blame upon herself, whispering, this is entirely my fault. Even Shuji Midu showed deep regret, bowing his head. I couldn't do anything in time. Seeing him like this, the other students quickly comforted him. Don't say that. You saved us. The student in the red shirt agreed. Yeah, don't blame yourself. Even Jane Kanzaki was filled with regret, saying, if only we had arrived sooner. Hearing this, Kai interrupted them. It wouldn't have made a difference. None of us are strong enough against Leonora. Kai realized they had actually split into two teams after defeating the initial waves of attackers alongside Midu, hoping to save as many classmates as possible. In the end, they and Midu only managed to rescue a few groups, failing to reach Nagas and the others in time. Kai deeply pondered their situation, knowing the shadow cult of the Demon Lord would return. Still, seeing their top commander defeated meant they would likely stay quiet for now. Besides, there was an even more urgent matter that required Kai's full and undivided attention at this moment. Turning to Jane Kanzaki, Kai gestured for her to follow as he walked away, asking her to step aside with him. Jane Kanzaki agreed without hesitation and quickly followed. Surprisingly, Kai led her into a private room and locked the door. Blushing slightly, Jane Kanzaki nervously asked what he was planning, standing there completely flustered and unsure of what to do. Kai turned to her and explained that to counter Leonora's brainwashing magic, he needed help from someone with similar abilities. Jane Kanzaki shyly agreed, saying she understood, and asked if he had a specific strategy in mind for this. Kai quickly confirmed he had a plan, then turned directly to her and delivered a highly unexpected blunt request. He asked her to dominate his mind first. Jane Kanzaki froze in complete confusion, her brain unable to process his words. She gasped in shock. One day after they defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom held a grand victory parade. Festive cheers erupted across every street as the excited citizens gathered to celebrate the summoning of the new hero candidates. Having proven their formidable strength against the Demon Lord's forces, the young heroes were welcomed as savior figures. The citizens of the royal capital embraced them warmly, cheering wildly wherever the candidates marched through the city. Amidst the loud cheers, only Eris remained completely calm, quietly observing the subtle expressions of the crowd around him. While everyone celebrated, Kai stayed highly alert. A dark, suspicious thought suddenly crossed his mind during the parade. He wondered if this perfect celebration was just a carefully crafted illusion designed by Leonora to control them. If that was true, she was far more dangerous than he had ever anticipated. Still, the scene looked magnificent. The entire kingdom officially welcomed back the brave students who had completed their dangerous mission with flying colors. Soldiers stood guard at the gates under Leonora and her personal knight Gus, while 15 students lined up before them. Leonora smiled warmly, noting that everyone had arrived safely before ordering them to return to Temple Alpha. Jane Kanzaki questioned the destination, prompting Kai to gently explain that it was the sanctuary where they were first summoned. He suspected the temple grounds were directly under Leonora's jurisdiction. Midu then stepped forward with a question. He asked if she would accompany them, but she kindly declined, citing urgent matters from yesterday's attack. She left them in the care of Gus. Hearing this, Rina spoke up, reminding her of a major issue. She pointed out that their previous dormitory had been completely burned down. A nearby classmate chuckled nervously in agreement. Though she tried to laugh it off, her gaze quickly shifted. Naomi and Kari clearly looked highly distressed. Kari remained completely silent with a restless, troubled look, while Naomi's body trembled, as if she was in intense pain. Rina approached to ask if she was okay, causing Naomi to flinch and hurriedly stammer out a reassurance. Suddenly, Leonora appeared out of nowhere with a chilling smile, causing Naomi to lose her balance in pure terror. Rina quickly caught her before she collapsed, asking if she was all right, while everyone pointedly ignored Leonora's presence. Seeing the cold shoulder, Leonora prepared to leave. However, Rina glared at her with intense, murderous eyes. Rina shouted, stopping Leonora in her tracks. But Naomi, still leaning on Rina, weakly whispered for her to stop. Naomi repeatedly insisted she was completely fine. Hearing this, Leonora flashed a very satisfied smile and turned away. Walking toward the doors, Leonora bid them farewell, looking forward to their next encounter in the future. She passed by Midu, who glared back with deep suspicion. Kai looked troubled, but Aris seemed strangely excited. Gus quickly ordered the group to move out. Soon night fell, and they set up camp around a warm bonfire. While most of the students chatted animatedly by the fire, a small group began slipping away quietly into the dark forest. Sitting by the flames, Kai immediately noticed their suspicious movements, realizing they were preparing to make their move. Sitting beside him, Jane Kanzaki whispered, questioning if they would actually go through with such a risky plan. Kai replied that Leonora was absent, leaving only 30 soldiers who were far weaker than the hero candidates. Kai's eyes reflected the dancing flames burning with absolute resolve as he stared into the dark woods. He coldly muttered that this chaotic moment was their absolute best chance to strike down their foes. Gus. Under these circumstances, there is no reason for me to stop them. I will just enjoy the show. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the weather was turning freezing cold, so Gus threw on a cloak as he followed close behind Narumi. He asked him, "Is it really out here?" then pressed further. "The monster that looks like a dragon or something?" Narumi answered honestly and quickly hurried ahead. "I am telling the truth, but today was not going smoothly at all," and his eyes anxiously darted around the dark forest. He mumbled, "Strange, I swear I saw it right around here." Seeing his confusion, Gus calmly chimed in to reassure him. "This area runs right along the road to the royal capital. It would be extremely dangerous if a real dragon actually lived here. We must report this immediately and gather a hunting squad." But right after Gus finished speaking, Narumi suddenly screamed out in panic. It turned out, the boy had spotted something and pointed ahead shouting, "Do you think that monster is in that direction?" Gus picked up his pace, running and asking, "Where is it?" Suddenly, Arashi ambushed them, launching a massive attack from behind Gus. Boom! A devastating blast erupted, turning the entire forest into a sea of red smoke and flames. Luckily, Narumi managed to escape by using his flight magic just in time. Sighing in relief, he realized he almost got blasted too. Meanwhile, Gus was blown back by the impact and severely injured. With his clothes completely shredded, blood dripped down from his head, soaking his entire shoulder. Infuriated, he roared, "You bastards!" But Arashi just scoffed. "So even my highest level fire magic was not enough to kill you? You really cling to life like a leech." The entire area had literally shaken, yet this old man's life remained intact. This left the attacker highly frustrated. Suddenly, Gus retreated backward to gain some distance, while Arashi chuckled with supreme confidence. He declared that putting down stubborn old bastards was his specialty. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he prepared to strike. He summoned every ounce of his energy. At this moment, Narumi's body overflowed with raw power, keeping them in total control. Pressing his advantage, Arashi stepped closer and sneered. "You know we lured you here on purpose, right? Which means, we obviously already prepared a deadly bun just for you." Hearing this, Gus boiled with rage, but remained utterly helpless. Arashi then tightened his fist and mocked him. "Need to gather energy to defend. Too bad that last blast already left you gravely wounded." Gus spat back mockingly. "I never expected you to resort to such cheap tricks just to ambush me. I clearly underestimated you, Arashi." Yet the old man's words only fueled Arashi's excitement as he smiled. "Thanks, but I only care about killing you. So I could not care less about dirty tactics." Right on cue, the loyal comrades who had followed Arashi stepped forward, surrounding Gus completely. Gus forced himself to stand up, gripping his weapon tightly while Arashi gave the final cold order. "Go. Don't go easy on him. Make absolutely sure he does not leave this forest alive." But suddenly, Gus reached inside, his cloak sighing, "I suppose there is no stopping you, young fools." With those words, Gus swiftly pulled out a small object. It was a round, marble-like sphere that shot straight into the night sky, startling everyone as it began to glow intensely. The brilliant light illuminating the clouds was a rescue flare. The ambush team watched in absolute confusion, Miyu staring blankly at the sky. Even Jane Kanzaki was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the brilliant flare rained down glowing particles as Kai stood below watching the sparkling display in frustration. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, Arashi, you completely ruined the plan." The signal flare kept lighting up the dark sky. Down on the ground, the patrolling soldiers spotted it instantly, one pointing up at the glowing light and yelling to his squad, "Is that a distress signal?" Startled, the guards immediately began scanning their surroundings for threats. After doing a quick head count, one of them realized something was wrong and muttered, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Lord Gus in quite a while." Another soldier replied anxiously, "Do you think he is under attack by someone?" Without wasting a single second, the guard leader ordered his men, "Move out. We need to check that source of light immediately." But those would be his final words. Before he could even step forward, a shadow lunged and slit his throat. It was Kai executing the kill with deadly precision. The remaining guards drew their weapons, but Kai already closed the distance. Pressing a cold blade against a guard's throat, terrified, the man froze. Raising his sharp dagger high, Kai whispered coldly, "Nothing personal, but you have to die." Without a shred of hesitation, Kai executed him, just like the first guard, and swiftly spun around. Seeing his comrades dropping like flies, another soldier lost his mind, screaming, "You bastard," before swinging his sword wildly at Kai. But Kai dodged effortlessly, and exploiting the guard's wide-open stance, he readied his deadly daggers. Kai's eyes remained ice-cold as he delivered the fatal slash and sheathed his daggers. The guard collapsed, leaving his partner utterly dumbfounded. Instead of helping his fallen ally, the survivor held his sword horizontally, channeling his energy to brace for impact. He thrust his blade desperately at Kai, but Kai slipped past and landed a brutal slash, making the guard scream in agony. Now wielding twin daggers, Kai was a whirlwind of death. Whoever dared to step up was instantly put down. Seeing this, another guard. The guard demands to know why a hero candidate would do this. But in the blink of an eye, Kai lunges forward, pressing a cold blade against the guy's throat. He coldly whispers, "Do you really think you have the time to ask questions?" In the next instant, blood splatters, and on the other side, the other students form a tight ring to surround Gus. Atsushi rushes in first with a heavy punch, alongside Kenta, who is wielding two deadly swords. They thought Gus was completely overwhelmed, but he effortlessly catches Atsushi's fist with one hand while using the other to deflect Kenta's blade. But they aren't fighting alone. Right on cue, Narumi steps up and summons his raw magic power. A glowing spear made of pure energy manifests in his hand. He screams "Wind Lance" and hurls the weapon directly at the old knight. Heike silently passes the offensive to his teammates, screaming as he boosts his power. Brilliant red and blue lights combine forces to strike Gus. Fortunately, his battle instincts are incredibly sharp and his reflexes are off the charts. Gus notices the danger just in time. He dodges the joint attack, but before he can even recover, KO blindsides him with a strike from behind. Once again, the veteran knight evades it, even mocking them for being too slow. In shock, Kyle, sporting a smug grin on his face, brandishes his heavy armored gauntlet and says, "It is useless. I activated my steel body. Divine protection, shattering your blade." Gus quickly leaps back to gain some distance, cursing, "Shh, these damn divine protections." His eyes widen as he scans the area, desperately trying to see who will strike next. And this time it is Arashi, who cocks his fist and charges straight ahead. A fierce firestorm erupts around him, forcing the old man to block with his badly fractured sword. Sliding backward as his strength drains away, Gus can only groan as his broken blade sinks into the dirt. His entire body is drenched in blood, and he has even lost an arm, yet the stubborn old man still refuses to yield. Arashi looks at him and scoffs, "Old man, you really are tough to kill." Just then, Narumi speaks up. "I just realized that light was actually a distress signal." He is trying to buy time, but Gus struggles to reply. No, there is no need for that anymore. Suddenly, Leonora appears with a smirk and says, "You are backed into a corner, aren't you, Gus?" The entire group is stunned by her entrance. The soldiers from earlier have all been bound. A confused Shuji Midu asks, "What are you doing, Rina?" As it happens, Rina used her spell to force the soldiers to tie themselves up. She simply replies, "I am only following orders." A bewildered Shuji Midu mutters, "Orders?" Even Rina is skeptical, saying, "I never expected that. Usually you would ignore whatever anyone else tells you to do." Just then, Kai steps forward to explain, "My bad, Shuji Midu, she only acted under my instructions." Seeing Kai Shuji Midu, gasps Kai Aragi, Jane Kanzaki, then chimes in, saying, "I managed to capture 7 of them, although a few of them managed to slip away." Kai calmly reassures him, "Don't worry, I already dealt with the rest." Shuji Midu, utterly stunned, mutters, "Dealt with." He steps up and demands, "Wait, Kai Aragi, did you?" But Kai instantly confesses, "Yeah, I killed them. I did not leave a single soldier alive except for the prisoners right here." Hearing this, Jane Kanzaki remarks, "You are as ruthless as ever, aren't you?" Shuji Midu asks. "But why did you have to do that?" Kai explains, "Because I knew Arashi and his crew were busy fighting Gus, so I figured I would just clear out all the small fry." Shuji Midu finally connects the dots. Lowering his head, he sighs, "So that is why Arashi and his team were nowhere to be found." Rina turns to them and asks, "Is this the rebellion plan you discussed last time? Are you serious?" About this, Kai, refusing to over-explain, points ahead and says, "What is the point of that question? Those bound soldiers over there already gave you your answer." Kai's cold actions leave Shuji Midu feeling completely disappointed. He asks, "Did you actually team up with Arashi Kai Aragi? I thought you were my comrade." Kai, who hates bickering, simply denies it, saying, "No, I only do whatever I want." Kai then adds, "And besides, Shuji Midu, don't you think it would be better to search for Arashi instead of bothering me?" Shuji Midu snaps out of it, cursing, "Damn, it looks like we do not have time for idle chatter." Shuji Midu rushes forward and shouts to the group, "Let's go, we have to stop Arashi and his team." Leonora speaks up in a cold voice, "Looks like you have lost, hasn't you, Gus?" Bloody and broken Gus replies in bitter disappointment, "What a pathetic sight. I guess I could not fight against my own old age." Looking down from above, Narumi asks with concern, "What do we do now?" Arashi narrows his eyes and responds coldly, "We have no other choice. After everything that has happened, do you expect me to tuck my tail and run?" Atsushi is bewildered, while Kenta stammers in fear. "She's the one controlling us, right?" Leonora calmly explains, "Of course, there are certain conditions that must be met. If you accumulate enough energy to fight back, you might be fine." She sneers mockingly. "However, you are always relying on divine protections and have no idea how to control your own energy. In a sense, you all are nothing but helpless weaklings. That is why I can manipulate every single one of you." Hearing this, Arashi merely smirks. "All right, let's see how this goes." A warrior taunts her, betting she would lose at full power. Hearing this, a smug smirk creeps up her face. Leonora scoffs, her voice dripping with pure disdain. "What a cheap provocation. Fine, then I will deal with you all by myself. And I will personally shatter those fangs of yours." Gus panics and screams, "Lady Leonora, please tell me you are not going to use your powers to enslave them." That is going too far. Leonora simply closes her eyes and smiles. Gus, I am the saintess, am I not? She turns her gaze to the crowd, adding, God loves me far more than them. Instantly, Arashi roars and charges forward. Bring it on. Gus quickly backs away with a grunt. Raising her hand, Leonora casts a spell. Heavenly wood erupts from the ground, launching Arashi into the air. He groans in sheer agony, and before he can even recover, she unleashes heavenly wind. Arashi takes the brutal hit head-on. A violent tornado whips his body, forcing him to spit blood mid-air. He plummets down completely off balance, but luckily, Narumi rushes over to catch him, shouting his name, while Atsushi screams in absolute panic. Unmoved Leonora conjures her heavenly fire, unleashing a sea of flames that engulfs Atsushi as he screams in agony. Immediately after, she conjures heavenly water to form a massive liquid sphere. The water traps Kenta, leaving him completely bewildered. What's suffocating? He panics and cries out, I cannot breathe. Somebody please help me. His cries fade until he loses consciousness, and only then does Leonora finally stop. Narumi stares down from above, completely shocked. Leonora looks up, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. Are you guys done already? From afar, a voice defiantly shouts back. Not yet, Arashi roars in pure rage. You think you have won, you damn witch, right? After his outburst, another voice rings out. Wait, Midu leads the rest of the group as they rush in, looking up to shout. Stop fighting, Arashi. What do you hope to achieve by doing this? Arashi scowls and snaps back, Midu, if you want to stop me, then use your actual power. I absolutely hate your pacifist methods. Midu looks at them in disbelief, asking, do you all feel the same way? Narumi responds hesitantly. I am sorry, Midu, but I just cannot trust these people. Hearing this, Midu lowers his head in disappointment, whispering, I see. Behind him, Rina chimes in saying, I agree with Narumi. She solemnly adds, if you are going to do this, wouldn't it be better if we all join in? Hearing this, Mirai angrily objects. Rina, resorting to violence to solve our problems is completely wrong. Midu stammers and Leonora narrows her eyes in deep annoyance. Are you seriously still squabbling in a situation like this? Her eyes flash with a sharp, cold golden light. At this point, all of you are responsible for starting this rebellion. Do you honestly think I will forgive you just because someone steps forward to stop it now? Several students begin to panic, sheer anxiety written all over their faces. Rina glares coldly at Leonora. Midu is completely stunned, gasping in shock. Shiori stands beside him, trembling as she stammers, no way. Leonora suddenly unleashes a spell, screaming heavenly wind. Blow them away. Narumi does not hesitate to retaliate, declaring, I will not let you do that. He summons a counter-tornado, and the two massive wind forces clash, making the entire ground tremble. Everyone nearby scrambles back to avoid the wild raging gusts. Narumi starts losing ground, desperately struggling as he gasps. It is overpowering me. A split second later, he is blown away, dragging his entire team into the chaotic gale as screams echo everywhere. Midu grits his teeth to stay upright, shouting, Damn it, Shiori, crashes hard onto the ground, while others groan in absolute pain. One student is slammed back first into a tree, clutching his arm in pain. Seeing all his classmates injured, Midu looks deeply worried. Everyone stumbles, but a blood-soaked Arashi steps forward to reassure him. Calm down, Midu. No one is dead yet. He shouts with absolute gravity. If you want to protect everyone, you must change. They will all die if you keep acting like this. Midu grits his teeth and draws his sword, muttering, Damn it, I have no choice. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from behind them. Exactly. Rina grins excitedly, condensing a fireball in her hand as she says, Even I can no longer keep my cool. Mirai slowly adds, Although I hate violence, it seems we have no other choice now. One by one, the students step forward to confront Leonora and Gus. Across from them, the saintess scoffs in mockery. Let me show you all the massive gap between our powers. Nearby, Jane Kenzaki looks at Kai Aragi, anxiously asking, What should we do now? Kai Aragi stands silently under the shade of a tree before finally replying. The moment she tries to enslave them with her magic, I will step in. Until then, we must have faith in them. As both sides face off, the tension becomes absolutely suffocating. From behind, Gus speaks Lady Leonora. He steps forward with his sword raised to shield her, saying, I may lack strength, but I am still your loyal knight. Leonora reaches her hand out to him, a soft blue light radiating gently. Let me heal those wounds of yours. A healing magic envelops Gus, instantly closing his wounds. His arm and forehead begin to recover, and with a tight grip on his sword, he looks ahead with absolute resolve. Now you and I can see Midu's group immediately bracing themselves and sliding into defensive stances. Narumi snarls in frustration. Damn it, we went through so much just to defeat you. But Rina quickly reassures him, saying, We are strong too, we can beat them. Leonora mocked, smiling calmly as she told them to try whenever they liked. To me, this battle is just a little test for you all, she calmly continued. But of course, if you cannot defeat me, you can never become heroes. Suddenly, Midu charged forward with a loud shout, Everyone, protect me. He swung his sword at Gus, who quickly blocked the strike. But in that very split second, Midu's blade, look at that, he sliced straight through his opponent's sword. Gus stared in complete shock at his broken weapon. Sensing extreme danger, the old man quickly leaped backward, staring at Midu while realizing this kid could easily cut right through his weapon. Meanwhile, Leonora waved her hands, chanting a spell to shape her ice magic, molding it into razor-sharp blades designed to impale her target. Instantly, a deadly rain of ice shards launched straight at Midu. Ren reacted instantly, unleashing a massive burst of melting flames that completely vaporized the incoming ice spikes. Leonora frowned in disappointment, asking if that was truly the best they could do. Without waiting, she unleashed another massive barrage of sharp ice. Midu raised his sword to defend, but a stray shard grazed his cheek, leaving a bleeding gash. Damn it. Narumi screamed from behind. Meanwhile, Mirai focused her power, lifting a massive boulder into the air and shouting, What do you think you are doing to our leader? Behind her, Narumi quietly activated his wind-controlling magic, prepping a vicious wind slash to combine with Mirai's flying boulder. They launched their coordinated assault, locking their deadly glares onto Leonora. But just as their spells closed in a glowing transparent barrier, shielded her, shattering their attacks into harmless dust. Talk about anticlimactic. Their ultimate move did nothing, leaving them completely stunned as Leonora offered a smug smile. Gentle smile. I am loved and protected by God, so those skills won't work on me. Watching from the trees, Kai whispered from behind a tree, reading her holy stats. Name Leonora Degaris. Age 18. Gender female. Attack, rating rank A. Defense rank D. Agility rank D. Endurance rank E. Mana rank S. Status normal. Summoning level 5. Divine Guard, level 5. All elemental skills, level 4. Sub-skills, level 3. Kai lowered his head silently, analyzing her stats. Even though her raw defense rating was relatively low, she did not even need to dodge. A direct physical attack could pierce her barrier, but Gus would easily block his path. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Arashi fought with Gus throwing a powerful kick at him. Gus blocked it effortlessly, asking if he was too tired to use his destructive blast. Arashi Shunsuke smirked, replying he did not need his ultimate move for someone like him. He then shouted a command to Midu, shouting, I will handle Gus, you go destroy that saintess. Midu nodded in agreement, though he felt some hesitation. Without bypassing her divine barrier, his current sword would not even scratch her. He pointed his blade at Leonora, hesitating. For a brief second. Right then, someone tossed him a brand new sword, shouting, Midu, use this instead. The person who threw it was Heike. Midu caught the blade, thanking his friend, while Leonora watched the entire exchange with great amusement. I think things are getting interesting. Are you finally ready, Midu? Midu's eyes locked onto her with pure resolve. There are people putting their trust in me, so I must defeat you, Leonora. With that, he instantly charged. Leonora calmly fired throwing stars, but Midu nimbly dodged and sliced them mid-air. Watching from behind, Rina grew anxious, realizing that if their skills could not bypass that divine barrier, they could not help him fight. Narumi agreed, noting they were too close to aid Arashi Shunsuke either. Mirai gritted her teeth in frustration, admitting they had no choice but to stand back and watch. Stepping into this fight now would only make them a massive burden. On the other side, Gus pressed his relentless attack, swinging his sword, but Arashi ducked low to easily evade it. Moving fast, Arashi Shunsuke drove a fist straight into the old man's face, following up with a brutal roundhouse kick to his side. Gus gasped in shock, but Arashi Shunsuke did not stop. He roared, landing another heavy punch directly to his chest, sending Gus flying backward. Arashi Shunsuke coldly mocked him, asking why he was suddenly so slow when his wounds had already healed. Gus snapped back, noting that Arashi Shunsuke had also pushed himself to the point where he could no longer use his barrier. Meanwhile, the duel between Midu and Leonora raged on. She summoned massive fireballs and hurled them straight at him. Midu dodged but realized he was only retreating. If this kept up, she would easily crush him from a distance. Gritting his teeth, he swore he would find a way to beat her as they faced off in the chaos. Leonora maintained her fake smile, praising Midu by saying very few in this land could dodge her attacks like that. Midu did not reply. His eyes turned cold as he realized that no matter how hard he tried to evade, staying at this distance meant he was stuck in a completely one-sided fight that he simply could not win. Enough of this. Midu had to find a way to defeat her from a distance or get closer. He glanced over at his allies, calculating his next move since their guardian spirits were useless here and no one could help him. Besides, long-range attacks were Leonora's absolute specialty. Suddenly, his aura flared violently as Midu resolved to do whatever it took. Realizing he had no choice but to force his way in close, moving even faster than he ever did before. Leonora flinched as she sensed Midu's massive energy. Without a second thought, Midu charged straight ahead. Seeing him close the gap, she unleashed her wind magic, summoning deadly wind spears that whistled through the air and launched at him like a storm. Midu dodged like lightning, tearing through the air in an instant. Panicking, Leonora slammed her hand onto the ground, pouring all her power into a single shout sink. Suddenly, Midu froze mid-dash, feeling something dragging his feet down hard. Total panic washed over his face. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Leonora immediately conjured a fierce fire spell. Flames erupted from her hands. She hurled the fire straight at Midu, completely engulfing him in a painful blazing inferno. Midu screamed in agony. From the sidelines, Rina cried out his name. Leonora watched calmly, analyzing her fallen opponent. He had gathered every last drop of energy in his body. Now he wanted to unleash it all in a single strike. Truly a terrifying talent. Midu lay motionless, covered in blood. Leonora could barely contain her smug satisfaction as she whispered, "But as of right now, I am still superior." Meanwhile, Arashi was locked in combat, with Gus starting to feel incredibly anxious. Without his signature explosive punch, how could he possibly win? Gus gave him absolutely no time to think. Charging forward with his sword. "Are you hesitating? Your face says it all, kid." With that, Gus swung his blade, slashing down brutally. Blood splattered everywhere. Arashi failed to dodge, taking the blow full on and screaming in agonizing pain. He glared at the old man, furious that he was being pushed to his absolute limits by a senior. Gus pointed his sword at Arashi's shoulder, mocking him. "Still a total amateur, huh? This is what happens when you cannot use your guardian spirit." Arashi's eyes went blank as past memories rushed in. This was not the person he wanted to be. Clenching his fists, he realized he did not need his explosive powers just to prove his strength. Arashi prepared to take a deep breath and forced himself to stand. Gus gasped, shocked to see him rising. Gritting his teeth against the sharp blade cutting into his flesh, his eyes burned with fury. "What the heck?" Gus gasped. Arashi clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating punch straight to the old man's face. Caught completely off guard, Gus was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground as blood poured out. Arashi walked over, looking down with cold, ruthless eyes. "I won, bastard." Meanwhile, Midu lay completely motionless on the ground. This cannot be the end. Flashbacks of his dear friends began rushing through his mind, pushing him forward. He had to protect them. Suddenly, a massive wave of raw power surged within. Midu stood up, his eyes glowing. He refused to let his friends suffer any longer. He would not stand by and watch. Leonora raised an eyebrow, mocking him. Well, impressive that you can still stand." Midu tightly gripped, his sword glaring with cold eyes. Leonora laughed mockingly. "No matter how hard you try, you will never get close to me." Without another word, Midu lunged like a tempest. Leonora's eyes narrowed as she realized he was already right in front of her, slashing furiously. She barely dodged, but the blade still sliced her arm. What on earth? Looking at the blood, she gritted her teeth. Did she drop her guard? No, that was not it at all. Before she could even process it, Midu materialized right behind her. Reacting instantly, she spun to cast earth magic. Massive stone pillars erupted to block his strike. Retreating quickly, a wave of sheer confusion washed over her face. Something was vastly different now. It was not that she let her guard down, it was his blindingly fast speed. He had closed the distance almost instantly. Masking her panic, she forced a wry smirk. An earth-shrinking skill, perhaps. Seems God truly favors you. Brimming with lethal intent, Midu roared. I only wished for power to protect everyone. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting his blade straight at her heart. Yet Leonora remained entirely calm and composed. Even so, you still lack the power to touch me. Instantly, she unleashed her absolute dominance magic, exerting a crushing pressure that forced Midu to his knees. He gasped, unable to move. Leonora smirked, speaking in a cold, sinister voice. I did not want to use this, but you left me no choice. Watching from afar, Kai Aragi realized things were turning bad. The trump card is out. Kanzaki, do it now, he ordered with absolute resolve. Leonora calmly clasped her hands, watching Midu get trapped inside her glowing magic circle. A sinister grin spread across her face as she whispered coldly, I never expected to use enslavement magic on you. But you are truly. On the floor, Shuji Midu is gritting his teeth, writhing in pain. Damn it. Seeing him pinned down, Rina immediately runs forward from behind. Mirai screams his name in pure panic, Shuji Midu-kun. Suddenly, Leonora commands them to freeze, releasing a massive wave of power. This immense force binds their bodies, leaving everyone completely paralyzed. Breaking into a cold sweat, Narumi anxiously complains that he cannot move at all. Watching the helpless class struggle to take a single step, Leonora smirks and offers them some condescending praise. Well done, everyone. You all passed the exam. With that, she looks down at the defeated man sprawled helplessly on the cold dirt. She coldly remarks that she never expected her knight Gus to fail, but notes that even legendary protectors are easily replaced. Wearing a sinister smile, she cheerfully declares that as long as she controls the summoned hero candidates, nothing else really matters. The students glare back at her with absolute fury. Narumi grits his teeth, realizing this setup was rigged against them from the start. Shuji Midu's eyes widen as a chilling thought hits him. Without some kind of secret countermeasure, they are completely at her mercy. With her hands folded, Leonora gloatingly watches her helpless puppets. She summoned these foreign teens, specifically because they are so easy to control. To her, untamed heroes are nothing but a danger to the Empire, so placing them on a leash from the beginning is an absolute necessity. Suddenly, a volley of sharp daggers flies from the tree line. Reacting instantly, Leonora summons a defensive barrier of conjured wood, heavenly wood. The blades crash into the barrier and drop into the mud as her temporary wooden shield quickly dissolves away. Closing her eyes, Leonora speaks directly toward the forest shadows. She knew a rat was hiding, specifically the one who killed her slaves. Guilty as charged, Leonora. Outsteps a young man radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. Surprised, the saintess addresses him as Kai Aragi. Kai Aragi chuckles, expressing surprise that a high and mighty saintess would pay attention to someone as unremarkable as him. Leonora calmly replies that he stood out from day one. Despite possessing a useless appraisal skill, his constant composure was highly unnatural. Such perfect poker face control is definitely not the trait of an amateur. Kai Aragi silently listens as she admits her disappointment. She never expected him to throw away his life in a foolish, completely unwinnable battle like this one. Suddenly, Kai Aragi's eyes turn sharp and deadly. Unwinnable. Whether I win or lose is something only I get to decide. Leonora bursts into mocking laughter, challenging him to try. Instantly, a blinding magical light wraps around his entire body. Do not move, she commands. Staring at the glowing runes locking his limbs, Kai Aragi realizes exactly what is happening. The binding magic creeps from his hands up his arms and legs. So this is her legendary enslavement curse. Raising her hand with a smug grin, she asks if he understands his place now. But before she finishes her sentence, blood splatters across the clearing. Leonora screams in agony, clutching her torn shoulder in utter shock. What just happened? Through the rising gun smoke, Kai Aragi lowers his weapon and sighs. Damn, I missed. Guess your reflexes are real, saintess. Seeing him completely unfazed by her spell, Leonora flies into a rage, screaming how it is possible for him to move. Without answering, Kai Aragi pulls the trigger again. The high-speed projectile tears straight into her abdomen, making her shriek in pain. Clutching her bleeding stomach, she glares at the metal object in his hand, terrified that she cannot block its attacks. Kai Aragi explains that this is the deadliest killing tool from his original world, capable of ending lives in a heartbeat. He warns her that ammo is extremely limited, so he would prefer not to waste any more on her. Panicking, Leonora summons a blazing flame. She does not know how he resisted her spell, but she unleashes her ultimate fire. Caught off guard, Kai Aragi freezes as the massive fireball hurtles right toward him, leaving him no room to escape. Covering his face, he braces for impact, while Leonora grins, victoriously celebrating her apparent victory over the legendary assassin. But her smile quickly vanishes. Inside the roaring flames, there is no body, only his empty burning cloak remains. A quiet rustle sounds right behind her. Before she can turn, Kai Aragi appears from the shadows, pressing his gun barrel to her head. "Do not move," he whispers. He calmly points out that watching her fight Shuji Midu made her close-range weakness painfully obvious. "High tier man." Leonora glares back, trembling with utter frustration. How could her absolute unbreakable mind control magic fail against a weak commoner? Kai Aragi simply shrugs, claiming he is also clueless. In reality, he knows he took an incredibly reckless gamble to survive. He risked his entire life on a single theory, and fortunately, his crazy bet actually paid off in the end. He remembers his conversation with Kanzaki just hours prior, where he had desperately pleaded with her to take control of him. Blushing furiously, Kanzaki had backed away until her shoulders hit the door, staring at him as if he were completely insane. Sweating and embarrassed, she had blurted out that she was definitely not into that weird stuff, leaving him utterly baffled. He had to quickly clear up the misunderstanding, explaining the shocking secret he had recently discovered about their system magic. Magic. When it came to magic, she still had not found any details about slavery spells. But she did uncover something highly crucial: Kai Aragi. Kai Aragi asked her to elaborate. She explained that whichever skill is activated first will take absolute priority over any subsequent spells, leaving Kanzaki in complete shock. Could it be that if she cast her domination spell on him, it would actually nullify the slavery magic completely? Kai Aragi calmly replied that it was highly likely, since a guardian skill was naturally far more powerful than basic magic. Hearing this, Kanzaki placed her hand on her chin, asking anxiously if that was true, since her own skill seemed much weaker than the Saintess's slavery magic. But Kai Aragi calmly explained that technically everything comes down to level. He then looked down at the data in his possession, analyzing her stats. Kanzaki: age, 17, female. Attack is C rank, defense is D rank, and agility is D rank, with E rank strength, B rank magic, and a normal status. Her guardian skill was level 1 domination, which she would use to counter Leonora's level 3 slavery magic. Looking at Leonora de Garris, she was 18, female with an A rank attack, and her defense was D rank. Agility, D, strength, E, and S rank magic. She possessed level 5 summoning magic along with level 5 holy guardian skills, plus level 4 elemental magic and level 3 slavery magic. Hearing this, Kanzaki fell deep into thought, realizing that even so, if she used her skill first, she could still lose control over her target. But Kai Aragi raised his hand to explain that such a chance was incredibly low. He recalled his clash with Steady, who had laughed maniacally, claiming it was useless. Kai Aragi had pointed out that Steady's domination magic completely outclassed her own. Flashing a wicked grin, Steady then ordered his monsters to wake up. Kai Aragi admitted that, at first, he actually believed the demons would obey her commands, but he was dead wrong. Back then, Kanzaki's face had twisted in terror as she stammered, wondering why, while Kai Aragi's sharp eyes explained the simple truth. Steady had activated his magic long before she could trigger her own skill. Kai Aragi then pointed out how they could shut down Leonora's spell. To counter her slavery magic, the exact same principle would likely work. Back in the present, Kai Aragi wore a deadly serious expression, knowing this was an absolute gamble. He thought to himself about how long he could actually move while being dominated. Meanwhile, a suspicious Leonora wondered if Kanzaki had already done something. Pressing his gun directly against Leonora's head, Kai Aragi coldly noted that she had finally caught on, admitting he was currently acting under Kanzaki's total domination. Infuriated by this revelation, Leonora gritted her teeth, cursing their underhanded tricks. But looking down at her, Kai Aragi calmly declared that it was over for Saintess Leonora. He pulled the trigger of his weapon, shot directly in the abdomen. Leonora collapsed onto the hard ground with a painful cry. She weakly turned around with a grimace, staring at her wrists. She realized with dread that her magical powers were being completely suppressed by the iron handcuffs bound around her. Kai Aragi casually explained that he had actually borrowed them from the loyal followers of the Demon King. He vividly remembered another girl's warning that these handcuffs completely blocked her abilities, though she was now perfectly fine. Staring at her calmly with zero fear in his eyes, Kai Aragi noted that the cuffs evidently blocked her skills too. Leonora glared back at him with a dangerous, icy stare, demanding to know his ultimate plans for her. In response, Kai Aragi casually waved, his hand, his voice, dropping to a freezing tone. He offered to release her, provided she returned them to their original world. Leonora shook her head, claiming it was impossible. She could only summon them, whereas returning them home required an entirely different set of skills. Kai Aragi's expression turned pensive, realizing she likely was not lying, especially since her status profile made no mention of any return magic. Turning to face her, he questioned why she had previously claimed they could go home after defeating the Demon King. Leonora recalled the chaos of that day, noting that summoning people from another world demanded an immense amount of energy. She had prayed to God to successfully pull them across dimensions. Meanwhile, the others, now unsealed, listened in complete shock as she continued claiming they were brought here by divine will. Supposedly, once their mission was complete, they would be sent back. Kai Aragi remained highly skeptical, demanding to know if she was absolutely certain that returning home was even a realistic possibility. Leonora snapped back, insisting she was sure, revealing she had summoned numerous other hero candidates before their group arrived. However, not a single one of them had managed to even reach the Demon King. Shocked by this, Kai Aragi frowned, noting that she had never mentioned them. He demanded to know their fate, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. Leonora admitted that most were slaughtered by the Demon King's forces. Though a few survived and scattered, she had no idea where they were hiding. Kai Aragi closed his eyes as the grim reality clicked. Hearing such a hopeless truth was enough to crush anyone's motivation. That was exactly why she had kept them in the dark. Grimacing, she snapped back, asking if they wanted to remain here, forever warning that the Demon King's army would eventually hunt them down anyway. With a cold glare, Kai Aragi realized they had no other choice. Sensing a golden opportunity to negotiate her release, Leonora quickly agreed and proposed, "If you want to win this battle, you need the kingdom's help, right? Let me go, and I'll overlook this." Unmoved, Kai Aragi raises his blade to finish Leonora off, but out of nowhere, Midu rushes in and grabs his arm. Stopping him in his tracks, Midu begs Kai Aragi to wait, prompting a sharp glare from his friend, who demands to know why he is interfering. Kai Aragi thought they were on the same page, yet Midu is still clinging to his hopelessly naive ideals. With unwavering resolve, Midu explains that he only agreed to the plan because he genuinely believed she held their ticket home. Midu still wants to keep his hero candidate title, but Kai Aragi remains completely cold, tightly gripping his weapon. He reminds Midu that they have already started a rebellion, pausing as he considers the weight of those words. Sensing a chance, Leonora quickly plays the victim and begs them to just forget everything that happened. Looking at Midu's hand on his shoulder, Kai Aragi admits it sounds logical, but letting her go is still a massive gamble. She is far too dangerous, and they will never get a second chance to capture her like this. Glancing over at Kanzaki, Kai Aragi realizes Leonora will definitely retaliate and target her the moment she gets her freedom back. Midu argues that killing a saintess makes them criminals, proposing they force her to promise better treatment instead. Mir quickly agrees, with Midu pointing out that not everyone in their group is cut out for combat. If they end up as wanted, criminals, defeating the Demon Lord will be completely out of the question. Rina avoids eye contact while agreeing, and a terrified Narumi suggests finding a way to secure her word. However, another voice sides with Kai Aragi, warning that they simply cannot trust her after pushing this rebellion so incredibly far. Midu instantly counters with fierce determination, admitting the risk but refusing to leave themselves with no escape route. Kai Aragi watches Midu's desperate plea and understands his friend's anxiety, knowing the entire class's safety is weighing on his mind. While Kai Aragi is confident in his own survival, he cannot afford to make a reckless gamble here. Narrowing his eyes, Kai Aragi makes his move. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoes through the room, accompanied by a spray of blood. He pulled the trigger point blank. Leonora barely lets out a shriek before the bullet pierces her head. Midu screams in sheer horror as Leonora collapses heavily to the cold floor, drawing her final bloody breath before them. The room falls into stunned silence. Seething with rage, Midu roars Kai Aragi's name as a smoke bomb is detonated. Shrouded in the thick fog, Kai Aragi bids Midu farewell, forcing his classmate to shield his eyes from the expanding smoke. As the smoke clears, Midu is left standing empty-handed before collapsing to his knees, utterly consumed by burning frustration. He curses his helplessness, while Mir clenches her fists in bitter resentment at Kai Aragi's sudden and unforgivable decision. Rina glares with burning hatred, muttering that Kai Aragi has always been a selfish monster who only thinks of himself. Narumi grimaces in utter shock. Meanwhile, Kanzaki slowly approaches the lifeless body, her eyes trembling with a quiet rising dread. She cannot believe her own eyes, completely paralyzed by the realization that Kai Aragi actually went ahead and killed her. Yet everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. She remembers their conversation right before the battle. When she looked back at him with confusion, Kai Aragi laid out exactly what was about to unfold in their mission. He explained that their primary goal was to take Leonora hostage and extract the secret of returning to the real world. But his voice grew ice cold as he added that if she proved useless, she would have to die. Though terrified, Kanzaki nodded. Kai Aragi then turned his gaze toward Midu, who was fighting desperately on the front lines. He predicted that even if there was no way home, Midu's naive morals would force him to protect her anyway. Because of that, Kai Aragi resolved that he would execute her himself at that exact moment and then escape. Kanzaki was stunned by the plan, questioning if he really intended to bear the heavy burden of murder all alone. He explained that letting those soldiers escape was a deliberate move, ensuring he would be branded the sole mastermind behind this. With him taking all the heat, the rest of the class would remain completely clear of any crime or suspicion. When she nervously questioned if everything would really go that smoothly, Kai Aragi turned to her with absolute confidence. He told her to use her domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom if things turned sour. He promised he could survive on his own. Back in the present, Kanzaki can only feel a deep, aching worry. Looking up at the ominous crimson moon hanging in the dark night, she softly whispers Kai Aragi's name in silence. The blood-red light bathes the castle in an eerie glow. Deep inside the palace, a mysterious man wears a devilish smile. He muses over these foreign hero candidates, blessed by some god, while a lone figure kneels in silence before his throne. Answered respectfully, "Yes, my lord. We tried to eliminate them multiple times, but failed every single time." Meanwhile, the man sitting on the Menet throne reassured them, "Do not worry. What we can accomplish inside enemy territory is still limited. For now, let's just leave them be. Sooner or later, they will reveal themselves." A sinister smile crept across his face. "We'll leave them alone for now. They'll show up eventually. And honestly, things are starting to get way more interesting." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, as sunlight filters through the canopy, Kai Aragi is on the move. He travels from path to path, finally scooping up a handful of fresh spring water for a quick drink. Looking up, he realizes 2 days have already passed since that crazy incident. Looking at his map, a major city should be close by. Staring at a mountain in the distance, Kai Aragi decides he needs a higher vantage point. He wastes no time scaling the peak. Standing on the summit, he peers down. Right there, surrounded by massive walls, is a small city. Finally, he found it. At this rate, it'll take half a day on foot. By nightfall, bright moonlight drapes over the city, making everything look peaceful. Creeping through the tall grass, Kai Aragi hopes the late hour works in his favor. Staring at the massive gates, he knows one thing. As a wanted criminal accused of murdering the Saintess, he can't just stroll through the front door. Under dark cover, he hooks a rope onto the wall. Unsure of what awaits him inside, Kai Aragi hauls himself up the rope to sneak over. He lands quietly on the other side. Sneaking through the dark alleys, he surveys his new surroundings. All right, first order of business, he needs to make some quick cash. Walking down the street, Kai Aragi tosses his coin pouch. The meager loot he grabbed from those dead soldiers isn't going to cut it. Suddenly, a loud commotion catches his attention. Checking out the sign, his eyes light up. A local tavern, the perfect place to start. Inside the tavern is packed with rowdy laughing patrons. Spotting a new customer entering the door, the tavern owner calls out to him, "Welcome, what can I get for you tonight?" And yes, our guy Kai Aragi steps in, keeping his guard up as he scans the room. Taking a seat, he keeps his head low and orders a simple mug of beer along with some food. But then, a man sitting nearby spots his unfamiliar face and asks, "I haven't seen you around. Just passing through town?" Instantly, Kai Aragi spins a believable lie. "Yeah, I was forced out of my hometown," Kai Aragi says. "Just looking for some work." Hearing this, the man gets surprisingly emotional. Tears actually stream down his face. "Wait, did you flee from the Demon Lord's invading army? Man, I am so incredibly sorry to hear that." Kai Aragi glances at him, relieved by the convenient misunderstanding. He quickly seizes the opportunity. "Do you know of any local jobs that don't require showing any identification?" Just then, the owner slides over a cold drink. "Well, if that's the case, you should probably become an adventurer. Here's your brew." Taking the mug, Kai Aragi raises an eyebrow. An adventurer, huh? What kind of work do they even do? The tavern owner smiles and explains that adventurers can pick up various quests posted by the guild. Usually it's hunting down dangerous magic beasts. Suddenly, the drunk guy beside them cuts in. Whoa, boss, if he lacks skills, he'll get himself killed instantly. But honestly, looking at this kid, I can tell he's already seen his fair share of action. Turning to Kai Aragi, he adds, right, besides, you're traveling all on your own. Taking a slow sip of beer, Kai Aragi replies, if it's just dealing with magic beasts, I can handle myself. Putting his mug down, Kai Aragi asks, so how do I register? Stirring a pot of soup, the owner chuckles. Simple. Head to the Grand Guild Hall right in the center of town and sign up. They're desperate for recruits right now, so they won't ask any awkward questions about your past. Kai Aragi smirks. Wow, boss, you know, a whole lot. The owner laughs, explaining that he used to be an active adventurer himself back in the day, but a bad knee forced me to retire. Placing a steaming plate on the table, he adds, here is your food. The next morning, as the morning sun finally rises, high warm light streams through the inn window. Rubbing his eyes, a groggy Kai Aragi yawns. Morning already. He gets dressed, heads downstairs, and approaches the front desk. Thanks for letting me stay on such short notice. I might stick around for a while longer. The receptionist flashes a warm, bright smile. We are incredibly grateful for your patronage, sir. Please have a safe journey. Stepping outside, Kai Aragi breathes a sigh of relief. The receptionist saw his face clearly and didn't react at all. He reassures himself. After all, this world lacks photographic tech, meaning he doesn't need to be constantly looking over his shoulder. Shortly after, Kai Aragi arrives in front of a building featuring a prominent shield emblem. Looking up, he mutters to himself. So, this is the Adventurers Guild, huh? Pushing the heavy doors wide open, he steps inside to a lively atmosphere. Some adventurers are sharing rowdy laughs, while others carefully study quest boards. Spotting a helpful-looking girl in blue, Kai Aragi figures. That's the front desk. Walking over without a moment of hesitation, he gets straight to the point. Excuse me, I'd like to register. As an adventurer, the receptionist smiles politely. Of course, there is a registration fee of 1 silver coin. Is that all right? Kai Aragi slides a shiny coin across the counter. No problem. Nabbing the coin, she gets to work. All right, please provide your name, age, and place of origin. Knowing he absolutely cannot reveal his true identity, Kai Aragi makes up a fake alias on the spot. Kai Aragi, 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army destroyed his homeland, leaving him stranded here. The receptionist smiled. I see, I will register you with that information. Kai Aragi was stunned, unable to believe that his real-world alias was actually accepted. Here in this place. He nodded. Yes, please. The receptionist stamped the papers. And you are officially registered. She pointed to the board, cheerily explaining the details. Now, let me walk you through how the guild system works. She continued explaining. Adventurers are ranked from F to A, entirely based on their achievements and successful quests. Rank A means elite pros. Rank B covers guild branch leaders. Rank C is for top-tier talents, while D represents standard adventurers. Rank E is official members, and F is for apprentices and rookies. Obviously, higher ranks mean better rewards. Plus, only top-tier adventurers can take on the truly dangerous and difficult high-level quests. Kai Aragi listened closely. The receptionist added, since you are completely new, Kai Aragi-sama, you will start as an F rank. You can rank up by completing quests. She then pointed towards the bulletin board, sitting in the corner. All available quests are posted right over there. I highly recommend taking an F rank quest for your very first run. Kai Aragi looked over and nodded. He walked up to the board, scanning the notices until his eyes locked onto one. The F-rank tasks were mostly gathering herbs or slaying phantom goblins. He reached out and grabbed a quest sheet. Phantom goblins. He had never heard of these beasts before, making it the perfect choice. But suddenly, a voice called out. 3 men approached him, their faces twisted with pure mockery and utter contempt. Who's this new kid? Hey, brat, thinking of hunting phantom goblins, better back off. A weak little kid like you has zero chance. Kai Aragi glared at the group, gritting his teeth in frustration, wondering who these annoying idiots even were. Kai Aragi stood there looking at them with clear irritation. Thanks for the warning, but could you please leave me alone? Feeling deeply insulted by his calm attitude, the thugs immediately lost their temper and snarled aggressively at him. Leave you alone, you've got some nerve, kid. The surrounding crowd barely batted an eye, totally used to this drama. They began whispering among themselves. Those guys are picking on a rookie again. They never seem to learn their lesson. The one-eyed thug barked, "You need a lesson, brat." As he raised his hand to strike, Kai Aragi moved instantly. Kai Aragi caught his wrist in a vice grip. The thug froze, terrified by the cold, murderous glare in Kai Aragi's eyes. "Let go of me, bastard," his voice cracked. Panicked, he frantically looked back at his friends for help. "What are you waiting for? Beat him up." The other two thugs immediately lunged at Kai Aragi from both sides. Kai Aragi remained utterly unfazed, his eyes completely calm. Before anyone in the room could even process what was happening, the three thugs were already on the floor, knocked out cold. Kai Aragi strolled away, quest, paper in hand, leaving everyone stunned. He silently realized that average adventurers were shockingly weak. Compared to actual hero candidates, they were just absolute jokes. Stepping outside, Kai Aragi muttered, "All right, let's wrap this quest up quickly." In no time, he reached the forest. Darting swiftly through the dense trees, Kai Aragi analyzed his surroundings, searching for any signs of the target monsters. Based on the quest details, those phantom goblins had to be hiding nearby. Suddenly, he spotted fresh footprints on the dirt. The tracks led straight into a dense thicket. He carefully followed the path, expecting some sort of wild beast. Pushing past the bushes, his combat instincts warned him of danger. Something was lurking here, and it definitely wasn't alone. He could feel multiple dark presences nearby. They were stealthy, but could they be the phantom goblins? Suddenly, a massive, dog-like creature lunged right behind Kai Aragi's back. Salivating heavily with hollow eyes, it wielded a massive blood-stained sword. As the monster swung, Kai Aragi's sharp reflexes kicked in, allowing him to dodge. He glanced at the stolen sword. He figured the weapon was likely looted from a human adventurer. Right then, another monster ambushed him from the shadows. Kai Aragi leaped back, dodging the strikes, and swiftly scooped up a handful of dirt, throwing it to blind his attacker. While the monster was distracted, the other tried attacking from behind. Kai Aragi spun, delivering a brutal kick to its face. He disarmed the beast and sliced it down without hesitation. The remaining monster froze in absolute terror. Not wanting to waste time, Kai Aragi hurled two throwing knives. The beast shrieked in pain as both threats were neutralized. His appraisal skill instantly activated. Nice appraisal. The detailed stats of both defeated monsters immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Phantom Goblin. Age: 22. Gender: male. Attack, defense, agility, strength, and magic values are blank. Status: dead. Skill: level 1 stealth. Kai Aragi figured these monsters posed zero threat. He decided to hunt more, to make some extra cash. After a brief hunting spree, Kai Aragi stood at the counter, piling up a mountain of severed monster ears. He had successfully hunted them down. Kai said, "These ears are proof that I defeated them. This should be enough, right?" The receptionist looked absolutely stunned. "Yes, but with this many, did you really do this all on your own?" He casually replied, "Yeah, hunting them is easy, but tracking them down took quite a while." It seemed Kai only struggled with finding the monsters. Even though he had more than enough skill to fight them, his scouting abilities were still pretty limited. Being an adventurer is pretty complicated. The surrounding crowd started whispering. He hunted those goblin mages that easily. Could he be a C-rank adventurer visiting from another city? But wait, I heard he is actually just a complete rookie. A rookie. The receptionist quickly excused herself. "I understand. Let me go prepare your reward. Please wait here for just a moment." Under the night sky, Kai repeatedly tossed his coin pouch in the air. He seemed pretty satisfied with this payout. Could he really earn this much cash just by hunting weak monsters from now on? To secure his daily living expenses, he decided he would stay in this city for a while and make a living as an adventurer. Kai put his gold away, telling himself that if he built some good relationships within the guild, gathering info would be much easier. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A massive man blocked Kai's path. Staring at him warily, Kai asked, "Do you have some problem with me?" Kai could tell this guy was on a completely different level than those guild rookies. The man introduced himself. "I am Lai, a B-rank adventurer. For your information, I am the one in charge of managing this city's guild branch." Kai gave a completely indifferent response, which made the man crack his knuckles aggressively. "You are Kai Aragi, right? You gave my underlings a pretty hard time today, didn't you?" Kai calmly replied. "They were the ones who started it." Lai pointed a finger right in his face and roared, "Don't lie to me. I heard some nameless rookie showed up and Beat my boys to a pulp, Kai just calmly replied, I see. Furious, the man lunged forward with a loud roar. I won't hold back. I'm going to teach you a lesson. He swung a heavy fist at Kai, but Kai effortlessly dodged the attack. The man threw a wild flurry of punches, but not a single one connected. Lai screamed, not yet, and then swung his leg for a kick. Kai easily swept his leg, making him lose his balance. What? Lai crashed to the ground. Kai calmly pointed out every flaw in his style. Your speed is decent, but your form is clumsy. Your movements are too wide, leaving you completely open. Refusing to back down, Lai lunged again. What did you say? Kai grabbed his arm, effortlessly twisted it behind his back, and pinned him to the dirt. Kai looked calm, while Lai was in shock. Seems like you aren't used to fighting other humans. Well, an adventurer's job is mostly about slaying magical beasts anyway. Lai grit his teeth. You bastard with strength like yours, why did you even mess with my boys? Kai immediately clarified. I told you it's just a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything from the start. The two of them then headed into a tavern. After hearing Kai's explanation, Lai panicked and blurted out, I am so sorry, that was entirely my fault. His outburst caught the attention of everyone nearby. Lai glared at his underlings with warning eyes. My boys lied to me, but it's still my fault for not questioning them. The three thugs from earlier had already been thoroughly beaten and were now kneeling in regret. Lai barked an order at them. Apologize to him right now. Trembling, the thugs stammered in unison. We're sorry, boss. Not to me, apologize to Kai. Aragi got it. In a complete panic, the thugs scrambled to kneel at Kai's feet. Yes, we are truly sorry. Kai didn't really care anymore and got straight to business. The misunderstanding is cleared up, so I won't hold a grudge. Besides that, I have a few questions. With an extremely welcoming face, Lai replied, forgive my rudeness. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Kai raised his glass and slowly began. You see, I'm just a traveler. Kai didn't hesitate to share his situation. The reason I registered as an adventurer is because I wanted to earn some travel money, but there's another reason. Munching on his food, Lai wondered. With your crazy amount of power, I can't imagine what kind of trouble you could possibly have. Mind telling me what you are looking for? Taking a sip of water, Kai said, I'm searching for a way to travel to another world. Lai and his underling immediately yelled out in shock. Travel to another world. The other two thugs exchanged highly skeptical looks, wondering if such a thing was even possible. But the hero candidates came from another world, didn't they? Kai continued. You're right. I'm talking about the method the hero candidates used to return to their original world. Lai stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, it must involve magic, right? Well, we don't know much about magic, Kai said. I know. It's not easy to find this kind of information. I was just hoping you might have some clue. Scratching his head, Lai said. Only one person would know about that. The great sage Elbana is probably your best bet. A glimmer of hope shone in Kai's eyes. Sage Lai explained that he had no idea why an elf would actually help this kingdom by offering up such incredibly valuable advice. That is when Kai suddenly paused, realizing he had heard that name somewhere before. Could the legends actually be true? An elf sage. An elf philosopher. It was exactly what he read in that old book. Kai recalled the rumors that elves live deep inside the forest, with only a few survivors left, making their stories mere legends. They rarely ever leave their secluded woodland home for the outside world. But among the very few who did venture out into the wider world, there was one extraordinary figure, known simply as the Sage. Lai did not hesitate to share what he knew, mentioning that the legendary figure had supposedly lived for more than 100 years. On top of that, he was incredibly wise, possessed vast knowledge, and was renowned as a master mage who truly understood ancient spells. Spells? Huh? Kai sat there lost in thought. Elves were famous for keeping a very close bond with the spirits for magical aid. Even if there seemed to be no obvious way for them to return to their original world, he realized a spell might make it possible. Suddenly, the one-eyed youth stood up and cut in with a burning question, asking if this legendary sage was even still alive. He admitted he had never heard a single rumor about him, and it seemed like nobody had actually ever laid eyes on him. Lai burst out laughing, admitting he had no clue either, before apologizing to Kai for not being able to provide more useful details. Kai quickly reassured him that the lead was actually great. Emptying his glass, he declared that this was more than enough for him. Standing up to take his leave, Kai mentioned it was getting late, and he needed to head back. but Lai suddenly stopped him. The man curiously asked what Kai planned to do once he actually figured out a way to cross over to another world. Kai just offered a mysterious smile, telling them he would leave that to their imagination, before walking away and leaving them utterly baffled. A few mornings later, the guild receptionist handed Kai a neat stack of silver coins, delivering his hard-earned reward for the latest mission. She thanked him warmly for his outstanding effort. As Kai took the coins, he realized a whole week had already flown by. During this time, he had managed to save up a decent sum. Just then, Lai and his one-eyed buddy ran over to him. They eagerly invited him out for a celebratory drink, but Kai politely turned them down, saying today was not a good time. Lai just sighed, calling him a total party pooper. Walking away with a piece of paper, Kai focused on his next move. He had finally gathered some solid clues regarding the sage. Consulting the map in his hands, he pinpointed the target's current whereabouts. The man was named Elbana Ket. About 10 years ago, he served as a royal advisor, but he had since retired to the border. He now lived quietly near the western frontier, which happened to be the exact war zone where humanity clashed with the Demon Lord's army. With his next destination set, Kai's eyes burned with resolve. There was absolutely no reason for him to linger in this city. He resolved to finally track down this so-called sage. Meanwhile, far away in the sacred temple city of Alpha, 4 people sat huddled in discussion. A man with distinct purple hair cleared his throat to speak. He announced that a full month had passed since he took over the hero candidates, replacing the deceased Saintess. This commander was Harik, a holy knight of the 8th Order. Shujimi-do casually noted that Harik had done an outstanding job. Harik beamed with a bright, proud smile, glad to hear it. After all, these young candidates were priceless assets to the kingdom. He claimed he was simply showing them the respect they deserved. Mirai thanked him, but privately found him highly suspicious. He seemed entirely different from Leonora, but still shady. Harik then shifted the focus back to deploying troops. He got straight to the point, revealing that yesterday's council meeting had officially decided to mobilize the hero candidates. The air in the room instantly grew heavy. Shuji Midu broke the silence, realizing the decision had finally been made. He asked if they were indeed being sent straight to the front lines. Harik's expression grew serious as he confirmed it. Harik pointed directly at the map, explaining that with the war still raging on the western border, they were headed there. They would be sent to a frontline fortress between the Verdora and Digere kingdoms. Shuji Midu had no plans to refuse. But he had a condition. He reminded Harik of a previous promise, and the commander immediately nodded in agreement. He meant protecting their friends who could not fight, right? Harik promised to keep them safe, earning Shuji Midu's thankful smile. However, Harik attached a catch of his own, stating that those allies would still need to work to earn their keep. After all, they needed to work to eat. Shuji Midu felt anxious for his friends, but agreed it might be good for them. Mirai chimed in to ask when they would depart. Harik gave a quick nod, signaling that they had very little time. He revealed they would likely leave tomorrow morning, instructing them to notify the rest of the group to pack immediately. Leaving the meeting together, Mirai happily expressed how glad she was that the Holy Knights accepted their conditions. Shuji Midu sighed in relief, confessing he was initially terrified that their requests might have been a bit too. With absolute certainty, I'm pretty sure they don't have the confidence to keep us under control without Leonora. That's exactly why they're now acting so humble. Since Leonora was killed, they're bound to be on high alert. She sighed, wondering where Kai Aragi could be right now. Shuji Midu's mind drifted back to the past. Right after Leonora was killed and Kai Aragi fled, the entire class had been left in utter shock. The Holy Maiden was dead, leaving the Pope completely devastated. Who could possibly kill her? But Rina stubbornly insisted on one name. The culprit was Kai. As a hero candidate himself, nobody wanted to believe it. How could someone from their own squad do this? It was impossible. A worried Pope demanded to know his location, prompting Rina to scowl as she spat out her bitter reply. He had already fled, running away like the dirty traitor he was. The royal guards broke into a frantic chatter at the news. They needed to launch an immediate investigation, or at the very least confirm whether their beloved Holy Maiden was truly gone. But the Pope remained skeptical. He scoffed, pointing out how convenient the story was. That pushed Arashi over the edge in fury. He lashed out at the old man, but the Pope calmly countered, suggesting they might have all conspired to assassinate Leonora. Tension filled the room as Shuji Midu's stomach churned. Fortunately, a nearby soldier quickly stepped forward to clear the air. He testified to the bishop that he had witnessed the whole scene, gesturing to the candidates standing before them. He claimed these heroes had fought desperately to protect the Holy Maiden, but they were utterly overwhelmed by Kai's monstrous power. With the Holy Maiden dead, another guard chimed in, backing up the story and claiming he had seen the exact same thing. With multiple eyewitnesses corroborating the tale, the Pope was taken aback and had no choice but to reconsider his doubts. He decided to trust the knight's words, but questioned how powerful Kai really was. Shuji Midu didn't hesitate to give an honest answer. He admitted Kai was absurdly strong, having hidden his true power from everyone. Their plan was finally falling into place. The Pope gestured for them to follow him inside, wanting to discuss the details of the incident in his private quarters. He requested one of them to join him. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Kaki was secretly channeling her magical authority. Her absolute mind control was taking hold perfectly. Shuji Midu glanced her way, his eyes silently, conveying his deepest gratitude. Thanks to her, they had barely squeaked by. Yet the heavy burden of their shared secret still weighed on them. Shuji Midu stood there completely lost in thought, until Mirai suddenly spoke up, asking if he was still worried about Kai Aragi. He shrugged it off with a dry laugh, agreeing it was pointless, before they quietly walked away, leaving him to his thoughts. Kai Aragi had taken the fall to protect them all. Clenching his fists in silent resolve, Shuji Midu followed Mirai back into the room. Standing before the class, Shuji Midu delivered the grim news that they were officially being deployed to the dangerous front lines. Everyone capable of combat had to pack up and march out by sunrise, sending a wave of absolute dread through the class. The reality of war had finally caught up to them, leaving several students completely terrified. But Rina remained utterly unfazed. She scoffed, telling them it was way too late for cold feet, since they had already volunteered for the vanguard. The boys sheepishly looked away, while Shiori spoke up anxiously, asking if they would be left to fight all alone. Shuji Midu reassured her, explaining they would be under the direct command of Captain Herrick and the elite 8th Night Order. Right then, Jane Kenzaki chimed in, asking if there was any word on Kai Aragi. Shuji Midu could only shake his head in defeat. He revealed that a massive bounty had been placed on Kai Aragi's head, with search parties combing every inch of the region. Hearing this, Kaki's face fell in disappointment. Shuji Midu watched Jane Kanzaki's somber expression, feeling a pang of concern for her. He tried to comfort her, but Rina interrupted her voice, dripping with pure rage, as she dismissed Kai Aragi completely. Summoning a blazing fire in her palm, she vowed to incinerate the traitor herself if their paths ever crossed again. Jane Kanzaki stared wistfully out the window, wishing Kai Aragi had taken her along. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, a quiet caravan moved. A line of elite royal guards clad in pristine white armor rode silently through the dense foliage of the forest. Not a single word was exchanged as they marched forward in perfect formation. Riding alongside them, Arashi maintained his usual sour expression. Shiori eventually groaned in exhaustion, begging for a quick rest. But Hashimoto quickly shut down any hope of stopping. He reminded her they had just finished their lunch break, meaning they would be marching until sunset. Soon, Kao joined the whining. Complaining about 2 solid days of endless walking, he muttered that he was dying for something exciting to finally happen. Right on cue, a sudden hand signal cut through the air, along with a sharp command to halt. The entire group instantly froze. Kao dropped into a combat stance and asked Arashi what was wrong. Arashi remained silent, his eyes scanning the quiet landscape. Gazing closely at the swaying grass, Arashi warned that a dangerous beast was lurking nearby. Panic instantly surged through the ranks. As anxiety spiked, one of the elite royal guards quickly rode to the front, demanding to know what the holdup was. "Why did we suddenly stop?" Hearing this, Shuji Midu quickly replies, "I'm sorry, but I can feel a monster nearby." The cavalrymen feel absolutely nothing. One of them looks around and scoffs, where I don't see anything at all." He raises his voice, "Even so, you didn't follow our orders. Without our direct command, you aren't allowed to do anything." Furious at the soldier's attitude, Arashi glares and snaps. "What did you just say?" In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, grabbing the soldier by his neck and hoisting him off the ground as the man struggles to breathe. The soldier gasps for air. Sensing the growing danger, Shuji Midu tries to stop him, pleading, "Cut it out, Arashi." But Arashi is too stubborn. Refusing to let go, he sneers, "Why should I take orders from this piece of trash?" Suddenly, a loud tremor shakes the ground. Arashi glances over and curses, "Damn it," finally letting the soldier drop. The knight hits the dirt, coughing and gasping. It turns out Arashi was right all along. An ambush is upon them. Emerging from the shadows are giant muscular rabbits armed with razor-sharp claws. If they had kept moving forward, they would have been shredded. The soldiers immediately recognize the threat and scream. It's the Iron Rabbits. They're here. Everyone draw your weapons. Instantly, the beastly rabbits swarm the group. One of them leaps high into the air, closing in on a panicked soldier. Snarls fill the air as its steel claws clash against the guard's blade, easily knocking his weapon right out of his hands. The soldier watches his sword fly, terrified, gasping, "Oh no!" Next second, the beast's glowing eyes lock onto him. Defenseless on the ground, he can only watch as the monster lunges. Suddenly, a massive explosion obliterates the rabbit. It is incinerated instantly. The savior is none other than Arashi, who unleashed his explosive magic to neutralize the threat. Saving the soldier from certain doom, Arashi walks up to the smoking corpse and steps right onto it without hesitation. He pins the beast down with his foot, shocking everyone. Even the surrounding iron rabbits freeze in sheer terror. Terrified of sharing the same fate, the other monsters back away. The trembling soldier gasps, "Thank you for saving me." Arashi just scoffs, "Useless trash. Stay out of my way." With a surge of power, he kicks another rabbit away. He keeps tearing through them, one after another. Though outnumbered, Arashi has absolutely no fear and continues the slaughter. Watching the spectacle, Shuji Midu comments on how strong Arashi is, and Kenta proudly agrees, feeling his sheer power. It feels even more devastating than before. Moments later, the horde is cleared, but Arashi is far from satisfied. Still not enough. His expression darkens. This strength is nothing compared to that bastard. He remembers a dark memory. He flashes back to the shocking moment when Kai aimed his gun and shot Leonora right in front of him. Seeing her fall to the ground with vacant eyes, Arashi could only rage inside, swearing at that absolute monster Kai. He always had a bad feeling about Kai from day one. Back in high school, Arashi used to bully him constantly. But what always threw Arashi off was that Kai never showed a shred of fear. He never flinched. In fact, Kai barely acknowledged his existence back then, coldly muttering, "I'm sleepy. What do you want from me?" Arashi's anger peaks as he remembers the day Kai finally fought back, proving himself to be shockingly powerful. He recalls unleashing his explosive magic, trying to prove his dominance. He had been so incredibly arrogant. He remembers asking Kai, "What do you think of my explosions?" fully believing he had become the ultimate powerhouse. Arashi snaps back to the present and mutters, "This is insane." His sudden tense shift catches Shuji Midu's attention. Shuji Midu asks with genuine concern, "Is everything all right, Arashi? You've been looking really out of it lately?" Arashi just scoffs coldly. "It's nothing. I just hate taking orders from pathetic trash like those knights." Meanwhile, at the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Diggereth, a massive fortress stands under heavy guard. Sentinels watch the perimeter with high alert. Elia the captain welcomes the group warmly. "Thank you for coming, hero candidates. I am the commander of the Fourth Order of the Holy Knights." He proudly introduces himself to the newcomers. "I lead the defense here at the western border, though I was only recently promoted." Suddenly, Herrick asks, "What happened to the previous captain of the scouts?" Elia replies quietly, "He passed away last week." Elia tries to keep spirits high, saying, "I'd love to let you rest after your long journey, but..." Before she can finish, a scout bursts into the room in a panic, shouting, "The Demon Lord's army is approaching." Elia turns to Shuji Midu's group. "As you can see, there's no time to lose. I am counting on you all." Shuji Midu nods firmly, "Understood." He immediately rallies the class, calling out, "Get ready for battle, everyone." Hearing this, Arashi grins with pure excitement, muttering, "Finally, bring it on." Up on the walls, the soldiers brace themselves. The alarm bells ring out in panic. The Demon King's army is coming. They are already here. In their sights, they are extremely close. They have arrived. Crucially, they are all giant, terrifying demons that ordinary humans stand absolutely no chance against. Unable to resist them. Right now, they only see them through the castle gates, but staring at that massive horde, they cannot help but gasp out, "There are too many." Right then, Herrick yells out, "Fire thin their numbers before they get any closer." On command, the soldiers immediately line up and draw their bows, while another unit prepares their magic to attack. They chant their spells, "Heavenly Fire, please hear our call," and strike down these forces of evil. At the command to fire, thousands of arrows and fireballs instantly rain down directly onto the charging monsters. Pierced by countless spears and scorched by blazing fire, they still charge forward, ruthlessly determined to wipe out every single human. Midu is utterly shocked by this sight. They refuse to retreat, even after taking such heavy, relentless fire. Seeing this, Elia explains, "This is not enough to kill them. Do not underestimate their crazy stamina and endurance. Compared to them, humans are just too weak." Midu hesitates, asking, "So what do we do now?" With that, Elia turns his horse to reinforce the front lines, telling Midu to follow Herrick's orders. We will go down and fight with the B-rank Night Squad. Although Herrick is also deeply worried. For Elia's safety, he can only wish them luck. That's what I wanted to say. But some people, who went missing here, have already gone down. Hearing this, he is stunned. Midu is still dazed, but Rina speaks up. She says if he means them, they went down earlier. Her words make Midu panic, and ask, what did you say? Suddenly, a blazing fire erupts. A monster sees this, and is completely confused, wondering what is happening. Right then Arashi Shunsuke emerges from the smoke of the fire, wearing an incredibly excited grin on his face. Arashi, Shunsuke, and a few others back up the soldiers. The monsters sneer. You fool! Who do you think you are jumping down alone? Then an explosion rocks the battlefield. Arashi Shunsuke says excitedly, I do not care if you are half demons or what. Next second he unleashes a huge blast of fire, forcing the beasts to retreat in fear. Arashi Shunsuke then loudly declares, I will just erase you from existence. Suddenly, massive boulders rain down. The monsters have managed to breach the inner wall. To the guards' absolute shock, they relentlessly unleash brutal punches, sending the defenders flying backward into the distance. Over here, a giant pink monster raises its golden axe high, aiming to slice down directly onto a guard's head. With a loud slash, it looks like the guard is a goner. But no, the monster is the one who drops dead. It collapses. The guard looks up, unable to believe he is alive, staring blankly at Midu, his savior, and calling out. Hero candidate Midu arrived just in the nick of time. Now the rest of the monsters turn their attention to him. Instantly, he activates his magic, expanding Heavenly Sword. The weapon in his hand stretches out to a massive size. With his eyes glowing, he swings. Wherever his blade glides, monsters spray blood. Not a single beast escapes unharmed. Midu raises his sword, thinking, I can do this. My strength is growing stronger by the second. He quickly looks at the crowd and rallies their spirits, urging them to keep fighting and stand tall. You see, we can win this battle. Fight on, and do not be afraid. Hearing this, everyone seems to find their determination, shouting in unison. To him, morale is the absolute key to victory. So Midu tells himself not to hesitate. This battle is not just his, but belongs to everyone fighting beside him. If he hesitates, they will falter. He is the leader now. In this exact moment, Kai Aragi remembers how he was taught the price of naivety. Meanwhile, Hashimoto stands on the rampart, activating his telepathic power. He shouts, do not just stand there watching, we must fight. As for Rina, she channels her blazing fire to fight, shouting, burn them all. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl uses her domination magic. Pointing directly at the approaching beast, she commands it to stop. The battle between humans and beasts rages furiously. The monster army has far superior numbers, so they must remain highly agile, or they will be overrun. Yet, in an instant, hundreds of monsters are badly wounded or torn apart. The castle guards look on, in absolute awe. So this is the true power of the hero candidates. The other replies. They are completely overwhelming the demon army. Herrick barks out a loud order. Protect the hero candidates. We must drive these vile demons back, once and for all. Understood, they shout, charging down. After a grueling battle, the monster horde is finally wiped out. Everyone is utterly exhausted, having poured absolutely everything into the fight. Elia raises his sword high, reflecting on how announced that the Demon Lord's army was defeated, marking their victory, as everyone cheered wildly. And just like that, a long day of battle ended with victory smiling upon them on the hill. Countless monster carcasses littered the ground. Midu stared blankly into the distance. Suddenly, a female soldier approached him and asked if this was his first battle. She asked how he felt, and Midu did not hide his thoughts, admitting that it was hard to process. He explained that a massive battle required insane focus, and his tunnel vision made it impossible to make decisions. Hearing his struggle, the female warrior stepped forward and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he did an amazing job. She credited the victory to their efforts, but quickly offered a stern warning about staying alert at all times. Their enemies today were only low to mid-tier demons. She pointed out that while their numbers were low, high-tier demons possessed a completely different level of power. The warning made Midu hesitate for a brief moment. Recovering his composure, Midu confidently promised to remember her words. Meanwhile, night fell over a cluster of massive mud towers. Rising dozens of meters high, like insect nests, this was the monster's stronghold. Decimated by defeat, their numbers were now incredibly low. One surviving creature crept into the throne room to report the crushing defeat, nervously preparing to take the blame. The messenger apologized for failing the mission. Hearing this report of failure, the monster leader erupted in absolute rage. This terrifying commander was Stone, a high-ranking executive of the Demon Lord's army and one of the 4 heavenly kings. Stationed in the Holy Kingdom of Digeret, the western region offered a beautiful, scenic landscape of towering mountains and rivers. Deep within this breathtaking landscape lay the Great Ekot Forest. Currently, a traveler named Kai Aragi was venturing deep inside. He carried a massive, heavy backpack on his shoulders. Kai Aragi reassured himself that he would exit the forest soon. This would finally end his long, exhausting quest to find the legendary sage. Suddenly, a strange movement caught his attention. Dozens of pink vine-like tentacles whipped through the air, shooting directly toward Kai Aragi like a barrage of missiles. He dodged, just in time, amazed by the sheer speed of the attack. Kai Aragi quickly wondered what kind of monster this was. Glancing to his side, his eyes widened as 3 massive ape-like beasts with incredibly long tongues emerged from the shadows. Activating his appraisal ability, Kai Aragi analyzed the beasts, triggering a system screen that displayed their core combat stats. The system identified them as tongue apes age 33, with rank B, agility rank C strength, and rank F magic. Described as hungry and agitated, Kai Aragi quickly dropped his heavy backpack to the ground, preparing for an imminent clash. Drawing his trusty dagger, he braced himself. One ape slowly crept forward, reeling in its tongue before launching its next strike. It whipped its tongue forward, but Kai Aragi dodged effortlessly. Instantly, a second ape lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Refusing to get cornered, Kai Aragi leaped backward. The beast tried to grab him, but its massive claws met only empty air. Kai Aragi easily jumped out of range. The beasts grouped up for a coordinated attack, but they were simply too slow. Undeterred, one ape lashed its tongue out again. Kai Aragi spotted an opening and sliced the weaponized tongue clean in half. The monster shrieked in agony as its tongue split. Seizing the moment, Kai Aragi delivered another deep slice across its wound. Desperate to pull its tongue back, the beast flailed its arms in a panic, but its movements were sloppy. Kai Aragi judged its speed as far too slow. With zero hesitation, he delivered a clean, decapitating strike to the beast. The headless body collapsed. Although one was down, the remaining 2 apes hesitated, staring in sheer terror, too afraid to advance. Kai Aragi taunted them, asking if they wanted him to make the first move. Moments later, not a single ape was left standing. Looking at the bodies, Kai Aragi wiped his hands. He realized that while they were slow, stronger beasts were constantly appearing. He wondered if he was approaching the Demon Lord's territory, or if this remote region simply lacked adventurers to cull them. With the threats eliminated, Kai Aragi slung his heavy backpack over his shoulders once more and continued his journey. A sense of unease crept in as he walked. Venturing deeper meant a higher chance of encountering undiscovered dangerous beasts. Fortunately, his appraisal ability still allowed him to gauge their age and stay prepared. Vigilance was his only option now. After hours of trekking, Kai Aragi finally reached a sheer rocky cliff. He surveyed the rugged landscape before him. This was the Urugano mountain range, a massive natural barrier that slowed down the advancement of the Demon Lord's army. His gaze turned dead serious as he focused on the towering peaks. The highest peak of this range was legendary. Known as Mount Death Wolf, rumors claimed that the legendary sage Albana resided at its treacherous summit. Kai Aragi pushed forward. He tried to recall his map details, remembering a small village that was supposed to be nestled at the mountain base. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon, Kai Aragi paused and stared ahead, his eyes widening in sheer surprise at what he saw. He gasps, "Wait." Right in front of Kai, an entire village is swallowed by a sea of raging flames, sending him into an absolute panic. He rushes toward the blaze, thinking, please don't let this be an attack by the Demon Lord's army. Every single house is completely trapped by the inferno where 2 brutal demons are running wild. Armed with swords, they are casually slaughtering the terrified, defenseless villagers right there. Kai climbs to high ground and looks down, quickly calculating. This area is far from the front lines, meaning he must be extremely careful from now on. Perched on a rooftop, our main character continues to observe. Down below, the first demon grunts, "What's our next move after we're done here?" The other demon replies, "Massacring all of them won't be a problem, right, Lord Hector?" But right at that moment, another figure steps forward to interrupt them. "No, that is enough." The third demon interrupts, commanding the others, "We will enslave them instead. More importantly, have you gathered any intelligence on Albana Ket yet?" he demands, asserting his authority over his 2 subordinates. The green-headed demon quickly steps forward with the answers. "Yes, sir, we do," the green-headed demon replies instantly. It appears that legendary sage is currently residing on the deadly Wolf Mountain peak. Hearing this, the leader nods with a satisfied grin. So the rumors were true. A bit annoying to deal with, but it doesn't matter now. He narrows his eyes, staring up at the towering peaks nearby. Our absolute top priority right now is securing Elbanaket, the famous sage. Once we camp here for the night, we make our move and scale that mountain first thing in the morning. One of his lackeys hesitates, protesting slightly. But, boss, isn't that mountain supposed to be a nesting ground for the lethal death wolves? The rhino-like beast grunts in response. Those wolves are wild and impossible to tame. We can't achieve our goals without wiping them out first. Why is that? The clueless subordinate next to him asks. The rhino demon quickly explains. When you are dealing with highly intelligent magical beasts, mind control spells are completely useless. They continue plotting, noting that while the 4 heavenly kings once tamed a dragon, it is impossible for them. Hearing this, the demon leader cuts back into the conversation. We can't compare ourselves to the supreme commanders, so let's focus on our own strength. I'm no master of magic either, and crying over what we lack won't get us anywhere. Our only real option right now is extermination. So we hunt down every single one of those untamable beasts. Do you understand? The demons prepare to wrap up their strategic meeting. Saluting in unison, they bark. Understood, Captain. From his hidden spot on the roof, Kai has been carefully taking in every single detail. They are surprisingly disciplined, making Kai suspect their leader is a high-ranking demon. He checks his system to inspect the commander named Hector. The window displays his profile. Hector Wise, age 25, a high demon male. His stats show attack class B, defense class B, agility class A, strength class B, magic class B, with level 1 domination magic and level 5 swordsmanship. This guy is dangerous. These stats urge Kai to proceed with extreme caution. This enemy is one of the rare high-ranking demons within the Demon Lord's army. Taking him on head-on would be absolute suicide. Suddenly, using his razor-sharp instincts as a commander, Hector Wise senses something is off. He feels an eye on him. Though Kai ducks out of sight instantly, Hector Wise refuses to ignore his gut and barks out orders. Spread out and search. Someone is lurking nearby. Huddled behind a stone wall, Kai holds his breath, realizing how close he just came. That guy's detection skills are incredibly sharp. The demons scour the streets, snarling into the dark. Where are you? Come out, tiny human. Of course, Kai isn't stupid enough to give away his position. Having slipped away into the shadows, he quietly begins his escape. Moving low to the ground, he chuckles silently. Too bad for them, stealth is his absolute specialty. But then something catches his eye. In a dark corner of the village, a large group of captured villagers is being held under heavy guard. Kai pauses to evaluate. Dropping silently from a high wall, he starts moving away. He makes the cold decision not to interfere. This is not his fight. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to play the hero here. Just like those demons, my only objective is finding the legendary sage. With that thought, he turns his back on the village and charges toward the mountain. He must beat the demon army to the top. High up in the perilous peaks of the Uano Range, deep within the terrifying region known as Death Wolf Mountain, a lone climber struggles. A single hand grips the jagged rock face. With a powerful burst of energy, Kai leaps over the edge onto the mountain ledge. He lands safely carrying a massive backpack that looks heavy enough to crush an ordinary man. He quickly glances back to check his trail. Standing tall, he stares straight ahead, adopting a sharp, focused stance. Rumor has it there is a secret path up this mountain somewhere. He will have to track the movements of the local beasts to find it. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as he senses lurking danger nearby. Moving cautiously, he steps into the pitch-black forest. He can barely see a couple of feet ahead, and the terrain is incredibly unstable. Even though time is running out, rushing blindly will only get him killed. Kai peers into the dark, a cold sweat breaking out. An eerie feeling washes over him. There is something else out here with him. It is faint but definitely there, and extremely hostile. These must be the legendary death wolves. Keeping his footsteps perfectly silent, he moves deeper into the oppressive stillness of the woods. His mind races despite the peaceful silence around him. He knows he is being hunted, and the pressure is mounting by the second. 2. No, make that 3 of them. Their numbers are growing rapidly. They are still hiding in the shadows, but their bloodlust is suffocating. The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a wild wolf emerged from the dark, letting out a long, blood-curdling howl that echoed through the savage night. Within seconds, a pack of wolves, showing razor-sharp white fangs, lunged out of the shadows, ready to tear Kai Aragi apart. Just as the lead wolf closed in, Kai Aragi leaped back with incredible reflexes, barely dodging the beast. In less than 3 seconds, bounded up onto a thick branch. Looking down from his safe perch, he immediately recognized these savage monsters below. They were the infamous shadow wolves of Death Wolf Mountain. Countless travelers had vanished here, and now we finally know the terrifying reason why. Suddenly Kai Aragi's eyes glowed a vibrant crimson as he activated his appraisal skill. Down below, the pack refused to back off, surrounding the tree and snarling wildly. Right then his system screen popped up with a scan: race shadow wolf, age 20 male, attack rank D, defense rank D, agility rank B, strength rank B, magic rank D, status normal, skill level 3 cooperation. Suddenly one beast lunged upward, slamming its head hard into the massive trunk to bring Kai Aragi down. The tree threatened to snap. As leaves showered down, Kai Aragi balanced perfectly. With a quick click of his tongue, he pinched a single falling leaf between his fingers, looking incredibly cool. Talk about cinematic style. He quickly channeled his mana through the tiny leaf, illuminating the pitch-black night. Once fully reinforced, Kai Aragi flicked the glowing leaf like a deadly throwing star straight at the growling beast, snarling right below him. The destructive force packed into that single leaf was truly insane. In less than 3 seconds, it sliced clean through the wolf's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Landing gracefully on the ground, Kai Aragi radiated a blinding aura of pure energy. But before he could even take 3 steps, 2 more wolves lunged at him. With a swift punch, Kai Aragi smashed his fist directly into the first wolf's jaws, sending blood spraying. The second beast bared its sharp fangs and attacked relentlessly. Kai Aragi barely even moved, using his telekinetic power to slam the 2 beasts headfirst into each other. They fell to the ground, completely knocked out. In the deep dark, Kai Aragi's body glowed as the defeated wolves lay motionless. But the fight was far from over. 6 more massive wolves suddenly emerged from the shadows, growling and ready to strike. Kai Aragi looked down at his glowing hands. He realized that consciously reinforcing his body with mana would yield massive results. In that critical moment, a memory flashed back. He remembered the harsh words Leonora had thrown at him back then. She had mocked them for relying too much on guardian spirits, leaving their raw mana control incredibly weak. Her voice echoed clearly in his mind, calling them pathetic weaklings who could not even control their own magical energy. She had told him they were completely helpless, and that was precisely why she was able to dominate them so easily. Remembering that chaotic betrayal, Kai Aragi realized that was why they stood no chance against her mind control magic. With just one command from Leonora, everyone had frozen instantly. Kai Aragi knew he had to get stronger to break this weakness. He needed to overcome his limits. Suddenly, a shadow wolf dashed past him while he was lost in thought. Kai Aragi knew that mastering his mana would let him freely strengthen his body and resist any future mental magic. Drawing his gleaming dagger, Kai Aragi accepted that while he lacked a guardian spirit, he simply had to adapt and survive. To survive in this brutal world, mastering this skill was his only option. Pointing his blade at the massive beast, he asked if it was the alpha. The other wolves waited behind their leader as the alpha bared its fangs, roaring fiercely right into Kai Aragi's face, with terrifying bloodshot eyes. Kai Aragi didn't flinch, aiming a swift strike directly at the beast's neck. As dark blood dripped onto the dirt, Kai Aragi glanced back, only to find the forest completely silent. The rest of the pack had scattered the moment their leader fell, leaving behind only the cold carcasses. Calmly wiping the blood off his blade, Kai Aragi took it as a valuable lesson. But the peace did not last long. As he continued forward, the remaining wolves suddenly pursued him. Hearing the rustling behind Kai, Aragi turned back in confusion. Their movement seemed bizarre, prompting him to wonder what was happening. He felt a strange energy radiating from them. A phantom wolf spirit seemed to loom over the pack. Just as they lunged, Kai Aragi raised his dagger to defend himself. He carefully tracked their attack path. Suddenly, the strange red spirit began to merge directly into the lead wolf. The Gensher crimson form fused completely with the beast, supercharging its raw power and unleashing an incredibly violent, menacing aura. As the powered-up beast roared and lunged, Kai Aragi instinctively stepped back, ready to strike with lethal precision. He drove his blade deep into the monster's gaping maw, forcing the crimson wolf spirit to separate from its host. With a brutal follow-up slash, Kai Aragi tore through the beast, spilling blood across the forest floor. He stood tall, completely unfazed. He gripped his dagger tightly, realizing his foresight skill allowed him to predict his enemy's moves 1 second in advance. Seeing their champion defeated, the remaining wolves hung their heads, looking completely miserable. Kai Aragi calmly raised his bloody blade once again. A blade gleams with a deadly threat. You can't escape. A strange white aura erupts from him, his eyes flashing a deep red. He steps closer, looking absolutely terrifying. Let's train a bit more, shall we? In the silent night, the only sound is the heavy footsteps of a young man among scattered wolf carcasses. The copper stench of fresh blood fills the air. Suddenly, Kai Aragi's face lights up with red sparks. Staring at his palm, his system status screen appears. Name Kai Aragi. Age 20. Male. Attack A. Defense B. Agility A. Strength B. Magic C. Status is normal. Skill, Divine Guardian. Appraisal ability level 3. Divine Guardian. Weakness detection level 1. Divine Guardian. Farsight level 1. Assassination level 5. And Dagger Mastery level 5. Throwing Mastery level 5. Stealth level 5. He realizes this is the exact skill that lets him glimpse the future. Kai Aragi ponders as he walks, realizing that getting weakness detection must have boosted his appraisal ability to a new level. It is essentially a superior version of standard appraisal, a brilliant skill that lets him see everything within his line of sight. But after walking for a while, exhaustion hits. He pants heavily, sweat dripping down his face. Sighing, Kai Aragi realizes he must rest. He is completely drained. But since the mountain peak is close, taking a quick break here is probably best. Just as he settles down, a bizarre noise echoes from the distance, instantly catching his attention. No time to relax. Concern flits across his face. Could the Demon Lord's army be approaching already? Without wasting another second, he grabs his backpack to push onward. This is definitely no place to sleep. Meanwhile, near the summit of the dangerous Death Wolf Mountain, a hostile crowd has gathered. A massive, smelly blue-haired thug stands with his arms crossed, sneering, and demands, "You have got serious guts, elf brat." Just as expected, you really are the great sage's disciple. May cowers, staring back with eyes full of pure rage and hatred. Sweat drops down her face as she bites her lip, glaring at them. Hearing his chilling words, but everything ends right here. The blue-haired leader raises his hand, ready to give the order. He orders his goons to slaughter her. Chapter 35. A hostile mob surrounds May, cornering her completely. But everything ends today. The blue-haired thug raises his hand, signaling the attack. His bloodthirsty men charge forward to kill her. May grimaces in agonizing pain, clutching a bleeding wound on her arm. She weakly whispers, "If I die here?" But a chubby blue-haired demon cuts her off with a cruel laugh, raising his sword to strike. Terrified May closes her eyes as blood splatters. But out of nowhere, Kai Aragi leaps in, scooping her up to dodge the fatal blow. Escaping death by a hair, May looks up at Kai Aragi in utter disbelief, thinking to herself, "Wait, is he a human?" The demons growl, wondering if this is another enemy. The beer-bellied thug yells in rage, "Who the hell are you, Kai Aragi?" Remains silent, giving them a cold, disdainful stare. Scanning the clearing, he quickly counts 10 enemy soldiers and their leader, who is a high-ranking demon. Bewildered, May asks, "Why are you helping me?" Kai Aragi stays quiet, simply extending his arm to hold her back. He coldly asks, "Are you the disciple of the sage Elbana?" May hesitates, then replies, "Yes, I am." Kai Aragi nods. "Then, that's all the reason I need. I must meet the sage." His eyes flicker to the side. Studying May to assess her status, he uses his appraisal skill and learns she is a half-elf. Additionally, her status shows she possesses powerful magic skills. Meanwhile, the blue-haired leader snaps, losing his patience completely. "I don't care who you are, you're an enemy." He raises his hand, ordering his bloodthirsty mob to charge forward. Kill them both. But Kai Aragi planned this all along. Saving her allows him to secure a major favor from the sage. With a debt of gratitude on the line, Kai Aragi resolves to wipe out every single one of these ugly demons. Launching off the ground, the demons strike him from 3 sides at once, dropping from above and flanking him. This coordinated onslaught catches Kai Aragi off guard. Instantly, his eyes glow a bright red as he activates a special skill. Farsight. A blue demon swings a massive weapon down, but Kai Aragi swiftly rolls aside. Suddenly, another sharp spear thrusts. Tilting his head, he narrowly dodges it, but a third demon lunges from behind in a desperate surprise attack. Just as the green demon strikes, Kai Aragi catches his wrist. All 3 monsters freeze in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. In a flash, Kai Aragi unleashes a barrage of counter-slashes, mocking them. That weapon is huge. A bit excessive for humans. Right. With lightning speed, all three demons are sliced clean in half, spraying blood all over the place. The purple demon screams in absolute disbelief. What? With power still surging in his eyes, Kai Aragi glares forward. He thinks as long as Farsight remains active in close combat, there is absolutely no way I will lose this. The only issue is the skill's cooldown. How much time does he have left? The blue-haired boss growls in fury. He orders, stop blindly rushing him like idiots. Use magic to blast him instead. His remaining lackeys immediately nod. Understood. Together they cast a magic circle, unleashing a barrage of dark purple magic bullets into the air. That was when Kai truly panicked. So this was real magic. Suddenly, from right behind him, May softly spoke up. Blow them away, wind spirits. A massive green gale erupted, shielding them both, while completely blowing away the incoming attacks. Those dark purple spheres vanished. The wind acted like a violent tornado, shredding any magic that dared get close. Kai stood frozen, his eyes wide with sheer shock. Was that actually a spell, he gasped, realizing she was using the power of spirits. An exclusive ability borrowed from nature spirits, reserved only for elves. May flashed a bright smile, her eyes sparkling, and replied, yes, and thanks to you the spirits got a little rest. Hearing this, the blue-haired demon leader clicked his tongue in annoyance. He grabbed his weapon ready to charge. Tisk, this is going nowhere. Time for me to step in. Inside his mind, Kai thought the final boss is finally stepping up. He called out to her, and she blinked, confused. Kai said, hold off the grunts. Don't let them interfere. His voice grew deadly cold. Right there is a vicious demon who views human life as garbage. I am taking down their leader. A flash of mild annoyance crossed May's face. I can do that, but seriously, could you stop calling me elf? My name is May. Kai dropped his backpack, gearing up for a brutal showdown. Got it. I am counting on you, disciple of the great sage. Without another word, he immediately lunged forward, wasting zero time. May grumbled in frustration. I literally just told you my name is May. Ugh, whatever. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the dark. But as he drew closer, Kai hesitated for a split second. Then he slammed his foot onto the demon's blade and landed, gripping his weapon tightly ready to fight. The demon thrust his sword upward, but Kai went for a direct aggressive counterattack, unleashing a flurry of rapid dagger strikes. The tension soared as their blades clashed repeatedly in this brutal, high-stakes battle. The blue-haired demon roared, while Kai gritted his teeth, pushing through the strain. The demon scowled. Impressive. You actually predicted my moves. But as those words left his mouth, Kai noticed his own injuries and froze. The cut on his chest was pretty deep. Brushing the pain aside, he swung his dagger once more, aiming a lethal strike with eyes that burned with cold intensity. Yet the demon was only growing faster and more ferocious. Kai cursed inwardly, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. He finally realized the sheer gap. This was the true power of a high-tier demon. Without his foresight skill, he would already be dead. The blue-haired demon touched his chin, looking down on him with a mocking sneer. Not bad. Too bad you are just a fragile human. Otherwise, you might have actually stood a chance. Kai stood in tense silence, his furious glare locked onto his opponent, before leaping backward to dodge another strike that sprayed fresh blood. His wounds were bleeding far more heavily than he realized. Just then, his system interface flashed with the enemy's details. Name Hector Wise. Age 25. Race high-tier demon. Gender male. Attack B. Defense B. Agility and strength B. Magic B. Status normal. Skills level 1 Dominion Magic and level 5 Swordsmanship. Kai grimaced. On top of the insane physical specs and razor-sharp senses of a high-tier demon, this monster possessed level 5 Swordsmanship. Even with his active foresight ability, Kai was still at a massive disadvantage in this high-speed, deadly encounter. Suddenly, a desperate plan formed in his mind. All right, let us try this. Chapter 36. Kai and the blue-haired demon stared down. Kai's gaze hardened his determination, burning brighter than ever. Once again, the system display brought up the enemy's profile. Hector Wise, age 25. Race high-tier demon, gender male. Attack B. Defense B. Agility B. Endurance B. Magic B. Status normal. Skills level 5 Swordsmanship. Kai analyzed the situation. Beyond his monstrous physical traits and sharp demonic instincts, this beast had mastered high-level swordsmanship. He was at a severe disadvantage, even with his trusted foresight ability active. The impatient blue-haired demon could not wait any longer. Springing forward, he closed the gap in a flash. If you won't charge, I will come to you. Towering over Kai, the monster swung, his massive blade roaring with bloodthirsty eyes. Kai stood perfectly still, reading the demon's next move with his unique sight, before swiftly launching himself backward at the last second. He barely evaded the heavy downward strike, which only made the demon grow more savage. Charging again with relentless fury. Teeth clenched, he unleashed a barrage of swings. Kai dodged frantically, but this time the demon managed to graze his arm. Kai winced, suppressing the sharp pain. TSK, he thought. Knowing the future is completely useless if my body cannot keep up. The physical gap between them was just too massive right now. The blue-haired demon smirked, looking down at him. Is running away all you know how to do, human? Suddenly, a gun barrel pointed straight at the demon's chest. 3 rapid-fire bullets flew directly toward him, catching the monster completely off guard as he stared in shock. Moving on pure instinct, the demon raised his armored arm to block. Kai maintained his focus and kept firing away, thinking, his reaction speed actually matches the speed of my bullets. Still, the demon found himself constantly on the defensive. Luckily for the demon, his armor blocks the blow. He grits his teeth in pure rage, veins popping all over his forehead. What kind of weapon is that? Outraged and unable to hold back, the demon charges straight at Kai with blinding speed. But Kai stands his ground, calmly aiming his gun. Just as the bullet flies toward the beast, the demon quickly tilts sideways to dodge. He sneers. Do not underestimate me, human. I can easily see your attack trajectory, despite the danger. But you and I know Kai always keeps a cool head. Out of ammo, he throws 3 blades all at once. The demon blocks them with his sword, sparking a loud metallic crash. Confused, the beast watches Kai suddenly step forward again. What did Kai just toss? The demon stares suspiciously at a strange, tiny object landing right at his feet, growing deeply uneasy. What is this? Kai glares down with menacing, glowing red eyes, while the green-haired demon braces himself and raises his sword. The object hits the dirt with a soft thud. Less than 3 seconds later, boom, an earth-shattering fiery explosion erupts. The massive blast completely engulfs the demon in a sea of flames. Behind him, his panicked lackeys scream out, "Commander!" Just as the other monsters prepare to attack, one warns them to freeze. Mei silently turns her head to look. She wonders who this mysterious boy really is. Staring at Kai, Mei is completely captivated by his cool, incredibly powerful presence. He is actually overpowering a high-ranking demon. Despite seeming like an ordinary human, Kai raises his sharp blade, calculating his next move. He has no bullets left for his emergency pistol, and that blast was his very last grenade. Things are getting critical. Watching the demon slowly recover from the devastating blast, Kai knows these basic attacks will not be enough to win. The demon snarls, breathing out hot smoke. His eyes are bloodshot as he roars, You have only used strange weapons." The beast's sudden, furious outburst startles both Kai and Mei. With a savage leap, the demon charges back into the fray. He unleashes a barrage of rapid, deadly slashes. Luckily, Kai keeps his focus and manages to block every single strike. Sweat drips down Kai's face from the sheer intensity. He realizes it is finally time to activate his secret skill. His pupils dilate as a sinister red aura flares in his eyes. He must analyze the demon's movements to survive. Everything slows down. You and I can see Kai analyzing every tiny movement as his glowing eyes search for an opening. A weakness is detected. His gaze locks onto the center of the demon's neck, where a strange light is glowing. This is the spot. Kai lunges forward, slashing directly at the glowing point and sending dark blood spraying everywhere. His weakness was wide open. The green-haired demon gasps in utter shock, unable to comprehend how Kai struck him. Looking down at the lifeless body, Kai is amazed. His enhanced vision and weakness detection are an incredibly overpowered combination. These system skills are insane, but they consume a massive amount of mana. Suddenly, exhaustion washes over his face. Kai collapses to his knees, completely drained of mana. Seeing this, the other demons realize their commander has fallen. They spot their chance to strike. While Kai is vulnerable and exhausted, they yell to each other to finish him off. Mei watches in sheer panic. Her spirits are at their limit, but she desperately wants to save the boy who rescued her. As the howling demons rush forward, a sudden brilliant light flashes. A powerful voice chants, "Burn my enemies to ashes." Sensing the call, a fierce fire salamander spirit erupts, unleashing a wall of flames that instantly incinerates the attacking demons. They shriek and beg for mercy as they burn. Kai turns around in utter shock. This overwhelming magical heat is insane. This firepower is on a whole different level. Stepping out from the shadows, Elbana calmly apologizes for arriving so late. Mei beams with joy, calling out to her master. Kai glances over, captivated by the elegant and composed woman. He instantly recognizes her as the legendary sage Albana. She looks down at him with a gentle, warm smile. She speaks softly, thanking him. In chapter 37, she notes that he seems to have rescued her beloved disciple. Standing near the defeated green-haired demon, Albana calmly assesses the area and offers her sincere gratitude to the young warrior. Kai brushes it off, calling it a mere coincidence before asking if she is indeed the legendary sage Albana. She winks, admitting that she is just an old skeleton now. Kai realizes his appraisal skill is currently too weak. Even without appraisal, you and I can tell she is incredibly powerful. Defeating someone like her is currently impossible. Realizing there's absolutely no point in hiding his intentions, he prepares to speak. Albana stares deeply at him. She asks if he came looking for her. Kai frankly admits it, to which Albana responds with an understanding nod. No one travels this far without a clear purpose. Grateful for his help, she promises to answer all of his questions. But before they can talk, Mei whispers that they should leave. The intense smell of blood is bound to attract beasts. Albana agrees, urging Mei to follow. She then tells the human boy that he needs some rest too. Kai wondered if they should rest. Looking at the two ahead of him, he realized the situation was turning heavily in his favor. After all, risking his life to save her disciple was finally paying off. Soon they approached a small house nestled in the mountains. Albana welcomed him to their humble home, telling him to make himself comfortable. Mei immediately rushed off to take a bath, leaving Kai. Looking around in confusion, he asked why she lived so far out. Albana sighed, explaining she just wanted to get away from everything. She wanted a quiet retirement, free from humans, constantly trying to exploit her power. Hearing this, Kai finally understood her choice. Getting here was no easy feat. Albana glanced at him, noting that only highly skilled individuals, like Kai, ever managed to find her. Still, she was not heartless enough to turn away travelers. Sitting down, Albana poured some tea and got straight to the point. She asked again what he truly wanted from her. Kai did not hold back, confessing he was searching for a way home. He wanted to return to his original world. Surprised, she questioned what he meant, and Kai confirmed he was an otherworlder. Kai gravely revealed he was one of the summoned hero candidates sent to defeat the demon lord. Albana slowly set down her cup. She realized he belonged to the third wave of heroes. Rumors had reached her, but she never expected a third summoning. The third generation. Kai recalled Saintess Leonora mentioning that others had indeed been summoned to this world before him. Those previous heroes had all been wiped out by the demon lord's relentless army. Some might have survived, but they went missing. Albana explained that the second summoning occurred 4 years ago, while the very first happened a decade ago. Both of those previous generations were sent with one mission to slay the demon lord, and both were completely annihilated. After those tragedies, the summoning ritual was strictly sealed away, forbidden from ever being used to drag outsiders into this war. Yet Saintess Leonora broke that absolute taboo anyway, summoning Kai's generation. Albana had strongly opposed the reckless move. She did not care if it was divine will. Putting the kingdom's fate on innocent strangers was incredibly foolish. Hearing this, Kai casually remarked that she did not have to worry about Leonora anymore, since he had already ended her life. The summoning ritual was gone for good. Albana stared at him, completely shocked that he could actually defeat the Saintess. Kai smiled, noting that killing a mere human is easy, though bypassing godly protections required some serious high-level skills. Albana chuckled, realizing he was telling the truth. The Saintess had been taken out by the very pawn she summoned. Poetic justice at its finest. Albana sympathized with Kai's wish to go home, but she had to deliver some grim news. She broke it to him bluntly. There was no spell in her arsenal capable of sending him back to his original world. Kai let out a heavy sigh, but asked if she had any other leads. Albana explained that summoning magic only worked one way. Sending someone back was completely different, and any knowledge of reverse summoning had been lost to time with no reason to research it. Kai noted that Leonora had told him the exact same thing. Did he really have no choice but to defeat the demon lord? Walking over to her bookshelf, Albana suggested that looking into ancient demon magic might offer a glimmer of hope. Demon magic sounded like a solid lead for Kai to investigate. Albana apologized for not being able to provide a direct solution. She still felt indebted to him for saving Mei, promising to contact him if she uncovered any new leads. Kai thanked her. With a spark of hope, she noted that Kai might actually be strong enough to slay the demon lord. Kai let out a sigh. He hated dealing with troublesome things. But if slaying the demon lord was his only ticket home, then he would gladly do it. Albana stared at him, realizing this kid was entirely different from the other heroes. He carried a cold, dark aura. It felt like he was raised in utter darkness. Standing up, Kai thanked her and asked the sage to keep in touch. He told her she could reach him through Kai Aragi at the Adventurers Guild. Albana realized she could truly place her trust in him. Suddenly the door swung open. Mei walked out wrapped in a towel, feeling totally refreshed, and asked why Kai had not bathed yet. Surely he was covered in dirt from all that climbing and fighting. Kai agreed and headed off to get cleaned up. Before he could leave, Albana stopped him with a sudden proposal. Kai turned completely caught off guard by her next words. She wanted Kai to take Mei along on his journey. Pointing at herself in utter disbelief, Mei could not believe her ears. Albana smiled, reminding Mei she was her only student. Considering Mei's ultimate goals, this was the best path forward for her. Mei sheepishly looked over at Kai. He simply held his head in absolute disbelief and flat out refused to baby a noisy tag-along. Chapter 38. They had arrived at the front line of the Djet Holy Empire, right on the border of the demon territory of Verdora. Looking up at the clear sky, Kai remarked on how beautiful the weather was despite hearing rumors of the demon realm's harsh climate. Mei pointed out this area was still Holy Land. Once they crossed into the demon kingdom of Verdora, things would get brutal. Kai muttered about the ongoing demon lord invasion, while Mei began explaining the tactical layout of the Western Mountain Pass. The land of Urugano holds a major city called Enterat, surrounded by peaceful villages. But now that entire stronghold has fallen to Demon King's army serving as their deadly frontline, Mei speaks up, pointing ahead. That is our next destination. It should take us about 2 days on foot to get there. Kai asks curiously, I hate to ask, but what happened to the people who used to live in that place? Mei recalls sadly. Half were killed. The rest were enslaved by the demon army, and only a few managed to escape to the other side of the mountain range. Kai glances at her, thinking to himself that his companion knows a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was definitely the right move. Flashback to earlier, Kai had bluntly refused her, saying, No way, I do not need a loud, annoying girl. Mei snapped back angrily, At least show some trust in me. Hearing this, Albana smiles gently, saying, Young man, do not be so quick to judge. You are new to this world, and Mei will be useful. She possesses immense knowledge, all passed down directly from me. Kai remains skeptical, asking, Even if that is true, what does she get out of this? Albana gently pats her head. Albana explains, This child does not know how the actual world works yet. Even though she is grown up and highly educated, she still lacks real-world experience. The master sighs, I have been looking for a chance to send her out to explore the world, but I was always too worried to let my beloved disciple venture out entirely on her own. Kai stares at Albana, realizing her true plan, and asking why she does not just accompany Mei herself. Albana looks down sadly, admitting she no longer has the strength to travel. To human eyes, I might seem young and full of life, but I am rapidly reaching my limits, Albana says. And then, a young boy suddenly appeared, saving my disciple. Mei bows, thanking Kai deeply. But Kai bluntly lays out his terms. I am going straight into the demon territory. It is a suicide mission. If you hold me back, I will abandon you. Without hesitation. Albana turns to her disciple, saying, You heard him, Mei. The decision is yours. After all, this is your life. With glistening eyes, Mei looks at her master. Stealing her resolve, she answers, I understand, master. I will go with him. Back to the present journey. Mei leans on her staff, whining about being exhausted. Kai looks back, reminding her they have only been walking for a single day. Mei sighs, Please do not expect physical greatness from a fragile mage. I have pushed this body to its absolute limits, just to survive my training. Kai suddenly drops his heavy gear, announcing, That is enough for today. We rest here. Mei looks at him totally confused. Didn't you promise to abandon me if I dragged you down? Kai sighs at her drama. What nonsense are you talking? This is nothing. I will not leave you behind. Now hurry up and pitch the tent. Mei quickly nods. That night, they sit by a warm campfire, under the starry sky. As Mei happily chews on a piece of bread, Kai watches her in silence. He calmly breaks the quiet. Mei, you probably know this already, but our path is going to get incredibly dangerous, and I will not stop no matter what lies ahead. My ultimate goal is to return to my original world. But you have no real reason to risk your life like this. He looks directly at her, adding, I doubt Albana would lie to me. So what is your real motive? Mei suddenly freezes, her eyes shifting nervously. She sighs, I do not even know how to explain it. You saw right through me, didn't you? She remembers her former home. An elf village that was completely wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. Kai frowns. Wait, is this war not just between humans and demons? Mei shakes her head. That is just a false rumor. The demons seek to conquer every single race. My parents, and even my little brother, were brutally murdered. The only reason I survived is because my father acted as a decoy to draw their attention away from me. Back then, I was completely powerless. After the demon army marched away, I was left all alone in the ashes, waiting to die, until Master found and saved me. That is how I became her disciple. That is my story. Hearing this, Kai remains completely stoic. I do not care about your tragic past, he says bluntly. I want to know your true goal. Mei meets his gaze, saying, well, you should be able to guess by now. She tightens her grip, adding, I trained under my master to become a mage for one reason, to gain the power to slaughter those monsters. Fueled by deep hatred, she explains that every spell and strategy she learned from her master, along with 10 years of brutal training, were for one purpose, revenge. I will personally execute the bastard who slaughtered my family. Kai calmly asks for the name of this target. Mei narrows her eyes, remembering one of the 4 Heavenly Kings' Wimbox. He is known as the Heavenly King of Wind and stands as a top commander within the Demon Lord's army. Kai then questions her further. So you only joined me to get close to him, is that it? But as of now, I have no reason to fight demons. Mei speaks up firmly. Master would never let me go out on my own. But the moment you appeared, she completely changed her mind and agreed to let me go. She looks at Kai deeply perplexed. I have no idea what she saw in you. After all, we are talking about Master here. I can never guess what is on her mind. Looking at Kai with newfound hope, she adds, that is why I will gladly follow your lead for now. Kai nods slowly. I understand your situation. He then recalls what Elbana told him in private. Back then. Young man, I am entrusting this girl to you. I know you can handle her. Kai quietly reflects on those parting words, wondering, the great sage let his disciple adventure alone, perhaps, because she might die in vain for revenge. Mei says, I am sorry for bringing up such a heavy topic. Mei smiles, telling him you do not need to worry. I do not want to drag you into my revenge. Kai realizes she wants to handle it alone, replying, I understand. Let's stop our talk here and get some sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Mei turns away obediently, promising that she will set the spirits to guard them so they will know if any monsters approach. Kai sits silently in the dark thinking, is it really one of the Demon King's 4 Heavenly Kings? Hearing a soft sound, he glances over to see Mei fast asleep. Kai steps outside, looking up at the starry sky. His previous foe was a high-tier demon, but this new one is even stronger. To win, he must grow much stronger. But Kai shakes his head, dismissing it as something to worry about later. Chapter 39. Near the western border of the Digirate Holy Kingdom, a fortress stands tall, with its flags fluttering in the wind. Inside the sturdy command room, an angry scolding voice echoes. How many times must I say this? The bald officer shouts. With our hero candidates ready now, is the perfect time to strike. The long-haired man hesitates, understanding his point but wondering where they should even begin the assault. Elia points at the map, while Elia calmly steps forward to analyze. Striking Eris Fortress is their best starting point to reclaim what was once theirs. Right now, that place serves as the enemy's primary frontline base. If they strike here, the enemy will surely retreat. But Harik remains highly skeptical. No matter how they look at it, this is an incredibly reckless plan. Going from defense to sudden offense makes no sense. The bald commander sneers, mocking the captain of the 8th Night Order for being scared despite having hero candidates under him. Harik silently glares back at him. Elia quickly intervenes, agreeing that Harik has a point, but the enemy is still underestimating them, so they will never expect a sudden, bold strike. Elia then turns to Shuji, asking if his body has fully recovered yet. Shuji confidently nods, declaring that if he is ordered to fight, he will raise his sword and strike down their foes. Walking down the corridor after the meeting, Harik sighs, realizing the plan starts tomorrow. It is quite rare to see Elia so aggressive. Mirai Hashimoto looks concerned, wondering if everything will actually be okay. But the others are highly confident. Shuji chimes in, believing that attacking while the enemy is gathering forces is smart. He does not see this as a mistake. Harik silently watches him, knowing the higher-ups are banking entirely on Shuji's unique abilities, fueling their reckless overconfidence. Still, despite only handling defense, they cannot disobey direct orders. Mirai looks deeply troubled, asking if they really have no other choice but to go along with this dangerous plan. Haruki reassures her, promising to support them fully. However, Shuji remains the absolute key to this entire mission. He advises the team to get some rest. But Shuji is suddenly overcome by a strange creeping sense of dread. A terrible premonition hits him, but there is no turning back. Under the quiet morning sky near Ara's fortress, they advance. Rina whispers in confusion, questioning why they are launching a surprise attack in broad daylight instead of under the cover of night. Haruki explains that demons possess perfect night vision, meaning a nighttime raid would only put them at a severe disadvantage. Shuji keeps his eyes locked ahead, wanting to confirm their main objective one last time before the real chaos begins. Their goal is to take down the enemy commander, while the main allied army acts as a massive distraction to draw their attention. He warns that the leader is likely a high-tier demon, declaring that he will lead the charge once the clash begins. If they get separated, they must buy time or flee. Hearing this, the team nods, ready to follow his orders. Suddenly, a scout rushes over with a message from the main force, signaling that it is time to initiate the plan. Haruki gives the order to move out. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoes through the air, putting everyone on high alert. As they bravely charge into the fortress, a furious monster screams out, demanding how mere humans dare to challenge them. Narumi Yoshida slashes through the horde, shouting orders to wipe out every single demon in sight as the castle walls shake. Yet the strongest monsters, deep inside the castle, remain quiet. Shuji leads the charge inside, encountering two hostile guard demons. They growl, asking who they are, but Shuji effortlessly cuts them down in seconds, leaving his teammates completely amazed. Praising his strength, they follow him deeper. But Haruki warns them to stay alert as the commander is likely waiting. A mob of angry demons suddenly swarms them, screaming to kill the intruders. The party tenses up at the sight. Heike realizes they are being cornered from all sides. Atsushi panics, frantically asking Shuji what their next move should be. Haruki draws his sword, telling them to leave the rear to his men and the hero candidates while they push forward. Shuji agrees, trusting Haruki to cover their flanks. Rina charges ahead, shouting that she does not need to be told twice. Fire rises. The demons are absolutely devastated, their screams echoing as clean slashes rip through them. The crowd rushes forward. Someone yells to throw the door open. Instantly, they freeze. Midu's eyes widen in sheer shock at the massive beast before them. A colossal demon stands alone, facing the entire group. Midu gritted his teeth, muttering, "What on earth is that thing?" Atsushi growls angrily. "Are you their commander?" The monster sneers back. "I am Stoner, one of the Demon Lord's 4 generals." Jane Kanzaki panics at the mention of the 4 generals, but Mirai shrugs it off as just a title. Meanwhile, Midu glares at Stoner. No, the pressure coming from this guy is insane. Stoner plants his sword down, muttering, "So you're the hero candidates." Stoner eyes them, eager to test their strength. Midu grits his teeth, shouting, "Get ready, everyone. Don't let fear hold you back. If we fall here, the sacrifices of our main force are completely in vain." With that, everyone readies for battle. Chapter 40. Both sides clash. Stoner slams his hand onto the ground, unleashing a sudden massive wave of energy. They watch in sheer horror as a violent explosion rocks the area. Out of nowhere, a bizarre object begins to form. A grotesque mass of earth rises, sporting a terrifying face. Heike gasps in shock. "What is that?" as Atsushi stands frozen. Mud monsters. The creatures rise one by one, trudging forward. Stoner grits his teeth, commanding his minions to slaughter them all. Midu orders everyone to hold the line, and Narumi swiftly acts, unleashing a silent wind-slash technique against the beasts. The rapid strikes shred the monsters into pieces, slicing their heads clean in half. That's when Arashi steps up. Raising his fist, he shouts, "Take this." His heavy blow shatters a monster to dust as he mockingly sneers at them. No matter how many there are, these sluggish mud piles are absolutely no match. Meanwhile, Stoner remains eerily silent. Suddenly, the shattered stone fragments start moving on their own, merging back into their original shapes. Midu is stunned. What, the mud monsters are completely restored? Arashi mutters. Are they regenerating? Their massive fists look cracked though. Quickly dodging a giant fist, Arashi watches as the rest of the team charges forward together with a loud shout. They relentlessly batter the mud monsters. Heike slices off an arm, but suddenly another giant fist swings directly at him. Heike freezes in sheer terror, but Jane Kanzaki activates a skill and yells, "Freeze." The monster is instantly locked in place. Atsushi seizes the moment, and Atsushi drives his staff deep into the monster, cheering. "How do you like that?" The beast clenches its fist in rage, unleashing a violent shockwave that blows everyone back. Mirai raises her hands, She unleashes her magic, bombarding the creature with a barrage of sharp stones until it finally collapses. Mirai watches closely. The defeated mud pile still looks disgusting. Arashi groans. Is this never gonna end? Suddenly, a voice catches their attention. Narumi winks and says, I've totally seen this cliché in manga before. In a situation like this, we must defeat the summoner. Narumi confidently adds, leave these mud monsters to us, prompting Midu and the others to take off. Got it, we'll take out the summoner. Midu casually slashes through the incoming monsters as they make their move. Stoner sneers, are you underestimating me? He slams his palm down, causing bizarre stones to float into the air. They align perfectly into Stoner's magical array, launching straight at Midu, who watches them hurtling closer with tense eyes. He quickly dashes to dodge, but a painful scream suddenly echoes out, causing Narumi to shout in panic. Shuji Midu Mirai looks back as Midu plants his sword into the ground to stay upright, groaning, no, I'm okay. Arashi rushes Stoner from behind, smirking. Nice try. A massive explosion rings out, leaving Atsushi wondering what just happened. Did he actually kill him? Standing too close, Arashi is suddenly struck directly in the stomach, falling in pain. Stoner sneers. Is this all you hero candidates can do? Meanwhile, as Midu's group is struggling against the general, Kai Aragi finally arrives at the fallen city of Enros. Meanwhile, inside a dark, gloomy and damp space, water slowly drips from the ceiling. A faint flame flickers on a magic staff. Kai and Mei are moving through the sewer system beneath the city. Pinching her nose at the awful stench, Mei complains about the infiltration route. Seriously, whose idea was it to go through the sewers? It stinks. Kai remains completely calm, replying, hang in there, almost there. We'll reach the city's underground pulse soon. He adds that their night vision is incredible, and the city has too many open areas. Being on the front lines, security is tight, making a front gate entry impossible. The two stand before a steel ladder. Kai looks up, grabbing the rungs, and says, let's climb up from here. A moment later, they emerge into a city alleyway. While Kai cautiously hides behind a wall to observe, Mei stands out in the open, adjusting her skirt while sighing. Finally, we're out. Kai's sharp senses suddenly detect an approaching presence, prompting him to pull her behind a nearby crate. Someone's coming, hide here. Outside, two demon soldiers stroll by, with the purple one stretching and whining about being exhausted. The blue one snaps back, telling him he is lucky to even be chosen. Serving as the witch's bodyguard is a massive honor, but the purple demon shrugs, claiming this lazy gig has absolutely nothing to do with personal achievements. Am I right? I have zero motivation here. As they keep walking, the blue one sneers, admitting his partner has the skills, but his attitude is trash. The purple demon interrupts, grumbling that she still should not have screamed in his face. With that, they finally head off. They pass right by the wooden crate where our duo is hiding. A moment later, Mei lets out a sigh, whispering if they are gone. Overhearing this, Kai Aragi ponders to himself. A witch. So she is actually the demon princess and the absolute ruler of this entire city, right? Mei nods in agreement, confirming she is known as the Space Witch. She adds that this powerful woman is currently his main target. Kai Aragi instantly recalls the words of Sage Elbana. A witch with the rare ability to manipulate space resides right here on the city front lines. And according to the legend, she is the only one who can help him fulfill his deepest wish. Kai Aragi immediately speaks up. The real issue is how to get close to her. If we just barge in without a solid plan, this entire mission turns into a war. As the two step out from hiding, Mei quietly asks what their next move is. Kai Aragi replies that they must first gather intel very carefully. He warns her to follow his lead and never act on her own. She quickly nods in obedience, agreeing that she completely understands. Looking out, the city center is crawling with demon soldiers. Surprisingly, they act just like humans, gathering in small groups to chat away. Some are even sitting around laughing and chugging beer. Our duo watches all of this from the window of a nearby abandoned room. Mei whispers that, at first glance, these monsters seem to live completely normal lives. She admits that this realization is honestly quite disappointing. Kai Aragi points out that since they possess high intelligence and can communicate, acting like humans is only natural. Then he points down. Mei instantly freezes as she looks where he is pointing. Down below, several human captives are being forced to work as slaves. The brutal demon guards whip them relentlessly, screaming at them to stop being lazy and carry the heavy cargo faster. Mei gasps in horror at the sight. Kai Aragi looks at her, confused by her reaction, and asks why she is so shocked. After all, she already knew demons enslaved humans. Peering out from the doorway, Mei mutters that knowing it and seeing it are different. The cruel demons burst into laughter, as their victims writhe in agony. Looking closely, May's expression completely shifts into pure anger. She is absolutely furious right now. Kai Aragi glances over, noticing her rage. This is likely the very first time he has seen her like this. He is genuinely taken aback by her intensity. But suddenly, Kai Aragi feels a strange distortion in the air. A mysterious voice echoes. "You two are not demons, are you?" Right behind them stands a mysterious girl with sharp horns and a chilling, ominous aura. Kai Aragi whips around, his mind racing. When on earth did she get there? Instinctively, he draws his dagger to defend them. He did not sense her presence at all. The mysterious girl quickly tells them to put their weapons away, as she is not here to fight. This only makes Kai Aragi even more suspicious. He demands to know what she wants and how she managed to track them down. Her calm demeanor is deeply unsettling. There is no logical way she sneaked up on him like that, unless she was using magic. The girl finally speaks up, revealing she has been tracking him ever since he crossed into her personal territory. May looks completely confused, wondering what barrier she is talking about, since she did not detect even a single drop of mana. The girl's eyes glow a mysterious crimson, as she proudly claims that nothing escapes her sight when using her advanced space magic. Kai Aragi freezes suddenly, remembering the rumors from earlier. Could she actually be the one? He immediately triggers his appraisal skill. The system screen pops up, displaying her stats. Name Isabel Veldora. Age 15. Attack is S rank, while defense is A rank. Agility and strength are both A rank, but her magic is an insane double S rank. Her skills include S rank space magic. And all attribute magic is also S rank. Stepping closer, she formally introduces herself as Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Empire. Veldora. She delivers a chilling threat, warning them that if they do not start talking, she will summon the guards. She demands to know what a human and an elf are doing here. Kai Aragi realizes he must tread carefully to avoid a battle. Trapped deep in enemy territory, a fight would be suicidal. He needs to negotiate peacefully. Kai Aragi decides to explain their situation. He tells her he is willing to explain, though it is quite a long story. Isabel simply hops onto a nearby wooden crate. She shrugs, saying she is bored anyway. After Kai Aragi explains their journey, she processes the information and asks if he wants to return. "So, you want to go back to your own world?" Kai Aragi looks at Isabel with total seriousness, confirming he heard it was possible. He asks if that rumor is actually true. She calmly confirms that yes, returning to his home world is absolutely possible. Overjoyed, Kai Aragi asks if she is serious. A wave of relief washes over him. He has finally found the Space Witch. She seems completely different from the other brutal demons. Kai Aragi can't sense even a single shred of hatred toward humans in her. However, Isabel points out a major catch. She needs the exact coordinates of his old world, which she knows absolutely nothing about. Where you are from, or what kind it is. Her cold words instantly drag down his hard-earned joy. Isabel looked completely serious. Even if it is possible without the coordinates, there is no way to send you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room fell dead silent. The two locked eyes, with one desperately wanting to go home, and the other had the power to send him back, but the most crucial piece of the puzzle was missing the coordinates. Kai Aragi asked Isabel if there was any way to find them. She replied that with endless parallel worlds, finding the right one is nearly impossible. To locate his exact home world, using his specialized appraisal skill, the Eye of Truth, he watched her closely to see if she was lying, and it seemed she was telling the truth. Since upgrading, his skill had unlocked some seriously handy functions. Isabel then added, "But there are limits to your human body. You arrived here using divine protection energy, which is basically an impossible feat. My demon magic cannot breach that divine protection." Looking through her special vision, she saw a mysterious aura surrounding Kai Aragi. It was a thick, smoky white energy. Kai Aragi shrugged and replied frankly, "Maybe it is God's will that we cannot go home, unless we defeat the Demon King." Isabel Veldora remained completely calm, replying, "Perhaps. I do not know anything beyond that." Kai Aragi let out a sigh. No shortcuts, just as he expected. But at least he now knew where he stood. He was out of options. Determination flared in his eyes. He had to slay the Demon King. Isabel simply shrugged. "Looks like you have made up your mind," Kai Aragi replied. "The best part is knowing a way home exists, even if it requires demon magic. But it obviously will not be easy." May chimed in, staring at Isabel with suspicion. "I have been wondering since the start. Why are you even helping us? You are the demon princess." In response, Isabel conjured a glowing dark portal right before them. Stepping toward it, she calmly said, "Even our realm has rival factions, and there is something I want very badly." Alarmed by the sudden magic, Kai, Aragi, and Mei quickly drew their weapons, bracing for a fight. Isabel stepped inside, offering a final warning. "Stay alert. Escaping this city is not going to be easy." With those parting words, her figure began to fade away. Right before their eyes, Isabel completely vanished, and the dark portal dissolved into thin air. Mei clutched her chest, trembling. "That was terrifying. I honestly thought we were dead meat." Kai Aragi sheathed his dagger and replied, "She is the Demon King's bloodline. Incredibly powerful. We stand zero chance against her right now." Mei sighed in relief. Thank goodness, she was not hostile. Kai Aragi nodded, but warned her that in their line of work, terrible luck usually follows a stroke of good fortune. Hearing that, Mei panicked even more, begging him not to jinx them. Suddenly, shouting echoed from the streets below. As Mei peered down, Kai Aragi asked what was happening. A demon soldier down below barked orders, searching for the intruders. "Spies have infiltrated the city. Find them." Hearing this, Mei gasped in shock, realizing their cover was completely blown. The timing was too perfect, happening right as the princess left. Horrified, Mei wondered if Isabel had sold them out. Why would she help us just to turn us in? Kai Aragi turned toward the exit, muttering that they had to go. No time to guess her motives, we need to move now. Minutes later, they were leaping across rooftops at high speed. Down below, the streets swarmed with search parties. A captain barked orders, demanding to know why they had not been caught. Kai Aragi watched the massive troop mobilization, realizing the enemy was absolutely certain that intruders were lurking in the shadows. The town was on red alert, and staying was suicide. He noticed their individual stats were incredibly high. Suddenly, Kai Aragi stopped dead in his tracks, causing Mei to crash straight into his back. She complained, rubbing her nose. Kai Aragi instantly grabbed her head, shoving her down out of sight. Before she could complain, he hissed at her to stay still. He could sense a terrifying surge of energy nearby, rivaling or even surpassing the princess. Down below stood a high-ranking demon. Sporting a massive horn on his forehead and cloaked in a toxic green aura, this was one of the legendary 4 generals. Mei gasped in sheer horror. Standing right there was the monster who slaughtered her entire family and wiped out her village. Kai Aragi turned to her, asking what she had just said. Overwhelmed with rage, Mei muttered that fate had finally brought them together. Joining him was the best choice she ever made. Sensing her bloodlust, Kai Aragi asked if that demon was her ultimate target. "No doubt about it. That is the Wind King, one of the Demon King's generals." Kai Aragi looked down, activating his appraisal skill. The system screen popped up, showing Wimbok's age 40 demon race wielding level 5. Wind magic, level 5, Eagle Eye, and level 5 swordsmanship. The guy was a certified monster. Kai Aragi placed a firm steadying hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Picking a fight here was pure suicide. Mei forced herself to relax, knowing that rushing in now would only get her killed. She understood the stakes perfectly. Backing away slowly, Kai Aragi warned her that wind magic was notoriously dangerous for tracking. "He can detect us easily. We need to slip away quietly." But Mei just sat there, frozen in a daze. Wimbok lets his aura melt into the wind as he struts down the street, flanked by a massive army of demon guards. Wimbok asks, "Is there really an intruder here?" The demon guard beside him immediately replies, "Absolutely, sir." He grunts, saying it is just a hunch, so he cannot say much, but his serious expression shows he means business. If any intruders are here, they will crush them, reminding his troops that humanity's trump cards are on the move. Those hero candidates have been spotted at the front lines, meaning they must secure the area and stabilize the situation now. It is a simple but vital strategy, but a purple demon nearby interrupts, apologizing before asking a daring question. "Are you really okay staying in the rear? Surely Lord Wimbok would win much more glory out on the front lines." He calmly replies that this position suits him better, leaving the brute force and manual labor to the other units. Suddenly, the scouting winds he sent out send back a signal. Wimbok smiles, confirming that their targets are indeed here. The guard asks if he found them, and Wimbok replies that the wind currents themselves have revealed their location. They are moving carefully, but they cannot escape his tracking. The guard watches in awe of his master's skill. By controlling the wind, he can detect absolutely anything. It is a legendary top-tier wind magic skill. No matter how often he sees it, he is amazed. Wimbok dismisses the praise, ordering them to ready the pursuit unit. The troops quickly obey. Wimbok sneers, amused that the witch actually let humans slip past her right in the open. What a hilarious joke. Meanwhile, down in a dark alleyway, our main characters Kai and Mei are running for their lives. They try desperately to dodge the demon patrols and Wimbox's tracking. Kai's eyes burn with absolute focus and determination. They cannot afford to get caught here. Suddenly, Kai raises his hand and signals for Mei to halt immediately. Out on the main street, demon patrols are hunting, frantically shouting that the intruders must be hiding close by. Kai peeks out, noting that the demons have predicted their escape route, even if they do not know their exact location. Mei looks up at the sky and points out a strange disturbance, mentioning that the wind is behaving very unnaturally. Even the spirits are restless. Kai looks up, realizing they are dealing with a dangerous wind-based detection spell. This spell is highly dangerous. Mei suggests she could disrupt the abnormal wind with her magic, but there is a catch. It would instantly expose their location. Deciding it is too risky, Kai tells her to keep moving without casting. They are not fully spotted yet, and getting caught in this narrow space means getting overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As time ticks away, the demon soldiers relentlessly hunt for them under Wimbox's strict orders. Our duo sticks to the shadows constantly, weaving through tight alleyways to stay one step ahead. But suddenly, a loud shout echoes. They are spotted. Kai turns to see a massive squad blocking their path. Mei is completely exhausted, panting heavily as she struggles to keep up. Kai clicks his tongue and forces them forward. She apologizes, blaming herself, but Kai shrugs it off, saying they can turn this map to their advantage. Then he drops a bombshell. He wants Mei to act as bait to lure them away. She is completely stunned. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock. But before she can even protest, Kai kicks off the ground with insane speed. He zigzags up the walls, leaping onto the rooftops, and leaving Mei crying out that she cannot climb like that. Kai looks down, reminding her of her quest for revenge. Crying right now is not going to solve anything. He tells her to run and hide before leaping away, leaving her utterly dumbfounded and abandoned in the alley. Terrified, but with no other choice, she bolts forward as the armed demon soldiers close in, screaming in hot pursuit. Shouting that the targets are splitting up, the demon guards divide their forces at the upcoming fork in the road. One squad chases Kai while the other pursues Mei. But suddenly Mei halts, spins around, and raises her staff. She sighs, realizing she just has to fight back, and boldly faces the oncoming horde of demon soldiers. Her staff erupts in brilliant flames as she conjures fire salamander magic, forcing the demons to freeze in utter shock. And boom, a massive inferno engulfs the alleyway, creating an explosion that alerts every other demon squad nearby. Following their commander's orders, they charge toward the blast, completely unaware of a dark shadow landing right behind them. A lethal, silent strike slashes through a guard's neck. Blood sprays, and the demon falls before even realizing what happened. As the body hits the dirt, the shadow blurs forward. Kai's next targets are the two guards right in front. Within a fraction of a second, only the soft sound of slicing steel echoes through the quiet night air. The squad leader senses something wrong and turns to ask, but is met with nothing but dead bodies of his lackeys lying scattered on the ground. He stammers in shock. What on earth is this? In a split second, a cold dagger is pressed against his neck. In shock, the demon soldier freezes in sheer terror, too scared to speak, as Kai mockingly whispers, "You coward." Right after he says those words, blood spurts from the demon's neck. Meanwhile, in another alley, nearby, heavy panting echoes through the shadows as Mei struggles to flee for her life, casting offensive spells on the chasing demon soldiers to buy some time. She summons a powerful water spell, unleashing a massive deluge that floods the narrow alleyway, severely slowing down the advancing demon soldiers. But despite the rushing torrent, those monsters stubbornly press forward against the current. Mei's face tenses up with worry, but she quickly reassures herself, hoping that at least this will buy her some time, even if they are vastly outnumbered. Suddenly, as she glances back at the horde, she notices something highly unusual. At the very back of the crowd, columns of water occasionally shoot up, and every single time it happens, another demon soldier simply vanishes. Mei realizes that their numbers are rapidly dwindling, and at the same time the flowing water begins turning into a deep, bloody red. The demons leading the charge finally notice, turning around to scream, "What the hell are you doing?" Before the demon can even process what is happening, a cold dagger drives straight through its forehead, blood spraying everywhere. That deadly throw by Kai is known by a beautiful name, Kai Aragi, the death god. Kai's cold, razor-sharp eyes glare as dark demon blood splatters across his face, showing the classic chilling style of a true assassin. He calmly pulls his dagger from the demon's skull and remarks to Mei, "You make great bait. You really made my job a whole lot easier." The two press onward through the narrow passage with Mei following. Behind Kai complaining, "Hey, I almost got killed back there." Meanwhile, Winby's hurried footsteps echo as he demands answers, growling, "You still haven't captured them." A trembling demon soldier rushes over stammering, "My apologies. I will deploy more troops immediately." To the scene, raising a hand to stop him. Winby walks past and snaps, "No need. Sending more men just means more useless bodies." Winby smirks with absolute confidence, "I will put an end to them myself." Back in the alley, Kai and Mei suddenly sense something, blocking their path as a violent gust of wind sweeps down upon them. It whips through their hair and completely halts their advance. Mei senses an incredibly powerful magical presence within this violent breeze. It is clear they have been targeted as condensed wind energy. Begins forming lethal magical blades heading straight for them. Sensing the danger, Mei shouts, "O spirits of the wind," and summons a massive magical vortex, deflecting the incoming sharp wind blades. The hostile attacks gradually dissipate, and the air around them grows still once more. Kai glares upward, knowing the real threat has finally arrived. Standing high above them is Winby, manipulating the currents of the air. He folds his arms with a mocking smirk, sneering, "Well, look at you, cowardly rats. Surviving my first strike, you intruders." Seeing his face, Mei's eyes burn with pure hatred as she screams out his name. Winby Kai nudges her forward, fueling her resolve. "Well, here's your long-awaited chance for revenge. Are you ready to take him down, Mei?" She tightly grasps, her magical staff glaring up with burning determination. "I've been ready for 10 long years." Kai whispers a warning to her, reminding her that in a drawn-out battle, this guy won't be easy to beat. They must go all out right from the start, and end this quickly. Mei nods with absolute resolve, fixing her eyes on Winby. She plants her staff firmly onto the ground and begins chanting. Summoning the wind spirits, she unleashes razor-sharp blades of air that fly forward like deadly slashes, aimed straight at where Winby is hovering. But the demon remains completely unfazed, his expression not showing even a single hint of concern. Suddenly, Winby casts an enormous magic circle and laughs, "Attacking me with wind magic? Me, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the wind. I honestly can't tell if you are incredibly brave or just downright stupid." Instantly, powerful gale surges from the magical seal, shielding his entire body in a massive vortex. Mei's fierce attacks crash against this barrier and are instantly neutralized. Riding the violent currents of his storm, her wind blades are deflected high into the sky and scattered away. Meanwhile, Kai uses his insane speed to dash across the ground, looking up and realizing the vortex is blocking Winby's own field of vision. Suddenly, sharp wind spears rain down from the sky. Fortunately, with his sharp instincts and agility, Kai nimble leaps to the side, dodging them cleanly. He looks up in shock as Winby's arrogant voice echoes, "Did you really think you could easily close the distance just because my vision is blocked?" The demon commander slowly swirls his fingers, manipulating the air currents with a smug grin. "My wind search magic tracks your every move. You can never hide from me." Kai grows tense, realizing that even in the demon's blind spots that sensory magic will instantly pinpoint his location. This perfectly counters his stealth-based assassin skills. But just as things look grim, Mei steps up, raising her staff high and shouting confidently, "Don't worry, I've got this." Instantly, the tip of her staff erupts with a blinding green light, conjuring a furious gale that shatters the protective vortex surrounding Winby. Left completely defenseless and utterly shocked, the demon gasps, "What?" Mei yells over to Kai, explaining that since his spell relies on precise wind control, if she can just use her own magic to break it, I can stop him. Wimbox grew anxious, realizing that girl had somehow shattered his spell with her chant. She must know my entire fighting style. Kai remained locked on his opponent, knowing that all her life was built around this revenge. To close the distance, Kai used the surrounding walls as a springboard, launching himself straight up toward the rooftops to reach Wimbox. Wimbox looked down, spotting the incoming attack, and let out a smug sneer, thinking Kai was incredibly foolish to challenge him. Did he really think getting close would guarantee a win? Kai lunged, delivering a razor-sharp strike, but Wimbox easily evaded him. Using wind magic, Wimbox floated up effortlessly, leaving Kai shocked. The villain mocked him from above, laughing at his pathetic attempt. "Too bad for you, I can fly." Kai clicked his tongue, realizing this skill was just like Narumi's. Suddenly, Mei shouted from below. She cast a spell, sending a sudden gust of wind right under Kai's feet, propelling him straight up to match the enemy. With the magical wind pushing him closer, Kai closed the gap. Wimbox panicked, screaming in disbelief, unable to comprehend what happened. Kai readied his sharp dagger, aiming to finish this while the boss was still dazed, activating his appraisal and weakness detection skills. This powerful ability let him read Wimbox's movements ahead of time, pointing out his exact blind spots and vital weaknesses clear as day. But suddenly, those glowing weakness lines began to fade. Kai gasped in shock, watching the system markers slowly disappear before him. Wimbox gripped his hilt slowly, drawing a massive weapon. In an instant, a glowing wind sword materialized, humming with deadly energy. Glaring down, the boss growled, calling Kai a mere intruder who dared force him to draw his blade. Then, he lunged downward. The rapid, heavy thrusts forced Kai backward. He raised his twin daggers, desperately attempting to parry the relentless barrage of strikes. But the sheer speed was overwhelming. Several slashes slipped through, cutting his cheek and drawing blood. Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. Even with his special vision, the attack was simply too fast. Seizing the opening, Wimbox pressed the attack, giving him no breathing room. Smirking, the boss boasted that he was the master who taught Hor his swordsmanship. But suddenly, his arrogant grin completely vanished. He glanced sideways just in time to see a massive boulder hurling straight at him, forcing him to leap away instantly. The distraction saved Kai from a fatal blow. He retreated, landing beside Mei, as the giant rock crashed into the adjacent wall. While Wimbox hovered above, the duo remained highly focused, holding their staff and dagger ready. The boss looked down, feeling slightly uneasy. Deflecting a projectile of that size with mere wind magic was no easy feat, and it made him realize they were dangerous. Staring at Mei, he noted her rare mastery over earth magic. Underestimating this elf would be a critical mistake for him. He wondered why any elf villages were still standing at all. But then a dark realization struck him, and his eyes widened. He shrieked, asking if Kai was the one who slaughtered Hor. Before Kai could even answer, Mei stepped forward and yelled back. She said he deserved to feel the pain of losing someone close. Wimbox closed his eyes, let out a chilling laugh. Realizing she was a survivor of that village, he smiled. Mei flared with pure hatred, her magical aura burning with intense rage. She screamed that she spent 10 long years training just to kill him. Wimbox burst into laughter, feeling incredibly nostalgic. He bragged about how fun that day was. His sickening grin left Mei frozen as veins bulged hideously across his dark horn. His voice dripped with mockery as he recalled how pleasant it was to hear those helpless elves scream and cry out. They sacrificed themselves for others, but one of them actually crawled forward, begging for mercy on his knees. He stuck out his tongue, unleashing a dark aura, laughing about how that beautiful despair almost moved him to tears. Seeing their utter despair was art to him. Mei snapped, screaming in rage, as she aimed her magic staff directly at him. Kai quickly stepped in front of her, warning her to stay calm. He turned back, telling her he needed her support. Hearing his words, Mei suppressed her burning rage, nodding in agreement. Kai immediately focused, realizing he had to stay completely calm. To win, he had to carefully evaluate the boss's wide-range magic, which could easily hit him from any distance. With Wimbox's massive range of attacks both close up and from afar, Kai knew one wrong step meant instant defeat. Up above, Wimbox also warned himself to stay level-headed, annoyed that Kai could still stand after taking such damage. Despite being a mere human, he survived a direct hit. He suddenly blurted out, wondering if Kai was a hero candidate. Kai met his gaze with a cold, sharp glare. Wimbox raised his glowing blade, claiming he knew all the top enemies. But Kai's name was completely missing from that list, meaning he was simply an unexpected outsider joining the battle. The boss stared down, knowing they were at a disadvantage. There was no need to rush, since his stats were higher. Meanwhile, Kai calculated his remaining time, knowing his special foresight skill would expire in less than 3 minutes. Without a quick victory, they would lose. Suddenly, Mei whispered, asking him to listen closely to her plan. The young elf stepped closer, leaning in to whisper a secret strategy directly into his ear. After listening, Kai nodded. Kai speaks up, telling her not to get in his way. Mei's eyes widen, and she immediately fires back. I should be the one saying that, she snaps. Up above, Wimbox looks down impatiently, asking if they are finally done talking. Ignoring him, Kai locks on with the cold gaze of a true assassin. He tells Mei to move. The enemy just sneers. That arrogant smirk is a direct challenge. But right here, their true strategy begins. Kai hitches a ride on Mei's wind magic. He launches upward to close the gap on Wimbox. Meanwhile, Mei slams her staff hard into the dirt. She calls upon the earth spirits, raising debris into the air. This time, it's a swarm of sharp, deadly pebbles. No massive boulders this time. She points upward, launching the stone barrage. The rocks lock onto the target like heat-seeking missiles. Wimbox floats calmly in the sky, backed by a massive magic circle. But those flying stones are already right on him. He waves his hand, summoning a violent gale to blow May's spell away. The heavy wind scatters the earth spirits. The rocks are blown far off course. But before he can even celebrate, his eyes widen. A new threat is closing in. It's Kai, dagger in hand, propelled right to his face by May's wind. He delivers a blindingly fast downward slash. Wimbox barely parries it with his sword. But before he can counter, May screams. She's not done yet, not by a long shot. Those scattered stones suddenly loop back around, aiming straight for his blind spot. Wimbox dashes away like a flash of lightning. He realizes the stones are still being controlled, and tries to dodge. But he instantly changes plans, opting for defense instead. He conjures a solid wall of wind. But that's exactly what May was waiting for. She triggers her next combo step. A fierce tornado erupts from her staff, tearing upward. It completely disrupts Wimbox's flow, shattering his defensive barrier. What he screams in pure panic. With his defense down, the earth spirits smash right into his crucial magic circle. Kai spots the opening with a razor-sharp gaze. Finally, a weakness. Blood splatters as Wimbox's grip on his sword slips. The blade slips from his hand. Wimbox realizes in horror that Kai's attack wasn't aiming for his heart, but his weapon. Kai leaps, snatches the Gale Sword mid-air, and flips backward to land perfectly on a massive boulder. Talk about stylish. But the onslaught isn't over. Weaponless and defenseless Wimbox looks back in absolute shock as yet another threat looms. The earth magic slams directly into his body, leaving him completely battered. He screams in rage, acknowledging their trick. You actually broke my defense, but did you honestly think you could scratch a high-ranking demon like me? He roars. Wimbox glares down, absolutely fuming that two mere weaklings managed to touch him. May looks up utterly stunned. The demon is completely unscathed. But Kai remains perfectly calm, examining the stolen Gale Sword. Everything is going according to plan. Let's look back for a second. Earlier May had whispered a vital secret about the demon's powerful wind magic. With a dead serious look on her face, she had explained that his wind barrier is weak against heavy attacks, especially earth elements. After all, trying to blow away heavy stones with simple wind currents is an uphill battle. Looking up at the demon, she had calculated a brilliant bypass strategy. Even if they couldn't pierce his guard directly, she could disrupt his wind flow with her own spells, severely weakening his barrier. Remembering this, Kai smiled. He realized she had spent years preparing for this exact moment of revenge. Her plan had to be absolutely flawless, but raw preparation alone wasn't going to cut it. Back then, Kai had suggested a slight modification to her plan. He wanted a path opened so he could disarm the beast. Yes, stealing the sword was entirely Kai's idea. Now back to the present. Every single detail of their setup has played out perfectly, from the wind disruption to the disarm. They stole the sword, but the demon still stands unscathed. May looks up at Kai, her mind filled with doubt. She wonders what his next move is. The demon's real power is wind magic, so why steal his sword? Wimbox licks the blood from his lips mockingly, asking if a non-swordsman like Kai thinks this stolen blade changes anything. Do you think disarming me makes you a hero? The demon mocks. Kai just stares back and replies, actually yes. He notes the blade is reacting strangely, vibrating as if responding to something else. High above, Wimbox attacks again. He rains down wind arrows, but Kai effortlessly slices through the barrage using both his dagger and the stolen sword. Suddenly, the demon closes the distance. Wimbox blocks the sword with his bare hands, but his composure is completely gone. Sweating and trembling, he realizes in terror that he can no longer keep pace with Kai's blindingly fast moves. Armed with that long blade, Kai dominates the close quarters exchange. A brutal horizontal slash forces the demon to retreat. The demon stumbles back in disbelief, shocked that he is actually being overpowered. Seeing her opening, May raises her staff. She commands her wind spirits to disrupt the demon's focus. A massive updraft erupts, catching the high demon completely off guard. Losing his balance, he fell backward and screamed in disbelief, staring at Kai, realizing the boy was perfectly tracking his flight path. Kai suddenly appeared right before him, raising his sword high for a final strike, and coldly muttered, "It ends here." Wimbox braced himself, veins popping all over his face and forehead horn as he roared, "Do not dare mock me. You are nothing but a mere human." Instantly, a sharp, powerful aura fired from his horn, aiming straight at Kai. The massive collision unleashed a blinding flash of blue light. Kai landed gracefully in the distance, while on the other side, Wimbok's severed head rolled onto the ground. Kai exhaled, completely drained of energy, but the decapitated head could still speak. I never imagined I would lose. The demon weakly asked Kai how he had suddenly managed to change directions like that. It was all thanks to his guardian mimicry skill. Kai told him, with these eyes I can copy any opponent's moves. He explained that during their clash, he copied the demon's swordsmanship. He admitted he was initially terrible at using a sword. That was why he had avoided using it before. Blood pooled around Wimbok as he lay there, taking his final breaths. A guardian candidate, so you really are humanity's ultimate weapon. Kai looked down coldly, making no effort to hide the truth. I acquired this power by killing your subordinate Hector. Suddenly, his status screen popped up. Name Kai Aragi, age 17. Gender male. His traits included Guardian Appraisal, level 4, Weakness Detection level, Z Farsight, level 1, and Guardian Mimicry, level 1. Assassination skill, level 5, Dagger Technique, level 5, Throwing, level 5, and Stealth, level 5. Finally, understanding why he lost. Wimbok slowly closed his eyes, cursing his foolish subordinate Hector for letting their mortal enemy grow so incredibly powerful in the end. After defeating one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat down near the severed head to catch his breath. He needed to recover his energy and assess the situation. Although he won, it had pushed him to his absolute limit. Kai realized that if just one heavenly king was this deadly, the remaining 3 would be just as terrifying. And the Demon Lord himself would be on a completely different level. To make matters worse, the Demon Lord had children. Take Isabel, for instance. Just one child possessed such insane power. Kai sighed, realizing his current strength simply was not enough. As he sat lost in these heavy thoughts, a sound startled him. Mei was quietly walking toward him. Her emotions were a chaotic mess. After all, this was the monster she had spent 10 long years preparing to kill. Staring at the lifeless corpse, she softly asked if it was truly over. Kai nodded, confirming the demon was dead. Kai then asked her how she felt, now that her revenge was complete. Despite her earlier rage, she seemed strangely calm. Mei quietly admitted that she felt completely hollow inside, despite risking everything for this very moment of absolute vengeance. Under the bright sunlight, she added that a sense of relief had finally washed over her tired soul. Even though her lost family and ruined village would never return, looking up, she felt ready to move on. Kai looked at her with genuine gratitude, admitting that, without her disrupting Wimbok's powerful wind magic, he would have struggled. Mei turned to look at him gently, shaking her head, insisting that she was actually the one who owed him. Around them, the shattered walls stood as silent witnesses to their brutal battle. Mei admitted she could never do this alone. Despite training for 10 long years, she knew defeating the demon without Kai would have been entirely impossible. With a warm, relieved smile, she thanked Kai for his help. Feeling slightly awkward, the young hero brushed it off. He claimed it was just a happy coincidence, but deep down, their bond had grown much stronger. She softly replied that she was just incredibly grateful she made the choice to join him on this long journey. She confessed that staying behind would have driven her mad, leading to a meaningless, cowardly death her master surely anticipated. Kai asked what her next steps would be. Turning to look into the distance, Mei admitted she had no idea. She felt entirely lost now that her revenge was over. Kai stood up, walking over to comfort his companion. He reminded her that elves have plenty of time, prompting a very playful and mischievous smile from the half-human girl. She admitted she would not live as long as her master, but then she leaned in close with a suggestion. She decided to continue traveling with him. Kai looked surprised, reminding her that his goal was to slay the Demon Lord. Mei explained that defeating the Demon Lord would prevent others from suffering the same tragic fate she did. Without giving him a chance to object, she walked ahead with a playful smile, refusing to leave his side. Kai scratched his head in complete confusion, realizing that having an ally would be incredibly useful for gathering more clues, especially with enemy reinforcements likely on the way. While he did not say it directly, his silence was a clear agreement. This quiet acceptance filled Mei with joy, and she eagerly jogged to catch up with her silent companion. She was absolutely thrilled. After getting her revenge, she was determined to stop anyone else from suffering the same fate. 2 small figures, an otherworldly assassin posing as a hero candidate and a half-elf with massive magic power, walked side by side. Together, they pushed forward. But out of nowhere, from high above, a dark presence was silently watching them. Shrouded in shadows, a dark figure observed their every move. It was Isabel. She stood there taking it all in. She watched, but chose not to interfere. Instead, she smirked, whispering to herself, "They are much better than I expected." Letting them escape has its uses, but can they really beat? Winbeck's Isabel plotted with a sinister, calculated smile. My next moves will be effortless now. Meanwhile, our duo began their grueling trek back, scaling peaks and crossing treacherous rivers. It was just as brutal as entering the demon realm. Soon Kai, Aragi, and May returned to Albana's place, reuniting with joy. Over fresh tea, Albana smiled warmly. I am so relieved you both made it back safely, she said, looking at them. Honestly, I never expected you back so soon. May froze, completely unsure if her master was praising or teasing her. Flustered, she began to stammer out an excuse, but the wise sage simply reached out and patted her head gently. I get it. Albana snapped her fingers and winked. You wanted to go with that boy, didn't you? Give it your all. Blushing, Kai Aragi quickly took a sip of his tea, acting totally oblivious. May stole a glance at him, her cheeks flushing. Yes, master, she whispered softly. Turning to Kai Aragi, the sage asked, So kid, have you heard the frontline news lately? May perked up, asking, Is something wrong, Lady Albana? The sage sighed, revealing a grim truth about the hero candidates. Apparently his fellow hero candidates had been crushed. Kai Aragi immediately realized Midu had lost. Who did this to them, he asked. Albana replied, a top commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Earth King Stonier. May frowned. Is he like Winbx? Kai Aragi's heart sank. He knew whoever they faced would be incredibly powerful. Having faced one of those monsters before, he knew their terrifying strength. He looked up, anxiety creeping into his voice. Were they killed? He asked. The sage shook her head. No, they survived, but their spirits are completely broken. Kai Aragi slowly set his teacup down, his expression hardening. I see. He stood up, ready to make his move. Let's go check on them. Secretly, Kai Aragi was planning ahead. To defeat the Demon Lord, he needed to exploit these heroes. By using them as shields and pawns, he could dismantle the 4 heavenly kings one by one, weakening the demon army. May looked up innocently. Are those heroes as strong as you? Kai Aragi shrugged. Hard to say. Raw power is useless without execution. If they cannot master their skills, they are useless. Later that night, inside the massive border fortress, protecting the kingdom, dozens of heavily wounded soldiers lay groaning in pain. Among the suffering troops were the defeated hero candidates themselves. Agonizing cries echoed through the crowded tents. One hero clutched a shattered arm, blood seeping right through the fresh bandages. Shiori knelt beside Midu, her hands trembling with exhaustion. Are you all right? Let me cast another healing spell on you. Midu forced a weak smile. Save your mana, Honosen. Do not push yourself too hard. Healing has its limits. Shiori shook her head softly, tears welling up. I know, but this is the only way I can help you. Activating her magic, she channeled soothing green light into Midu. Grateful, his mind drifted back to their narrow escape. If Herrick's army had not arrived in the nick of time, none of them would have made it out alive. Looking around, Midu saw the heavy toll. His allies were broken not just physically, but completely shattered in spirit. The usually hyperactive Rina sat curled in a corner, staring blankly. Even the mighty Arashi lay defeated and helpless. Midu clenched his fists in sheer frustration as the magic washed over him. The weight of failure was suffocating. If only he had been stronger. Meanwhile, at the ominous List Fortress, the Demon Occupation Force was on high alert. Their commander Stonier sat alone atop a towering spire. He meditated in absolute silence, the howling wind swirling around him. In the distance, hidden deep within a dense forest, the fortress loomed atop a massive jagged cliffside. So that is him, Kai Aragi muttered. Using his advanced appraisal vision, he watched the commander from miles away. May gasped, completely stunned. You can see him from all the way out here, Kai Aragi nodded calmly. My appraisal skill leveled up, unlocking new sub-abilities. Long-range scouting is just one of the many perks. May smiled. Your skills really are incredibly handy, aren't they? Kai Aragi ignored her praise, focused entirely on the enemy. He needed detailed intel. Know your enemy, win every battle. Instantly, Stonier's system profile flashed before his eyes. Name Stonier. Age 75. Race demon. Male. Attack B. Defense S. Agility B. Strength S. Magic S. Status normal. Skills. Level 5. Earth magic. Level 3. Swordsmanship. And level 5. Ironclad defense. A true juggernaut. Kai activates his advanced appraisal skill, allowing him to see the exact details of the enemy's ironclad defense technique. The skill multiplies defense based on raw stats. Since his appraisal is already at level 4, he instantly understands how it works. With advanced appraisal, fully active analyzing the enemy's exact skills gives him a massive tactical advantage in the battles ahead. Plus, he also possesses a weakness detection skill. Meanwhile, Stony continues to sit there in deep, quiet meditation. The boss looks completely unbothered after wiping out the previous intruders. But Kai's weakness detection skill yields absolutely zero results. Nothing Kai realizes, his current level is simply too low to perceive this guy's weak points. Beside him, Mei asks curiously, "Did you find anything?" Kai replies, "If he had a weakness, it'd be easier." He adds, "All I know about him is, he is a master of earth magic, and his swordsmanship is quite sharp. Plus, he has a special defensive buff. It boosts his defense stats insanely high, but that is all I can read." Mei suddenly has a realization about this foe. As one of the Earth generals, his Earth element should naturally be weaker against water. Kai immediately asks about elemental compatibility. "It is not that simple," she explains. "It highly depends on the specific skills being cast." Mei turns to add more. Even if he knows dozens of Earth spells, he can only truly master a select few high-level skills. If we can identify those specific masteries, we can pinpoint his blind spots. Hearing this, Kai comes up with a plan. "I think we should pay their main group a visit first." Meanwhile, back at the fortress, Midu is looking tense. Back at the fortress, you and I find Midu standing on the wall, looking incredibly tense with his unhealed wounds. Midu thinks of Kai, wishing that legendary fighter Kai Aragi Hyuk were here to help, but he quickly shakes his head, dismissing it. "I can't run away," he mutters. "I will." Before he can even finish, his companions quietly gather behind him. Rina asks if he is plotting something crazy again, then waves her hand. "You always try to carry everything on your own." Midu turns around, totally shocked to see his squad standing there. "Guys," he stammers. Narumi flashes a playful wink. "Hey, drop the long face, the game isn't over yet," Meyer chimes in. "Exactly, Midu, you are not fighting alone." Midu looks at them in disbelief. "You guys still trust me?" Rina steps forward, folding her arms defiantly. "Wait, so you actually don't trust us?" she huffs, walking past and calling him an idiot. Narumi immediately throws an arm around him. "Seriously, man, lean on us a bit more, right?" Midu watches her walk off, while Rina stays quiet. Midu cracks a soft smile. "Relying on you guys, honestly, I never even considered that." Narumi chuckles softly. "Well, everyone here is leveling up daily. If you try to carry the whole load alone, your shoulders will snap." Just as spirits start lifting, a familiar voice calls out, "So this is where you've been hiding, Midu." It is Arashi, leading his own heavily battered squad. They look just as beaten up as everyone else. He points a finger. "Wipe that pathetic look off your face. Aren't we supposed to kick that Stony guy's butt?" Midu stares in shock. "Arashi, I can't believe you came." Arashi clicks his tongue. "Annoying as it is, we can't beat him alone." He steps right up to him. "Give us the orders, Midu. We are going to absolutely crush that Stony guy." Narumi cheers, thrilled that Arashi is finally teaming up with them. Meyer giggles. "Whoa, is it about to rain blood today?" "Shut up or I will end you," Arashi snaps, blushing. Midu finally feels the spark return, declaring with newfound confidence, "Let's combine our strength and crush that demon together." Arashi grins. Now, that's the face of a leader. Meanwhile, Jane watches closely. Acting as Kai's spy, she is relieved to see everyone unite. But, as you and I know, they still lack a plan. We still don't have a real plan to kill that Stony guy. Just then, a sudden voice makes her jump. "Been a while, Jane." She whips her head around. Kai quickly signals, "Keep it down, I don't want any attention." Jane gasps quickly, clapping a hand over her mouth while trying to act cool. Kai whispers, "So you guys lost to that boss?" "Yeah, we did," she admits quietly. He presses for info immediately. "What kind of elemental spells is he casting?" Jane looks down, recounting the details of the failed raid to bring Kai up to speed. Kai processes the info. "So he summons mud minions and controls them from behind." Jane nods. "Yes, his whole combat style revolves around that." Kai mutters, "Exactly what Mei predicted." Hearing a girl's name, Jane immediately turns back with narrowed eyes. "Wait, who is Mei? Is she a girl?" Kai quickly dodges the bullet, changing the subject. "Forget it. Thanks for the intel, though." Jane sighs. "Aren't you going to join the fight?" Kai Aragi Hyukai looks over at the united, passionate crowd. "I wanted to," Kai replies. "But they have found their resolve. My interference would only cause unnecessary drama." Looking at Jane with his usual sincere eyes, he whispers, "Instead, I will watch over you from the shadows, like always." Cut to the monsters standing guard on the high walls. The massive castle of List towers over everything. Up in the sky, two beasts patrol under tight security, while hidden deep in the forest, the hero candidates gather. They prepare for their next strike. Carrie excitedly claims, since Yumi is here, she is basically as good as An army worth 100 soldiers. Rina happily chimes in. You are so right, I am glad you are safe. Yumi blushes shyly, gently poking her cheek. Thank you, I will do my absolute best. This is hero candidate number 9, Yumi Kinoshita. She just transferred from the non-combat unit to the front lines. Rina suddenly asks, so what made you suddenly decide to join us? Yumi hesitates for a second, then smiles brightly as she quickly makes up an excuse. I heard everyone was having a tough time. Carrie laughs out loud praising her. You are a true hero. But Rina remains completely silent. Yumi smiles nervously thinking, I will be fine, right Kai Aragito? 5 days ago, wearing a maid outfit. Yumi leaned against the door. Exhausted from a long day, she sighed, I am so tired today. Suddenly Kai spoke up. Long time no see, Kinoshita. Not realizing how strange this was, Yumi casually replies, yeah, it has been a while. Then she panics, pointing wildly. Wait, what? Who even are you? How did you get inside? But seconds later, she calms down and asks, are you really Kai Aragito? Kai answers bluntly, so your brain finally started working again, huh? Blushing in sheer panic, she asks, why are you suddenly in my room? Kai skips the small talk and gets straight to the point. Right now, Shuji Midu and the others are struggling on the front lines. To turn things around, we need your power as the guardian of water. That is why I came for you, Kinoshita. Yumi freezes, pointing at herself. But I'm in the non-combat unit. Kai calmly shrugs it off. Do not worry, you have the potential to stand on the front lines. Join Shuji Midu's team and help them. Still, Yumi's heart is filled with deep doubt. How can you be so sure? Kai asks. You want to fight too, right? He then delivers some shocking news about Leonora. The one who traumatized you, I killed her. Kai calmly adds, now there is absolutely no one left to stop you. Has the wound in your heart finally healed? Then a flashback of a clumsy Yumi flashes through Kai's mind. This is no time to play waitress and break everyone's plates. Yumi's face turns bright red from absolute embarrassment. You saw that? That was just an accident. Kai looks at her, hitting her right where it hurts. Deep down, you have wanted to help Nagase and Shinami this entire time, right? Yumi stares in silence, then lets out a bitter laugh. So you knew all along. I am surprised you care this much about me, Kai Aragito. But Kai quickly shuts it down. I am only looking for a pawn I can use. Suddenly, Yumi remembers something else and looks at him with curiosity. Wait, Kai Aragito, aren't you a wanted criminal? Are you really joining the frontline forces? Kai answers back with complete calm. A wanted criminal cannot join the Holy Kingdom's army. Yumi stammers. Still, Rina is going to scowl at you. Before leaving, Kai pulls up his hood and turns back. I will act as your shadow. I am here to activate a pawn like you. Back in the present, Yumi clenches her fists, steeling her resolve. I must try my best to prove my magic can be useful. Hidden behind a nearby tree trunk, Jane overhears everything and silently keeps watch. Minutes earlier near the fortress walls, Kai stood below Jane. That is the plan. Any questions? She voices her concerns. I know we need Kinoshita to create a gap in the enemy's defensive line, but are you sure that is actually enough? Kai calmly replies, I am not the only one fighting this demon. I am sure you guys have your own plans, so just do your best, depending on the situation. Suddenly, his eyes turn cold. I want to see how much you all have grown while I was away. Relay that message to Shuji Midu. Jane asks no further questions. She simply turns to leave, murmuring a quiet, understood. Meanwhile, back in the forest outside, the castle of List, a firm voice calls out to her. Kanzaki. Shuji Midu steps forward with ultimate resolve. Let us go over the plan one last time. Gathering the entire squad, he rallies them with fierce determination. This time we cannot lose. Jane instantly nods in agreement. Surrounded by the dense forest, they finalize their battle strategy. But as they map out their strategy, a skeptical voice whispers nearby. Are you sure this will actually work? Nibbling on bread in a nearby bush, May asks Kai. You have a much better plan than that, do you not? Kai replies calmly. If they only follow orders, they will never truly grow. Sure, we must defeat the Demon Lord. But I also need to train my classmates first. Kai's eyes narrow with intense focus. They have incredible potential, but absolutely no idea how to use it. Watching his classmates, he decides to guide them one step at a time. He started by dropping clues. Kai picked up on it fast, knowing the absolute key to this entire conflict was making their own moves. Right outside the iron gates of Fortress List, a massive demon army stood guard, vigilantly guarding with tons of sentries on top of the walls. Suddenly, a powerful imperial army appeared. Outside, preparing to storm the castle, Elia led the charge on horseback. It was time. Drawing a shining blade and pointing it forward, Elia yelled, "All right, everyone, charge." Hearing the command, the soldiers instantly rushed forward. The monsters on the walls started mocking them. "Here they come again? Those fools never learn pulling the same stunt." Instead of retreating, Elia roared with fierce passion. "Do not hesitate. We must clear the way for our hero candidates." The monsters clashed back with brutal force, determined to wipe out the invaders. A fierce battle erupted, and the hero candidates, led by Midu, carved a straight path, charging forcefully deep inside the stronghold. He stared ahead, his eyes burning with intense resolve after their last defeat. Rising right before him was a towering spire, and framed inside the window was a familiar, menacing silhouette, none other than the old monster, Stony. He flashed, his nasty yellow teeth grinning mockingly at Midu. Frowning, Midu wondered if the villain was waiting for them. Stone Geyer mockingly issued a challenge. "Come on, hero candidates, do not disappoint me." Suddenly, a massive gilded door blocked their path, before a massive explosion completely shattered the gate, sending debris flying. Arashi, Shunsuke, and his squad passionately charged inside, their energy completely different from their previous encounter. The heavy air grew suffocating. Standing right ahead was an army of clay monsters created by Stone Geyer. He stood centered, holding his shield and sword. Midu yelled to execute the plan. In a ceiling crack above, a faint noise echoed. Kai and Mei were hiding up there. Calmly observing, Kai whispered, "All right, show me what you can do." Below, the warriors assumed their combat stances after hearing Midu's plan signal for their coordinated strike. The clay monsters began to advance. Midu majestically pointed his sword straight ahead and then shouted to commence the attack. Instantly, everyone charged forward as one. Rina turned to ask with concern, "Are you all right?" Yumi, still feeling pretty nervous. Yumi replied, "Do not worry about me." This was her very first real battle. Immediately, Yumi unleashed her magical power, conjuring water and masterfully directing the rushing currents to sweep the monsters away. Attacking the horde, Stone Geyer grimaced at the sight. The clay monsters froze, paralyzed by Yumi's freezing stream. As Arashi Shinsuke raised his fists to strike, another massive blast erupted, leaving the clay beasts completely dazed and shattered. Midu refused to be outdone, slicing a monster clean in half. Ken leaped swiftly, driving his daggers deep. "Take this, Atsushi!" Unleashed a brutal gut punch. Heike shielded their allies, while Ko confidently clashed with the remaining foes. On the side, Atsushi and Heike fought hard to shatter the enemy forces. Instantly, the clay beasts collapsed into fragments, but then a surge of dark magic enveloped the broken debris. Instantly, their clay bodies fused back together, completely whole, but suddenly, strange anomalies showed on their newly formed bodies. Their entire physical forms began melting, collapsing to the ground, and turning into useless piles of mud. Rina cheered. "We actually did it." Stone Geyer rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. "Water last time they didn't have that girl. Did they bring backup?" Before Stone Geyer lay a chaotic battlefield of ruins and sand, but he cautiously kept a few clay guardians close for defense. Watching from high above, Kai had to admit that Mei's prediction was absolutely spot on. Even Mei herself was surprised. "My idea was that soaking the joints between the stones would disrupt his control over the clay beasts, but this is way more effective than I imagined." Midu seized the moment, shouting, "You see that? The wet clay monsters cannot regenerate. Hit them with everything you have." Yumi nodded in agreement. Seizing the momentum, she channeled her water magic once more. A second later, a massive wave was unleashed straight at the horde, completely sweeping them away. Working together, the team rushed forward to smash the remaining clay monsters to pulp. Stone Geyer didn't flinch, flashing a sinister grin. "Trying to wipe out my minions, are we? Looks like they have a clever strategist this time." Instantly, Stone Geyer slammed his hands onto the ground, triggering glowing red magic circles. Mud surged upward, but these clay beasts were merely disposable pawns, and he was ready to sacrifice them all. Shattered clay fragments floated in midair. Stone Geyer smirked. "Now I will show these hero candidates the true power of earth magic." Instantly, a fierce barrage of sharp mud spears shot straight toward the squad. Mirai quickly reached out, manipulating the flying rocks to block the deadly counterattack. Blessed with telekinetic power, She began seizing control of the flying stone projectiles, halting every single one in midair. Stone Geyer stared in shock. What? My control over these rocks is being overridden. Spotting the perfect opening, Jane Kanzaki seized the moment to activate his. He got dominated, paralyzed right on the spot by blinding chains of lightning binding his limbs. Stonier's face twisted in agony. Totally distorted, his hand freezing midair. A crowd control skill, Arashi seized the moment, leaping high to launch an attack. Panic surged through Stonier as mud and rock erupted from beneath, triggering a massive wide-range explosion right after. Arashi's explosive punch collided with a stone barrier. Stonier raised just in time. The boss smirked, thinking his defense was absolute. He scoffed that this weak strike could never break his guard. But as Arashi's fist remained planted, another power activated. Instant teleportation. In a flash, Midu materialized right behind Stonier, gripping his sword with lethal intent. He unleashed a razor-sharp strike, but Stonier braced himself firmly, grabbing his heavy blade to easily block Midu's slash. Deflecting the sword, Stonier sneered mockingly, asking if this pitiful attempt was truly the absolute best they could do. But Mirai was already channeling her telekinesis, hurling a counterattack straight back at him. She was returning his own rocks. Next, Narumi unleashed her wind magic, conjuring a lethal wind spear. Stonier gasped in shock at the relentless onslaught. Attacks rained down on him from every single direction. The boss gritted his teeth, growling in pure fury. They were targeting him from every angle. He roared that even a relentless multi-directional assault could never shatter his defense. Suddenly, a massive stone drill erupted, blasting them away. Watch closely, because Yumi on this side was getting anxious. She unleashed a massive torrent of water, directing the raging waves straight at his stone drill. Stonier was caught off guard. He panicked as the water began soaking into his stone defense. If the rock softened, his ultimate shield would completely fail. Right then, Mirai's telekinetic boulders rained down. Midu roared to end it, while Arashi delivered a devastating rage-fueled final punch. Within seconds, their combined might shattered his absolute stone defense into tiny fragments. Stonier finally felt a wave of true terror. Letting out a horrific shriek, he desperately scrambled back, desperately trying to convince himself he could still survive this. But the relentless assault pushed him back. Realizing his guard was failing, a sudden murderous look flashed in his eyes. He decided to gamble everything by converting his entire defensive mana pool into offense. Dozens of magic circles manifested. But before he could unleash that destructive energy, Kai spotted his fatal weakness, his eyes gleaming with sharp precision. In a heartbeat, Kai's dagger flew straight into the center of Stonier's forehead, sending blood spraying everywhere. One of the four heavenly kings was finished. Screaming in agony, his massive body trembled as his eyes rolled back. Life drained from his eyes, and his colossal frame crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone stood there completely stunned. Shock quickly turned to absolute joy as cheers erupted. They actually did it. But as the crowd cheered their names, everyone praised Midu and Arashi for defeating the boss. But Midu stared at the corpse, knowing they were completely wrong. Arashi knew it too, his eyes locked onto the dead monster. It wasn't them. Someone else struck the final blow. Arashi's gaze drifted to the weapon protruding from the high-tier demon. He pulled out the dark dagger, inspecting it closely. Whispering in disbelief, his hesitation caught Midu's attention. Midu traced the trajectory back to where the dagger was thrown from. He noticed a fresh crack in the ceiling above. It was Kai Aragi-kun. Arashi scowled, cursing the mysterious savior. Narumi stepped forward with a warm smile, celebrating their successful plan. Midu forced a grin, agreeing they had won. Outwardly, he celebrated, but inside he knew. Looking at the girls, he credited Kinoshita for getting them this far. But at the very end, Stonier released a terrifying surge of energy. You and I know how dangerous that was. Midu realized their master plan was just child's play. That was why Kai Aragi-kun had been watching, stepping in to save them. Mirai walked over, noticing his conflicted look. She smiled, suggesting they focus on celebrating their massive victory instead. When Midu hesitated, wanting to confess the truth, she gently cut him off, offering to listen to it later. Looking down at the massive corpse, Mirai declared that taking down a heavenly king was more than enough for today. She playfully pushed Midu toward the cheering crowd before he could protest, forcing him to join the wild celebration. Everyone showered him with praise, chanting his name and cheering for their incredible teamwork. For a brief second, he froze. He quickly shook it off, putting on a bright smile to join his friends. But Arashi remained deeply troubled. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Just then, his own teammates walked over to congratulate him, Atsushi beaming with pride. Kenta excitedly declared he would follow Arashi forever after witnessing such a heart-stopping legendary battle. Arashi sighed heavily, telling them to shut up since he was not the slayer. Apologizing quietly, his teammates backed off. Crossing his arms, Kao noted he understood Arashi's bitter frustration. Gripping the dagger, Arashi asked if Kao saw it too. Kao confirmed he did, standing so close. But he reassured Arashi that Kai Aragi-kun only landed the very last blow. Arashi tightened his grip on his dagger as Kao's voice echoed, saying they had actually pushed one of the 4 heavenly kings into a corner, along with Midu, and that alone was more than enough. Hearing this, Arashi felt slightly relieved and remained completely silent. A moment later, Midu stood catching his breath. Standing atop the castle wall, he screamed down, "We have killed the 4 heavenly kings of the Earth Stony." Holding up the severed head, he demanded surrender. Now all of you, seeing this, the demon soldiers lost their minds, dropping their weapons in sheer terror. Lord Stone was defeated. Elia raised her sword and shouted, "This is our victory." The soldiers cheered wildly in response. Herrick smiled. They had finally made it through inside the massive stone fortress. Loud cheers of victory echoed everywhere now. Peering through the window from inside, at the scene below, Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over, but Mei was slightly curious since the forces of both sides were still roughly equal. Kai turned around to explain. The Demon Lord's army is led by highly influential commanders. Once their leader is defeated, they lose all capability to resist. Mei suddenly realized, now that you mention it, something very similar happened when we defeated Wimbox. Not a single demon chased after us. Kai quietly poured a cup of tea and added, that is one of the main weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army. She turned to ask, completely confused, but is that really okay? You were the one who killed Stone Geyer. I thought your goal was to train your friends. Kai replied, I felt a terrifying bloodlust radiating from Stone Geyer when he began to transform. I didn't want my friends getting killed before they had a chance to grow. Taking a sip, he added, besides, that is an assassin's primary job anyway. I just hope they understand. Mei smiled. You really are overprotecting them, you know, and keeping them too safe. Putting his cup down, Kai calmly replied, I've been thinking about this for days now. Aren't you ever going to call me by my name? My name is Kai Aragido Kai. Hearing this, Mei blushed in embarrassment. No, it's just, I didn't know how to address you. Lowering her voice, she softly asked, then can I call you Kai? Holding his cup, he casually replied, sure. Then he turned to tease her. Why is your face so red? Her cheeks turned bright red, but she quickly denied it. No, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Kai looked back on their journey, realizing they had already defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. As Isabel's face flashed in his mind, he knew that some demon descendants like her were incredibly powerful, and even deadlier entities were surely lurking out there. He thought to himself that the journey to defeat the Demon Lord was still far from over. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, You are making things difficult. We see a girl grimacing as she lay on the ground, her face full of pure hatred, but the man only smirked and casually said, It's wonderful that your heart is still beating, but you can't move anymore, can you? He then ordered his subordinate behind him, send word to the support units immediately. We have captured the princess. And now the Beastman alliance is finally over. A week after the defeat of the Earth Heavenly King, the atmosphere inside the kingdom grew significantly brighter thanks to the army's recent grand triumphs. Everyone was reading the news and celebrating. This victory boosted the morale of the knights. They were allowed to rest and throw wild parties, eating, singing, and elevating the reputation of the hero candidates. They became the ultimate hope for humanity, cheered and celebrated as they paraded through the streets. Inside the grand hall, the king declared, With your success in subjugating one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, I offer you my highest and most sincere respect. Below, Midu knelt respectfully as the king made a grand announcement. Shuji Midu, you are hereby granted the title of Lord and knighted. He bowed and accepted, but he clearly looked quite uncomfortable with the whole thing. After enduring the endless royal protocols, reward ceremonies, and long conversations in the throne room, they finally returned to their quarters sighing. With total exhaustion, everyone sat around the table as Midu groaned about how tired he was. Smiling, she asked, Even you can get tired. Midu snapped back. Who do you think I am, Elia? Holding her teacup teased. Tired already? Is this a sign of old age? After all, you are supposed to be the captain of the 4th Night Order. Herrick tried to defend him, saying he was never trained in noble etiquette like the rest of them. Elia chimed in, well, we did teach him some basic rules and simple manners before his knighthood ceremony. We stayed up all night for that. You did great. Considering it was your very first time. Midu forced a smile. The pressure was intense. What if I had been rude to the king? If they blamed me, it would have ruined our standing completely. Herrick winked, noting that getting blamed like that was far better than dealing with the unnecessary pressure of solving the kingdom's major issues. Elia turned and said, but you were just knighted too, so you'll have to handle things like this eventually. Midu groaned, asking if being a noble was always sipping hot tea. Herrick casually says, I do not want to boast, but you do not need to worry about me. Elia leans back in his chair and continues, after all, the church holds a certain power in this kingdom. As for us, the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, we are also under the church's control. The title you received this time was actually appointed by His Majesty under the Pope's direct orders. Herrick adds that this officially makes him a part of the Empire's Knight Brigade. Specifically, he will be the captain of the 11th Knight Brigade. Also known as the Hero Brigade, he will command the strongest strike force, made of hero candidates. Midu wonders what this title even means if the church controls them. Does giving him this title even matter? Herrick asks in return. There are many complex political issues involving the government and state structures. Do you really want to know? Hearing this, Midu instantly loses all interest in listening. Herrick warns him, regardless, you now stand in our position. Great power comes with great responsibility. Remember that. Always keep that in mind. The next morning in the forest outside the castle, Kai stands and asks Jane. So Midu became a captain? Jane nods and replies. Yes, Midu himself requested a position of authority in the state structure. May smiles. I do not quite get it, but that is good. Right? Kai argues that the kingdom wants to turn Midu into a symbol. By empowering him, they want to show everyone that the hero candidates are completely under the kingdom's control. May looks confused and asks, wait, is that not actually a good thing? Kai explains, once we defeat the Demon Lord, we can finally go home. This kingdom is just using us for that. So do not get too attached. Kai thinks of Leonora. In the end, how this kingdom treats them is no different from how Leonora used them. They are nothing but disposable chess pieces that can be sacrificed at any moment. Jane agrees they must be careful. Blushing slightly, she then asks, by the way, who is this standing next to you? Startled, Kai looks over and introduces her. This is May. She is a half-elf and a mage. May smiles widely, waving as she says, nice to meet you, Jane. Politely replies, nice to meet you too. She then points her finger. Hey, what exactly is your relationship with her? May calmly answers, I am just his companion on this journey. What about you? What is your relationship with Kai? Jane is startled to hear her use Kai's nickname then. Nervously replies, I am his friend. Kai cuts in and says to Jane, that is cold. Whose friend again? He then introduces her to May. This is Jane Kanzaki. She is my partner. Jane blushes deeply at that word. May winks playfully and asks, were you two this close in your old world? Kai replies, I never even spoke to her. Jane nods in agreement. Kai brushes it off and asks, anyway, you said your mission is to defeat the Demon Lord, right? Jane nods. Kai continues, just like the fight with Stoner, I will move in your shadow. Kanzaki, please be the link between everyone and me. Jane quickly cuts in. Wait a minute. Can you let me go with you? Kai asks. You want to come with me? He looks at both girls, realizing something. I see. Jane is excited and full of hope, while May remains totally innocent. Kai shakes his head. No, I must refuse. Without you, I have no way to reach the others. He looks straight into Jane's eyes and says, seriously, they do not like me. To me, your role is crucial. Talk about a roundabout confession. Hearing this, Jane blushes, fake coughs and replies, well, I guess I have no choice then. She recalls Narumi and Midu, adding, but many people still highly value you, especially Midu. Kai closes his eyes, bowing his head slightly. Midu is probably finding ways to fight without relying on me. That is fine, he needs that growth to defeat the Demon Lord. Jane asks Kai, do you really want to help make everyone stronger? Nodding, Kai answers honestly, I cannot defeat the Demon Lord's army alone. May and I managed to kill one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost. It was a really close call. Jane gasps. You defeated another heavenly king, just the 2 of you. May smiles. It was extremely dangerous, but we did it. We defeated Winby the Wind Sovereign. Jane looks at Kai, thinking that even with everyone present they barely matched. The power of Stoner. But these two she turns to look at May did it by themselves. And this girl Kai trusts so much does not seem ordinary at all. Jane tightens her fist. Compared to her, she felt completely useless in the battle against Stoner. Kai recalls Sina's warning that the demon army has monsters far stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He tells Jane, with our current level of strength, we cannot complete this mission. Walking past her, he whispers, Jane, please keep a close eye on everyone's movements. Both the class and the whole kingdom rely on you, so I'll stay in touch. Shiori turned and nodded. I get it, as Heike walked away. He asked her to pass on a message. I am fighting the demon lord in my own way. Just tell Tsukasa that for me. And with that Heike called out, let us go, May. The girl quickly scurried after him, waving a final goodbye to Shiori. Meanwhile, after the defeat of Stonier, one of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a massive full-scale invasion on their territory. Thanks to the legendary 11th Night Order joining forces with the hero party, the army's morale soared to new heights. They immediately used this momentum to push the front lines forward. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured several key fortresses surrounding the continent. Urugano mountain range, finally liberating the city of Naraz. Tsukasa was hailed as the absolute spearhead of this glorious campaign. This victory was made possible by taking down Stonier, the demon commander ruling the region. But little did the Holy Kingdom know. Heike was the one silently pulling the strings from the shadows. Once the battles settled, grand victory banquets were thrown for the kingdom's nobles and high-ranking ministers. Narumi stood there with a massive beer mug, chugging it down in one go. He laughed out loud, yelling, celebrating our victory like this is the absolute best. Mirai just facepalmed and asked, are you seriously drinking beer like it is water? Narumi winked back, pointing out that in this world, 15 is considered an adult, so naturally he can drink. But Mirai immediately smacked him on the head and scolded him, saying they would be returning to their old world soon. She then snatched his beer and walked off. Narumi cried out in despair. Why did you do that, my precious beer? Everyone watching them play out their usual routine just laughed. Lena turned to Tsukasa, teasing him that he was being way too tense. Just for tonight, she urged, we should let loose. Mirai noticed her holding a glass and immediately pointed a finger. Hey, is that alcohol in your hand? Lena took a quick sip and smiled. Chill out, it is just fruit juice. Tsukasa sighed beside her, highly doubting it, but admitted he did not expect things to go this smoothly. Suddenly, a voice behind him caught his attention. Heike was talking to Atsushi, noting that the enemy command chain seemed completely fractured. Did losing just one commander make them this weak? Hearing this, Tsukasa was startled. Come to think of it, he had his own doubts. No matter how he looked at it, the demon forces had indeed felt way too weak. Turning to them, he admitted, I honestly thought it was a trap. Elia and the others had shared the same worry, but against all odds there was no trap waiting for them. Ren chimed in, asking if he was just overthinking things. Shuji Midu added that the demon army was just a disorganized bunch of idiots. But Tsukasa shook his head, suggesting that maybe Heike was acting as their shadow. Lena scoffed at the idea. There is no way a weakling like him could defeat them. Shiori overheard the conversation and set her glass down, speaking up. It is exactly as Tsukasa said. She looked seriously at the group. While we were on the front lines, Heike was busy crushing the demon defense forces from behind. Shock washed over the entire room. What did you say? Is that for real? Shiori smiled and confirmed it. He actually defeated another heavenly king, who was stationed right around this exact region. The entire reason the defense was so fragile was because of his hidden efforts. Heike gasped. Heike took down a general all alone. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Tsukasa muttered, impressed. Narumi, who was already pretty tipsy, stumbled into the conversation, slurring his words. He really is moving in our shadow. No scratch? That the guy is an absolute monster. Lena immediately shut him down. Why would you believe any of that? It has got to be a lie. She then shouted over to Arashi, who was sitting nearby. Arashi, do you agree? Chewing on a chicken leg, he looked up confused, remembering Heike's terrifying dagger from before. He kept quiet. He just turned away and mumbled that he did not care. Lena frowned, asking what his deal was, while Mirai slammed her cup. She yelled out, even if that is true, I still will not forgive him. Lena looked at her, glad someone finally agreed. Tsukasa quietly whispered to Shiori, asking where Heike was. She hesitated, admitting she did not know much, but recalled him saying he was going to defeat the demon lord his own way. Meanwhile, far west of Nara City, deep within the demon territory, a tense battle was unfolding. Deep in the woods, Heike was completely surrounded by hideous blue demons, wielding massive heavy axes. They roared, bringing their weapons down with lethal force. Heike easily sidestepped the strike, but another demon instantly leaped forward to attack. Before its blade could land, Heike threw a handful of dirt directly into its eyes, completely blinding the beast. Capitalizing on the opening, Heike extended his palm and began to chant, calling upon lightning to strike down his monstrous foe. Electrical energy crackled in his hand. But out of nowhere, another demon's hand lunged right at him. Heike gasped in shock, crying out in surprise. The creature had somehow flanked him, preparing a crushing blow. Just then, a sharp voice echoed nearby, summoning a salamander. A massive column of fire erupted instantly, engulfing the group of demons in a scorching blaze. The monsters were burnt to a crisp, collapsing around him. Heike grumbled, telling her to stay out of his way, but May just leaped down and retorted, "If your own magic actually worked, I would not have had to save your skin." He glanced down at, looking at his hands, he sighed, "It is hard. I thought I had controlled my energy, but even basic magic is out of reach." May started explaining that his magical element was incredibly rare. As the lightning element, it was insanely fast and powerful, but so wild and unpredictable that it was extremely hard to control. She added, "Being able to use it, even a little bit for a short duration, is already highly abnormal. You know, if you only had the same guardian element as your classmates, you would be using magic with absolute ease." Kai Aragi stared at the spark, crackling in his hand, and asked, "Lightning is just basic magic. I already used it during training. Why do you think it failed to activate during the previous battle?" May replied, "Because you were distracted by the enemy right in front of you. You need a clear mental image when casting magic. Magic and spells are similar. You must create a clear picture of the exact phenomenon you want to manifest." She added, "That is why magic is rarely used in close quarters combat." Kai Aragi interrupted, "But I have to use it in close-range fights like this. Otherwise, I have absolutely no reason to use it." He listened intently as May explained, "I know that. But it is incredibly difficult. You know that, right? But why are you suddenly so eager to learn magic now?" Kai Aragi replied, "I just need a new skill. Right now, I am not strong enough to defeat the demon lord. Honestly, I do not even like this power much. But your magical knowledge has unlocked a whole new ability for me. You really are a sage's disciple." At his praise, May blushed slightly, offering a shy, radiant smile. "Well, yes, that is my absolute specialty after all." Suddenly, something caught Kai Aragi's attention. Demon soldiers had surrounded them once again. Each beast glared with fierce, bloodthirsty intent. Standing back to back with May, Kai Aragi felt a surge of excitement. He needed some lab rats to test his new magic. May smiled and asked, "Are you seriously going to defeat them all alone? They are far more numerous and higher level than before." But ignoring their massive numbers, with the mindset that he was the one surrounding them, Kai Aragi charged forward. Gathering crackling lightning in his hand, he unleashed a massive lightning burst. Electric arcs surged, forcing the demons to scream in sheer pain as paralysis set in. The survivors stood dazed, only slightly singed. Kai Aragi drew his daggers. Now here is where things get really wild. Though his magical firepower was still lacking. Suddenly, a demon soldier rushed him, swinging a massive club downward. Kai Aragi easily leaped backward to dodge. Instantly, he sprang onto a nearby tree branch, preparing a lightning-fast counterattack from above. Unleashing his signature rapid strikes, he plunged down. The demons looked up in utter confusion, completely unable to track his blinding movements. A volley of razor-sharp daggers flew through the air. Every single blade struck home, piercing vital spots, and leaving them dead in pools of blood. The surviving small fry stood paralyzed. Kai Aragi looked at them, reasoning that infusing his mana directly into the daggers before throwing them would yield much better accuracy and lethal power. Casting spells still requires too much visualization time, but once he masters this method, it will become an elite skill. The relentless beasts showed no signs of backing down. Another lunged at him, slashing with razor-sharp claws, but with one quick slash, its head rolled. Kai Aragi swung himself onto a high branch hanging there to scan the area, only to realize another massive wave of demon soldiers was marching in. Dropping down with daggers drawn, he zipped past them with lethal speed. slashing every single target. Leaping back into the canopy, he scanned the area. Suddenly, the entire tree shook violently. Below, a massive crimson demon holding a giant club was bashing the trunk. Kai Aragi looked down and clicked his tongue. The massive tree snapped under the brute force. Kai Aragi leaped down safely, landing right in front of the demonic horde. Standing behind the pack was a giant fiend, with 2 long horns looking incredibly calm, compared to the mindless minions. Its body was twice their size. Kai Aragi analyzed it with his appraising eyes. The boss has finally shown up. Kai Aragi gripped his dual daggers as a terrifying aura erupted from him. This was the perfect setup for a live test. Meanwhile, Mei was growing exhausted. The monsters just kept coming. She constantly unleashed fire magic to burn the incoming waves. Eventually, she shouted, "Kai Aragi, we need to fall back. This is getting out of hand." He nodded in agreement. "Got it. We have done enough today." Turning away from the mountain of corpses, they bolted out of the dense forest. Mei let out a heavy sigh of relief. Kai Aragi noted that given their high levels and numbers, this was no place for humans to survive. Mei added that since demons can easily control low-intelligence beasts, this territory poses no challenge to them. Kai Aragi agreed. No wonder this desolate land is only fit for demons. Just then, the two of them stopped. At the edge of a gloomy cliff, looking down at an ocean of demon soldiers. Yes, this is their true territory. Things are getting messy in the Demon Kingdom. 1 week after Kai Aragi's scout mission, the Holy Kingdom is pushing forward. They begin invading the Demon Kingdom right after liberating several regions. Now the army marches down a path, cut deep through the forest. Suddenly, a squad is cornered as monsters ambush them, claws ready. But the sheer number and high levels of beasts in this zone are on a whole different level compared to those back in the Holy Kingdom. Even if they are no threat to the elite, like the hero candidates and knights, the ordinary soldiers are quickly turning into nothing more than monster food. Elia screams out, commanding everyone to hold their ground, maintain formation, and fight back. But Herrick looks visibly worried. Their numbers are simply too overwhelming. They are completely surrounded, facing a coordinated assault from every single beast. This means Midu cuts in, asking, "A high-ranking demon is behind this, right?" And indeed, a terrifying demon stands before them, holding a cup of blood. Flanked by sharp horns, she slowly sips the blood, looking down at the dense forest from her towering fortress walls. She mutters, "I won't allow any mistakes." This is the High Demon Elsa, ready to throw countless monsters to grind down the human army. We will drain their military might. And once they are completely exhausted, we will launch our counterattack. Meanwhile, the human soldiers panic as the Demon King's vanguard approaches. Midu turns around and yells to Elia, "Elia, we have to fall back now. At this rate, we'll be wiped out." She replies, "Understood. All units retreat. Fall back to where we started." As the defeated soldiers lie scattered on the ground, 2 massive demon soldiers approach. They kick the corpses and mockingly laugh. One sneers, "Was it really that easy? We definitely overestimated them, using all those beasts just to slow them down." The other turns and replies, "Well, those were Elsa's orders. She is always cautious." The first demon nods, agreeing that thanks to her victory was effortless. This will show the enemy the true gap between their forces and our own. A red demon cuts in, asking, "By the way, did we actually conquer the Beastman Union? If so, the bosses are getting serious." The gray demon replies, "Most likely. That makes our victory inevitable. Though I have to admit, those humans do have some real strength. Since they actually managed to defeat 2 of our 4 heavenly kings, that's a fact we simply cannot deny." Hidden nearby in the bushes, Kai and Mei are silently watching the whole scene unfold, gathering crucial intel. Mei whispers in utter shock, "They conquered the Beastman Union. What does that mean? I haven't heard anything about this." Kai ponders, "Well, we just stumbled upon some juicy information. Mei helped me dig up some more clues, okay?" Back in the kingdom's capital, a heavy, gloomy mood hangs in the air, replacing the excitement of their previous victories. Injured soldiers fill the infirmary, groaning in pain, as healers rush around. Seeing this, an emergency meeting is instantly called. The top military leaders gather around a long wooden table. Elia speaks up, her voice tense. "All human territories have been reclaimed. But sadly, the moment we ventured into the demon realm, we suffered a crushing defeat." She looks around the room. She asks, "This is our current crisis. Does anyone have a way forward?" 2 veteran generals sit there in silence. One looks completely clueless, while the other deeply ponders. The real issue is how to handle that endless wave of monsters, isn't it? Without a solution, we will never stand a proper chance against the actual demon forces. Another general speaks up. I had no idea that demons possess the trickery required to manipulate monsters like that. It must be some kind of spellcasting. Herrick chimes in with his analysis. Until very recently, the demon army fought us without any real military strategy. It was only after a series of defeats that they began taking us seriously. Midu adds, there must be a cunning strategist leading them. It is highly likely that a high-tier demon is coordinating these monster waves. Another general crosses his arms and chimes in. According to Scout intelligence, that forest is teeming with monsters. If we can just bypass or clear that forest, we'll finally be able to engage them in a fair battle. Elia points out, that forest is massive and has barely any paths. Pushing our entire army through is simply impossible. Besides, do you really believe the enemy's brilliant strategist would just sit back and let us do that? The silver-haired general then suggests, I believe our best course of action is to regroup all our forces immediately. Frowning, he continues, while we did achieve great results by liberating several territories, the cost we paid was incredibly steep. And in that final clash, our casualties were even higher. Another veteran general nods in agreement saying, we did achieve our initial goal of reclaiming our lost lands. We relied heavily on our soldiers' high morale to push them back. But riding on pure morale is no longer an option. Midu listens intently as the leadership continues to argue. He raises his hand to pitch in. Excuse me, may I say something? Our ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King, correct? The veteran generals reply, yes, but if it were that simple, we wouldn't be struggling like this in the first place. At this point, Elia asked Hashimoto if she had any suggestions. She scratched her head, smiled, and proposed increasing the army. But Elia shook her head. Increasing the army would only slow them down, she warned. Hearing this, Mito started thinking. In this fantasy world, raw numbers did not matter against true power. Massing normal soldiers against monsters would only backfire. Throwing weak troops at the enemy would only raise casualties. So Mito spoke up, proposing to focus purely on their elites. Focusing on elite forces was their best bet, and Elia agreed. There was no point in wasting untrained lives. She pointed out that even if they searched the entire kingdom, they would not find any warriors stronger than the battle-hardened elites sitting in this very room. Rather than rushing to recruit weak soldiers, she suggested focusing on training their existing troops to maximize their lethality. Raising new forces would take too much time, making intense training for the current elite division the only practical option. Now, let's look at the old generals. They approved, but Mito finally realized why a deep anxiety was gnawing at him. Their goals were completely misaligned. His sole mission was to defeat the Demon Lord and finally go back home. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom was only playing defense, focused entirely on safeguarding their own immediate interests. Seeing the relaxed, unbothered faces of the older generals, it was obvious they were perfectly content with simply maintaining the status quo. Hark noticed his unease and turned to him. What did he think of this plan? Mito decided to be completely honest. He spoke up, pointing out that this slow-paced approach would take years. He wanted the Demon Lord dead as soon as possible. But Elia pointed out the harsh reality. Rebuilding their elite forces to full strength would easily take at least 2 years. 2 whole years. The timeline felt like an eternity to Mito and his friends, who were desperate to return home. A general agreed that a swift victory was ideal, but reminded everyone that their previous defeat on enemy soil changed everything. Launching another massive invasion into demon territory, after such a crushing loss, was a massive risk they could not easily take. Another general smiled broadly, claiming that retaking their lost territories was already an incredible historic victory for the kingdom. He credited the hero candidates for this success. Mito offered a polite thank you, though his chest felt incredibly heavy. Was this really their final decision? He thought of his friends and how desperately they all wanted to go home. He knew the others felt the same way and doubted they would easily accept waiting around for another 2 years. Both Hark and Elia sensed Mito's deep frustration. Soon, the meeting dismissed, and they stepped out into the hallway. Hark caught up with Mito, explaining that Elia's cautious strategy was based strictly on the kingdom's current vulnerability. To truly win, they needed a much more overwhelming force, which unfortunately was not something they could easily produce. Mito quietly agreed, understanding the harsh reality. Still, Hark warned him not to let impatience cloud his judgment. When Mito asked if Hark shared his urgency, the veteran warrior asked if he wanted to see his friends die. Impatience in war would only lead to a swift disaster. That was why Hark urged him to take things slowly. His words gave Mito serious pause. Looking out the window, Hark pointed down at the trainees in the courtyard. He reminded Mito that while the hero candidates were strong, they still had massive room left to grow. Preparing thoroughly was better than rushing to their deaths. Mirai turned to them, agreeing with the veteran's logic. Though everyone was desperately homesick, surviving a slow preparation was infinitely better than dying in a reckless charge. She remembered how they would have all perished against Stonier if Hark had not arrived to rescue them. Now you and I must remember the demon realm is savage. Hark warned there were monsters far stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He hated putting the burden on them, but confessed they stood zero chance against the demon lord as they were. Mito fully understood the gravity of the situation. He promised to gather the group and brief them on the decision. He realized Hark was right. Rushing would only lead to a bloodbath, and he refused to let his friends die. Back at their quarters, Mito laid out the kingdom's decision. Arashi, lounging with his feet up on the table, scoffed loudly. Arashi told him to stop joking. He wanted the demon lord dead too, but their goals did not align with the kingdom. Mito frowned, asking if Arashi was seriously suggesting they launch a solo attack against the entire demon army. Standing up, Arashi confidently declared that they should. To him, the kingdom was just a tool to be used. They were not true allies, so he saw absolutely no reason to take orders from them or wait around for 2 years. Mito snapped back, warning that such reckless behavior would only get them killed. They could not survive without the kingdom. Arashi scoffed, asking if Mito really believed a direct head-on clash was their only viable option. He suggested using guerrilla tactics, instead leaving the others listening intently. So what do you and I think of this plan? He continued. Our goal isn't to defeat the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself. Midu suddenly cut in. I get your point, but it's still way too risky. If we do this, lives will be lost even if we win. Arashi frowned deeply, snapping back. I already told you we only need to kill the Demon Lord. No, it is dangerous. So whoever is scared can sit here and rot. Midu yelled. I don't want anyone dying here. That is exactly why I'm telling you this is our absolute best option. Losing his temper, Arashi lunged forward. He snarled, Stop being such a coward, then prepared to throw a heavy fist at Midu. Let me open your eyes. Midu immediately summoned his holy sword, switching it into shield mode to block. The brutal punch was stopped cold, but the impact triggered a massive explosion tearing up the room. Heavy dust flew everywhere, leaving the others shocked. A voice echoed through the thick smoke. Did you really think you could beat me with just this? Midu continued. We have to defeat the Demon Lord together. We struggled so much, just facing one of his 4 generals. Right now, we need to focus on training and sharpening our skills. Arashi raised his fist, still defiant. You think you actually won? Suddenly, heavy chains bound them both, as Jane Kanzaki's cold voice ordered them not to move. They both turned in shock. Jane yelled, Both of you calm down right now. Are you trying to destroy this entire castle that will only bring us more trouble? Midu lowered his hand. My bad, Kanzaki. Arashi flexed his arms and shattered the chains with a single pull. Annoying, he muttered. Jane Kanzaki whispered, I used so much mana just to cast that binding spell, yet he broke through it so effortlessly. Arashi relaxed his hand and spoke up. We must grow stronger through real combat. The more challenges we face, the faster we will level up. Then he looked at Midu. I am sure you understand that, right? Mira stepped forward. I agree with Midu. Rina agreed. Isn't it better to play it safe, instead of getting wiped out in a rush? Heike added. Honestly, this fantasy world isn't so bad. Atsushi turned. I don't want to die just because we're impatient. Carrie raised her hand shyly. I side with Arashi. Rina asked in surprise, Carrie, why all of a sudden? She replied, I get Midu's point, but I just want to go home as fast as possible. Yumi looked at Kari, but deep down, everyone felt the exact same way. Tearfully, Kari confessed, My mother is home all alone and she is very sick. Remembering her bedridden mother, she sobbed. I'm so worried. I should be there, but she's all alone. Cole also stepped up. I side with Arashi. I only have my little sister left. Our parents abandoned us, and we don't even have relatives. I must get back immediately to support her. Shiori looked down, feeling a bit downcast. My reason isn't as noble, but my family must be incredibly worried. I absolutely cannot make them wait for another 2 whole years. Those words cast a heavy shadow over the remaining classmates. Midu observed their sad expressions and understood completely. Then Narumi bragged. Well, I have 3 girlfriends waiting back home, so I definitely need to get back as soon as possible. Ibulte. Mirai shot him a look. You're something else saying that now. So she smiled. As for us, we're with Arashi, right? Kenta quickly agreed with a smile. Following Arashi's lead is honestly the only right decision here. Next was Heike, who seemed to hesitate for a moment. He looked at both leaders. Well, compared to Midu's constant hesitation, I think we should put our trust in Arashi because of his strong decisiveness. Arashi turned around. There you have it. Midu. The boy hung his head in silence, asking himself what to do. Arashi walked past him with total confidence. There's no need to discuss this any further. He walked toward the exit waving. I am going solo. Anyone prepared to risk their lives, follow me. A large crowd of Arashi's supporters immediately began trailing behind him. Kari turned to leave too. Rina and Yumi desperately called out, trying to stop her. Kari closed her eyes tightly, unable to speak. Following her heart, Kari joined Arashi's group, whispering a soft apology. I am sorry, Rina. The remaining students watched them go with heavy hearts. The mood grew tense. Mirai turned to Narumi, asking, You're not going? He replied, Well, we still need someone to act as a liaison. Jane Kanzaki was left contemplating her next move. What should I do? I still have my grandfather. I also want to go home as soon as possible. Torn inside, her heart urged her to follow Arashi, but the mental guidance she received from Kai Aragiji suggested it was safer to stay behind. Just then, Kai and Mei returned, blocking the path. A sudden shout erupted from the crowd. What do you want, bastard? The group about to leave saw Kai and began whispering. Kai Aragiji, how dare you show up here? Heike snapped. Don't start trouble here. It will only draw unwanted attention. Cole quickly warned. As he saw a fist clenching Arashi calm down, he looked down cold as ice and said, We do not have time for you. Unless there is a damn good reason for you showing up here, you will pay the price. Kai got serious. You are right, I should be honest. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing this, Arashi was completely shocked and asked him to repeat it. But before Kai showed up, a massive rift had formed in the room, splitting his classmates into two camps. From outside, Kai and Mei had been listening in, analyzing the entire dramatic situation. She turned to him and asked, Your classmates are literally screaming in there. Are they going to be okay? Kai replied, Have no clue. Still, both sides made some valid points. Just like Midu argued, they could not pull this off on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom was way too passive. Meanwhile, Arashi was right about waiting for 2 years, but it was definitely much more dangerous. Mei asked Kai what he would do. He raised his hand, explaining there were 3 ways to break this dead end. The first option was to force a complete change in how the Holy Kingdom's leaders think, basically forcing them to shift. Once that goal was achieved, those leaders would mobilize their army even if they faced harsh condemnation or got exiled by the Holy Kingdom. Kai only cared about getting back to his own world. Nothing else mattered. But he was sure Midu would never agree to this crazy idea. Mei immediately asked about the second option. Kai answered, We do what Arashi suggested and use guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them head-on. Based on the intel they had gathered and what Isabel said, the demon realm is not united at all. If they could successfully disrupt and sabotage the demon's rear lines, they could easily ignite a massive civil war. Though Kai doubted Arashi could pull off something that complex. Mei, knowing Arashi's fiery temper, completely agreed with his view on the guy. It was simply impossible for someone like him. So what about the third option? Kai just smiled. For this one, we act on the intel we already have. Back in the forest, he had told Mei they needed to dig up more information. He continued, If everything goes smoothly, we can secure help from other factions, which will finally force the kingdom's military to take action. Cut to a crackling campfire in the dark. Kai and Arashi's crew were gathered around, keeping themselves warm. Arashi frowned in utter confusion. What in the world is a cat people princess anyway? Kai chimed in. She is the daughter of the cat tribe's chief. It seems she was captured by the Demon King's army. She is one of the most vital figures of the Beastmen. Absolutely crucial, he added. This is intel I got after torturing a bunch of demons, so it is highly accurate. Hearing the word torturing slip so casually from his mouth, the girls instantly felt a shiver down their spines, thinking to themselves, This guy is absolute bad news. Heike wondered silently who this mysterious kid really was, and how on earth did he possess a modern handgun. Meanwhile, Inao was totally distracted, staring at Mei. She is so cute. Who is she? Arashi took a huge bite of meat and grumbled. That is why I am asking what this princess business is about. Why do we even care about the Beastmen anyway? Carrie asked. Wait, they are people with animal ears and tails. Right. Kenta got hyped. Man, I really want to see one. Myself, they must be so cute. Sitting in the middle, Arashi snapped. Will you guys shut up? Kai ignored them and continued, let us discuss our battle plan. First, you guys know there is a Beastman nation in the Southern Territory, right? Haiki spoke up. The Grandana's Beastman Federation. Right, Kai nodded. Exactly. A strictly neutral nation that stays completely out of the clash between humans and demons. Arashi scoffed, looking highly skeptical. Are you telling us to ask them for help? They are just a bunch of cowards who are terrified of demons. May cut in. Their warriors are way stronger than you think, she added. Their physical power and raw senses are honed to absolute perfection. They have repelled the Demon King's forces countless times already. Arashi turned to her, completely baffled. Then, why are they sitting on their hands? They could literally just invade the demon realm and wipe them off the map. May smiled. They are powerful, but not strong enough to completely wipe out the Demon King's entire army. Besides, from the very beginning, the demon forces have only focused on humans. Kai finally delivered the key punchline. But what if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen joined forces? It is totally possible. Haiki's eyes widened. I get it now. So that is why we need the princess, Kenta asked. So we rescue her and use her as a massive bargaining chip to gain the Beastmen alliance. Kai replied. Pretty much. I already mapped out their supply route. And here's the catch. I want you guys to act as bait. His eyes turned dead serious. Just cause absolute chaos there with your explosions, and while they are distracted, I will slip in undetected. Haiki interrupted. I see where you are going with this, but I still have one burning question. Why hasn't the Holy Kingdom tried to form an alliance with the Federation before? Kai smirked. Great question, Ninamiya. But they have a very dark reason for that. May explained. The Federation completely detests the demons because of their endless invasions. Sure, the demons look down on everyone, but humans treated the beastmen like dirt, calling them subhumans and oppressing them. That is why they established the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Naturally, they despise humans. Carrie muttered anxiously. Well, in that case, getting them to cooperate with us is going to be incredibly tough, right? In the middle of all this chaos, that is why we need a bargaining chip against them. Kai then added the Cat Tribe Princess was captured by the Demon Lord's army, giving us a massive advantage. May smiled, saying beast folk are legendary for keeping their word. Once we rescue her, we can easily negotiate with them. After the proposal was laid out, the room fell silent as they pondered. Kai broke the quiet, asking, it is worth a shot, right? I am pretty sure you guys do not have any better ideas right now. Ara stood up and stepped forward and confronted Kai. Ara's always acted like he knew everything, but Kao suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Ko warned him to remember that every choice he made right now would impact the lives of everyone in the group. Aras ground his teeth, visibly annoyed by Kai's sudden pushiness. The rest of the party sat in tense silence waiting for his final call. Aras sat there scowling, torn between his pride and their collective survival. Finally, he gave in. Fine, let us just do what he says, Aras grumbled. By sunrise, Kai and the group set off on their journey. Shiori voiced her doubts, asking if heading south all this time was actually a safe path for them. Kai replied, yes, the Grandana's Beast Nation is down south, while the demons are currently moving their prisoners north. Our target is a path through the southern forest of the demon realm. Since neither country has active trade, and only a few roads exist, we can predict exactly where the enemy transport unit will be heading. Haiki questioned if they were seriously sneaking into the demon realm itself, fearing they would get caught before launching an ambush. Kai glanced over calmly to reassure the anxious group, telling them not to worry about being spotted so easily. He had already mapped out paths perfect for keeping a small group hidden even if the terrain proved rugged, and crawling with monsters along the way. Hearing this, Haiki asked if their heavy wooden carriage could even make it. Kai smiled, noting that if things got rough, they would have to rely heavily on Tomoko's unique spatial abilities. Tomoko eagerly agreed. Her spatial magic allowed her to summon pocket dimensions, perfect for storing massive amounts of gear. The capacity depended entirely on her mastery, requiring a steady flow of mana to keep the dimensional pockets open. She turned to Kai, touched that he still remembered her unique ability. Kai explained that such a rare skill was hard to forget, especially since it was incredibly useful here. Flattered by the compliment, Tomoko beamed with pride. Ko then asked Kai if he had been hiding out and scouting the demon territory ever since that fateful day. Kai clarified that he was actually searching for a way back home. Shiori immediately pressed him for any findings. Kai revealed that their only path home was defeating the Demon Lord, which was why he collected this intel, to strike down their ultimate enemy. Heike noted that Kai's scouting led them right to the captured Beast Princess. Classic Kai, always finding the best leads. Aras, however, grew impatient, asking why they were walking so slowly. Instead of planning a proper ambush, Kai conceded, agreeing that they needed to pick up the pace immediately. He had Tomoko store their heavy carriage and supplies. She happily complied, and by nightfall, they proceeded on foot. Navigating a dense forest trail, Aras suddenly sensed danger, yelling out to the group to prepare for incoming monsters. A pack of vicious night wolves surrounded them. Suddenly, a beast leaped at Shiori, but Cal quickly stepped in to shield her. The wolf bit down hard on his arm, only to shatter its own fangs. Ko smirked, telling the beast it could not pierce his steel-like defense, before launching a heavy fist that sent it flying. Heike warned they were surrounded, ordering supports to the center, while the vanguard pushed the snarling pack back. He cast powerful status buffs on the front lines, and the combatants immediately formed a defensive circle to strike back. Empowered by the magic, they shredded the beasts. Kai deployed his crowd control vines, trapping a charging wolf instantly. The beast tripped and crashed hard. Seizing the opening, Inao dashed forward with a lethal slash to finish it off. Another beast leaped straight at Aras, but he effortlessly caught it by the throat mid-air with one hand. Calling it mere trash, he unleashed a localized blast that detonated the creature, leaving nothing but a charred corpse. Aras tossed the smoking remains aside, checking if everyone was unharmed. Watching this play out, Kai quietly noted that the team coordination was incredible, leaving him with little to worry about. Aras stepped up as leader, directing anyone injured to seek Hano's healing magic. Suddenly, Kai picked up a dangerous presence nearby and shouted a warning. A final stealthy wolf had crept up, leaping at Aras from his blind spot, catching him off guard. Before it could bite, Mei summoned her fire magic, incinerating the beast in a flash. Boom! In an instant, the wolf was completely neutralized. Shushi stood amazed. Insane firepower, Kenta exclaimed. Look at that, it is fried to a crisp. Isn't she way stronger than Naga? Arashi muttered. Honestly, this is just overkill. Hearing them call her Kai Aragito's girlfriend made Mei blush furiously. She snapped, pointing right at Kai. Who is his girlfriend? Kai remained completely calm. Show some gratitude, she just blocked a shot for you. Arashi shot them a suspicious look while Mei stared at Kai, waiting. At least say something, but he just walked away. I do not care about these trivial things. She snapped back. How is this trivial? Shushi looked on, totally jealous. So annoying. Kai Aragito has such a cute girlfriend. Kenta sighed in admiration. I want a pretty girlfriend here too, so I can bring her back to my world. After the battle, some girls walked over to make friends. Callie waved and called out, Hey, you're Mei, right? Want to talk with us? Are you an elf? Mei looked at Kai for help, totally flustered, but he just gave her the cold shoulder. Why, look at me, do whatever you want. Hearing that, she smiled brightly and replied, Okay. Soon the four girls were chatting happily. Kai felt relieved seeing that Mei was blending in so well. Sometime later, at a nearby cliff before dawn, Kai stood, surveying the area and deciding it was perfect. Arashi sat nearby and asked, Are you sure they are passing through here? I really do not want to sit around waiting for days. Kai used his appraisal skill to look down below, spotting tiny figures moving closer in the distance. Seeing the demon army below, Kai turned to Arashi and said, Don't worry, I see them right now. Kai used his appraisal power to thoroughly analyze the demon army, realizing there were 3 low-tier demons, 15 mid-tier ones, and surely more hiding inside those carriages. Among them there was a single level 36 high demon. His name was Jagenda, age 57, of the high demon race. His stats were all A and B rank. He had level 4 spear technique, level 2 fire magic, and level 2 enslavement magic. Arashi asked, Is that high demon? Their leader Kai replied, Probably. But do not underestimate him. Though he is not as strong as Stone Geyer, a high demon is still formidable. Hearing this, Arashi frowned with pure determination. Leave him to me. If you get in my way, I will kill you. Kai glanced back. I always planned on letting you handle him. Our strategy is simple. First, Arashi will distract them with his explosion skill. Once their formation is shattered, we will surround them. Everyone else will move in 3-man cells. Kai continued, laying out the roles. Ino and Yanagi, you must protect Hono. They nodded immediately. Next, Ozaki, your job is to detect and escort the wounded. Ozaki crossed his arms. Leave it to me. May support everyone from the rear. Arashi, Your job is to take on that high demon. Do not get distracted by other targets. While you fight, I will sneak in and rescue the princess. Once she is safe, I will signal you." Finally, Kai added, "Everyone else should act based on the situation. Retreat if things turn bad." Arashi grinned confidently. "No worries once I take off their leader's head. The rest will scatter in fear." Kai looked at him. "All right, I will let you lead this battle." Someone from the crowd spoke up. You should remember, we are only here because you need our help," Kenta shouted in agreement. "Exactly, why are you acting so high and mighty?" Shushi pointed, snapping. "Don't you dare try to order Arashi-san around," but Arashi was furious. "Shut up, you idiots," he yelled, giving them both a heavy smack on the head. Stepping forward, he ordered, "Hurry up and get ready. We are going with his plan." Meanwhile, the high demon Giganda was scanning his surroundings. One of his demon grunts started complaining. "I'm so exhausted, boss. We've been walking non-stop since we left the Beastman territory." Giganda snapped back. "We are almost there. Keep your guard up." But secretly he sighed. "I expected this, but man, this really is exhausting." Giganda closed his eyes. Riding horseback this long was destroying his back, but he could not let his grunts see him suffer. Suddenly, a brilliant idea hit him. Maybe I should check on that prisoner girl's condition. With that, he turned to his soldiers. "I'm checking on the prisoner. Keep a sharp eye out, and do not slack off." The grunts quickly agreed, but secretly thought, the old man just wants to sneak off for a quick nap. Inside one of the carriages, a beast girl sat tightly bound. Could she be the princess of the Beastman Alliance? Sheena Giganda climbed in and sat near the door, sighing in relief. "Finally, I can rest." He rubbed his chin and grinned at her. "Well, princess, how do you feel? We are deep inside the demon territory now. Your Beastmen troops will never make it this far to save you." But she immediately complained. "This carriage shakes way too much. It is making me sick." Giganda was dumbfounded. Talk about an unexpected reaction. He cleared his throat. "Do not worry, if the Federation obeys our commands, you will be released in no time." But Princess Sina simply shook her head. "It is useless. Once you captured me, the Federation will never bow down to you." The demon smirked at her words. "It seems you still do not understand your place. You are the Beast King's daughter after all." Sina still stood firm, glaring at him. "If you think kidnapping me will make them surrender, then you are a complete fool." Angered, Giganda scowled at her. "Watch your mouth, you little brat." With a wicked grin, he grabbed the collar of her outfit and ripped it open, shocking poor Sina. The ripped fabric exposed her skin as the monster licked his lips. "Let me get a little taste of you first, and then I will show you exactly where you belong." The princess remained completely unfazed, staring right back at him without blinking. Frustrated, Giganda reached out to carry out his sick desires. But suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the camp, lighting up the dark night sky. Startled, he froze, stopping his hands. He ripped the carriage curtain open and barked. "What is going on?" A demon soldier yelled back. "We are under attack. It is the humans," Giganda gasped in disbelief. "Humans? If you said beastmen, I would believe you, then more." Violent explosions tore through the base, sending soldiers flying into the air. Giganda leaped onto his horse, grabbing the reins tight as he urged the beast forward, ordering a counterattack. "Do not fear these weak humans." With that, the two armies clashed furiously, and the remaining hero candidates joined the fray. Atsushi and Kenta led the charge, tearing through the demon ranks and taking down enemy after enemy. On the other flank, Ko and his teammates coordinated perfectly, executing their tactical plans step by step. Giganda watched the chaos unfold, growingly anxious. Are we actually losing? Even though my unit is supposed to be the elite vanguard. Just then, Arashi Shunsuke stretched his shoulders and walked right up to the demon commander, asking casually, "You are a high-ranking demon, right?" Giganda summoned his weapon, snarling. "Who the hell are you?" Clenching his fists, Arashi Shunsuke smiled back. "I do not share my name with trash, but maybe I will if you put on a good show for me first." Being insulted by a mere human made the proud commander boil with pure rage. Giganda roared, "Shut up, a pathetic human like you is nothing compared to me." With a fierce battle cry, he unleashed a devastating high-speed strike, directly at Arashi Shunsuke. But Arashi Shunsuke leaped high into the air, throwing a heavy punch that Giganda barely blocked with his spear. The demon laughed, screaming, "Do you really think you can defeat me? A high-ranking officer backed by this much destructive power?" Arashi Shunsuke looked slightly tense as the spear thrust toward him. He quickly dodged the blow, flipping backward to put some distance between them. Landing safely, Arashi Shunsuke grimaced. He is tough, but still not as monstrous as that other guy. Clenching his fists, he realized he needed to pump more mana into his attacks, even if it meant taking a few minor hits in exchange for massive damage. My explosive strikes require a massive amount of energy. At my current limit, I only have 7 shots left. Crouching slightly, Arashi Shunsuke touched the ground to set up his traps. Once my energy runs dry, my physical specs will drop. If that happens, keeping up with his speed will be impossible. I just need to create one single opening and aim directly for his head or heart. That is when I must release my maximum power. Meanwhile, Giganda was starting to analyze his opponent. These warriors are definitely human, yet they possess incredible divine guardian abilities. I have never seen these faces before, but their strength is absolutely unreal. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? Twirling his heavy spear, he realized that if these guys were the ones who defeated Winbex and Stonyri, he had to be extremely cautious. Charging forward on his steed, he began to wonder how they could have pinpointed his exact location. He suspected their ultimate goal was to rescue the princess of the Beastmen tribe. Luckily, he had stationed a tight guard around her, and his troops should be able to hold them off for a while. With the camp focusing purely on defense, Giganda's gaze hardened with sharp determination. If that is the case, I must make a decisive move and crush the one leading this army. Reaching a swift decision, the demon general locked his eyes on his target, charged directly at Arashi Shunsuke. Thrusting his spear downward with a confident smirk, he declared, "I will end this battle with a single blow." Lightning thrust. It was a blindingly fast strike, but fortunately, Arashi Shunsuke reacted just in time. Seeing his torn sleeve, he was shocked by the raw power. Rolling to the left to dodge the follow-up Arashi, Shunsuke struggled to keep up with the demon's terrifying speed. Locking his eyes onto the high-ranking demon, Arashi Shunsuke watched as Giganda charged straight toward him, landing exactly where he wanted. With a smirk, Arashi Shunsuke activated his divine guardian ability, landmine triggering a massive fiery explosion right beneath the demon's feet. The violent blast sent Giganda into a panic, crying out in shock. His horse reared up wildly as flames scorched the commander's body. Leaving him scorched and disheveled, the demon realized it was a trap skill. Coughing through the smoke, he cursed in frustration. "My vision is blocked." Meanwhile, Arashi Shunsuke rushed forward, knowing that while the trap lacked the raw power of a true explosion, it had successfully opened a gap in the demon's guard. Blinded by the thick dust, Giganda had no way of spotting his next move. Suddenly, Arashi Shunsuke materialized right behind him, his fist glowing red with burning heat. Now, all he needed was one perfect strike. He tried to ambush him with an explosion. But before he could strike, Giganda's eyes flashed, spotting him. "There you are." Instantly, wind erupted from his body, unleashing a massive blast of wind pressure. Arashi frowned and clicked his tongue, muttering that he couldn't dodge it all. The force of the blow sent him flying backward onto the ground. Nearby, his worried teammates screamed Arashi's name. He stood up, while clutching his stomach, groaning in pain. "That really hurt. Everyone stay focused on the fight, and don't worry about me." Giganda taunted him, shouting that Arashi couldn't even use energy to protect himself anymore. Even so, the demon was still slightly uneasy. He couldn't believe his opponent's defensive capabilities, noting his beast-like battle instincts. Thinking back to how Arashi laid his traps, Giganda realized he had finally figured out his fighting style. The boy could place explosive traps simply by touching a surface, allowing him to detonate anything he came into contact with. Giganda stepped down with absolute confidence, believing that as long as he held his spear tightly, he could dominate this battle. All he had to do was keep his distance and stay focused to dodge any incoming traps. Staring back with fierce determination, Arashi thought to himself that his opponent was likely thinking exactly that. Giganda raised his hands, unleashing another wave of gale force pressure, firing thin yet incredibly sharp wind blades that forced Arashi to focus on dodging. The demon smirked, noting that this distance was absolutely perfect, meaning his opponent wouldn't be able to lay a single finger on him. Thrusting his spear repeatedly toward Arashi, Giganda watched as the young fighter asked if he had already figured out his combat style. Giganda grinned, replying that it was obvious, since Arashi kept constantly shifting his position. But Arashi was already raising his hand, ready to strike. "You're right, but the one who's completely off guard here is you." Unleashing his cannon ward ability, he shot a massive flare directly at Giganda. Giganda's eyes widened as a bright flash filled his vision. Arashi funneled even more magical energy into the attack, unleashing raw destructive power. A massive, terrifying explosion erupted, completely obliterating the area and leaving a massive crater behind. It was proof of the boy's incredible power. Giganda was left lying motionless in the dirt, blood dripping from his mouth. Standing victorious, Arashi casually flipped his coat, looking incredibly cool. A status screen then popped up for Arashi Shunsuke, 17 years old. His stats read rank B for attack, defense, and agility, rank A for strength, and rank X for magic. His skills included level 3, Blast Ward, level 2, Explosive Mine Ward level 2, Cannon Ward, and level 4 physical strength. Mei watched on in absolute awe, amazed that he had soloed a high-ranking demon. The remaining demon soldiers panicked in terror, realizing Lord Giganda was dead. Seizing the moment, Heike unleashed a powerful spell, shouting encouragement to the team. Arashi had slain a high-ranking demon, completely shattering the enemy's front line. He urged everyone to maintain their momentum and deployed damage-boosting buffs. With their weapons enhanced, the party gained a massive damage increase instantly, launching an all-out offensive. Without a commander, the demon forces quickly fell apart and were wiped out with ease. Meanwhile, Kai Aragi, armed with dual daggers, approached a nearby carriage. Staring at the vehicle, he quietly questioned if this was the right place, before gently sliding the curtain to one side. Inside, he found Princess Sina, the front of her clothes torn open by the deceased Giganda. She looked up, asking if he was there to help her. Kai Aragi blankly replied that he was still wondering about that himself, pulling out a small dagger from his coat as he stepped closer to slice through her bindings. As the ropes fell away, she wiped her face and turned to ask what he was after. Kai Aragi coldly explained that he wanted something the demons were also searching for and that he intended to use her to obtain it. Sina quietly massaged her wrists calmly, noting how brutally honest he was. Kai Aragi responded naturally, stating there was absolutely no reason to lie. He asked if she would have preferred a sweet lie about them rescuing her out of pure selfless goodwill. Sina let her hands drop. Sensing his energy, she remarked that under these circumstances, it would be perfectly reasonable for her to fight back against him right then her hands transformed, sprouting a thick layer of beastly fur and razor-sharp claws. Her gaze turned as cold as a monster's as she lunged forward, claws ready to tear him apart. A split second later, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed from the carriage. Kai Aragi reacted instantly, leaping backward as Sina went into a wild frenzy, baring her fangs and swinging her claws to slice him to ribbons. Her sharp claws lashed out repeatedly, but he managed to evade each strike in time. Holding his daggers, Kai Aragi had to admit her speed was incredibly impressive. The two immediately clashed, trading rapid blows. He wondered if this wild strength was the true power of beastmen. He managed to block every single one of her claw strikes. But as the skirmish dragged on, Kai Aragi grew tired and decided to activate his spell. Within a fraction of a second, a bolt of lightning struck Sina directly, making her eyes widen in absolute shock. Gritting her teeth, she angrily recognized the spell. Kai Aragi casually stepped aside to dodge her, leaving Sina to crash face first into the dirt. While she was still dazed from the impact, Kai Aragi quickly pinned her down. He noted that although basic lightning magic wasn't very powerful, it was highly convenient for disabling opponents. He felt that having such options greatly increased his success rate in close-quarters combat. Sina gritted her teeth, glaring up at him with pure fury, wondering how a mere human could possess such overwhelming strength. Kai Aragi narrowed his eyes and quietly told her that she had finally realized the massive gap in their overall power levels. He offered her two simple choices: either behave herself and follow him quietly, or be forced to obey him. Realizing her current situation, clearly no match for Kai, Sina had no choice but to accept her fate. Well, traveling with humans was definitely better than being with demons. Meanwhile, Arashi and his group were absolutely dominating the battlefield. Dead monsters littered the ground, leaving only one final survivor standing. It let out a savage roar, but fear cracked its voice. Shaking in a cold sweat, the creature simply couldn't believe its eyes. "Who are these people? I can't win. They are the real monsters here." Arashi coldly called out to Chainami, who immediately understood. She quickly drew a glowing magic circle. Right on cue, the vines on the trees began to shine, growing rapidly under her command. Obeying her command, they wrapped tightly around the monster's legs to set up their final strike. With just one strong yank, the massive beast crashed hard onto the dirt, whimpering helplessly. Arashi slowly walked over, terrorizing the creature even further with his presence. Scared out of its mind, the monster watched as Arashi gripped its chin, lifting it up. Squeezing hard, he delivered a chilling warning. He growled, "We don't hold a grudge, but I am still going to take his head." Soon after, the group gathered around, forming a tight circle around a small campfire. Atsushi held up a piece of meat and smiled. Their carriage had so much food. Kenta took a massive, delicious bite and laughed. "We are definitely having a grand feast tonight, guys." Kari, however, looked incredibly guilty, crying that they felt like robbers. But her friend next to her just giggled mischievously. "Hey, aren't we basically doing exactly that?" Meanwhile, Sina sat there hesitantly, watching the food but not daring to touch it. Kai noticed this and asked, "What is wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Though Sina was drooling, she tried holding back her hunger. "Is it really okay for you to feed me this well?" Arashi ripped off a piece of meat, chewing happily as he replied. He said it was their first full meal in ages, though this was nothing compared to their original world's food. Kai sipped his soup, glancing over at Sina. "We still need your help, so if you starve, we will be in big trouble. Just eat up already." Sina did not hesitate anymore, picking up her bowl and gulping it down while whispering a quick thank you. After just one sip, her face lit up like she was in absolute heaven. "It is delicious." Her cute reaction made the girl beside her swell with pride. "Right, everything Hanhu cooks is incredible." Being praised so suddenly made Hanhu blush, murmuring that he was happy she enjoyed it. Then Mei suddenly asked, "Is your name Sina? How did the demons manage to kidnap you anyway?" Sina fell silent, staring down. After staring at the flickering campfire for a moment, she began to explain. "I ran into the Demon Lord's army by accident. While hunting in the forest," she recalled. "I was deep inside our Federation's territory, where demons normally would never dare to go." She hesitated, adding that this meant they must have known exactly where to find her beforehand. Kai calmly deduced that they were likely planning an invasion. Kidnapping her was just one step in their master plan. Kari wondered aloud why they wanted to control the beastmen. The girl next to her offered a theory, pointing out their next move. Since they invaded the Holy Kingdom, they probably want world domination. Sina quickly agreed that was exactly their plan. "But what do you humans want with me anyway?" Kai bluntly replied. "I need you to be our ultimate bargaining chip. We want to forge an alliance with the Federation to take down the Demon Lord." Sina stared back, completely shocked. "Defeat the Demon Lord? Are you serious?" Arashi spoke up, chewing on a piece of meat while explaining they had their reasons. He clarified they could not return home until the boss was defeated. Hearing this, Sina finally understood their situation. "So you are the hero candidates, summoned to be humanity's trump cards." Kai then spoke up, looking straight at her. "What do you say? Having your genuine support would be a massive help to us." Sina nodded in agreement. "I understand, and I owe you for saving me." But Kai bluntly broke the illusion, saying they never planned to save her. Sina was slightly stunned, but let it slide, acknowledging that they still rescued her and provided a hot meal. She explained that, to purge the demons hiding deep within the Federation, she absolutely needed backup from an outside party. "This is just my intuition, but I strongly believe there is a traitor hiding within our high-ranking officials." The next morning, the group descended the mountain, leaving the thick forest behind, with the rescued beastman Princess Sina. Having successfully escaped the demon territory, she joined the heroes as they made their way back to the city of Naraz. As the group approached, the city gate's quiet swooshing sounds echoed from a training room nearby. Sharp sword strikes sliced through the air. Midu was practicing diligently alone when a voice suddenly called out to him. He froze, turning his gaze toward the source. Seeing someone rushing frantically toward him, Midu asked in confusion, "Rina, what happened?" Rina quickly panted out the news. "Arashi and his group are back marching, right through the front gates." Midu stared in absolute shock. "What?" Meanwhile, at the entrance, Arashi's squad marched confidently past the boundary. However, a line of armed guards quickly blocked their path, the leader shouting, "You deserters, how dare you show your faces here? Here with such a calm face, you're violating military law." That booming shout was more than enough to make Arashi lose his temper and roar. "Like I care if your rules protect us, you bastards," cursed out to his face. The commander just stood dazed, muttering, "Bastards," totally out of patience. Arashi turned his back, snapping, "I'm not wasting time with someone like you." Ilya could only watch. Completely ignoring Arashi's attitude, the officer barked orders to his men, commanding them to charge all at once. "You think she'd actually meet a punk like you? Restrain them and throw these deserters into the dungeon." Things were getting completely out of hand. Arashi scratched his head, sighing, "What a headache. Ganging up on me won't save you from a beating." Standing nearby, his ally casually pointed out that their hostility was all because of his attitude. If we were in Midu's team, even if they flagged us as deserters, we'd probably get a massive hero's welcome. Suddenly, glowing chains manifested, binding the soldiers instantly, as a freezing voice commanded them not to take a single step. Jane Kanzaki stepped forward, asking back so early. This unexpected move left the enemy commander absolutely furious, making him scream, "Kanzakin, are you turning traitor? Release this seal right now." Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder, giving a reassuring and playful wink. "Whoa, let's all calm down. Arashi's squad isn't here to fight, so let's have a chat first." The chains dissolved immediately. Left with no choice, the officer reluctantly backed down since Narumi had intervened. Arashi, however, was, watching this play out, felt his blood boil, glaring, as if he wanted to tear Narumi apart. Why listen to him? Instead of me, Heike could only chuckle awkwardly, reminding him that's just normal. Narumi calmly stepped closer, trying to probe. "So, what's the play here? Did you bring back any valuable intel?" Still, heavily annoyed, Arashi snapped. "Let's talk about that later. Now, stick with me as we move to a grand room where the real negotiation begins." Shortly after, inside a magnificent hall, everyone sat perfectly upright, except for Arashi, who arrogantly threw his legs onto the table. True to form, he remained as stubborn and disrespectful as ever. Herrick and Elia shook their heads, while the officers seethed in silence, not daring to utter a sound. Mirai finally snapped at his childish antics, speaking up. "Cut it out, Arashi. You're making the room unbearably tense." Arashi, hot-tempered as always, immediately snapped back. "What? You're telling me this is just how other worlds do things? Are you always like this?" Mirai questioned with a sharp, stern tone. "Do you really have to make everything so difficult? Besides, we went out of our way to gather everyone you wanted to speak with." Grudgingly, Arashi finally pulled his feet off the table. "Fine." Regaining his composure, Arashi called out, "Tsunami, come on in." Immediately, Carrie led Sina inside, opening the door while quietly apologizing. The moment Sina stepped in, Herrick froze in utter shock. Even Elia gasped aloud. A cat beastman, Heike, stepped forward to introduce her formally. "Her name is Sina, daughter of the chief of the Gandana's Beastman Federation." Hearing this, everyone in the room was completely stunned. The daughter of the leader, why is she here with you? Without a hint of fear, Sina spoke up. "Yes, I am indeed his daughter. These people rescued me from the hands of the demons." Midu, unable to believe his ears, questioned. "You were kidnapped by demons?" Sina shot him a sharp glance before answering honestly. "Yes, the demons are hiding in Federation lands. They were taking me to the demon realm when I was fortunately saved." Arashi jumped in, adding to her point. "We can easily use her as a bargaining chip to secure the Federation's full cooperation. After all, you and I know we can't afford to wait another 2 years." Suddenly, everything clicked for Elia. "I see what's happening." Elia then spoke up with a stern, calculated proposal. "We're currently considering an official alliance with the Federation anyway. Let me report this to our high command immediately. With their princess in our hands, they won't let this chance slide." Arashi frowned, calling her out bluntly. "Well, aren't you? Brutally honest." Elia didn't even try to hide her true intentions. "We can't afford to lose half of our hero candidates after all. Honestly, we were already planning to accept some of your demands if you decided to return." Herrick calmly chimed in, offering reassurance. "You guys are the military's ultimate trump card, and your absence seriously hurts our soldiers' morale. I'll take full responsibility for your actions here. Besides, taking this hit actually helps me avoid getting fired myself." Hearing that, Elia's tone softened significantly. "Very well. I understand what you're asking." It was decided. Elia looked up with absolute resolve in her eyes. "If we secure this alliance, we can finally launch the offensive to crush the demon realm. Isn't that your ultimate goal too?" Hearing this, Arashi's rigid expression finally softened a bit. "Now, you're speaking my language." Elia stared back, seriously muttering, "Well, it isn't exactly a bad deal for us either. Slaying the demon lord is what everyone wishes for. We'll make sure it happens no matter what." Sina also felt a strong urge to repay her saviors. "They saved me and fed me. In return for my help, I want you to destroy all the demons in the Federation." Midu immediately agreed to his terms. "Of course I will do my absolute best." Herrick suddenly lowered his voice to interrupt. "Can I ask you something? How did you get intel that the princess was kidnapped. Hearing the question, Arashi quickly looked away, before finally responding. As for that, we interrogated the demons we captured. Haruka watched him with an intense gaze, before accepting the response. 1 week later, everyone waited in breathless suspense. Haruka, holding a letter, entered the briefing room together with Aliyah. The Holy Kingdom sent envoys to the Federation to negotiate their potential alliance. With that news, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere immediately shattered. Everyone began cheering in absolute joy. Meanwhile, at a small cottage near the city walls, Kai got straight to the point. Heike sat opposite him and gave an honest answer. Midunaga's Kanzaki and Narumi. Just those four. Armed with this intel, Kai quietly took a sip of his tea. I figured they would choose Kanzaki for her unique domination magic. Heike instantly agreed. Midu and Narumi have an incredible eye for reading people, he noted. Naga's is quite strict, but he has his own style. He is highly persuasive. Meanwhile, in another room, Haruka worked tirelessly at his desk, having absolutely no idea he was being mentioned. The leader of the entire envoy group will likely be Haruka. Naturally, several elite soldiers and some administrative staff will join. The entire group will consist of about 30 people. Mei stood quietly in the corner, taking in every bit of information. Kai suddenly asked, "How is Arashi doing?" At that moment, Arashi was enjoying the warm sunlight while lying on a roof. Heike quickly answered. He wanted to stay at the front lines, because political negotiations really are not his strong suit. At the training grounds, Meyer was instructing Atsushi and Kenta. With Midu away, Hashimoto was selected as the temporary captain. Heike boldly predicted that keeping a constant eye on Arashi and his wild group would turn out to be incredibly difficult. Then Heike abruptly asked, "What is your plan?" Kai Irigidu looked directly at him without hiding anything. "I am going to the Federation myself, even though I have no interest in following their official envoy group." Outside, Haruka turned to command the troops. "Let us move out." The entire envoy army along with the hero candidates departed. On the way, Rina brushed her hair, complaining about the fatigue. Midu turned back with a gentle smile. "It is going to be a long journey." Narumi eagerly chimed in. "What a surprise. I never expected Rina to travel with us." She snapped back in total annoyance. "Excuse me, are you saying I am not welcome to come?" He quickly waved his hands in panic. "I am actually thrilled you are here." Rina pointed at Midu. "If I left you alone, you would do something stupidly reckless. Especially this absolute idiot here." Midu looked completely baffled. "Wait me." Seeing their classic antics, Narumi burst into loud laughter. Rina was still annoyed. "Relying on you as his traveling companion is completely useless. Even if you go together, nothing changes." Narumi whined. "Come on, Rina, why are you being so mean to me?" Walking behind them, Jane remained remarkably quiet and reflective. They were so noisy. She wondered if Kai Arigidu, who also mentioned traveling to the Federation, was somewhere nearby right now. Haruka noticed her distracted look. Meanwhile, the convoy quietly marched forward across the vast rolling green fields and grasslands. Hidden in the bushes, eyes watched them. Kai turned to Mei and whispered, "All right, it is time for us to move." As they walked, Mei asked, "Are we just shadowing them?" He replied, "Trailing behind them will make things much easier. Besides, Kai Aragia is already there. Can I ask you something?" Back with the main convoy, they were navigating dense forests. Jane remained silent, looking around and enjoying the fresh mountain air. Noticing her constant scanning, Haruka stepped up beside her. "Why are you constantly checking our surroundings?" Jane startled. She replied nervously, "I am just keeping an eye out for monsters." Narumi winked. "There is no need for that. After all, Shuji, Midu, and Haruka are right here with us." Jane looked down. "You are probably right," Jane replied softly. Haruka then turned around Midu. "It only took Arashi a few days to return." Midu nodded. "Yes, that is correct." Haruka frowned. "I cannot help but wonder how they obtained that highly classified information." Regarding the kidnapping, Jane interjected. "Did he not explain they captured some high-ranking demons and interrogated them for information?" Haruka remained deeply unsatisfied with that simple answer. It all happened too quickly. Obtaining the intel and immediately returning is highly suspicious. Doing all of this alone makes no sense. Normally, Arashi would consult with us first on matters of this magnitude. Midu turned to him, questioning defensively. "What exactly are you trying to imply?" Haruka's cold voice echoed through the woods. "It is just a theory," Haruka muttered, "but someone is clearly moving in the shadows, quietly collecting information for us. As always, Midu, you are a terrible liar. Your expression tells me everything." Hearing this, Midu's face noticeably tightened. Narumi panicked internally, realizing things were bad. It was true that Kai Aragidu was helping them secretly in the shadows, but to the Holy Kingdom, he remains a dangerous criminal. Seeing Herrick get closer to the truth, even Jane felt anxious. If Herrick finds out about our secret alliance with him, who knows what kind of punishment we'll face, right? Then Rina steps up and asks, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Herrick quickly raises his hand, replying, "Seems some no," while others are still in the dark. Huh. Your social circle in this world is still pretty tiny, considering you're foreigners. Besides, you're going to need people like us to build connections. There is only one answer, since Kai is acting as your shadow, the one who killed the Saintess. Midu frowns, asking with a hint of worry, "So what if he is?" Suddenly, Harik bursts into laughter. "Just as I thought, I'm only joking." Narumi tells Rina, "His deduction is quite sharp, but even if we contacted him, he would have helped anyway without our consent." Harik smiles, "Relax, I won't punish you guys. I was just curious. Honestly, I feel like I should thank him for killing that woman." Hearing this, the soldiers are taken aback. Narumi reacts, "Can you really say something like that?" He waves it off. Of course not. "If they find out, I'll end up being hanged," he adds. "Besides, judging by Kanaki's behavior over the last few hours, I bet he's nearby, keeping a very close eye on us, right?" Hearing this, Midu quickly turns and asks. Really, Kanaki freezes. The sudden question leaves her flustered, wondering what to do. Jane Kanzaki worries if he is dragging Kai down since he's only a messenger. Just then, Kai's voice rings out. He steps forward since, "You've already figured it out. I have nothing left to hide." The soldiers spot him and gasp. "It's the Saintess's killer." Sina speaks up. "He's the one who saved me." Harik turns his horse as the soldiers point their spears at Kai, saying, "Solely on my own deductions." Kai looks at him and counters, "You sure draw big conclusions from very little information." Harik continues, "Not as sharp as you, but we do have our own information networks. You killed WinBX1 of the 4 Heavenly Kings, known as the Black Reaper. That was you, wasn't it?" Kai replies, "Never heard that nickname. And I didn't kill him alone." Harik glances over at May, the magic-casting elf. "Seems like you have a really powerful companion with you." A female voice, calling out Kai's name, catches May's attention. Rina spurs her horse forward and yells, "After everything that happened, how dare you show your face here?" Midu quickly steps in to stop her. "Calm down, Rina." But she brushes his hand away, snapping, "I can't be calm." She points directly at Kai, still furious. "You only forgave him because you're too soft, Shuji Midu. But he is a traitor," she demands. "Got anything to say?" Kai remains completely unfazed. "I have no intention of denying it." Narumi winks with a smile. "Easy there, Rina. After all, Kai Aragan has always been helping us." Rina yells in a blind rage, "Shut up, I'm ending this right now." "Oh God, bless the flame resting in my palm." A massive fireball manifests in her hand. May mutters in awe. "That's some incredibly intense firepower. I'm not sure if we can block that." Kai glances over, calling her name. As a silent signal, Kanaki raises her hand, preparing to intervene, but Kai stops her, instructing her to do nothing. As the massive blaze surges right toward him, a colossal, terrifying explosion erupts. Narumi cries out in panic. "Hey, are you trying to turn him to ash?" Rina retorts. "Please, if something like this kills him, I'd be highly disappointed." "Is that so?" Kai's voice echoes as his hand cuts through the smoke. He grabs Rina's collar, yanking her down. As she shrieks, "What?" Before she even realizes it, Rina hits the dirt. She quickly leaps back to create space, preparing to summon another fireball to finish him off. Kai instantly fires back. "Lightning pierce through my enemy." Immediately, a bolt strikes Rina directly, leaving her paralyzed and screaming in agony. Within seconds, she passes out. Kai stops while Rina lies there completely motionless. She barely opens her eyes, mumbling weakly, "How you shouldn't have this much power." Kai looks at the sparks in his palm. "True, I lack talent for divine magic, but even without talent, as long as I keep practicing, I can still make it work." He then looks at Rina mockingly. "But look at you, spoiled by what you call divine power. Tell me, are you sure you've actually been training properly?" Narumi walks over utterly amazed. "Whoa, you neutralized Rina in an instant. Incredible, Kai Aragan." Midu thinks to himself. He's not just fast, but he catches his opponents off guard. He's clearly gained some brand new powers compared to before. Just then, Rina stands up, still defiant. I will still never accept you." Kai remains completely indifferent. From the start, I never needed your approval anyway. And one more thing, no matter how many times we fight, the outcome will always be the same. Bitter and frustrated, Rina screams. Shut up. Jane Kanzaki's voice suddenly cuts in. That's enough, Naga-san. Calm down. Glowing magic chains appear binding Rina. Later that evening, everyone is gathered around the campfire. After hearing the full story, Haruka comments, I see. Basically, you guys have been backed into a corner. He then falls silent and ponders. So now, I can understand why you chose to eliminate Leonora in that situation. After all, from your perspective, you and your classmates were being forced to take on more and more impossible missions. Mito added. We were honestly so confused back then. That was why Kai Aragijo decided to take all the blame on himself. Narumi continued, noting that some of their classmates still completely misunderstood Kai Aragijo's intentions. Rina's voice was still filled with bitter resentment as she argued his motives were definitely not that simple. Just because they were classmates. Kai, casually chewing on some dried meat, chimed in, saying Naga's was right and leaving her alive would only cause endless trouble, so he just killed her. Narumi smiled warmly, calling him incredibly stubborn, while Ren turned away in a huff. No matter how he tries to explain himself, I am the one who decides whether to believe him or not, Ren declared before asking another burning question. Is it actually true that you are searching for a way home? She then glanced at Mei, demanding to know who the cute girl hiding behind him was. Kai Aragiho, still chewing, replied that he had no clues yet, and she was just tagging along willingly. Mei gasped, You are incredibly cruel. Mito then spoke up, explaining that if they wanted to root out the spies within the Federation, they absolutely needed his cooperation. Kai Aragiho, that is why I am officially inviting you to join us on this journey. Haruka happily agreed to the idea, saying he did not mind at all, even if it meant forging some documents for the Empire. He joked about faking reports, as everyone turned their attention to Rina, who was clearly still incredibly annoyed with Kai Aragiho. She shut her eyes, muttering that it did not change her deep hatred for him. Kai Aragiho looked around at the group, noting that, since their final destination was exactly the same, he would be more than happy to travel alongside them if they agreed. As the campfire crackled warmly in the quiet night, a sudden shout from behind broke the silence, calling out for Mito. Kai Aragi whispered, questioning if it was truly safe to trust him, prompting Mito to ask if he meant Leonora's death. Mito assured him Haruka was completely reliable, but Kai Aragijo warned that no matter how trusting he was, some secrets should never be shared. Especially since the damage was already done now that the truth was out. There was no going back on those words. Mito understood the warning, promising to take full responsibility while pointing out that Haruka had already suspected the truth from the very beginning. Kai Aragiho shrugged, realizing that keeping secrets would have been totally useless anyway, silently admiring Mito's straightforward way of building trust. It was just like Mito, to lead with open trust. Over the next few days, the delegation continued their long journey on foot. Haruka eventually announced that they had finally reached the Federation's border, prompting Princess Sina to poke her head out of the carriage. She suggested heading straight for the nearest border town, but as we can see, Kai Aragijo instantly sensed something was off. Suddenly, a warning arrow whistled through the air, planting itself right in front of Mito and sending his horse into a wild panic. He desperately pulled the reins, as a horde of beastmen surrounded them, their bows drawn and weapons aimed straight at the group. Haruka grew tense as his soldiers formed a defensive ring, just as a beastman girl stepped forward, shouting with absolute authority. She demanded to know what humans were doing in her territory. Their overwhelming numbers, giving them a massive advantage over Mito's squad. Mito quickly stepped forward, raising his hands in peace, to explain that they had only come to negotiate a formal alliance. The beastman commander scoffed skeptically at the word alliance, as her warriors growled in deep anger over their past treatment. They spat back, asking how they dared make such a request after everything humanity had done to oppress their kind. Rina grumbled that they had nothing to do with those past crimes, while Narumi smiled weakly, trying to keep the peace. Princess Sina suddenly poked her head out of the carriage, calling out directly to the commander, Ryun, it's me. She quickly stepped down, as whispers of Princess Sina's name rippled through the crowd of stunned beastmen warriors. The princess declared these humans had saved her, but Ryun completely ignored her, shouting for her immediate release instead. Haruka desperately pleaded for a moment to explain, but Ryun fiercely refused to listen and charged straight at them. Realizing there was no choice, Haruka ordered a counterattack, strictly commanding his forces to defend themselves without taking lives. As weapons clashed in a chaotic frenzy, Kai Aragiho turned to the princess, asking if there was any way to stop this madness. Princess Sina shook her head, explaining that once Ryan was fired up like this, absolutely no one could reason with her. She urged them to simply knock Ryun out, noting her young army stood no chance against Kai Aragiho's veteran skills. With the green light given, Kai Aragiho smirked and called out to Mito, telling him it was finally his time to shine. Mito grinned back, and with a single powerful sweep of his sword, sent the charging beastmen flying back in an instant. Surrounded on all sides, Mito effortlessly slipped past their strikes, delivering a quick, precise knockout blow to the back of their necks. Watching his allies get systematically knocked out, the red beastman gasped in pure shock. Suddenly, Mito's eyes flashed with intense energy. In a flash, he teleported right behind the beastman, knocking him cold and leaving him flat on the ground like a log. Before he could even process being airborne, his head slammed hard into the dirt. The remaining beastmen panicked, screaming curses. Kai turns and calls out to Kanaki. Startled, she spins around. Huh, what is it? Focus on the archers in the back. Leave the front line. To Midu. Zin nods in understanding, immediately unleashing magic chains that shoot toward the archers, instantly trapping every single one of them. They cry out in confusion. What is this? We can't move. Meanwhile, other beastmen charge in from the flanks, shouting, Lady Sina, we are here to save you. Kai calls out to Mei, who raises her staff with a smile. On it, she immediately begins to cast. Spirits of the wind hold them back gently. Instantly, a massive gust sweeps the beastmen right off their feet. Nagami watches in awe. Wow, she is an elemental magic user, just like me. Meanwhile, Kai turns to Nagas, who is holding a raging flame, ready to strike, but she is ordered to stand down. Furious, she scowls and yells out in frustration. What? Everyone else is fighting, so why am I benched? Kai explains mid-battle that if the beastmen get hit by her devastating fire magic, they will not survive. Unless you are absolutely confident, you can hold back and keep them alive. Realizing he has a point, Rina relents and lowers her hands. Meanwhile, Rune watches the battle in absolute disbelief. No way. They are humans. Really? This powerful Herrick tries once again to de-escalate the situation, pleading, we only came here to talk. That is when Midu steps up. We spared your soldiers, so could you please lower your weapon? But instead of listening, she ignores him, completely lunging forward to attack. Midu calmly reaches out and catches the blade, stopping her cold. The beast warrior freezes her eyes, widening in pure shock. The heavy sword is locked tightly between his two bare fingers. Her entire arm trembles in fear before a voice calls out. Rune. Princess Sina steps forward, urging her, please, you must listen to them. A tense silence falls over the forest, and shortly after, the once hostile beast warriors bow their heads. We are deeply, deeply sorry. Following Rune's lead, the entire squad drops to their knees. Midu panics at the sight, frantically waving his hands. No, please stand up. But Rune keeps slamming her head against the ground. I had no idea you were the ones who saved the princess. I am truly sorry, and I will gladly offer my life to atone. Herrick offers a warm smile, keeping the bigger picture of peace in mind. I understand why you did it. But Rune keeps kowtowing until her forehead begins to bleed. Confused, she looks up as Kai speaks from the carriage. If you really want to make things right, then how about acting as our guide? He looks at her directly. We want to propose a peaceful alliance between our two nations. To do that, we need an audience with your High Council. And this is exactly what Princess Sina wants as well. The princess nods in agreement. Indeed. They are my saviors, so please treat them with respect. Rune bows deeply. Understood. I will gladly escort them to our capital. Tears well up in her eyes. Lady Zena, I am so happy you are safe. The princess smiles. Yes, I am home. With the air cleared, Midu and his diplomatic team are finally treated as honored guests. To truly form an alliance, however, they must hold formal talks with the High Council. This governing body is made up of the chieftains of every single beastman tribe. It is the ultimate authority of this land, situated in the heart of the capital city. Arriving there, Midu looks around in awe. Incredible. Narumi's eyes go wide as she stares at the massive city. It is huge. Rune turns to the group. My apologies, but I can only escort you to the gates. Of course, I will forever be grateful to you for saving Princess Sina, but the ultimate future of our alliance lies with the High Council members. Midu offers a reassuring nod. Do not worry. From this point forward, we will take it from here. And so they enter Grandanas, the capital of the Mensly Alliance. The bustling streets are packed to the brim with beastmen of all kinds. As our heroes walk through, whispers break out. Suspicious eyes lock onto them. Look, humans. What are they doing here? What are they plotting? Ignoring the tense whispers, the diplomatic team continues forward, guided by Rune and the princess. Around them, the beastman crowd only grows noisier. Spectators line the streets, tracking their every move with deep suspicion. Midu can feel the heavy weight of their glares, realizing how tense this mission really is. Kai breaks the silence in a low voice. You know it does not feel like hatred. It feels more like they are terrified of us. Narumi chuckles softly. Well, of course they are. No matter the species, anyone would feel uneasy seeing armed soldiers from another nation march into their home. It is a completely natural reaction, Harik whispers. At the end of the day, these are just ordinary citizens. The ones who will truly hate us are the tribal chieftains we are about to face. Right as they are discussing this, a booming voice echoes through the streets. Sina, a tall beastman draped in a vibrant red cloak, suddenly bursts through the crowd, his face twisted in deep worry. Are you hurt? Are you all right? Princess Sheena quickly reassures him. I am perfectly fine, father. Not even a scratch. See. Rune immediately drops to one knee, in respect. The chieftain wraps his arms tightly around his daughter, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness you are safe. Sina giggles. Father, let go. You are squeezing way too hard. Quickly stepping back, he laughs sheepishly. Ah, my bad. I got a little carried away. But his warm expression instantly vanishes as he narrows his eyes at the humans. Now, tell me. So those are the humans who saved you? Sina turned to him and replied, Yes, father, so please treat them well. The chief chuckled. Heartily, I see. Today I shall permit these humans to stay in my mansion before happily introducing himself. I am the chief of the Ano Cat tribe and Sina's father. He added, Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear to repay this life-saving favor. Hark stepped forward to introduce himself. I am the captain of the 8th Holy Knight Order from the Holy Kingdom of Daiger Hark Antuama. May I make a proposal? Anto raised his hand with a wave. Of course, speak your mind. Soon, after they sat around a long table, humans on one side, beastmen on the other. Sina stood right beside her father. After presenting the core details of the draft, Harik said, This is our official proposal as envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Daiger, aiming for a grand alliance between our nations. Will you consider our offer? Chief Anto responded strongly. I must repay my debt. Since you saved my beloved daughter, I gladly accept. Besides, the threat from the demon realm is escalating rapidly. The wolf tribe chief Iga then chimed in. Our warriors have clashed with those demons in minor skirmishes before, but lately their attacks have grown far more frequent. Camilla, chief of the bird tribe, suddenly cut in. Are you saying we should ally with humans just for that ridiculous? Have you already forgotten what humanity did to us? Mac, the chief of the Fishman tribe, slammed his fist on the table. Camilla is right. My father was enslaved by humans and died. That is something we can never easily forget. We remain grateful to you for saving Sina and escorting her back safely, and we will certainly grant you a worthy reward. Niels, chief of the dog tribe, chimed in. However, we still cannot forget what transpired in our dark past. His eyes flashed with clear resentment. Anto turned to address Niels, but Niels continued. Did humanity not discriminate against us and cast us out? That is hardly a betrayal we can simply sweep aside, is it? And now you ask us to help them. Mac and Camilla voiced their agreement with Niels, firmly refusing to assist the humans. As the beastmen erupted into murmurs, Hark's clear voice rang out over the noise. We absolutely should not forget the past. He continued, but tell me, do we not all share the exact same objective of wiping out the demon threat? Mac roared out fiercely. How dare you? Even if it means battling the demons, I refuse to ever join hands with your kind. Iga looked at the human stepping in to calm the room. Hold on, Mac. He raised his hand. Indeed, we have received reports that you guys managed to turn the tide in the war against the demons. Can you tell us exactly what kind of cooperation you are seeking from our federation? Hearing this, Hark fell into deep thought. Midu immediately spoke up with a bold answer. We want to completely obliterate the demon realm and decapitate the demon lord. That shocking declaration left the beastman's side completely stunned. For a brief second, nobody moved. Then Iga laughed out loud, shattering the heavy silence. He looked Midu up and down. Those eyes of yours definitely don't lie, do they? How intriguing. Camilla frowned. What is it, Ega? The wolf chief continued. Look, at first I thought it was bizarre, but if my intel is correct, humans actually hold a massive advantage right now. Iga smiled. They certainly don't look desperate or forced to make an alliance with. Midu maintained a deadly serious expression. We want to completely crush the demon lord, and to do that, we need your strength. Anto's deep voice suddenly cut in, drawing Midu's attention and echoing what Iga had just pointed out. The old cat chief continued, I want to help them wipe out those monsters. At first, I was deeply skeptical, but I never expected this boy to be so incredibly honest. Another hand went up as Ega agreed. Count me in. If the demons are making major moves, our federation can't stand alone. His gaze turned incredibly sharp. If the Holy Kingdom is eventually defeated by those monsters, we will definitely be their next target. So we need to seize this golden opportunity and fight alongside humanity. Hearing this, the members of the human party felt immensely relieved. However, Camilla immediately voiced her objection. I hear you, but I still refuse to accept this. She shot them a deeply suspicious glare. You have no idea when these humans will turn around and stab us in the back. Mac also raised his voice in agreement. You never know when these humans might stab us in the back. Mac also raised his voice in agreement. No matter what, I will never cooperate with people I cannot trust. Niels added, I feel exactly the same way. Isn't this alliance likely just a hidden conspiracy to turn us into sacrifices or decoy bait? Standing beside her father, Sina looked over and spoke up. Niels-sama, you have changed quite a lot, she added. You used to be so supportive of humans in the past. Niels ans. Woward, my perspective changed once I reached this old age. Anto raised his hand, falling into deep contemplation. So, we currently have a lot of people opposing this proposal, do we? Iga added. Making a hasty decision right now wouldn't be wise. It's best if we take some time to thoroughly think things through. I also want to hear more details about their offer. Let's allow them to stay within our territory for a while. Chief Anto laughed heartily, fully agreeing with the idea. We will handle their accommodations. But they saved my daughter's life. Camila arrogantly snaps back, saying she does not care and will not change her mind. Another voice agrees, refusing to accept them either. Meanwhile, Aragi sits in total silence, observing everyone with his deep crimson eyes. His eyes are wide glowing, with a deadly crimson light. He is trying to look straight through the man's soul. He is sizing up Niels, who once supported humans. Later at the Grandanaz federal capital of the Menslia Beastmen, a feast begins. Inside the Cat Tribe chief's mansion, a massive luxurious banquet is laid out to welcome their human guests. Anton raises a glass. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat and drink your fill. Midu offers his thanks, but Rina stares at the food. She is completely disgusted. What kind of food is this? Are these bugs? Jane nervously laughs, while Aragi casually picks up an insect. He cracks it open to reveal the rich, juicy meat inside, tossing it into his mouth. Nearby, May happily enjoys some fruit. She absolutely loves the sweet flavor. Meanwhile, the friendly Narumi raises a glass, earning some loud cheers from the beastmen. Keep drinking, brother. You can really hold your liquor. Narumi laughs and pours another round. Even Shin is eating happily. But she does not forget their mission. She nudges her father, whispering that it is time to get to business. Anton clears his throat. He addresses the room, stating they must decide on their future policies. The entire table falls completely silent to listen. Anton continues. According to my daughter, demons have already breached the Federation. In fact, they are hiding inside the capital. This means the enemy has access to sensitive high-level information. Shin chimes in to back up her father's words. If they did not have inside help, they never could have tracked me down. I was walked straight into a perfect ambush. A scarred Cat Tribe warrior speaks up. An attack at the border makes sense, but security in our capital is incredibly tight. Another elder in blue agrees. He is right. If demons really sneaked into the capital, our guards would have smelled them instantly. Hearing their skepticism, Shin frowns, clearly annoyed. Seeing this, the scarred warrior quickly tries to clear the air. Please do not misunderstand, princess. I am not doubting you. Anton quickly steps in to diffuse the rising tension. He reminds them that beastmen have an incredibly sharp sense of smell. It should be impossible for demons to slip in unnoticed. We would smell their foul stench instantly. Unless a voice suddenly rings out, there is a traitor among us. The sudden accusation instantly silences the entire banquet. Every single eye in the room shifts toward the speaker. Aragi takes a calm sip and says someone is sheltering those demons. They are feeding them intel and hiding their tracks. That is the only logical explanation for how they got in. The Cat Tribe warriors immediately explode in anger. How could you say something so ridiculous? One of them slams his hands down. Watch your mouth, boy. Are you accusing us Anton immediately roars for everyone to calm down. We are simply exploring every possibility here, he urges. He offers a sincere apology, his expression growing heavy. I hate doubting my own kind, but we have to face reality. Despite searching everywhere, we could not find a single clue of Shin. He remembers leading the search party through the dark. I had a terrible feeling that night. It was as if someone was actively suppressing and manipulating all of our information. Alaric warns that a compromised info network is incredibly dangerous. It means our traitor sits very high up in the ranks. Jane Kanzaki nervously voices his concern. What if the top-secret plans we discussed in our private meetings have already been leaked? Narumi bluntly adds to the thought, asking if one of the tribal chiefs could actually be a traitor. Anton instantly objects. Absolutely not. The chiefs are the foundation of our federation. We cannot let paranoia tear us apart without proof. He refuses to spark a witch hunt based on pure rumors. A pink-haired cat warrior sighs in relief, agreeing completely. You are absolutely right, sir. That had me terrified. Anton then turns to his daughter, giving her a strict warning. Do not leave this mansion, Jin. She pouts, complaining she just got home, but her father is genuinely terrified of losing her again. If they capture you again, we lose everything. Midu politely interrupts, asking how the alliance negotiations are going. An awkward silence falls over the table. Anton scratches his head sheepishly, admitting things did not go as smoothly as hoped. Shin explains that only Ega and Papa agreed. If they cannot win over the remaining three, they will lose the upcoming vote. Their chances are looking incredibly slim. Midu bites his lip, realizing just how bad their situation really is. Anton remains determined. We must keep trying. He asks our heroes to accompany him to the next meeting to help persuade them. Alaric gladly agrees to help. Later that night, Kai Aragi stands on the balcony of the Cat Tribe mansion, lost in deep thought. Shin quietly approaches him, asking why he is still awake and what is weighing on his mind. Kai Aragi admits he needs to gather intel, but sneaking around an unfamiliar country undetected is practically impossible. Shin nods in agreement. With his human scent, the beastmen's sharp noses would pinpoint him the second he stepped outside. He nodded. As expected, beastmen's senses are incredibly sharp. Kai turned to Sina, telling her there was something he had to ask. Earlier in the meeting, Kai had used his appraisal eyes to inspect Nels, a 55-year-old from the loyal Dogkin tribe. His stats read, male level 2 martial arts level 1 beastification. But the one thing that stood out, a brainwashed status condition. Brainwashed Sina gasped, completely shocked by this news. Kai nodded, explaining his appraisal eyes let him see anyone's hidden status. He could inspect anyone's condition. And out of everyone, only Nels carried that bizarre and highly suspicious brainwash debuff. Kai added that while beastmen boast insane physical strength and razor-sharp senses, they actually possess absolutely zero magical capability. They cannot cast human magic, demon arts, or even elven spells. Kai's sharp gaze showed he knew exactly who was behind this. This had demon interference written all over it. Sina shivered suddenly, remembering how incredibly weird Nels had been acting earlier that day. He claimed his views changed with age, which was bizarre since Nels had always advocated for peace with the humans. She shrugged and asked if she should alert her father, but Kai shook his head. His appraisal skill alone was not enough. Without solid proof, they couldn't make a move. Her father already suspected a mole, but could that old man really be trusted? Sina stepped up to the balcony railing and sat down confident. She assured him that her father had always favored humans. Plus, since they had saved her life, her father would undoubtedly trust them. Kai sighed in relief, ready to speak with him. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Kai off guard. It was Anto. He had seriously underestimated how sharp beastman hearing could be. Kai turned around, realizing the chief had heard everything. Now they could finally bypass the pleasantries and get straight to business. The chief smiled warmly. He did not mind at all, especially since Kai was the savior who rescued his beloved daughter. Anto admitted that he too suspected Nels was acting strangely. Clenching his fist, he decided to put his complete trust in them. He promised full backing to forge a grand alliance between their two great empires. But in exchange, he had one critical condition for the young hero. He wanted Kai to completely wipe out the remaining demons hiding within their federation. Kai agreed, planning to gather intel the next day. He would investigate the brainwashed Dogkin, while Midu and Anto worked on convincing the other Beastman clan chiefs to support their cause. With a nod, the chief smiled. Later that night, the Beastman capital lay in silence, under the glow of distant mansion lights. Behind the heavy gates of a heavily guarded estate, Nels was on his knees, bowing with absolute devotion to an unexpected figure. Sitting before him was Bride. a high-ranking demon casually sipping wine. The mastermind looked down cold-heartedly at his loyal, brainwashed pawn. He muttered that things were getting messy, his thoughts shifting to Camila, just when his grand plan seemed to be going perfectly. With over half the clan leaders already under his control, taking over the entire Beastman Federation should have been a piece of cake. The plan to kidnap the princess and blackmail the Cat Clan chief was foolproof. Bright slammed his fist down in pure fury. He never expected pesky humans to rescue Anto's daughter. He cursed the useless Gaganda for failing such an easy critical mission. A disgrace to high-ranking demons everywhere. Kneeling below Nels spoke up, pointing out how incredibly bold those pesky humans had become. They were pushing hard for an alliance, meaning Nels couldn't simply reject the proposal without looking highly suspicious to his people. Bright smirked, agreeing that the humans must be desperate. They had to stop them before they could sway the other clans. We must stop them before they can influence anyone else. Standing up, Nels agreed, adding that humans were their mortal enemies. To Beastmen, humans were sworn enemies anyway. The next morning, they arrived at the grand estate of the Sea Folk clan chief. The aquatic palace was a stunning oasis filled with deep blue pools. Their supporters of the alliance met with Mac, the fish folk chief. But Mac proved to be incredibly stubborn. He made it clear that no matter what they said, his stance would not change. Midu desperately pleaded with him, begging the stubborn chief to at least hear them out and listen to their proposal. Midu's unwavering determination shone brightly in his eyes. Moved by his fierce resolve, Mac sighed and agreed to listen. Relieved, the group thanked him. Herrick stepped forward to represent them, ready to explain the Holy Kingdom's current critical state. Meanwhile, the other squad headed straight to the bird folk territory, but they immediately ran into trouble at the front gates. The hostile guards blocked their path coldly, repeating their leader's absolute refusal to meet or speak with any humans. The chief had made it clear she had zero interest in their words. Still, Narumi tried desperately to reason with them. Their Beastman guide stepped up, pointing out that Chief Anto himself had formally requested this audience for today. The guard scoffed, saying even a direct order from the Cat Clan chief changed nothing. Their leader simply despised humans. Jane Kanzaki stood nearby, contemplating using his absolute domination magic to control the guard. But doing so carried a massive risk if the spell wore off. Once the mind control faded, the guard would realize he was manipulated, completely destroying any future trust. Narumi sighed. She turned to walk away, suggesting they head back for now. Jane Kanzaki stared in surprise, but she kept a cool head. At worst, they might end up fighting the entire Federation, something they desperately want to avoid. This is nothing like last time, when they faced Leonora. Hearing this, Jane Kanzaki followed, understanding the gravity. Inside, Kai was silently examining his razor-sharp dagger. A sudden knock broke the silence and Kai called them in. Sina stepped inside, reporting back. Kai immediately turned to ask her what she had discovered. She explained that the dog tribe border felt extremely strange today, and Kai listened to her very intently. Sina continued, noting their open hostility toward humans, as if someone had deliberately poured fuel on the fire. She paused deeply, thoughtful, warning that the soldiers seemed highly unstable and might even be planning to assassinate Kai and his entire group. Hearing this, Kai's expression hardened. If that was the case, sitting idle was not an option. They needed to gather every shred of crucial evidence to turn the tide. Under the cover of another night in the beast capital, Kai and Sina watched silently from the rooftops. He suggested they investigate thoroughly, while the princess warned him to be extremely careful. Underestimating beastkin senses would be fatal. Kai jumped down with a quick nod as heavily armed guards patrolled the grounds below. Moving silently across the tiled roofs with the flawless grace of a trained assassin, Kai did not make a single sound. Before long, they slipped inside the mansion. Sina crept forward, whispering that the clan leader's room had to be nearby. Peering through a slightly ajar door, she realized the room was completely empty, guessing that Lord Neil was probably sleeping. Sina slipped inside anyway, realizing this was the perfect chance to search for clues. She began sniffing the air carefully. Her sharp sense of smell quickly picked up a familiar scent on the chair, the very beasts who had kidnapped her. Suddenly, a harsh voice demanded to know who was there. Sina froze in shock as Lord Neil stepped in, shouting angrily. He barked that even as Anto's daughter, she would not escape punishment for trespassing in his estate. The young princess backed away in fear, pleading for him to regain his senses, but he only scoffed completely, baffled by her words. Sina stared back, desperately explaining that he was being brainwashed by demons, and failing to see the obvious truth. Neil snapped back, dismissing it as utter nonsense. He declared they would talk later, but first he would subdue her. He raised his voice, ordering his guards to seize the intruder immediately. Hearing the command, the soldiers rushed inside. Sina did not hesitate. She leaped backward onto the windowsill, preparing to make a highly dangerous escape attempt. She crashed through the glass, diving into the night. As the guards yelled that she was escaping, Neil roared to pursue. Meanwhile, in another room, Bright sat swirling his golden chalice, deeply annoyed by the news of an intruder. He wondered if his cover had somehow been blown. Taking a slow sip, he tried to piece the puzzle together. After all, he had been incredibly cautious, making him the only demon capable of successfully infiltrating the capital. Finishing his drink, he knew the Federation would suspect demon interference after Sina's kidnapping, but they would never look here. They would never suspect the loyal dog tribe. Still, if anyone uncovered his brainwashing magic, things would get very complicated. Bright smiled with absolute confidence, fully convinced that such a scenario was impossible. His smug satisfaction did not last long, though. Out of nowhere, Kai materialized directly behind him, pressing a cold, sharp blade against his throat before he could even react. The blade sliced across with lethal precision. Blood splattered, but the demon barely survived. Meanwhile, outside the quiet, moonlit estate, Lord Neil was furiously barking orders to capture the intruders immediately. Sina, having escaped through the window, was already sprinting, leaping across the rooftops. She cast a worried glance back, seeing nothing but frantic guards searching the grounds below. She wondered where Kai had gone, hoping he had found the demon. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out her name. Run was standing nearby, with her own soldiers, her lantern illuminating Sina with a look of utter surprise in her eyes. Run explained. She was stationed there under Lord Anne's orders to prevent anything terrible from happening to the princess. Before they could say more, the pursuing dog tribe soldiers cornered them, demanding the cat tribe hand over the intruder. Sina acknowledged they were just following orders. Run turned to her, anxiously asking what their next move should be. Sina instructed her people to fight, but avoid taking any lives, realizing the guards were likely brainwashed and deeply confused. They did not actually want to fight. Meanwhile, blood erupted from Bright's neck, but his quick reflexes saved him. Leaping back in panic, he stared at Kai, wondering who this assassin was. Kai did not give him a second to breathe. Kai hurled his dagger straight at him. With no room to dodge, the demon was forced to block with his bare arm. Taking a deep gash, Bright slid across the floor, desperately trying to regain his footing. He grabbed a nearby potted plant. Realizing he needed to calm down, he hurled the heavy pot right at Kai. But Kai sliced it clean in half. The shattered clay exploded everywhere, as Bright dove through the window to escape. Without missing a beat, Kai leaped after him. "I will not let you escape," he growls as they both leap onto the roofs, ready for a high-stakes chase. Bright looks back, thinking he cannot get caught, because this place draws too much attention. He narrows his eyes, desperately trying to contact his puppet. He links minds, desperately calling out to Niels for an answer. "Niels, the humans are attacking me, help me." But the Beastman leader only responds with hesitation. "I am sorry, Lord Bright, I want to help. Number you." But despite the frantic demands to get there fast, Niels is facing something that completely stops him in his tracks. Replies, "It is going to be tough to reach you." The man blocking his path is Anto, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Niels points a finger at Anto. "Do you even understand the weight of the words you just spoke? I cannot forgive your daughter. This means war between our tribes." Anto just smiles. "I will not let that happen. And I am going to open your eyes." But Niels keeps venting his anger, still targeting the princess. "Do you not understand what Sina did?" Anto casually cleans his ear. "Really, all I see is a nasty dark aura coming from you." Niels throws a massive punch. "Nonsense. I have far more important things to do, but I will crush you first if you keep getting in my way." Anto does not back down either, instantly clashing head-on. The powerful fists of both chiefs collide with insane force. Meanwhile, the hero candidates watch quietly from afar as a massive beam of light erupts, marking the epic battlefield of the two chiefs. Narumi's eyes widen. It has started. Rina asks, "Should we not step in?" Narumi waves her off. "It is fine. The more we interfere, the harder it will make the upcoming peace talks. And I do not want the Federation to see us causing a scene." Jane Kanzaki speaks up, sounding highly concerned. "Could it be that Shin is already on the move?" Narumi nods. "He is probably hunting down demons in secret, which explains why the enemy is desperately trying to cause all this chaos." Rina, still totally naive, asks, "Then shouldn't we go lend them a hand?" He shakes his head. "Interfering will only drag them down. Besides, we do not even know our way around here. so the three decide to hold their ground and observe. Looking down, Narumi realizes there is still a chance that someone might recklessly rush in anyway. Even without fully knowing the exact situation, that fast-moving shadow, down below, is Mid himself. Meanwhile, Kai is running at full speed, relentless in his pursuit of the demon. He closely analyzes his path, realizing the beast is heading toward a more isolated spot. That works perfectly. Meanwhile, Bright is bleeding heavily. His deep wounds are crippling him. He cannot move his arm freely, leaving him highly uncertain if he can even defeat this human brat. Just then, two beast girls walking nearby spot Bright and gasp in terror. What is that? He roars, determined to kill anyone who witnesses his presence. But before he can strike, Kai closes the distance rapidly, refusing to let the distant demon escape. To catch up, Kai decides to boost his physical stats with magic, focusing all his energy straight into his legs. White mana surges around his boots. In a flash, his speed explodes as he rockets forward, cutting right off in front of Bright. Meeting the demon with a lethal gaze, Bright gasps. What? Kai swings his dagger, stabbing with his left hand. Bright smiles, expecting an easy block, but is instead met with a devastating kick directly to his chest, crashing hard into a wall. Spitting blood, he realizes in absolute shock that the dagger was just a clever distraction. Slumping to the ground from the brutal impact, desperate thoughts begin racing through the demon's mind. There is no way I lost. Even if combat is not my specialty, I am still an elite high-ranking demon. Staring up at his formidable opponent, Bright realizes this must be a legendary hero candidate. Coughing up dark blood, he demands, "How did you find my location?" Kai responds calmly, "My eyes allow me to analyze any target status and locate them instantly." Bright chuckles. Talk about terrible luck, running into the strongest possible opponent right now. Yet, the demon calculates his survival. He can still salvage his master plan if he manages to eliminate this single brat. Even in defeat, he holds a few secret cards. Looking closely, Kai immediately spots a sinister hidden motive. Meanwhile, the war between the two tribes continues to rage fiercely. One puzzled beastman asks Captain, "Why are we even fighting?" His commander snaps back that orders are orders, leaving no room for questions. Seeing the chaos, Ruin screams, "If you are all so confused, then drop your weapons. We do not want to fight either." Zin then asks, "You are Lord Nilsgaard's right. Since you are so close to him, have you not noticed his strange behavior lately?" These words strike a chord, causing the beastmen soldiers to hesitate, as their captain looks visibly troubled. Sina points directly at him. "You know something, do you not?" The captain sighs, admitting he cannot comprehend Lord Niels lately, but duty comes first. The princess presses on. "Even if your beloved Lord Niels is completely brainwashed by demons," the beastmen react fiercely, insisting there is no way such a thing is possible. Their captain turns back, warning them, "Do not be fooled. We must follow our chief's orders." Watching them, Kai Aragi realizes that reasoning with these stubborn warriors is a lost cause. Run steps forward, shielding the princess with his hand. "Please stay back, Lady Kai Aragi. I will suppress these fighters myself." Suddenly, a brilliant blue line of mana slashes between the opposing forces, tearing the earth apart with incredible power. Confused, the beastman captain wonders what on earth is happening. Looking up, the warriors are shocked to spot a human. It is none other than Shuji Midu. He leaps down alongside a companion, while Iga steps in, shouting, "Enough, drop your weapons." The one putting a stop to this clash is Iya, the werewolf chieftain himself. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Kai is busy analyzing Bright, a 48-year-old high-ranking demon skilled in level 4 brainwashing and elemental water magic. Using his Appraisal Eye, Kai inspects the demon's status screen, looking closely at the details of that dangerous brainwashing skill. It targets a chosen living being, activating once the user wraps both hands around the victim's head. Knowing this, Kai stays on high alert. As long as he avoids that brainwashing spell, the demon poses no real threat to him. Ending this guy will be easy. But mid-thought, something cuts through the air. A spear hurls straight at Kai. He dodges just in time as a horde of demons surrounds him. Bright stands back up, letting out a loud laugh. "Thanks for coming. Now, my loyal minions can join the slaughter." Kai smirks. "So that was his plan all along. You lured me to this isolated spot, just to group up." The smug demons sneer, thinking their target is trapped. "Did you think the Demon Kingdom's special forces only had me?" Kai simply sighs and asks, "Are you stupid?" Infuriated, the demon barks. "What did you say?" Kai glances at the crowd. "I knew you were waiting for backup. Hunting you down individually would be too tedious anyway." It's much easier to wipe you all out at once. The demons freeze, completely baffled by his confidence. Bright roars, "You arrogant brat, what can you do all alone?" They draw their weapons and prep their skills. Soon that smug smile will be wiped right off your face. We will tear you to shreds for hurting Lord Bright. Meanwhile, Bright stares at Kai, thinking to himself, what a fool. Even if my minions are mid-tier demons, they are elite soldiers with combat abilities close to mine. They charge forward, screaming to slaughter the human. But Kai just stands there calmly, whispering a magic spell. Spirits of the wind blow them away. Instantly, a massive gale erupts, creating a swirling blue vortex. The raging cyclone sweeps the charging demons high into the sky, leaving the remaining forces watching, in absolute panic. Then Kai's voice echoes, "I never said I was alone, did I?" High above them, May casts her magic. "Since I didn't know your brainwashing trigger, I brought backup just in case." Bright looks on stunned. Yet the demon remains confident. Two kids won't change anything. Looking down, May prepares her next move. Rain down sharp stones. Instantly countless stone shards manifest in the air, and rain down like a deadly barrage. The frontline demons are caught completely off guard, coughing up blood from the heavy impact. One survivor screams out, "Stupid humans, we can just block this with magic." But out of nowhere, Kai closes the distance. He drives his blade straight through the demon's chest. Channeling mana for defense leaves your blind spots wide open. Kai yanks his knife back, blood spraying everywhere. Bright panics, barking at his troops, "Don't lower your guard, fools. Treat them both as high-ranking threats." Hearing this, the surviving demons raise their weapons and tighten their formation. One demon casts a clone spell, smugly mocking Kai. "Can you tell which one is real?" But mid-sentence, splat. A dagger drives straight into its forehead. The clone collapses, gasping, "How did you?" Kai remains deadpan. For an elite demon squad, you guys clearly don't communicate well. Your information sharing is completely pathetic. Suddenly, another demon summons a magic circle from the flank, roaring, "You bastard," and unleashing a wind spear. "Go to hell," he screams. But the projectile is deflected by a sudden gust. High above, May has his back. Intervening at the perfect moment, she summons her weapon. Spirits finish him. The demon freezes in absolute terror. Wind arrows impale him before he can react. High above, May simply yawns, completely bored by the fight. With May's air support, Kai holds the line against the demonic horde. Meanwhile, Bright cowers at the back. He shoves his own troops forward, as meat shields, gritting his teeth in frustration. How could humans push him this far? Suddenly a mocking voice echoes from the distance. My. Looks like you guys are struggling out here." Startled, May gasps. "What's going on? Who is that?" she gasps. Kai looks up to spot the newcomer. It is none other than Camila. The bird tribe chief swoops in with her flock. Kai Aragi glares up in disbelief. "Chief, I never expected you to collaborate with filthy demons," she shrieks in response. "Damn right, because I absolutely loathe you humans." May bends down to ask Kai Aragi if she is brainwashed too. But according to Kai Aragi's appraisal skills, she's actually allied with them by choice. As Kai Aragi pieces the clues together, the ugly truth starts coming to light. The demons have already brainwashed the formidable dog tribe chief, while the bird tribe is willingly helping them. This is a massive mess. One chief is brainwashed. Another is a traitor. The cat tribe chief's daughter was kidnapped, but successfully rescued. And the rest of the wolf tribe is clean, while the merfolk chief is just an idiot. They aim to control the cat tribe by taking Sina hostage. With that, they would easily secure a majority vote in parliament. Kai Aragi remembers a conversation he overheard, where the demons boasted about the Federation falling under their control soon, allowing their superiors to focus on the war against humans. So that was their grand plan. Back in the present, Bright spits out blood and speaks with annoyance. He grumbles, "Took you long enough." But Camila stands tall and snaps back. "Even as a demon, you're helpless against these humans without our help." Bright scoffs, knowing deep down that he really is backed into a corner right now. Bright sighs, "No arguments here. Just help me wipe them out." Camila smiles wickedly, aiming her razor-sharp claws downward. She mocks him, "You begging for help? That is incredibly rare. Are they really that tough? Fine, I will bail you out." Kai Aragi clicks his tongue, counting about 30 elite avian warriors. Is the entire bird tribe working with the enemy? Meanwhile, May leaps down to the ground beside him. She asks, "What's the plan?" Kai Aragi looks at the enemy and says, "We must defeat them." Camila barks orders to her flock, commanding them to seize the duo quickly before other tribes can find out. With that, the bird warriors dive down to strike. Meanwhile, the scene shifts elsewhere as a massive fight breaks out. The cat tribe chief unleashes a heavy furry fist. He attacks the dog tribe chief, who barely blocks the blow. They trade a rapid flurry of offense and defense, the raw impact and shockwaves shattering the very ground beneath them. This is a clash of legendary proportions. Their overflowing energy surges outward, shattering the glass windows along the street. Strong winds howl from the spiritual pressure. Anto the cat chief laughs heartily mid-strike, shouting, "Not bad, Niels." Niels, struggling to defend, barks back, "What are you saying?" But he manages to slip in a heavy counterpunch. The strike lands hard, but Anto does not even flinch. He just grins calmly, leaving Niels completely stunned. Before Niels can react, Anto laughs and launches a devastating uppercut. "You've gone soft, Niels." The hit sends him flying. Reeling backward, Niels wipes away blood, feeling his very mind begin to warp. Meanwhile, Anto cracks his knuckles in deep thought. Anto realizes something is wrong. Did he misunderstand Niels's actions? He asks himself if this is the only way. He is buying time. But the only way to truly save Niels is to defeat the one who brainwashed him. Under the pale crescent moon, letting Niels fall fully under demon control would threaten the safety of the entire capital city. Elsewhere, Midu stands right behind Iga, the wolf tribe chief. He asks, "Is Niels really being manipulated by those demons?" Sina nods grimly. "Yes, and that is why we had to sneak into Niels's mansion in search of that demon." Midu quickly follows up, "And did you find him?" The cat princess can only shake her head in disappointment, sighing. She admits, "I'm not sure." Kai Aragi vanished out of nowhere. Midu mutters, "If he's gone, he must be fighting elsewhere." Iga rubs his temples. "This is moving way too fast for me. But we must go support your brave friend." Just then, Run shouts down from a high vantage point to grab their attention. But before she can finish, Sina interrupts. Sina asks urgently, "Run, what's wrong?" Run peers into the distance, hand on her chin, and delivers the news. "I spotted a flock of birdmen flying north." Iga is stunned. Why would they fly out this late at night? Sensing that something is terribly wrong, Midu bolts toward the location. "Let's check it out. We might find some clues." Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, three figures watch the chaos unfold silently. They wonder if staying put is the right move. Narumi warns them that getting involved might trigger a massive and dangerous conflict with the local residents here. Jane Kanzaki speaks up to break the tense silence. "Hey Narumi, let me ask you something very important right now. Your entire plan relies on Kai Aragi defeating the demons, doesn't it?" Narumi nods silently in agreement. Jane Kanzaki presses on, filled with worry. "But what if he loses?" Narumi admits he hasn't thought that far ahead. "If he fails, we will definitely be branded as criminals." Jane Kanzaki suggests they take action instead of just waiting. Kai Aragi is incredibly reliable, but he's not invincible. Rina listens to them, her expression filled with deep anxiety. Narumi speaks up, saying she gets Jane Kanzaki's point, but they still don't know his exact location. Jane Kanzaki looks down in despair. Clasping her hands in prayer, she silently wishes she could be selfish just to become Kai Aragiji's source of strength. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes directly inside her head, calling out her name Kanzaki, causing her to jump in panic. As Jane Kanzaki frantically looks around, Narumi asks what is wrong, while Jane Kanzaki desperately calls out to find where he is. Then Kai's voice echoes back, teasing that he should be the one asking, finally, realizing this telepathy is her new skill. His words make her wonder if this is her new guardian ability, as Kai Aragiji's voice echoes crystal clear inside her head. It feels almost like her astral form is right next to him. Reaching out with her mind, Jane Kanzaki asks Kai where he is. Cut to Kai looking absolutely battered and drenched in blood, as he tells her he is currently at the northern edge of town. He is busy holding off a horde of demons and birdmen, before teasingly asking if she truly wants to become his strength. Jane Kanzaki blushes furiously, completely embarrassed that he heard her inner thoughts. While back on the battlefield, Kai continues his brutal slaughter. Slaying the winged beasts, Kai urges her to hurry, admitting he needs her support. Hearing this, Jane Kanzaki's eyes instantly light up. With her heart racing and her eyes sparkling, she completely ignores Narumi, asking who she is talking to, and Rina calling her crazy. Jane Kanzaki proudly reveals she is communicating with Kai Aragiji, using her new skill, leaving both of her friends utterly stunned by the news. Springing to her feet, Jane Kanzaki declares that she now knows exactly where he is, urging them to move out immediately. Let's head back to the main battle, where Mei is currently facing down a massive flock of hostile birdmen. Receiving the order to strike, the winged monsters dive down with terrifying speed, but Mei is not backing down. Raising her staff with a tense expression, she commands her spirits to keep the vile beasts away at all costs. Instantly, a powerful updraft surges from below, stopping the enemies cold, but Mei is far from finished. Slamming her magic staff into the ground, glowing rocks float around her as she summons the formidable earth spirits. With a fierce shout, she unleashes a barrage of rocky projectiles, straight into the incoming swarm of birdmen. The creatures squawk in agony, as the rocks find their mark, forcing the backline to curse in frustration. Unable to breach her defenses, they angrily command their archer division to finally step up and take action. The aerial archers quickly lock onto their target, releasing a massive barrage of sharp arrows aimed straight at Mei. Reacting quickly, she raises her staff to the sky, channeling vibrant green mana to summon the mighty wind spirits. A violent tornado erupts, easily blowing away the incoming arrows, leaving the frustrated birdmen wondering how to bypass her. While some panic, their leader remains calm, knowing that an elf's spirit magic has a heavy drawback. Once she drains her connection to the spirits, she will be completely defenseless. Mei senses this threat, growing anxious. Realizing they have figured out her fatal flaw, Mei knows she must defeat them before her spirits reach their absolute limit. She needs to switch to another element fast. Above her, a scowling birdman realizes she is only stalling for time. He plans to eliminate her quickly. Meanwhile, you and I are going back to the chaotic melee ground battle below. A demon soldier takes a fatal stab straight to the heart, dying instantly. Another demon spots this and looks up. He calls out to Gustav, watching Kai pull a bloody dagger from his comrade's chest, before vanishing in a flash. Like a true assassin, Kai strikes again from the shadows, but two more demons suddenly leap at him from behind. They scream that this is his end, while another demon prepares a magic circle to block any sudden counters. The barrier deflects a sudden projectile, while Kai gracefully leaps high into the air to dodge the incoming danger. The demons stare up in confusion, prompting Camilla, the leader of the bird tribe, to scream out a warning. She orders them to freeze as she unleashes a storm of razor-sharp feathers from her wings, but Kai remains calm. Deflecting the projectiles with his daggers, he manages to block most, but the overwhelming volume eventually grazes his wrist. With blood soaking his sleeve, Kai quickly evades his ears, ringing with the distant, chaotic sounds of the ongoing war. He worries about Mei since they got separated, but this brief distraction proves to be a dangerous mistake. Suddenly, Bright teleports right behind him, reaching out with a dark hand. Sensing the threat, Kai reacts instantly. Kai unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, paralyzing Bright instantly, before the villain can even make a move. Shocked by the elemental lightning, the villain watches as another demon soldier steps up to slash at Kai. With a roar, the demon swings, but Kai easily sidesteps, counterattacking with a clean slash across his stomach. The demon's sword continues its swing, accidentally slicing into the paralyzed Bright behind Kai, who narrowly escapes. Defeating the demon soldiers while making one slash their own leader is a genius move. Kai casts a deadly glare backward, wondering if they are planning to use brainwashing magic. Since he lacks any way to counter it, he must proceed with extreme caution. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from afar. Kai Aragi, and the speaker is none other than Jane Kenzaki, who is running over out of breath. Kai turns to her and calls out, "Kenzaki, you came just in time." Rina stands there, flabbergasted, muttering about the demon. Narumi also gasps, saying the situation is terrible, before they both shout, "We will back you up." Instantly, they activate their skills. The demon soldiers raise magic circles to defend themselves, warning each other to be careful since they are facing hero candidates. Kai turns to his allies and says, "I will handle the bird tribe chief and the high-level demons. I am trusting you guys with the lower-level ones." Narumi clenches his fist in agreement. Rina then asks if that means they should treat those birdmen as enemies. Kai nods, telling Rina she can use fire to burn them. Jane Kenzaki asks, with concern, "Kai Aragi, are you still fighting alone?" With determined eyes, he recalls the past and tells Jane Kenzaki, "This scenario is just like our battle against Leonora back then. If that is the case, cast your domination magic on me." They are brainwashing their enemies using magic. She raises her hand and agrees immediately. Her entire body radiates a pink mana glow as she activates her domination magic, transferring the energy to Kai. A soft pink aura immediately envelops him as he confidently declares, "With this I have eliminated my fatal weakness." Camilla listens in utter shock, demanding to know if they are looking down on them. Bright, standing below, calls out a warning to Camilla, telling her not to let her guard down, or she will lose her life. Kai glares with a deadly gaze, saying, "My mistake, but I will end this quickly." Now, heavy bloodlust radiates from his entire body as he tightly clenches his daggers. His terrifying gaze and aura make both Camila and Bright freeze in shock, revealing a flash of fear. The scene shifts to May, who is currently standing face to face with the birdmen flock above. With some already defeated, the remaining birdmen freeze upon hearing an echoing voice asking what they are doing. Hearing this, May quickly spins around to look behind her. It is Shuji Midu leading Eiga, the werewolf chief, alongside Sina and Run. Eiga raises a hand, demanding to know if they are guests of the cat tribe and demanding an explanation. The birdmen panic, whispering about the werewolf chief arriving so quickly and wondering what to do next. Their leader urges them to stay calm and proceed with Camila's plan. With no objections, the birdmen immediately obey, raising their bows and aiming them directly at the newcomers. They shout to eliminate all witnesses, including the werewolf chief. Eiga is completely taken aback by their audacity, wondering what they are saying. Shuji Midu adds that they clearly do not want to talk. May calls out, warning them that the birdmen are working with the demons. Everyone is shocked by this revelation. She points toward the alley ahead, explaining that the demons are fighting Kai over there. Sina watches closely, realizing the birdmen are involved too. Eiga turns, suggesting Shuji Midu go help, since the situation is looking bad. However, Shuji Midu refuses, telling the werewolf chief that his friends are already heading to Kai Aragi's side, so he will stay and support May. Eiga grips his sword, preparing to draw it, admitting he never expected the demons to hold such influence. Looking up at the birdmen, he notes they are only following their chief's orders and prefers not to kill them. He is suddenly startled by Shuji Midu's voice, who smiles and claims that non-lethal combat is his specialty. A crimson light flares up in Kai's eyes like twin blood-red stars, pouring thick crimson aura from his pupils as he confronts the enemies. A heavy sigh escapes Kai's lips. He mutters in a dark tone, "My mistake, I had planned on ending this whole mess quickly." With mist-like blood energy pouring from his eyes, his hands tightly grip his sharp blades, ready to strike at any moment. Shock is written all over the faces of Bright and Camila as they witness his terrifying presence. Camila hovers high above with her massive wings and fiery red feathers, while Bright stands below with fresh blood dripping down his chest. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Bright mutters in confusion, completely unaware of what is truly happening, as Camila's eyes tremble violently. She suddenly realizes that her vision is starting to warp. Camila angrily mutters that his shape is distorting. Looking through her eyes, Kai's silhouette has become completely bizarre and illusory. A distorted light shrouds his face, yet Kai's eyes stare right back at her with an unsettling, terrifying calm. Exploiting Bright's sudden disorientation, Kai moves like lightning, rushing in to press his razor-sharp blade against his arm. A deep, brutal slash splatters fresh blood everywhere. Completing his strike, Kai instantly leaps back like a dark shadow. Flickering in and out of sight, Bright stared in disbelief at the bleeding wound on his arm, inflicted by Kai, wondering, "I can't react to his movements at all. Damn it. What is wrong with my eyes?" Hovering above Camila, quickly noticed Kai's distracting technique. She screamed a warning down to him. "Brad, do not look into his eyes. He might be using illusion magic." Hearing her shout, Kai silently thought to himself that she was surprisingly quick to notice. He then took a moment to review his own status screen. Name: Sinju Kai, age 17, male. Offense and defense rank A. Agility and strength rank B. Magic rank C. Status normal. Skills: Divine Appraisal, level 4. Divine Weakness Detection, level 2. Divine Farsight, level 2. Divine Mimicry, level 2. Divine Illusion, level 1. Assassination, level 5. And Dagger Arts, level 5. Throwing and Stealth. Suddenly, Kai's eyes flashed with a deep crimson glow, signaling that the skill was activated. The Divine Illusion skill was a powerful new ability he had acquired after defeating Wimbox, allowing him to project vivid hallucinations. The only activation requirement was direct eye contact with the target. Before this battle, Kai had already tested it on monsters. He practiced using this new technique specifically to counter deadly beasts, making it an incredibly devastating weapon to wield in close combat. Flapping her massive wings in frustration, Camila glared down with absolute disgust, complaining about how incredibly annoying his ability was. Meanwhile, Bright stared intensely through his deep dark eyes, analyzing Kai's posture while calculating his next tactical move in his head. He realized he had to face his opponent head-on, but he absolutely must avoid looking at anything above the boy's neck. implementing this strategy immediately. A smug, confident smirk spread across Bright's face as he felt he had successfully bypassed the threat. He gloated internally, glad that the illusions were finally gone. Standing below, Kai immediately noticed that Bright had adjusted his tactics. Recognizing his opponent had countered the skill, Kai did not hesitate for a second. He gripped his twin daggers and dashed forward. Bright realized avoiding eye contact was the simplest solution. Refusing to just stand there, he aggressively charged directly toward Kai to engage. Getting right into Kai's personal space, he leaned in close and whispered mockingly directly into the boy's ear with absolute contempt. Is that really the best you can do? But his arrogance did not last. Kai had already slipped right past him. Startled by the sudden movement, Bright quickly spun around to track him. But the moment his head turned, a razor-sharp dagger slashed a deep line right across his face. Fresh crimson blood sprayed into the air, filling the space with a metallic scent. Drenched in his own blood, Bright stumbled backward from the devastating wound. Throwing his head back, he gasped in agonizing disbelief. "This is impossible," Bright choked out. A few splatters of blood stained Kai's face, but he did not even look back. Ignoring the man writhing in pain, Kai coldly remarked, "Fool. An opponent's eyes provide critical information during a battle. You were already too slow to keep up with my speed. By completely cutting off that flow of information, you cannot fight." Kai paused for a moment. Hearing absolutely no response from Bright, he let out a mocking chuckle and continued talking to himself. "Well, it looks like you are no longer in any condition to hear me anyway." He already knew his opponent's fate. Bright collapsed onto the cold ground, lifeless, in a pool of his own blood. Watching this unfold from above, Camila gritted her teeth. She cursed his utter uselessness. Below them, Kai slowly raised his head, immediately locking his sights on his next target. Now it was her turn. Camila shrieked desperately, trying to mask her growing panic behind a facade of tough words and bravado. "I have dealt with countless human tricks before. Do not underestimate me." With a powerful flap of her massive wings, she unleashed a wild, raging vortex of wind. Camila then descended, thrusting her massive, sharp claws directly toward Kai to crush him. But she was a step too slow. Kai smoothly leaped to the side cleanly, evading her deadly attack. Missing her target only fueled her rage. Hundreds of razor-sharp feathers shot out from her dense plumage, tearing through the air, directly at the boy. Kai nimbly retreated backward. Moving with graceful fluidity, he used his twin daggers to block every single incoming feather projectile. Hovering in the air, Camila watched as Kai effortlessly deflected her barrage. The surrounding battlefield was scattered with lifeless bodies. Kai activated his illusion skill once more, a crimson aura radiating from his eyes, though he remained cautious about her flight. Fighting an opponent who stayed airborne and avoided direct eye contact was difficult, but she was adapting surprisingly well to it. Hovering confidently, Camila laughed mockingly and boasted that unlike him, she did not even need her eyes to fight properly. We beastmen possess 5 incredibly sharp senses after all. Kai, however, remained completely unfazed by her arrogant boasts and taunts. Raising his head calmly, he asked her, "But what do you plan to do now? You cannot just fly around forever." Glancing back at the chaotic scene behind them, he added quietly, "By the way, the longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for you." Indeed, right behind her, Camila's remaining allies were already being suppressed by Kai's formidable companions. Things looked extremely bad for her group, as Narumi, Jane Kenzaki, and Rina were all actively utilizing their spiritual energy. Using her own power, she suppressed and took down Camila's lackeys. Hearing this, Kai quickly shifted his focus to observe the situation. Over there, Camila was shaking with pure rage. Her face contorted as she growled, saying that humans had interfered one too many times. "You have dared to interfere in my plans twice now." Kai did not answer, simply meeting her furious glare with defiance. Camila completely snapped. Her entire body erupted with dark energy, her furious aura flaring up like an active exploding volcano. Screaming that she would kill them all, Camila rushed forward with a brand new skill, activating her complete beastification form. Kai watched her every move, quickly analyzing her technique. Beastification was a unique ability, restricted only to the beastmen. This skill allowed them to unleash their inner beast. Kai watched as Camila completely transformed right in front of him. She became a massive bird, with a giant wingspan and razor-sharp talons, while Kai kept analyzing this powerful form. Complete beastification granted explosive power, but at the cost of sanity. Now, Camila was nothing but a wild, mindless predator. Ruffling her feathers, she opened her sharp beak and let out a blood-curdling screech that echoed through the entire sky. Instantly she soared into the air, moving like a flash of lightning while constantly shifting her direction in midair. She vanished completely from sight within a split second, leaving behind only the cold howling wind rushing past Kai's neck. Raising his weapons defensively, Kai kept his eyes glued to the sky, silently marveling at her insane godlike speed. Seizing the moment, Kai deactivated his illusory guardian and immediately switched to another powerful skill from his vast arsenal. Activating his farsight ability, Kai's eyes widened as he tracked the massive bird's lightning-fast movements across the sky. Thanks to his enhanced vision, her terrifying speed slowed down dramatically, allowing him to easily predict her next deadly strike. Kai easily dodged her attacks as the two engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse flickering through the air. Camila was rapidly losing her patience. Snapping her sharp beak frantically in the empty air, she let out crazed, raspy shrieks. Flapping her massive wings, she unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp feather arrows, all infused with dark, corrupting spiritual energy. Charging straight into the deadly rain of arrows, Kai calmly deflected each projectile, using his twin daggers completely unfazed. He had already spotted her fatal weakness. This beastification form could only be maintained for a very short duration. If she dragged this fight out, her animalistic instincts would take over completely, causing her to lose herself forever. Her ferocious attacks were making the entire battlefield shake violently. Kai realized he was running out of precious time. If she threw everything away to kill him, his mana would drain, forcing his enhanced vision skill to deactivate. Kai did not hesitate. Now you and I know, he had to end this fight as fast as possible. His eyes flashed with a deep crimson light as he activated his weakness detection, scanning her entire giant body. The beast's frantic movements slowed down in his vision. Kai knew exactly where he needed to strike her next. This was his best shot, though there was a risk the skill might fail. Kai closed his eyes for a brief moment. He calculated his moves carefully, knowing that if this final skill failed, everything they had done would be in vain. Looking up, he commanded the sky, calling down lightning to pierce his foe. Instantly, massive bolts of electricity struck down. The violent lightning blasted the beast's giant body, causing it to seize up. Its massive eyes widened in absolute agony. Kai closely watched her reaction as the lightning tore her apart. Convulsing in agony, the beast's massive form began to falter. Blood splattered across the sky as her strength completely drained away. Completely defeated, the massive bird plunged toward the earth. She crashed heavily onto the ground, with a deafening thud, lying completely motionless as she struggled to breathe. She tried to stand up, but failed, letting out only weak, pathetic whimpers as her life faded away. Coughing up a final pool of blood, Camila drew her last breath, dying right beside the cold corpse of Braid. Kai calmly turned around, his eyes flashing purple, as he asked if only the remaining soldiers were left to handle. At last, the grueling battle came to an end, after Sinju and the others wiped out the demon forces. They had successfully defeated the demon army, led by the high-ranking demon Brett, along with Camila, the bird tribe's leader. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining bird tribe soldiers lost their will to fight, ending the clash with Midu's group. They surrendered and dropped their weapons. It was the only logical choice left after learning about their leader's demise. With the high-ranking demon Braid dead, his brainwashing spell on the beastmen leaders instantly shattered, returning everything to normal. Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, finally regained his senses. The chaotic battle was now finally a thing of the past. As dawn broke over the Grand Anas Federation, you and I can finally see this terrifying crisis come to an end. A few days later, a special meeting was arranged at the villa of Iga, the wolf tribe leader, where Herrick spoke up. How are the avians? Ega slowly explained what the post-battle investigation revealed. Only those closest to Camila even knew about her demonic alliance. Strictly speaking, that only meant the army that fought against them. The rest of the avian tribe had no idea, so there was no reason to punish them. Sitting opposite him, Midu asked. Further, then what about the army that fought against us? Ega replied. They were simply following their chief's orders. But we cannot let those national traitors escape justice. Maybe sentencing them to hard labor will be punishment enough. Hard labor is plenty. Meanwhile, in another magnificent castle at the mansion of the cat tribe's chief, someone leaned against the wall, cold eyes narrowing. So what about the dog tribe? The four people at the table instantly turned their gaze toward him. Anto replied. Of course their chief will be punished, even if it was against his will. His betrayal of our nation remains a solid fact. Sina stretched lazily, adding in a casual tone. Honestly, getting brainwashed by demons is Lord Niels' own fault. If he gets a heavy sentence, there is nothing we can do. May giggled and joked that at least it was not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by demons. Deep beneath the glistening blue waves stood a magnificent palace, glowing with brilliant light. This was the grand estate of the merfolk tribe. Beautiful merfolk glided through the crystal-clear waters. Suddenly, a booming shout completely shattered the peaceful silence. Say what? All the chaotic turmoil of the outside world seemed completely non-existent to the merfolk tribe. As proof, their chief Max looked utterly shocked, having been totally clueless about the war. His eyes widened, completely overwhelmed by the massive wave of information. The dog tribe's chief was brainwashed while I slept, and the avians colluded with demons only for humans to defeat them. Run, standing beside Narumi, calmly said, "Pardon us, Lord Max, I know it is hard to believe, but it is the absolute truth." Suddenly Max gritted his teeth, growling, "Hey, human." Terrified by this sudden, intense shift in attitude, a panicked Narumi quickly stammered, "Wait, what? We are not lying," Max said, nothing simply looming over Narumi. Staring at his terrifying, towering figure, the young man panicked and shrieked, "Wait." But to his utter shock, Max pulled him into a tight embrace, sobbing, "You are an amazing person." Narumi froze up completely in the bear hug. The sudden praise left him so utterly bewildered he could only squeeze out a, "Huh." Max wept tears of gratitude, sniffling, as he continued, "Thank you for saving our Federation." Before leaving with a solemn expression, Max spoke each word with clear, absolute determination. "We will never forget this debt. I promise you the merfolk tribe will fully cooperate with humanity." This sudden, overwhelming favor made Narumi feel incredibly anxious. He quickly said, "I am glad to hear that, but are you sure?" That was a very quick decision. Max did not answer, simply clenching his fist, and with a menacing look declared, "We will never forgive those demons. We are going to wipe out every last one of." As Max walked away, Narumi watched his retreating figure, sighed heavily, and muttered to June, "That guy really does not listen to a single word anyone else says." Days quietly drifted by with no major trouble. A few days later, the tribal chiefs and the key heroes from the previous battle all gathered together inside a grand chamber of the Grandana's Federation Parliament. Looking every bit the seasoned, battle-hardened leader, Anto stood up with immense dignity, speaking in a warm, resonant voice filled with deep gratitude. "Thank you all for safeguarding our Federation during the crisis. This is a massive debt of gratitude we can never fully repay." Everyone nodded, showing their deep respect. Just then, a man with tall, sleekly furred canine ears twitched them slightly as if scanning the room. His striking hair was split perfectly down the middle, one side snowy white, and the other jet black, looking incredibly mysterious and wild. Speaking with a sharp, tiny fang peeking through his lips, the dog tribe chief addressed the room. "Moreover, now, we have witnessed the true horror of the demons firsthand. They nearly tricked us into turning on each other. Although we beastmen are incredibly powerful, in a direct face-to-face clash, we are vulnerable against dirty, deceptive schemes like this. Therefore, we must form an alliance with humanity to cover our mutual weaknesses." Midu and his comrades exchanged startled glances at Lord Niels's sudden proposal. Stunned, Midu stammered back in confusion. "Well, basically." Instantly, Anto sprang to his feet, raising his hands high with explosive energy as his booming voice echoed through the entire chamber. "We absolutely agree to this alliance. We, the Grandana's Beastmen Coalition, hereby declare full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Daijuret." With Anto leading the charge, the rest of the room stood up in agreement, raising their hands in unison. Midu's party gladly stood up to celebrate. A beaming Ren suddenly lunged forward, hugging Midu tightly and leaving him completely flustered. Harik simply remained relaxed in his seat. A subtle smirk played on his lips as his sharp eyes scanned the crowd. Kai leaned against the wall. His expression was completely blank, totally detached from the lively, bustling atmosphere filling the room. The meeting wrapped up and a crowd on horseback rushed through the massive gates of the Grand Castle. Midu turned back, calling out, "We did not forget anything, right?" Rina replied, "Not me." Narumi sighed, whispering that leaving felt a little bittersweet. The tribal chiefs gathered at the grand gates to bid Midu's group farewell. Anto smiled warmly, saying they could return whenever they pleased, promising to keep in close contact. Meanwhile, Mei stood beside Kai up on the castle wall watching Midu's departing group before whispering to Kai that everything was finally settled. Sina opened her wide, curious eyes and asked Kai what their next move would be. Noting that everyone seemed to be heading back to the Holy Kingdom, Kai relaxed against the wall, half closed his eyes, and replied that since their current goal was met, they should just wait and see. She asked Kai if he planned to stay in the Federation. He considered it, then tilted his head, saying he would stay a bit longer. Returning to the Holy Kingdom now would just label him a criminal, making the Federation a much safer place. Hearing this, Sina smiled warmly, saying she was truly happy. May, however, gave her a skeptical look, mentally scoffing at her reaction. Oblivious, Sina eagerly asked Kai if he was going to continue his journey. Kai slowly opened his eyes and answered that his ultimate goal was to slay the Demon Lord and return home when the time was right. Sina immediately offered to join him on this dangerous quest. Hearing this sudden proposal, May practically panicked, voicing her protests. Kai, however, remained skeptical and demanded to know her real motive. Sina kept her gaze steady, explaining that as the chief's only daughter, she would one day lead the cat person tribe. To prepare, she needed to sharpen her skills and prove her worth before succeeding her father. Kai tried to make her realize the grim reality of what lay ahead, warning her that the upcoming battles would only grow more brutal and unforgiving from here on. He would operate in the shadows, meaning she would get no public glory. Sina confidently countered, reminding him that he planned to defeat the Demon Lord. Being part of the group that saved the world was achievement enough. A sudden voice interrupted them from behind, formally requesting that they take his daughter along on this journey. It was Anto. He stepped forward, patted Sina's head, and teased Kai, asking if he feared she would slow him down. Kai immediately tried to argue, emphasizing how incredibly dangerous the road ahead would be for someone like her. What if she gets captured again, he warned. Sina firmly replied that if war escalated, danger would find her anywhere. She insisted that staying sheltered in a safe haven would never allow her to grow. Anto stood close behind her, lending his support to convince Kai. He declared that since Sina had made up her mind, he backed her completely. He jokingly claimed he would not mind even if she got captured again. Sina looked at Kai, her gaze unwavering. She was determined to follow him. Seeing her absolute resolve, Kai sighed, realizing he could not change her mind. He agreed to put her through intense training before they set off. If she proved useful, she could tag along. May stood by in absolute shock at his sudden decision, while Sina eagerly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, far away, in another corner of the world, a menacing fortress towered over a roaring, boiling sea of molten lava. Giant lightning bolts continuously split the dark sky, illuminating the desolate wasteland. Welcome to the Demon Kingdom of Odora. Deep inside, a loyal demon knelt before a powerful figurehead, bowed low, asking what her next command was. The woman before him was Isabel, the 5th princess of the kingdom and the leader of the revolutionary army. In a low, cold voice, she ordered him to alert their allies that the time for their revolution had finally come. Meanwhile, Midu's group finally completed their journey. They had successfully convinced the Federation to agree to a formal alliance. The pathway leading up to the fortress was blanketed in a thick, eerie silver fog, obscuring the colossal structure. The riders carefully navigated the misty pass, returning to their active frontline base, alongside the official representatives of the Beastmen. Standing near the ancient gates of the fortress, the veteran warrior Ega stood ready to welcome the arrival. He introduced himself as Ega, captain of the Beastmen squad, and extended a warm greeting to the travelers. Leading the representatives was a confident young woman with short blonde hair and a sharp, capable look. Smiling warmly, she stepped forward and introduced herself as Elia, captain of the 4th Knights Legion of the Holy Kingdom. She was the commander of the frontline operations, standing before a massive crowd from both sides. The two prominent leaders, Ega and Elia, shared a firm, historic handshake to seal the legendary alliance. The crowd exploded into loud, ecstatic cheers, their voices echoing through the skies to mark a brand new era. Even though the hero candidates play an incredibly vital role in these negotiations, they still haven't realized just how much the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Daijuret and the Grandana's Beastmen alliance affects everything. Midu let out a soft sigh of relief, finally breathing easy after days of non-stop tension as he slowly blended into the crowd of clapping and cheering people. It felt like all his burdens had vanished. Midu fell fast asleep on the massive bed, but then a strange, unexplainable feeling suddenly washed over him, jolting him awake. His deep blue eyes slowly opened, and he sat straight up, instinctively rubbing his temples while mumbling, "Why did I wake up at such a weird time?" Meanwhile, Mirai, who had been sitting quietly in the corner like a silent ghost, finally spoke up in a gentle voice. "Well, you've been asleep since this afternoon. It was probably just a really long, exhausting journey." Midu looked over and seeing her right by his bed jumped in utter shock. "Mirai, what are you still doing in my room?" she calmly explained. "You passed out in the lounge, so I used my magic to bring you back." Feeling embarrassed and apologetic, Midu replied, "I see. Sorry for causing you so much trouble." Mirai smiled, shaking her head. "No worries. You came back safe, meaning everything went well, right?" Instead of answering, he asked, "What is the situation at the front lines?" In a calm voice, Mirai replied, "The Demon Lord's army has launched multiple attacks, but they haven't done much damage." After pausing for a moment, she continued, her expression turning complex as she pictured Arashi's wild frenzy on the battlefield. "I really hate to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arashi. The guy's incredibly strong." Midu narrowed his eyes and smiled, pleased. "I see. I'm glad we can rely on him." Then he asked about someone else. "What about Egan?" Mirai answered immediately. "He's resting today after his long journey." Outside, the dark night blanketed the world like a giant black shroud, with only the high moon casting faint silver beams through the window and into Midu's bedroom. Mirai mentioned in a soft voice that they would likely hold a meeting tomorrow to discuss their plans. Then she curiously asked, "Just how strong are the Federation's warriors?" His expression turned solemn, thinking of the Beastman leader and his ever-present sword. Midu replied, "They're powerful, especially their captain Egison. Honestly, he is even stronger than me." Mirai gasped in absolute shock, asking to confirm if he was truly stronger. Midu simply nodded in agreement. "Yeah. And the rest of his soldiers are top-tier elites, so we can absolutely trust them." He then shared his future plans with her. With a force like this, they could easily cross the forest, breach the Demon Kingdom's territory, and take down the Demon Lord in an instant. Still, Mirai nervously asked, "I know it's a bit late to ask, but aren't you scared?" Her hands fidgeted nervously on her lap as anxiety slowly gripped her. She softly continued, "From here on out, there will be endless battles. It'll get far more dangerous, and one of us might actually die." Deep reflection filled his eyes as he honestly confessed, "Of course I'm scared," thinking of those he cherished. He knew there was no other choice. If he backed down now, their class would fracture all over again. Once that happens, casualties are inevitable. Plus, Kai Aragi is always pushing me forward. Mirai looked skeptical, her eyes darting as if searching for the truth. "Is Kai Aragi-kun really that kind of person?" Midu recalled. Kai's perpetually cold, icy demeanor, sharing his genuine thoughts. "Kai Aragi-kun views us as allies. Even though he doesn't usually act on raw emotion, it doesn't change the fact that he always helps us." Still, Mirai stubbornly held on to her dislike for Kai. Turning her head away like a stubborn child, she huffed, "No matter what, I hate people who act so selfishly." Midu let out a helpless chuckle. "That's so like you, Mirai. Honestly, I'm pretty jealous of those two, Kai Aragi and Arashi." Mirai glanced over, completely baffled by his words. "You're jealous of them, but you're so much better than they are." Thinking of how decisively Kai and Arashi always leaped into action, Midu slowly replied, "They don't let their surroundings control them, and they always press forward without hesitation. That's a strength I've always deeply envied." Looking out the window, his face showed clear insecurity and frustration at his own weakness. His voice dropping, he whispered, "While they charge ahead, I only ever try to keep things exactly as they are." Leaning in close, Mirai hesitantly asked, "Can I ask you something?" Placing her hands on her hips, she sought a logical explanation for his strange stance. "Why don't you want to go home?" Meanwhile, a thrilling, evenly matched duel was heating up in the main courtyard. Arashi gasped at his opponent's blinding, flickering movements, sending waves of pure shock through his mind. So fast. Before he could even recover, Egan charged at him again like a hurricane, brandishing a razor-sharp blade. Golden aura flared like holy fire from Egan's eyes as he locked onto Arashi. In a deep, gravelly voice, he whispers with absolute authority, "This is the final blow." Arashi Shunsky raises his gloved hand, trying to focus his spiritual energy. He screams in defiance, "You're seriously underestimating me, you mutt." But Iga is already a crucial step ahead. The sharp blade closes in on his hand, shattering his focus and disrupting his energy, yet the strike feels like hitting soft cotton. It does zero damage. Iga gasps in utter shock. What he clearly sees Arashi Shunsuke using his own bare arm like a shield to block the deadly blade, leaving Iga completely baffled as his mind spins with disbelief. Sure, he's reinforcing his arm with magic, but even with reinforcement, you don't just block a sharp sword bare-handed. Back to Mirai's question. Midu sits frozen on his large bed, his face painted with pure awkwardness. He falls into a heavy, awkward silence, actively avoiding the intense searching gaze of Mirai. She waits patiently for his answer, forcing a nervous Midu to pull up his blanket, laugh weakly, and offer a lame excuse. Well, everyone wanted to go home. Mirai sees right through his obvious lie and instantly points a finger at him in frustration. Hey, Midu-kun. But before she can finish, the door swings open, and Rina bursts inside like a whirlwind. Are you awake, Shuji Midu? She freezes instantly, completely shocked to see Mirai in his room. Her face turns beet red as she demands, "What on earth are you two doing?" Both of them panic, and Mirai quickly denies everything. "We're just talking, I swear. Right, Midu?" He nods frantically. "Yeah, absolutely." But Rina is not buying it. She screams, "Liar," sneaking into a guy's room in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, the duel between Arashi, Shunsuke, and Eiga continues. Arashi Shunsuke violently swings his arm, forcing the blade away with immense strength that sends Eiga sliding backward across the dirt. Eiga rolls his wrist and clicks his tongue, annoyed. "Man, that actually hurt." Suddenly, a voice interrupts the fight. "All right, you two, wrap it up and stop training." Elia steps into the arena, ready to deliver some news. "It's time for our strategy meeting." Arashi Shunsuke sighs disappointed. "Seriously? Right when it was starting to get good." Eiga silently sheaths his sword and smiles in agreement. "I feel you, but we can always finish this another time. I'm just glad you're on our side." Back in Midu's room, Mirai tries to explain her side of the story. "But I only brought Midu-kun back because he fell asleep." Rina's face turns redder as she snaps back. "You're always preaching about rules and morals, yet you're the first to break them." Mirai is pushed to her limit. She fires back, pointing a finger. "Watch your mouth, you're the one crossing the line here." Rina scoffs. "Oh, aren't you just Miss Perfect?" Midu can only watch in silence as the two girls trade verbal blows. He can't help but chuckle at how ridiculous this is. Meanwhile, back outside, another intense sparring session begins. Arashi Shunsuke and Eiga face off again, pitting Eiga's trusted sword against Arashi Shunsuke's brute fist power. They stand ready, waiting for the perfect opening. This time, Arashi Shunsuke charges first, closing the distance instantly. He throws a heavy punch straight at Eiga, his eyes turning cold and sharp. With flawless form, Arashi Shunsuke spins into a high kick. Eiga ducks beneath the sweep and counterattacks, thrusting his blade forward. The cold tip of the blade stops inches from Arashi Shunsuke's forehead, freezing him in place before he leaps backward. Instead of getting angry, he smirks, thrilled to have found a worthy rival. Well, now this is getting interesting. Elsewhere, a magnificent castle towers over the bustling plaza of Grandina's Menslia, the Beastman Federation's capital. Today, Sina is about to undergo her brutal training session with Kai. Standing in a defensive stance, he wields a small dagger. Mei stands by as the referee under a chilly breeze. She raises her hand with authority, ready to signal the start of their intense duel. She locks her eyes on both of them before dropping her hand and shouting across the wide field, "Begin instantly." Sina's relaxed hands begin to transform, growing larger and shifting in a bizarre way. Sleek brown fur covers her arms as razor-sharp beast claws extend like daggers. She lets out a fierce roar. Fully utilizing her beast form, she lunges at Kai. His eyes sharpen instantly as he prepares his weapon. Sina unleashes a powerful slash with all her might, but Kai swiftly leaps back to dodge the strike. Undeterred, she presses her advantage, pursuing him with rapid, agile footwork across the grass. Her sharp claws tear through the air with a loud whoosh, but Kai effortlessly ducks beneath the swipe. Thanks to his insane reflexes, they lock into a fierce struggle, metal clashing against claws on the green plane. Kai casually glances at her and asks, "Is that really all you've got? I thought I told you before." "For the 100th time, you must attack me to kill." Sina, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion, shouted back, "I know," before charging. In the blink of an eye, Sina materialized right behind Kai Aragi like a silent, deadly shadow. She bared her razor-sharp claws, ready to strike a decisive blow, when Kai Aragi suddenly raised his fist right in front of her. It was like he knew her every move but chose to ignore it. He opened his hand, throwing a handful of dirt in her face. The move was lightning fast. Instantly, a sharp stinging pain flared up as the tiny grains of sand blasted into Sina's eyes. She instinctively shielded her face, her mind reeling in absolute shock. "What sand?" Taking advantage of her blinded state, Kai Aragi ruthlessly delivered a brutal kick, straight to her abdomen. The sheer force of his strike sent Sina flying backward. Seeing her groaning in agony on the lush green grass, Mei rushed over in a panic, desperately asking if she was okay. Sina quickly sat up, clutching her bruised stomach, and casually muttered that his training methods were still as merciless as ever. Kai Aragi glanced back, tossing a cold, sarcastic smirk. He warned her that she was still too easy to trick in a real fight. Looking up with a flicker of worry, Sina asked if she had failed again. Kai Aragi let out a heavy sigh and sheathed his twin daggers. With a blunt, brutal honesty, he told her that as of right now, she was still pretty useless. Just then, a newcomer stepped forward, asking with deep concern if Sina always put herself through such brutal, punishing training. The voice immediately caught their attention. Spotting the visitor, Sina muttered "Run," letting out a weary sigh at the slight interruption. She firmly told her friend that this was her choice and not to interfere. Run chuckled softly, offering a helpless smile. Run joked about asking Kai Aragi to go easy on her, but decided to hold back. Kai Aragi eyed her suspiciously, asking what she wanted. Dropping the playful attitude, Run revealed that the Federation's main army was finally preparing to mobilize alongside the Holy Kingdom's forces. She had come specifically to deliver this crucial news. Hearing this, a rare, cold smirk played across Kai Aragi's lips. He murmured that the real game was finally about to begin, even if it took longer than he originally anticipated. Thankfully, you and I can see the alliance treaty went through smoothly, without any bizarre arguments breaking out. Sina piped up, asking if Run would be heading out too. Run confirmed, mentioning her duty as the Catkin warrior squad leader. That meant she would definitely be on the front lines. Mei quickly whirled around, asking Kai what their next move should be. Kai Aragi crossed his arms calmly, stating they would wait and see. Besides, Sina was still far too weak to join them. A month quickly flew by after that intense training. Deep inside a dense sun-dappled forest, where shadows danced beneath the canopy, a gentle breeze rustled the fresh leaves, but despite the peaceful scenery, an incredibly heavy, suffocating tension filled the air. Two fighters stood, locked, in a deadly standoff. On one side stood Kai Aragi, facing down a massive, terrifying demon wielding a giant club. Kai Aragi slowly raised his pistol, aiming it directly at the beast with the flawless, ice-cold precision of a master marksman. His eyes glowed with a sharp violet light. Using sheer willpower and mental imagery, he began manifesting raw energy into physical bullets. The spell formed in his mind, loading the chamber. His finger slowly tightened on the trigger as the beast prepared to charge. With a deafening roar, the monster lunged forward at blinding speed. Kai Aragi calmly squeezed the trigger, releasing a glowing energy projectile. The glowing starlight rounds tore through the wind. 3 more shots followed, flying straight toward the beast with lethal heat-seeking precision. Each blast connected perfectly, riddling the giant beast's body with bloody wounds. It thrashed and shrieked in agonizing pain. Watching the entire battle play out from a safe towering branch, Mei cheered excitedly and clapped her hands in awe. The beast stumbled around, dazed and disoriented, but it wasn't down yet. Kai Aragi calmly raised his weapon once more. With a cold, calculated stare, he fired off several more rounds, deliberately targeting the monster's most vulnerable weak points. As the metallic stench of blood filled the forest air, the massive creature finally collapsed backward, completely dead. Looking at the smoking barrel of his gun, Kai Aragi frowned slightly, murmuring that his firepower was still far too weak. Mei blinked in utter confusion, asking how taking down a giant beast, with only 6 shots, could possibly be considered weak. Kai Aragi casually twirled the gun, with the practiced ease of a veteran warrior, before offering a calm explanation. He explained that his mana bullets were fueled by imagination. Originally, he just wanted to use them as basic magic projectiles. He admitted he never expected Mei's strange customized firearm to launch those magic projectiles at such an incredible velocity. He went on to explain how magic worked, noting that the entire system relies heavily on the user's imagination. Without a crystal-clear mental image, the spell would fall flat. In his original world, they had electricity and technology. That's how he visualized lightning magic. But as you and I can tell, those dark purple eyes are hiding some deep worries. He trailed off, staring into the distance, admitting that even with his modern knowledge, some things remained incredibly difficult. For someone else, imagining a bullet is actually pretty tough, Kai says, looking over at the beast's massive bullet-riddled carcass. So I have to visualize my magic based on the exact techniques I already know. Kai explains, lost in thought. It seems to work pretty well. Hearing this, Mei looks at him with pure admiration. Wow, so that's how your world is. But suddenly, she freezes like an ice statue. A chilling sensation of danger washes over her. Sensing a suspicious presence nearby, she calls out to Kai in a trembling voice. But Kai is already one step ahead. Don't be scared, I've got it, Kai says, completely calm. Mei looks up and spots a massive, ferocious tiger crouching in the forest. The beast lurks in the dense foliage, ready to pounce. Its eyes narrow, filled with the bloodthirsty hunger of a predator. Locking onto its prey, thick, glass-like drool begins to drip down from the beast's mouth, pooling around its whiskers. Mei stands completely frozen, whispering to Kai in terror, but bullets are not going to work against a monster like that. Kai lunges toward the beast at lightning speed, shouting a quick command to Mei, "Jump down now." She immediately obeys. She leaps from the high branch like a bird in free fall. Kai glares coldly as pure energy begins to gather. Waves of golden spiritual energy swirl into his palm, forming a glowing sphere that crackles with raw, devastating power. Its blinding light heats the air, making it warp and vibrate. Thousands of tiny electric arcs dance across its surface. They coil and twist like electric serpents, crackling with intense energy. With one sudden, powerful motion, Kai acts. He hurls the lightning sphere at the tiger. "Pierce my enemy's spear of thunder," he commands with immense authority. The massive beast takes the devastating hit head-on, its body completely pierced by a spear of brilliant high-voltage energy. Throwing its head back, the tiger lets out a deafening roar of sheer agony and rage that echoes throughout the forest. Now, its body is just a charred, smoking lump of coal slumped over a high branch like a burnt log. Its beautiful golden fur has turned entirely to black ash, with its iconic stripes barely visible as faint glowing embers. Meanwhile, Kai's lightning-fast reflexes kick in. He dashes forward and catches Mei effortlessly before she can even hit the ground. Safely holding her, Kai looks back at the tiger and sighs. Intermediate elemental spells are fine, but high-tier magic is still a struggle. Mei, cradled in his arms, blushes furiously as she tries to ignore her racing heart. "Aren't you being a bit too hard on yourself?" she asks, flustered. Absolutely nobody masters high-level spells that quickly. Kai doesn't reply, simply scanning the surrounding woods instead. "By the way, where is Sina?" Mei answers. "Oh, Sina is." Right now, Sina is on the other side of the woods, standing proudly atop a massive beast's fresh corpse. She looks just like a victorious warrior on a battlefield, her hands still partially transformed into sharp, blood-stained claws. Hearing footsteps, she looks up and calls out happily, "Kai." Her clothes are completely splattered with fresh beast blood. It looks like splashes of bright red paint, yet she runs up to him like a proud kid showing off. "Look, Kai, I finally took down that monster you mentioned. Did I pass?" Kai carefully inspects the massive slain creature. Its mouth is frozen open, exposing razor-sharp fangs, but its lifeless eyes and blood splatters prove it is completely dead. She really did a number on it. Sina stands there anxiously, practically begging for a compliment with her eyes. Kai nods. "Not bad, Sina. You passed." Hearing this, a massive smile blooms on her face. Kai then looks away. Looking toward the horizon with sheer determination, he says, "All right, let's start heading into the Demon Kingdom." Under a crystal-clear blue sky, banners flutter atop mountain-like, impregnable fortresses. A massive army begins to march. Armor glints under the burning sun as thousands of elite troops march forward, their heavy gear clanking with every step. This massive allied force, uniting the legendary warriors of the Holy Kingdom and the Federation, is finally on the move. They've officially launched a full-scale invasion into the Demon Kingdom, sending in their absolute finest elites. Armed with top-tier weapons, they look unstoppable, but the sheer number of terrifying monsters waiting for them is unreal. The Demon Horde inflicts massive casualties on the Holy Kingdom's army, especially around the outer gate of the kingdom. They must cross a nightmare zone known as the Demon Forest. Inside this pitch-black hellhole, every single step is dangerous. Both soldiers and horses tread lightly, moving like silent ghosts through the dark. Extreme anxiety is written on every face. Anxiety hangs over the warriors like dark clouds. Suddenly, one soldier's nose twitches, catching a strange scent in the heavy air. It's them. Edgar, the werewolf tribe leader, relies on his beast instincts and quickly warns the group in a low voice. "I smell monsters. A massive horde of them, right on our right flank." Hearing this, Narumi narrows her eyes, scanning the dark. "Wait, really?" she whispers, trying to spot them. Mirai shakes his head. "I don't sense anything either. The path ahead is..." An eerie silence hangs over the dark, dense thickets, masking an unseen threat, but Midu's sharp senses pick up on it. With the keen instincts of a seasoned warrior, he mutters, "No." Beside him, Herrick spots the monsters with eyes sharp as daggers. "They are coming," he warns. True enough, moments later, a bizarre horde of diverse beasts comes rushing out. Baring their claws and gnashing their teeth, they lunged forward, ready to tear the army apart with deafening, blood-curdling roars. Iga unsheathes his blade, issuing an order with the absolute authority of a veteran commander. "Strike them down." The soldiers roar back in obedience, their battle cries echoing. Weapons drawn, they charge headfirst into the fray. Every single warrior armed with different gears and unique abilities shares the same burning indestructible resolve to wipe out these demonic beasts. The pungent metallic scent of fresh monster blood quickly blankets the battlefield like a thick crimson mist. One by one, the savage, vicious beasts are systematically brought down by these highly skilled fighters. Their razor-sharp claws prove utterly useless against the absolute combat prowess of the Federation warriors. Back row soldiers who aren't even fighting watch the spectacle in complete awe. They can't help but marvel at this incredible display of power. Watching them dominate, a stunning realization suddenly hits everyone. This is the true, overwhelming strength of the Federation's elite forces. Even Midu is left stunned by how smoothly the battle is going. Leaning over, he whispers to Herrick, "They are tearing through these monsters effortlessly. This is way beyond my expectations." Herrick nods fully, realizing the incredible power of this new alliance. We humans relied on all 5 of our senses, and still couldn't detect these beasts. Having these beastmen join our ranks has turned out to be our greatest asset. Iga sheathes his sword with the practiced fluid motion of a master swordsman. Turning back, he addresses the group with pride. "Leave the tracking to us. As long as my kin are on guard, those beasts won't dare pull off another ambush." He gives them an absolute guarantee. And just as Iga promised, the beastmen put their incredible tracking senses to work. Sniffing out and pinpointing target locations, a feline warrior suddenly twitches her sensitive ears, immediately picking up on a nearby threat. She quickly warns the vanguard, incoming from the left flank. Reacting instantly to her call, the spearmen raise their weapons, charge ahead. With perfect coordination, the allied forces systematically repel every single threat, forcing the demons to retreat into the shadows. This clever defense severely cripples the combat effectiveness and strategies of the high-ranking demon Elsa. It becomes glaringly obvious that, in this low-visibility forest, guerrilla tactics are the enemy's main play. This explains why the kingdom suffered such devastating losses during their previous campaign. They simply couldn't anticipate the ambush points, making the dark forest seem like a death trap. But now, thanks to the tracking and hunting expertise of the Federation's beastmen, conquering this treacherous woods is no longer impossible. Within minutes, the demonic horde is completely wiped out, leaving bodies scattered across the forest floor as a sickening stench fills the air. Watching this utter disaster unfold from a safe distance, a hidden scout slams their fist against a stone wall in absolute fury and spits out a venomous curse. Damn it. Nearby, a squad of demon soldiers hidden behind thick foliage watches the allied forces. With growing panic, they whisper anxiously, remembering their plan to overwhelm the invaders and throw their ranks into complete chaos. Instead, the allied army is completely unscathed. Frustrated by this turn of events, a heavily horned demon demands, "How long are we supposed to just sit here and watch?" His comrades sighs. "We still haven't heard back from Lady Elsa." Feeling completely cornered, the demon commander lets out a heavy sigh. "We have no other choice. Order a full retreat." "Oh, I don't think so." Iga's cold voice cuts through the air from right behind them. He has heard everything. With a mocking smirk, he adds, "Did you seriously think I'd just let you run away?" The demon spins around in sheer terror. Before he can even finish his curse, a blade flashes and hot blood splatters across the dirt. Nobody saw who struck first. Deep within the shadows of the perpetual dark forest, where sunlight never touches the ground, an imposing Gothic fortress looms ahead. Its massive spires pierce the gloomy sky, surrounded by a suffocating, deathly silence. This is the heart of the demon forest. Here, Lady Elsa watches the battlefield unfold while casually swirling a glass of crimson wine. From her balcony, the chaos is clear. Frowning slightly, she murmurs, "Well, this is problematic." Right then, a frantic messenger bursts in, breathless and trembling. "Lady Elsa." She casts a cold glance as the panicked subordinate reports that their forest vanguard has been completely ambushed and annihilated. It seems those damn beastmen are proving to be far more troublesome than anticipated. Elsa remains dead silent, but her gaze turns ice cold. She grits her teeth, and with a sudden surge of mana, shatters the floating orb of wine. It bursts into a mist of tiny sparkling droplets. The dark red liquid stains the corner of her lips like the bloody remnants of a predator devouring its prey. Her mind drifts back to the pathetic defeat of her former subordinate. With a contemptuous sneer, Elsa mutters, "I knew it. I can't believe I have to clean up Brett's pathetic mess." The demon bowed his head low, asking in a hushed tone, "I understand how you feel, Lady Elsa, but what are we supposed to do?" He recalls the forest terrain and continues in a raspy voice, "They won't have any choice but to launch a direct attack. They definitely cannot risk getting ambushed from behind, so they are bound to hit this castle next." Fear creeps in as the demon takes a deep breath. Backed into a corner, he prepares to ask the ultimate forbidden question. He finally speaks up, asking the one thing he should never mention. Do they actually have any chance of winning? Elsa chuckles softly. Her voice remains low and gentle, but the raw menacing pressure she radiates is heavier than ever before. It feels like standing right in front of an active volcano ready to blow. Yes, we are cornered, she replies. But do not misunderstand me. It is not because I am weak, nor am I just relying on silly tactics. She aggressively swirls her wine glass, deliberately letting the dark red liquid spill everywhere to vent her growing frustration. Gritting her teeth, Elsa continues with pure sarcasm. Still, wiping out the enemy is much easier if we actually use our brains. In the end, all we have to do is slaughter them right. The demon has no choice but to obey. Bowing respectfully, he replies, Yes, Lady Elsa. Outside, the massive Federation army has finally arrived, standing tall before the gates. Let's take a closer look at this eerie fortress. It looks ready to swallow the light itself. Iga, a veteran who has fought demons before, breaks the silence with a warning. I know this place. It is packed with monsters. Looking deeply serious, Elia speaks up to emphasize their strategy. We absolutely cannot afford to ignore this stronghold. We must capture it to secure our rear as we push deeper. Plus, it serves as the perfect forward base. That way, securing reinforcements will be much easier too. Suddenly, another soldier rides up looking incredibly annoyed by the whole situation. What a complete drag, he grumbles. Frowning from his horse, Arashi Shunsuke immediately chimes in with his own take. Can we not just blow the place to pieces? Herrick turns around, totally agreeing with Arashi Shunsuke's straightforward plan. We cannot give the enemy any time to think. Let us strike now. Arashi Shunsuke smirks, highly pleased with this response. Now you are talking my language, he laughs. Unbeknownst to the marching soldiers, danger is already waiting for them. Hidden behind those massive stone walls, countless demons lie in wait, ready to spring a lethal ambush on the vanguard. Charging up their energy, the vanguard launches a combined assault on the massive gate. Suddenly, the demons retaliate from above. Giant boulders rain down like a storm of pure death. The soldiers are forced to endure this brutal, heavy bombardment. They grit their teeth, waiting for the gate to give. Suddenly, boom, the massive doors collapse with an earth-shaking roar. Cheers erupt across the battlefield. The gate is breached. Fueled by pure adrenaline, Arashi Shunsuke charges straight into the chaos. He unleashes a torrent of blazing fire, incinerating the monsters. Come get some, you pieces of absolute trash, he laughs. Meanwhile, a hand taps Midu on the shoulder. Time to move, Midu. He turns around to see Iga smiling warmly. Let's go hunt down those high-tier demons together, shall we? Nodding silently, Midu glares toward the inner sanctum. Understood, he says. Inside the castle, the silence is deafening, a stark contrast to the absolute chaos raging outside. Sitting comfortably, Elsa takes a slow sip of her wine. She wears a smug smile, completely unbothered by the invasion. But in an instant, her gaze turns icy cold. The large, beautifully carved double doors are suddenly blown wide open. Midu and Iga step into the chamber. Elsa, however, does not look surprised at all. She expected them. She chuckles, her voice carrying a dark, chilling undertone. So you have finally made it. She slowly stands up. Her shadow stretches across the freezing stone floor. Every word she speaks is polite, yet dripping with absolute malice. Standing high atop the stairs, Elsa looks down at the two warriors. The massive hall falls into a suffocating silence. The pressure in the air is heavy enough to crush a normal man. Midu tightly grips his glowing sword. Staring directly at the demon queen, he can feel his instincts screaming. What insane, terrifying energy, he mutters. Iga nods in agreement, his voice grave. You are not wrong. That woman is a high-ranking monster. Elsa slowly extends her slender hand. A dark, writhing whip covered in razor-sharp thorns slides out from her palm. That weapon pulses with a sinister purple glow. Trust me, these two are in for a brutal fight. The famous Beastman commander and a potential hero candidate, she sneers mockingly. Aren't you two being overly cautious? She suddenly cracks her whip, making the air hiss with a sharp, deafening sound that echoes through the room. But I have absolutely no plans to lose today. Before the words even leave her mouth, she strikes. The thorned whip lashes outward like a giant hungry serpent. Midu leaps back, barely dodging the lethal attack. Missed by a hair, the whip slammed violently onto the stone floor, with terrifying force unleashing a deafening crack that shattered the silence. Shattered tiles and debris flew in every direction. As the dust settled, Midu was absolutely shocked to discover a deadly secret hidden beneath. A lethal trap. Gasping in sheer shock, his voice cracked as he realized the ground beneath them was collapsing into something horrifying. Thousands of pitch-black razor-sharp spikes stood packed together without a single gap, creating a terrifying landscape of absolute death. Each spike was as wicked as a demon's claw, ready to shred anything in its path. Watching them, Elsa let out a smug laugh. She sneered, bragging about always preparing traps for her enemies. Suddenly, the floor crumbled further, revealing an even wider chasm. It was a bottomless abyss packed with deadly spikes. Midu leaped high into the air, desperately trying not to get swallowed alive. Elsa's cruel, mocking voice echoed in his ears, promising him a slow, agonizing death as he plummeted toward the sharp spikes. Thinking fast, Midu thrust his glowing sword toward the ceiling, chanting a quick spell to trigger its power. Stage 1. Activate. The holy sword unleashed its form, the blade stretched miraculously, whipping through the air and wrapping tightly around a massive ceiling chandelier. Elsa watched in shock as Midu used the chandelier to swing himself completely clear of the deadly spike trap. Brilliant move. He crashed onto solid ground, safe, but heavily out of breath. Elsa narrowed her dark eyes, a cold smirk playing on her lips. She whispered in surprise, wondering about a sword that could shapeshift. But internally, she gloated, knowing his partner was still doomed. His ally had fallen straight onto the spikes. Midu finally realized his partner was gone, sending him sprinting wildly to the edge. Peering into the dark abyss, he desperately screamed Iga's name. But suddenly, a familiar sword flashed from the depths below. Iga launched straight back up, completely unscathed. Standing next to Midu, he brushed himself off and sighed, complaining about the close call. Elsa's jaw dropped as she stared at the two perfectly healthy warriors. How could her ultimate death trap fail so miserably? How was he not skewered? Iga simply grinned and offered a casual explanation, a double jump. Elsa rolled her eyes in frustration. She scoffed, muttering about absurd beastman physics. Iga chuckled, replying that he was just a little more special than the rest. With a smirk, Iga declared it was their turn to strike. Together with Midu, they drew their weapons and braced for battle. In a flash, Iga lunged at Elsa like a speeding bullet, his blade slicing the air. But Elsa was not about to freeze. Unleashing a fierce whip strike, she cut through the air, with a terrifying crack, her voice dripping with venomous rage. Warning them not to underestimate her, a sinister dark aura erupted. Elsa activated her hidden skill, executing a flawless teleportation. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from Iga's line of sight, reappearing dangerously close to someone else. She targeted Midu, catching him off guard. However, Midu anticipated the move swiftly, lifting his blade with a confident grin. "Got you," he whispered. Elsa glanced back, her dark eyes widening in sudden shock as she realized she had walked into his trap. Clicking her tongue in irritation, she reacted instantly, covertly, pressing a hidden button concealed right inside her palm. Suddenly, the ceiling right above Midu split open, exposing a pitch-black void. Shocked by the mechanism, he gasped out loud. "What's this?" He immediately shifted his focus, pointing his radiant sword upward to block any threat dropping from above. Seeing him distracted, Elsa's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. She seized the opening, striking with lethal speed. Her whip lashed out, striking Midu squarely in the abdomen. The sudden impact knocked him down, sending him crashing to the hard floor. He curled up, clutching his stomach in absolute agony. Iga screamed his name in panic while Elsa smirked thoroughly, enjoying the view. Mocking him, she sneered, noting that nearly caught her off guard. She goaded him, saying his power was too much to handle. Midu clutched his stomach, struggling to sit up and fight the pain. Meanwhile, Elsa's dark eyes flashed with an eerie purple glow. Staring him down, she demanded answers in a low, chilling tone. She questioned whether these hero candidates were from another world. What exactly are they fighting for? Confused by her bizarre line of questioning, Midu knit his brows, completely on guard. Sensing her psychological trap, Iga immediately intervened, shouting at Midu not to listen to a single word from that demon. Furious that her mind games were ruined, Elsa snapped. She spun around, lashing her whip violently toward Iga to silence him. Recognizing the perfect opening to strike back, Iga shouted for Midu to move, declaring that this was their ultimate chance. Midu nodded, charging alongside him. Sprinting forward, he managed to slip behind Elsa while she was completely occupied with Iga. With her attention locked on, Midu recognized his golden opportunity. He drew his glowing blade, aiming for a decisive blow. But just as he prepared to strike, Elsa whipped around, staring directly into his eyes with a pitiful, begging expression. Her voice dripped with sweet, desperate pleas for help. Caught completely off guard, Midu hesitated, his sword halting midair. doubt filled his eyes. Seeing this, Elsa let out a dark, mocking whisper. "Foolish boy, you just let your guard down." Before he could react, she lunged forward, her whip whistling through the air to deliver a brutal, unavoidable blow, tightly wrapping around one of his legs. Elsa smirked seductively, her voice sweet but laced with venom, as she warned him never to drop his guard during a fight. The moment she viciously yanked her whip with cruel intent, the tightly braided cord binding Midu squeezed him like a massive python crushing its prey. That sudden violent pull slammed him hard onto the floor, completely helpless. Now entirely at Elsa's mercy, his body was ruthlessly thrashed around the massive stone chamber, crashing hard against the walls. The brutal impacts echoed loudly off the towering stone structure. Watching this unfold, Iga desperately cried out in panic, calling out for Midu. Elsa found his panic highly amusing, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. "Well, look at you worrying about a mere human. It seems this little alliance of yours runs deeper than I expected." Iga glared back, eyes wide with fury. His gaze burned with pure suppressed rage. Elsa scoffed, her face turning ice cold as she lowered her voice and threatened him. Without a second thought, she fiercely whipped Midu through the air, hurling him straight toward Iga like a broken toy. She sneered, promising to return him. But that throw was packed with such devastating force it sent both Iga and Midu flying. They crashed straight through a solid stone wall, leaving a massive crater. Elsa stood there, staring down a path blasted clean through several adjacent rooms. Debris and shattered bricks littered the ruined hallway, but there was absolutely no sign of either of them. Satisfied, Elsa smirked, convinced their spirits were finally broken. She figured she could easily handle that beastman all by herself now. But then, a strange low sound echoed from the dark abyss of the shattered wall, catching her completely off guard. Out of the shadows emerged a colossal, majestic white wolf. Its glowing eyes pierced the darkness, radiating a terrifying wild energy. She watched it slowly creep closer, her cocky attitude quickly fading into deep caution as she stared at the beast. Frowning, Elsa tracked its every move, trying to make sense of what stood before her. She waited quietly for it to approach. As the beast drew near, she noticed a strange light radiating from its snow-white fur. This was definitely no ordinary wild wolf. Realization hit her, and her voice trembled with surprise as she muttered about a wolf that had not transformed into a beastman. Tightening her grip, Elsa lashed her whip through the air, sending a deafening high-pitched screech echoing through the dark room. The sound cut through the heavy, suffocating silence. Unfazed, the wolf stared directly at her, locking its gaze onto her soul. Those icy eyes slowly shifted, beginning to burn with an ancient, untamed fire that revealed the terrifying predator lurking within. A raw, savage power surged through its veins, lighting up its gaze with pure primordial aggression. Then a thunderous roar erupted from its throat, shattering the silence. Elsa froze in terror, her body instantly turning stiff as stone. The sheer majesty of that sound crushed her mental defenses, leaving her completely paralyzed with fear. The wolf roared again. The sound waves shook the stone walls, making the heavy chandeliers overhead rattle violently, sending a wave of dread through the room. Before she could react, the massive predator pounced straight at her. Its razor-sharp fangs bared ready to tear her to shreds. In an instant, the air filled with the heavy scent of blood. The air filled with the sharp metallic scent of blood. Meanwhile, a gloomy ancient castle loomed in the distance, the territory of Veldora's western demon prince, in Floralist City. Inside, Aqualia remained quiet, looking down with deep sorrow. It seemed Elsa, one of Alia's 4 heavenly kings, was dead. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she touched a glass pane. The fragile glass shattered instantly, staining her skin crimson, catching even Iga completely off guard as they watched. The Alliance fighters were proving to be a real pain. She knew this was exactly why controlling them was so crucial. Her mind was plagued by the loss of her closest elites. Giganda Bright and Elsa were all gone. They had been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a deep voice broke her train of thought, asking if she was okay. Trapped in her thoughts, Aqualia looked up at Leon Hama, stepping slightly closer to ask if he was genuinely worried about her. He assured her she was his fiancée after all. Overjoyed but shy, she smiled softly at the sweet title. She thanked him, assuring him she was fine. But Leon Hama quickly shifted back to their grave situation, mentioning Elsa's death. The Alliance would reach Floralist City in days. Aqualia sighed heavily, her mind racing with doubt over their chances of winning. Admitting she mostly worked from the shadows, she confessed her raw combat skills might not hold up against their formidable foes, especially since these enemies had already taken down powerhouses like Wimbox and Stony. But then, Leon Hama revealed some shocking news. The legendary elite assassins of the Demon Kingdom were already marching toward Floorless City to back her up. These shadow operatives were trained for the most dangerous covert missions, serving as their ultimate trump card. Leon Hama smiled, telling her she would be the one leading this lethal force, leaving Aqualia absolutely thrilled. She could barely believe his trust. Leon Hama's affection and absolute faith in her was truly boundless. She made her feelings crystal clear. Of course, he wanted her to hold down the fort until he returned. His beloved Aqualia, deeply moved. Aqualia shed tears of joy and nodded. Yes, Lord Leonhardt, leave everything to me, your devoted fiancé. Her eyes never left that glass statue as he whispered his trust in her. After that, Leonhardt finally let his guard down. He poured out his heart, admitting his failure to control the alliance. But even cornered, he still showed her nothing but love. To her, Leonhardt was the gentlest soul in the world. Touched by his endless warmth, Aqualia wept tears of pure joy. Overcome with emotion, she held the statue tightly and made a silent vow. I will absolutely return your love, no matter what. Meanwhile, you and I are taken to the dangerous conflict-ridden capital of the Demon Kingdom, Yenhat, where chaos ruled the streets. But away from the dirty alleys inside the most luxurious palace in the land, a pair of elegant feet walked briskly down the red carpet. A maid scrambled to keep up with her, nervously asking Lady Isabel, "Where are you going?" But Isabel remained perfectly calm. She simply replied that she was visiting Alice. As the massive iron doors opened, they walked out to the lush garden. Spotting her, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom, Alice cheered happily. Isabel stared at her little sister with a blank expression. Only when Alice jumped up to hug her did Isabel snap out of her thoughts quickly, putting up her usual cold, indifferent front. She claimed she just had some free time and did not come specifically for Alice. The maid behind her smiled, knowing better. Isabel quickly glared at her to shut her up. Stubbornness really did not suit her. Innocent Alice, however, paid no mind to it. She was just thrilled to have her sister there. Trying to sound casual, Isabel asked Alice what she had been up to. Smiling brightly, Alice showed off a beautiful fresh flower crown she had made, placing it gently on her own head with pride. She looked up, asking if it suited her. Isabel could not help but soften, giving her little sister a warm, doting compliment. "It looks great on you, Alice," she murmured. But the young princess pouted playfully, begging her sister to sound more enthusiastic. Suddenly, remembering something, Alice ran back to her stone bench. "Oh, right." She held up another flower crown, identical to her own. "I made this one for you," Alice beamed. Isabel stared at it, completely caught off guard. "For me? How did you know?" "Did you know I would visit today?" Alice pouted teasingly, pointing out that her sister never seemed busy anyway, so why not? She complained about being locked inside, wishing to see the outside world. Isabel quietly called her name, making Alice look up confused. But Isabel just shook her head, whispering it was nothing. Then surprisingly, she took the flower crown and placed it on her head. She asked how she looked. Seeing their usually stoic leader wearing flowers, Alice and the maid burst into fits of joyful laughter. Isabel stood frozen, totally baffled by their laughter. She only wore it because Alice made it. But Alice quickly changed the subject. She asked when they would begin the ritual to summon the dark god. That single question instantly made Isabel's heart sink. Alice's innocent voice sounded sweet, yet it carried a dark, tragic reality. She mentioned hearing that she was to be the sacrifice. She was genuinely excited to be offered to the dark god. Fighting back her emotions, Isabel quietly agreed, keeping her answer brief. She admitted she did not know the details, but promised it would be soon. Alice cheered, completely blind to the tragic truth. She assumed she would finally get to go outside. Isabel's eyes filled with deep sorrow, while her maid stood by in fearful silence. Sensing the heavy mood, the maid softly called her name. Isabel simply whispered that she knew before turning to leave in silence. Alice watched her walk away disappointed. Only as she reached the gate did Isabel look back, telling her to be good until next time. Alice nodded obediently. Walking away, Isabel's mind was in absolute turmoil, but her dark thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice nearby. Calling her name, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leonhardt waved at her, with a fake friendly smile on his face. She greeted him formally, but he complained about her cold attitude, asking why she could not just call him brother like before. She coldly shut him down, stating she had no such right. He laughed it off, calling her stiff before asking about Alice. She confirmed she had just seen her. Looking toward the gate, he remarked that keeping Alice cooped up all day was not healthy. He arrogantly reminded her that the girl's sole purpose was to serve as a sacrifice for the supreme dark god. He joked she might even lose her mind before then, but added that being sacrificed was a great, enviable honor. He smirked, asking if she agreed with him. Keeping her face completely expressionless, Isabel gave him a single cold response. Yes, she said. With that, she walked past him, leaving him standing there as her maid hurried to follow. As the maid ran after her, the polite smile on Leonhardt's face instantly vanished, replaced by a dark, sinister glare. Meanwhile, in the dangerous barren lands of Veldora, the third prince's territory lay a bustling high-class city. This was the city of Fit, and trust me, the streets here were packed. Our main character, Kai Aragi, walked with absolute urgency. He swiftly navigated the bustling crowd, before finally stopping in front of a suspicious-looking inn with an odd sign. Squeak. The door opened as if it had been waiting for a long time. The shopkeeper sat there reading a newspaper, welcoming Kai back as he folded it away. He put down the paper and asked what Kai thought of Fit City. Kai slowly replied that it was decent, though the air felt a bit heavy. The shopkeeper agreed, sighing that they could not stop the human invasion, turning this place into a frontline where everyone felt uneasy. Suddenly, Kai brought up a highly influential figure to reassure him, mentioning the big names. There is no need to worry. The 4 heavenly kings of Aqualia are currently in this city. The shopkeeper hesitated then, bringing up Aqualia's fallen generals. You are right, but Stone Guya and Winbach have already been killed in battle. Kai fell into deep thought. Those terrifying hero candidates had actually managed to slay 2 of the Demon Lord's elite commanders. The shopkeeper then brought up their current crisis. It really is hard to believe. After all that, we are suddenly being invaded. On top of that, it seems the supply of slaves has been decreasing lately, has it not? They were severely short-staffed here. A collared slave working as hard as possible was suddenly yelled at to do the job properly. Yes, master. Kai worried things might get out of hand. If the slaves escaped, it would be troublesome, especially since Kai had companions too. I am glad you understand. Next, the shopkeeper slid a room key across the table. We make our slaves do all the hard labor. Once the supply of slaves stops, we simply will not be able to keep our business running anymore. Kai picked up the key, responding casually. By the way, I'm a bit jealous. Your slaves are so cute. Are they of marriageable age? I honestly do not know. Well, I should not pry too deeply into my customers' private lives. With that, their conversation wrapped up, and they said their goodbyes. Get some rest. Thanks. Meanwhile, inside Kai's room, Mei and Sina were already waiting. Mei greeted him from the corner, while Sina observed him curiously, noting that, as expected, he looked quite strange. Kai removed his fake horn with a helpless sigh. Well, if I did not look strange, I could not pull this off. I must disguise myself to travel freely through the demon kingdom. Sina suddenly leaned in to sniff his scent, noticing that his smell was totally different. Beastmen would definitely notice that difference, but demons will not. Once we are disguised, there is no difference between us and demons. Hearing this, Mei understood to some extent, but then she held up the slave collar, frowning and complaining to Kai. Fine, but I still cannot accept you treating us like slaves. Lean back, relax, Kai let out a soft sigh. Since you two stand out too much, I had to disguise you as demon slaves. It is simply the easiest way. Demons owning slaves of other races is not uncommon. Mei was stunned, puffing her cheeks out as she repeated the question. Do we really stand out that much? Can you not just disguise us properly using your special disguise skills? Mei listened intently, not wanting to miss his explanation. Because you are too beautiful. If you attract the demon's attention, they will easily see right through your disguise. After a pause, Mei suddenly realized what he meant and screamed in pure embarrassment. Beautiful, Kai calmly responded, asking if she did not realize it. Well, maybe. He looked confusedly at her flustered state, waving her hands around and stuttering. Why are you panicking? I just did not expect you to say that. I only speak the truth. Sina chimed in with a question while Mei remained dazed. Hey Kai, what about me? Kai slowly pointed at Sina. You share some traits with Mei, but his finger stopped right at Sina's head. Those cat ears are hard to hide. Mei thought, watching Sina trying to fold her cat ears down. Yeah, true. If they find out we enslaved Sina, the Alliance will be furious. Kai explained his strategy once more. We are only wearing these disguises to easily slip right into the demon territory. We are just pretending to be a master demon and his slaves. Suddenly Mei blushed deeply when talking about resting. That makes sense. But since we are supposed to be your slaves, we do not get separate rooms, do we? Kai replied. That is why I booked such a large room. Is there an issue? Mei quickly pointed out the flaw, gesturing across the room. There is only one bed. Kai turned, touching the mattress, and calmly drew the line. You two sleep on the bed. I will sleep on the floor. I am trained for this anyway. May still felt shy and muttered quietly. This is a bit awkward. What did you say? Seeing this, Sina tried to help. Kai, please understand us. But before Sina could finish, May quickly covered her mouth. What May meant was that it is nothing. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Veldora, the territory of the fifth princess, Sprook City, a dimensional portal opened and Isabel stepped out with an incredibly sorrowful and gloomy expression on her face. Her butler was already waiting. Seeing Isabel, he greeted her respectfully, welcoming her back. Lady Isabel, thank you. Next, he asked about Alice's current condition. Isabel replied softly that she was doing well and had even gifted her a hair accessory made of flowers. As they walked and talked, it was clear that Isabel deeply cared about Alice's fate. I am glad to hear that, but the only reason she is treated so well is because she will become the demon's vessel. God, nothing more than that. A vision of innocent Alice playing happily flashes by trapped in that lonely room. She must be so incredibly lonely. Then, a cold voice of the butler echoes, snapping Isabel back to reality. Lady Isabel, you seem to be deep in thought. Our comrades have already gathered underground. Time passes, and Isabel arrives at their secret hideout. Down below, countless demon soldiers look up to show their absolute loyalty. Isabel looks around, her lips parting as if she is about to speak. Suddenly, her subordinates take turns delivering their status reports. Thanks to Wimbox's death, the spy who watched us is gone, meaning we can now move around with much more ease. Right now, the rest of the demons are busy waging war against the humans. That's why we have time to plan our move. One demon asks, in a hushed tone, Lady Isabel, does this mean? Isabel steps forward, declaring with ultimate authority. The hour of revolution is at hand. We will defeat the demon lord and reclaim our rightful crown. Hearing her words, the demons cheer enthusiastically in unison. They are absolutely thrilled, clenching their fists as if ready to crush anything in their way. I've been waiting for this revolution. Our preparation has been so meticulous and long that we will definitely not get caught. No one is willing to lose. Every single demon stands firmly behind Isabel. Once Lady Isabel becomes the new demon lord, this kingdom will become a better place. Yes, we will do our best, Lady Isabel. Yet despite their cheers, Isabel remains lost in her own thoughts. She feels weighed down by a heavy burden forcing her to protect them. Ending this war with a bloodless revolution, that promise is definitely not a lie. Among those memories is Alice's bright, cheerful smile. But above all, she wants to protect the girl so she can keep smiling. The more she thinks, the more resolved Isabel becomes, her eyes filled with absolute determination. I will betray this entire kingdom. Meanwhile, on a bustling street in Fit City, located within the demon territory of Vedura, ruled by the third prince, passers-by stop and whisper, "Hey, look, it's the Count." A middle-aged noble and his fierce-looking guards walk down the street. He is Count Pestro of the demon kingdom. As they arrive, the fearful citizens quickly kneel on both sides of the road. He grits his teeth in irritation. I'm seriously sick of this. Count Pestro complains bitterly about Aqualia. She dares to mobilize the military without my authorization. I don't care if she outranks me. I'm still the governor of this city. Perhaps she's just terrified of the human threat, his assistant guesses. With 2 of the 4 heavenly kings dead, she must be incredibly anxious. The subordinate nods in agreement. True, Aqualia is famous for being overly cautious, and her combat power isn't as outstanding as the other heavenly kings anyway. He glances sideways with a smirk. He smugly assumes that even the local townsfolk are panic-stricken simply because of her erratic and anxious behavior. Kai, hiding in the crowd, listens closely to everything. His expression suddenly sharpens. So he's the noble ruling Fit City. It seems he enforces extremely strict rules under the direct orders of the third prince. Watching Count Pestro from behind, Kai thinks, I've heard the demon realm is a place where the strong devour the weak. Demon nobles are high-tier devils, but they seem to overestimate their own forces, leaving their training quite disappointing. The sound of rattling chains draws Kai's attention. He spots 2 captives behind them. Those slaves. They must be soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. As night falls, a demon named Bo is suddenly stabbed in the left chest. Kai wipes the blood off his knife. You got too careless, Kai whispers, slipping out of the mansion. Meanwhile, Kai Aragia has just finished off several guards, with her sharp claws tearing their faces to shreds. I've eliminated all the demons in the manor. She waits for Kai to praise her. No one noticed us. Did I do a good job? Kai gently pats her head. Yes, you did great. But we made some noise. It'll be troublesome if the Count wakes up. Kai Aragi happily follows him. Even if he wakes up, you can just kill him instantly. Kai sighs in defeat. That's not the point. Anyway, we still have another objective. Suddenly, a prisoner inside the dungeon locks eyes with them. They gasp in surprise. Who's there, humans? Kai doesn't deny it, cutting straight to the chase. Yeah, we are. Let's talk. He points at Kai Aragi and the beast girl captive. Help us, and I'll get you both back to the Holy Kingdom's army. Scene shifts. Kai is in a different room, scanning the stolen documents. Just as I thought, rescuing those two was definitely the right call. He shares his thoughts. I figured the Count's slaves would have some useful intel, but I didn't expect it to be this valuable. The rescued slave speaks up. We didn't want to just do slave labor. I gathered as much useful intelligence as possible, hoping it would be helpful if we were ever rescued. Kai Aragi asks curiously. You guys didn't try to run away, he responds, his collar suddenly glowing purple. This collar is bound by a special curse. I heard it will burn us alive if we try to flee. Either escape or rebel against their master. He explained the terrifying purpose of this item, revealing that these collars are widely used across the Demon Kingdom's territory to force slaves into brutal labor. Xena glanced over at Kai, trying to guess what he was thinking. She wondered if Kai put the collars on them just to remove them. Kai quickly clarified that they were harmless replicas with zero magic. They had no magic at all. The slave then solemnly recalled their past, explaining that instead of being burned to death and never returning, they spent 2 long years serving him. It was a living hell, especially when Cho's mood turned foul and he took it out on them. He would torture his slaves without hesitation. Suddenly, Kai's eyes narrowed as he asked, who captured you? Using his Appraisal Eye, Kai analyzed them with his Appraisal Eye, noting that based on their stats, both of them were actually highly capable and elite individuals. The female slave revealed she was part of 3rd Prince Leonhardt's special unit, also known as the Shadow Assassins of the Demon Realm. The male slave added that they were an elite, regular force, gathering the strongest and most outstanding warriors in the entire Demon Kingdom. This unit operated independently from the main army. They were ambushed while escorting a vital supply caravan. Despite being confident in their strength, they were completely and utterly overwhelmed by their attackers. Kai crossed his arms, posing a crucial question for them to think about. Did they know why such an elite unit was never officially recognized? The male slave quickly spoke up, sharing what he had heard. He heard their ranks were filled with infamous, highly skilled outlaws whose official records had been completely erased due to military law violations. Because of severe crimes, Kai's expression grew serious. So the prince gathered these dangerous outcasts into a single shadow unit. The slave gritted his teeth, attributing it to the magnetic charisma of the 3rd prince, his voice dripping with pure hatred. They had witnessed a secret meeting between Cho and Leonhardt before. Just catching a glimpse of the prince made them realize their weakness. They stood absolutely no chance against him. Even the legendary Water Heavenly King Aqualia, as formidable as she was, couldn't compare to him. She was absolutely nothing compared to his power. The purple-haired girl speculated that Kai probably knew this territory was under the prince's direct control. Instead of answering directly, Kai shifted the topic to a different burning question, wanting to confirm the enemy's current location. Was the 3rd prince currently staying inside the city? The male slave shook his head, pointing out his actual whereabouts. No, Cho mentioned he was at the royal palace, meaning the city's forces were currently commanded by the Water Heavenly King. Kai probed deeper, demanding more details. What exactly was the relationship between the 3rd prince and the Water Heavenly King? The purple-haired girl revealed she was his fiancée, serving as the absolute core of the 3rd prince's faction. This sparked Kai's curiosity. A faction? Kai questioned this, recalling rumors that the Demon Kingdom was deeply fractured with princes and princesses fighting for the throne. They constantly clashed for the throne, a brutal struggle that even the Demon King supported to weed out the weak and select the strongest. Kai probed further, asking about the Demon Kingdom's complex chain of command, carefully analyzing their political landscape piece by piece. The 1st Prince's faction was once the strongest, but with their core leader Wimbox dead, their massive influence had completely collapsed. That military-backed faction was ruined. Kai analyzed the power players thoroughly. A similar downfall had struck the 2nd Princess's camp. After the death of Stone Gaia, who led her high-ranking official faction, their power crumbled as well. Now Kai faced a new threat. Aqualia had seized this exact moment to expand the 3rd Prince's faction, backed by wealthy merchants and low-ranking nobles. They commanded lethal assassin squads, though many other factions still lurked in the shadows. The 4th Prince, the 5th Princess, and the 6th Princess, The male slave explained that these kings held the absolute highest authority within the Demon Lord's elite military force. So it was shocking when the hero candidates defeated 2 of them. That single event threw the entire demon realm into utter chaos. Kai's eyes turned sharp. He realized the demon kingdom was on the verge of self-destruction from this intense internal conflict. He then asked about the remaining forces, specifically wondering about the stance of the final enigmatic Heavenly King. The Fire Heavenly King Flamerus declared strict neutrality, pledging loyalty solely to whoever claimed the demon throne next. This was due to his close bond with the current demon lord. The purple-haired girl noted a sudden change in their behavior. They felt that a civil war was too dangerous right now. Kai analyzed their move, realizing they wanted to unite against a common enemy. The demons finally realized the grave danger they were in. Kai stood up, ready to put his next plan into motion. He ordered Xena to escort them safely to the allied forces. But, before leaving, the purple-haired girl offered one last warning. Aqualia was notoriously famous for her cunning tactics, specializing in sabotage, dirty tricks, and underhanded warfare, which explained why the Third Prince's faction had such a terrible reputation. Kai calmly walked past them, revealing his intentions. He told them to deliver this crucial intelligence to the Alliance, clarifying that he had absolutely no interest in fighting Aqualia. The male slave was completely baffled. If Kai could kill Cho so easily, what on earth was his ultimate plan? "Are you actually one of the hero candidates I'll infiltrate deeper into the demon realm?" he muttered, glancing back. Staring back at them, he realized he had to stir up a conflict. He would destroy these beasts from the inside out. The next day, the army marched deep into the dense forest, with Midu leading them right to their destination. There it was. Ahead lay their grim destination, the dark, gloomy city of Follett. Elia looked out with a grim expression. Firm resolve, explaining that this fortress guarded the vital trade route between the eastern and western regions of the Demon Kingdom. "Once we take this city, our burden will lighten significantly," Iga speculated. "But I'm sure the enemy is heavily prepared. Their defenses must be tight. It wouldn't be surprising if the 4 heavenly kings showed up." Midu nodded gravely. Indeed, the war for the city of Follett had officially begun right here in the Third Prince's territory, Veldora. A chaotic clash erupted between the coalition army and the demon horde. At first, the human alliance held the upper hand. Everyone fought relentlessly, pushing back the monsters. But since this city was a key strategic stronghold, victory wouldn't come easy. The demon forces had managed to mobilize a massive army of 80,000 bloodthirsty soldiers, their morale reaching its absolute peak. One of their leaders roared with laughter, shouting, "Crush those pathetic little insects under your feet." Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom had only 40,000 troops. Combined with 20,000 Federation warriors, the Alliance had 60,000. Watching the endless dark tide swarm forward, Midu growled anxiously. "There are way too many of them. And what is worse, aside from our hero candidates and knights, our regular soldiers are completely outmatched." At that moment, they were getting cornered. Midu slashed through a monster, shouting to his allies, "We need to split them up. They are easier to defeat apart." He couldn't help but blame himself. If only he possessed the leadership skills needed to command such a massive army. Sensing his commander's distress, Iga yelled out reassuringly, "Don't sweat it, Midu. Leave this to us." But right after that, Iga froze. His mouth flew wide open, and an agonizing, blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. The entire battlefield gasped. Veins pulsed violently across Iga's face as he fought. Suddenly, his blue hair ignited into a fiery crimson red. His body expanded to monstrous proportions, and lethal razor-sharp claws erupted from his fingertips. The nearby demons stared in sheer shock. "What's going on?" One gasped, only to be instantly vaporized into dust. Iga's blinding speed left absolutely nothing behind. Midu stood frozen in awe at his ally's power. Shrinking back to his normal form, Iga casually explained his technique. "My roar shatters the enemy's resolve while boosting our allies' combat capabilities. It is really nothing special," he shrugged. Then he bellowed a command to the troops, ordering them to charge head-on, without showing a single ounce of fear. Energized by his roar, the soldiers surged forward. Turning around, Iga locked eyes with Midu to steady the young commander. "You cannot show fear, Midu. Your doubt will spread to everyone else." Hearing those words, Midu's expression immediately hardened. He nodded with newfound resolve, saying, "Thank you, Iga." Determined, Iga turned back to the battlefield and rallied the men. "Keep your spirits high, fight them head-on, and we will not lose." And just like that, the tide turned. The coalition forces surged, seizing control of the battlefield. They had been struggling against overwhelming numbers earlier, but now, The hero candidates finally unleashed their overwhelming power. Nearby, a young fighter with fists ablaze smirked at the enemy. Clenching his glowing fists, the hot-headed candidate spat. These demons are total weaklings. Where are all the high-ranking officers hiding? His words left the demon grunts completely flustered, but before they could react, a command was issued to finish them. Yet, the demon soldiers refused to back down, charging into the fray. Even so, the battle's outcome was already sealed. Midu fought relentlessly, his sword carving through waves of enemies. With every single swing, another demon fell to the ground. At least that's what they thought. Suddenly, Midu froze, sensing an ominous, overwhelming presence creeping up right behind him. Whirling around, Midu barely raised his blade to block a devastating strike. Out of the shadows emerged a mysterious figure. Clad entirely in pitch black, the assassin wore a stark white mask that concealed his face. Midu raised his sword. This guy is insanely strong. Is he a high-ranking demon? Midu wondered. Meanwhile, the red-haired candidate sensed danger. Feeling a sudden chill behind him, he spun around and launched a powerful kick, only to be blocked with ease. However, this was a completely different opponent sporting a distinct mask. The red-haired candidate let out a fierce grin. Finally, a worthy opponent, he smirked. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fighting raged on without a moment of peace. Swords clashed in a furious blur, as Iga engaged another masked intruder, demanding, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The silent assassin merely offered a chilling smirk. Observing the bizarre shift in the battle, she spoke up wondering. Did something go wrong? She paused, analyzing the chaos. It looks like our momentum is slowing down. But just then, sensing a chilling presence behind her, Elia suddenly realized that another black-clad assassin had snuck up right behind her. The guard standing nearby was startled in sheer panic. He pointed his spear at the intruder and demanded, "Who are you?" But in the blink of an eye, he was brutally decapitated. In a split second, the assassin blitzed forward, slaughtering the guards before they could even blink. At this moment, Elia raised her guard and demanded, "You bastard! How did you get in here?" Seeing the intruder, the soldiers quickly cried out to protect their commander Elia, but the silent assassin didn't say a single word, pouncing forward like a savage beast. Right at that moment, their eyes locked at point-blank range. Elia panicked, thinking to herself, "They are aiming for my neck. I was way too careless." A deadly slash cut through the air, carving a deep gash across her abdomen. Blood sprayed everywhere, soaking her entire armor. Elia tumbled off her horse, lying completely motionless. The assassin coldly turned away, leaving the guards in absolute panic. Hearing the screams, Midu looked over in shock and called out. Standing nearby, Elia and Harik witnessed the horrific sight. Harik cursed under his breath and shouted, "I'm taking command. Get her to the medical ward and don't let him escape." But right at that very moment, another black-clad assassin tore through the soldiers. Wherever he passed, no life was left in his wake. On the other side, Shiori was desperately channeling her healing magic to save the army of the Holy Kingdom, who were reeling from losing their commander. Eventually, they were forced to retreat. Seeing things spiral out of control, Harik immediately ordered a full retreat. Everyone fall back. Since the demon army was also completely exhausted, they decided not to pursue the alliance. Watching the soldiers pull back, the demons muttered in confusion. "Why are they retreating?" One demon replied, "Looks like something went wrong with their rear support." He then ordered, "We must regroup and reorganize all our surviving forces." As night fell, 2 demon guards were seen patrolling the camp's perimeter. Inside, a heavily guarded tent, a girl with pale blue hair sat casually on her chair and questioned him. "You failed to eliminate their commander. She is one of the heavenly kings of Aqualia." The mysterious, black-clad assassin bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, but we managed to wound her severely." Hearing this, she said, "That is also enough. After all, there is no denying the fact that you saved us." But then the assassin asked, "It will probably take some time for their commander to recover, which will slow down the alliance's advance. What should we do now?" The princess calmly replied, "This is our chance to strike." With a smug grin, she added, "At this very moment, both sides are at a complete deadlock. So let's cut off their supply lines from the shadows." The assassins instantly acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, the map displayed the different territories of the Vora Demon Kingdom. At the very top lay the 4th Prince's territory, while below it was the Demon King's domain. This was the capital of the Demon Kingdom, boasting a massive towering castle. Flanking it were the domains of the 2nd and 3rd princesses, while the very bottom belonged to the 5th princess. Right now, Isanhat was a dark, ruined wasteland, with the entire city below engulfed in a sea of flames. A strange orange liquid flowed through every street, and at the center stood a glowing, pointed castle, glowing from within. At that moment, 2 cargo carriages were parked outside the main gate while demons loaded supplies to transport inside. In a quiet corner, one demon was seen talking with 2 massive hulking demon guards. Along the fortress walls near the entrance, security was incredibly tight, with 2 muscular demon guards clutching long spears in their hands. Meanwhile, Kai, Mei, and Sina watched the castle from afar. Kai crossed his arms, speaking gravely. Just as I thought.
Security is extremely tight.
All 3 carried massive backpacks. Sina stared at the distant castle, in absolute awe, asking, "How can you even see that far? I can't make out a single thing." Right then, Mei asked, "What's the plan now?" Kai frowned, replying with tense gravity, "I think blending in will be tough, with just a simple disguise. Plus, just like back in Enraz, a barrier is active here to detect any intruders." Hearing this, Mei frowned with a grim look, saying, "That's the work of the 5th Princess Isabel." Mei recalled their past encounter and Isabel's chilling warning, "No one escapes my space magic," since Sina still knew nothing of Isabel. She asked in confusion who that was. Kai replied, "She's a descendant of the Demon King. She set up a barrier in a city that exposed us instantly." Hearing this, Sina could only sigh with a grim expression, saying, "What a troublesome opponent." Meanwhile, Mei stood with her arms tightly crossed, pouting her lips and glancing away with deep frustration and annoyance. She grumbled, "If it were normal demon magic, I could easily detect the residue, but back then I didn't sense a single thing." Mei continued, "She didn't just let us escape, she also leaked certain information to us. She is definitely scheming something." At that moment, Isabel's cold, terrifying face flashed on screen. She continued, "Even the Demon Kingdom is split into factions. There is something I want." Right then the castle came into view. Mei added, "Even without Isabel, this is still a major demon base. It would not be strange to find a barrier here." Looking at Kai with a tense expression, she said, "Give me a little time to ask the spirits to investigate this barrier." Kai stared ahead with absolute focus, his eyes deadly serious, preparing himself. He knew this mission was highly dangerous. "When the sun sets, we approach the capital," he declared. "I am relying on you, Mei." Meanwhile, back at the glowing castle, a demon guard standing watch slowly raised his hand to his mouth, letting out a massive yawn. He looked completely bored. The guard turned back inside. Right then, down below, Kai, Mei, and Sina silently sneaked toward the towering castle walls. Suddenly, Mei sensed a strange energy. She immediately raised her hand, telling Kai and Sina to stop right where they were. The 3 of them dropped down on one knee. Mei took the lead, touching the ground with one hand to feel the flow. "Even though it is faint, I can sense a trace of miasma here," Mei said. Hearing this, Kai quickly replied, "I cannot see anything at all." Kai gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing his assessment skill was useless against non-physical things. Just as he feared his system evaluation could not analyze abstract energy. Mei continued, "The traces are incredibly faint, so I cannot identify whose miasma this is." Suddenly, they saw the entire city ahead, fully wrapped in a massive barrier. It was a glowing, ethereal purple shield. Mei added, "It seems they deployed this to completely cover the entire city. This is definitely a powerful barrier spell." Mei reached out gently, touching the glowing energy. "Just a theory, but they might detect intruders by checking for a lack of miasma. After all, only actual demons possess it naturally." Kai looked at Mei and nodded. "That is clever. They must have placed these barriers everywhere to stop any intruders. It was the perfect defense against spies." Mei then stepped closer, saying, "Let me see if we can bypass this somehow." They stared at the solid wall of magic. Only a handful of elite demons could cast spatial magic of this scale. Kai turned to Mei, his expression tense as he asked, "Is there any way we can trick this thing?" Mei put her hand to her chin, deep in thought. "I think we could fool it if we had actual miasma." Hearing this, Kai quickly pulled his heavy backpack off his shoulders and began rummaging through his things frantically. He pulled out several items, explaining, "I grabbed some valuable goods from the mansion just in case we needed emergency cash." Hearing that, Mei was absolutely thrilled. She snatched the backpack from Kai, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she searched. "If there is a miasma device in here," Mei muttered. Sina raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is that?" Kai quickly explained to Sina. "Simply put, it is a tool infused with energy working just like human magic items. The only real difference is that its power source is demonic miasma instead of human mana. That is the key. Suddenly, Kai's eyes widened. He continued his explanation to Sina, saying, "But we still have to charge it occasionally." Kai then pulled out an old flute. "I stole this to sell for quick cash, but there should be miasma inside." Mei eagerly snatched the flute from him, grinning. "This is perfect, just give me a second to prep it. I will channel some of my mana into it." She quickly turned away. Kai looked at her, completely surprised. "Wait, you can actually do that?" Kai asked. Mei glanced back over her shoulder with a playful, confident smile. "I was not just resting while you two were busy training." With that, she focused on her task ahead. She raised her right hand, concentrating deeply, as a brilliant, shimmering beam of light began erupting directly from her palm. "My master taught me the basics of this magic. Now, I just have to imagine the rest of it. Spirits of the land, please lend me your incredible strength." Closing her eyes, she focused on channeling the energy. She extended her hand and slowly approached the barrier. Amazingly, her body began to pass right through the glowing wall. Kai and Sina watched in absolute silence, their faces tense with anticipation as they waited for the result. Within seconds, Mei completely bypassed the barrier and stepped inside. She turned around with a triumphant smile on her face. "It worked. You two can come through now," she whispered. Kai and Sina wasted no time and quickly followed. Once inside, Kai whispered, "Perfect. Now we stick to the plan. We climb the walls and avoid the guards." Inside the city, the streets were bustling and packed with demons, all trading in a massive, noisy market. Dozens of demons roamed the busy streets. To blend in, Kai, Mei, and Sina had quickly disguised themselves. Kai disguised himself as a demon guard, holding thick chains attached to Mei and Sina to look convincing. Playing the role of shackled slaves did not make the girls happy. Kai subtly glanced at the nearby demons. Kai quietly thought to himself that they had somehow managed to blend in. He paused to watch the demons pass by as the three of them stood completely still, holding their breath as the demons walked past, without realizing they were in disguise. Then, Kai turned around to look at Mei and Sina, saying, "This place is too massive and there are way too many demons." Annoyed, Sina sighed and complained about having to pretend to be slaves all the time. Kai then warned her, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there will be, so it is best we avoid getting too close." Meanwhile, Mir carefully observed their surrounding environment as well. The three continued moving down the street under their disguises. Sina then spoke up and asked, "Wait, are we not supposed to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord?" Kai quickly replied, "Of course, that is our main goal, but first, we must gather intel inside the capital." With a tense and serious expression, he looked at the two girls and added, "It will be extremely dangerous for us if our cover gets blown, so we must gather information with absolute caution." 1 week later, inside the Grand Castle, a slender and pale hand was signing a document with a quill. Deep within the fortress, in Isabel's private office, she sat quietly and seriously focused on her work. Suddenly, she broke the silence and spoke up. "This is surprising," Isabel said, continuing. "I never expected you to bypass my barrier and stand before the fifth princess." It was none other than Kai. He looked at Isabel and replied, "It was not me, it was all thanks to Mir." Isabel calmly placed her pen back into its holder, noting, "I see. You have grown much stronger since our last meeting." Kai then decided to make his proposal to Isabel, asking if they could talk. Isabel quickly agreed, telling him it was fine. Kai had to admit she was remarkably straightforward. Isabel then looked directly at him and said, "In any case, I should thank you for defeating Wimbox. Thanks to his death, I am finally free from surveillance and can move around much easier." Hearing this, Kai looked at her and asked, "So, that was your plan all along, right?" Isabel calmly continued, "It seems I greatly underestimated you. I never expected you to actually defeat him, thinking I could just use you as a simple pawn if you somehow managed to escape, but you turned out to be far beyond my expectations." She then coldly added, "Now, you are no longer a mere pawn, but a highly valuable partner. You came all this way to see me because you want more information, correct?" Hearing her question, Kai frowned with a tense expression and hesitantly replied, "I want to know about your revolution." At that moment, a chilling smile crept across Isabel's face. She stood up highly satisfied and said, "You have passed my test. Now, shall we move to a different place to talk?" With immense power, Isabel hovered in the air as mysterious, magical energy swirled around her. Deep inside the quiet halls of the Grand Castle, Warm sunlight streamed through the massive glass windows. A quiet, peaceful city could be seen stretching out through the glass windows. Inside, Isabel and Kai leaned in to look at the map, planning their exact route to travel from Isan all the way to Esbrook. Kai looked up and noted, "So we will teleport from the capital of Sen directly to your city in an instant. Your demon magic is seriously impressive as always." Hearing his praise, Isabel turned her head to look back at him. "It consumes massive energy, so I cannot use it too frequently in a single day. Now follow me." Moments later, they arrived in a different room and sat down, face to face, to discuss their plans, with a loyal demon guard standing solemnly behind her. Meanwhile, the princess calmly enjoyed her cup of tea. Setting the cup down on the table, she casually said, "By the way." Right after that, she turned to Kai and asked, "How did you get your hands on information about the revolution? I need to take action immediately." Kai looked up at her and replied, "We managed to infiltrate the capital a week ago, and I gathered intel from the local slums. Although I wanted to find the exact spark that could lead to the complete downfall of the Demon Kingdom, I thought my main targets would be the first, second, and third princes who are right at the center of this succession war for the throne. But what truly bothered me was the lack of information on you, the fifth princess, when we first met. You said you had a completely different goal in mind, which made me suspect you were plotting something. I ended up tracking 3 of your guards to investigate. In the end, one of those soldiers unwittingly led me to the information I needed. He showed me the warehouse where you are storing weapons for the revolution." Hearing Kai's explanation, Isabel immediately understood. She simply gave a soft nod, saying, "I see." She then turned and called out to the demon standing behind her, Smith. Hearing his name, the demon immediately understood her intent. He bowed and replied, "I will warn our comrades to be much more careful." Now, Kai looked up seriously at Isabel and proposed, "Let's get straight to the main point." Frowning, he stared at her with eyes full of absolute courage and determination. He did not hesitate to ask his main question. "Let me be direct. Do you 2 want to cooperate with us, the hero candidates?" Hearing his unexpected proposal, Isabel looked back at him her eyes went ice cold as she questioned him. "So your deal isn't with the Holy Kingdom's army, but the hero candidates?" Hearing Isabel ask this, Kai reached out his hand, trying to convince Isabel to join forces, saying, "I can't control or persuade the entire Holy Kingdom army, but I absolutely can handle the hero candidates. Like I pointed out to you earlier, we have our own goals. We just want to go home. To do that, the Demon Lord must die." At that moment, Kai knit his brows, his eyes sharpening with deadly resolve, as he added, "We don't give a damn about what happens to this world once we finally leave." Hearing this, Isabel Veldora coldly asked, "So you're saying I can do whatever I want after we win?" After defeating the Demon Lord, Kai casually shrugged, raised his hands, and calmly admitted that nothing was guaranteed. "We won't know if we can go back until we actually try it." Hearing that, Isabel countered with a deep sigh. "The hero summoning is a pact with the deity Digeret. Once you fulfill it by slaying the Demon Lord, you'll be sent straight back to your own world." Kai gasped in shock. He immediately pressed her. "How on earth do you know that?" But she claimed her knowledge stopped there, making Kai recall their first encounter. She had said those exact words. Isabel thought back to her time researching the ancient books, replying, "Found it in an ancient document. Honestly, talking to you is what got me interested in researching it." Kai pushed further, "Is that source even reliable?" Isabel shrugged, "It is just an old record." Right then, Kai darted sideways, filled with sudden tension and doubt. He silently thought to himself, "Well, at least that aligns with Leonora's claims. The god summoned us, and once our duty is complete, he'll send us back. Right back to where we belong. It looks like the puzzle pieces of my information are finally coming together. The credibility of my info just shot up." Turning a serious gaze to Isabel, Kai spoke clearly. "In that case, this world's fate is none of our business. I don't care if you crush the Holy Kingdom or seek peace afterwards." Isabel smirked, agreeing instantly. "It seems our interests have aligned perfectly." She looked Kai straight in the eye and shared her ultimate goal. "The Revolutionary Army's plan is to defeat the Demon Lord and crown me next. Then, I want to build a beautiful world where humans, beastmen, and even demons can all live together in absolute peace." Hearing this, Kai glared back with a tense, deadpan look, speaking seriously. "It sounds like a fairy tale. Do you really think you can just stop the war instantly?" Isabel stared back with sheer courage and confidence. answering as long as we take down the current demon lord and secure this kingdom's power. It is absolutely possible. Their intense negotiations continued. Kai challenged her, wouldn't fighting for the throne be much smarter than starting a revolution? Isabel countered, my father. The current demon lord is widely known as the strongest ruler in history. Even if he steps down and hands over the crown, he will still have massive influence over everyone. At this, Isabel's eyes filled with deep lonely sorrow and disappointment. Softly, she let out her feelings, saying, my father utterly despises humans. He will never accept me since I want peace. None of my siblings support me. I am completely on my own. Then Isabel looked up at Kai, her face glowing with hope and determination, saying, my rebel army is small, sure, but if we strike while the allied forces assault the demon kingdom, we actually have a real shot at victory. Isabel continued, even if the allies help us defeat him, we will be left highly vulnerable once the war ends. That is exactly why I didn't seek outside help. Then out of nowhere, Isabel raised her hand, slowly pointing her finger straight at Kai's chest, saying, everything changes if the hero candidates help me. Nodding gently, Isabel officially agreed to form a solid pact. The Revolutionary Army officially accepts this critical alliance with you, she said, sealing their shared fate. They shook hands, locking in their alliance to fight together. Kai looked at her and nodded deeply, saying, we are counting on you too. Isabel added, with a grave expression, there is one more thing. We must slay the demon lord within this year. Miss that deadline, and our victory chances drop to zero. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, desolate forest, a massive military convoy surrounded by heavily armed guards was moving. As they trekked deeper, Henry, the captain of the Holy Kingdom's 7th Chivalric Order, barked a tense warning. He urged his troops to stay alert, his face tight with stress, even with vanguard troops ahead. Keep your guard up, men. Do not assume this trail is completely safe just because the path was cleared. Just because the path is open doesn't mean we're safe. On the map, danger was waiting to strike. The map displays the supply route as a faint voice echoes. Logistics support has been dispatched from New Ross City bound for the battlefield. Even if reinforcements aren't sent straight to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom still needs a dedicated supply squad, capable of transporting goods and fighting off monsters. To do this, the 7th Knight Order, made up of elite warriors, is chosen. They're hand-picked for this high-stakes escort mission. Weapons in hand, the elite soldiers stand ready, grip tight, and nerves on edge. They cautiously scan the thick tree line, incredibly tense. The vicious beasts lurking within this demonic forest are no joke. They are insanely powerful. The defensive line quickly forms, staring down a horde of massive green-skinned monsters blocking their path. Suddenly, a soldier screams, monsters incoming. In an instant, a brutal blood-drenched clash erupts between the soldiers and the beasts. Monster blood sprays everywhere in the fierce struggle. But with the high-ranking demon Elsa gone, their escort mission should be easy. Or so they thought. The narrator hesitates as a new threat emerges, right in front of the unsuspecting soldiers. A mysterious group of figures clad in pitch-black cloaks and ominous masks suddenly blocks their way. Seeing them, a soldier panics. Terrified, he screams out, "Who are you?" But the mysterious cloaked figures offer no answers. Instead, they instantly lunge forward. They charge the defensive line. Spotting them, a purple-haired soldier raises his blade boldly, shouting to his leader, "Captain, fall back." The blue-haired soldier beside him nods, telling the captain they'll handle this. But before either of them can even swing, blinding streaks of light flash past, in a split second, decapitating them both instantly. Just like that, they are gone. Their severed heads and bodies collapse to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The cloaked assassin casually turns his back on them, crossing his blood-drenched razor-sharp claws. He doesn't even view them as a threat. It is an absolute massacre. The remaining soldiers watch this horror unfold, completely paralyzed by fear. A green-haired soldier stammers in disbelief. Ben and Jack killed instantly. Beside him, the brown-haired soldier Zheng grips his sword with trembling, terrified hands, warning, "Watch out, they are high-tier demons." Driven by rage, Captain Henry charges forward, his eyes wide, as he rushes the cloaked enemy. Roaring assassins from the Demon Lord's army. But before he can land a strike, the cloaked figures easily block him. Henry is completely frozen. Sweat pours down his face as sheer panic takes over. Realizing the terrifying gap in their power, he desperately yells, "Don't underestimate us. I am a captain of the Knight Order." But his desperate cry means nothing. Before Henry can even move, a deadly flash of light pierces straight through his forehead. His eyes bulge in horror. An arrow is embedded deep in his skull. His body trembles violently as blood pours down his face. The supply unit is wiped out. Meanwhile, the Allied forces regroup at a castle bordering the demonic forest, right on the edge of the Demon Kingdom. Following their crushing defeat at Fit, the Allies retreated to this occupied stronghold. The cost of that battle was devastating. Countless soldiers are severely wounded, including the Allied commander herself. Inside the castle, a makeshift infirmary is filled with pain. Injured troops line the floor as medical staff work tirelessly wrapping wounds. Among them, Commander Elia is receiving intensive care. She gasps for breath, utterly exhausted and weak. Bandaged from head to toe, Elia lies motionless on her sickbed. A young healer stands over her channeling magic. Sparkling motes of light begin to rise from her hands, soothing Elia's injuries. At the foot of the bed, Midu Herrick and 2 guards wait anxiously. The heavy silence is finally broken. With a worried, anxious look, Midu asks about her condition. The healer pauses and looks up to offer some comfort. She assures Midu that Elia is out of danger. This capable healer is none other than student number 34. Her name is Shiori Hono. Utilizing her divine guardian healing skill, Shiori gently reassures them. If I keep using my recovery skill, she should be back on her feet in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Midu feels a massive weight lift from his chest. Placing a hand on his chest with a relieved smile, he says, I see. Herrick chimes in, you're a lifesaver, Shiori. The other healers had completely given up on her. Shiori simply offers a gentle, humble smile and shakes her head. I'm just doing my best, she says. Herrick replies, we're counting on you. Suddenly, Elia struggles to speak, grimacing. Sweat beads on her forehead from the sheer pain. Forcing out weak, trembling words, Elia gasps, this was my fault. Herrick looks down at Elia, with a reassuring smile, comforting her. Just rest. Don't worry about us. I'll temporarily take command. His expression turns serious as he continues, we retreated, but the enemy took heavy damage too. They haven't made a move. It seems they're desperately trying to reorganize their forces. Hearing this, Elia feels a wave of relief wash over her. She slowly whispers, I understand. Then, we'll be fine. While Shiori continues her healing, Midu and Herrick share a knowing look. They understand exactly what needs to be done. Herrick finally breaks the silence. All right, Shiori, we're leaving her in your hands. Shiori smiles warmly, replying, yes, I will take good care of her. With that, Midu and Herrick quietly step out. As Midu steps outside, he is surprised to find Iga waiting there for him. Spotting the man, Midu quickly calls out to his friend, calling him Ega-san. The 3 of them then leave together. That is when Ega apologizes, explaining that he overheard their earlier conversation. He is glad she survived, though she will need at least 2 weeks of absolute rest. Hearing this, Midu turns around. With a tense and serious expression, he looks directly at Herrick. He asks why Herrick claimed everything was completely fine. Herrick looks back at Midu and replies that he did not want to cause extra worry, so she could focus on recovery. With intense but determined eyes, he adds that they will handle the blocked supply line themselves. Iga frowns in deep thought. Looking solemnly at both Midu and Herrick, Ega warns that even with strict daily rations, they can only hold out for 1 more week. After that, survival is not guaranteed, so they must find a solution immediately. Herrick then glances aside, glancing away as he mentions Squad 7. According to survivors, the 7th Night Squadron and their entire supply unit were completely wiped out. The attackers are the exact same group that defeated Elia. Henry, the captain of Squad 7, fell in battle. He was a righteous man, highly respected by everyone. This reminds Midu of those mysterious masked assassins in black cloaks, and he chimes in. Those masked killers are likely high-ranking demons. Having 5 or 6 of them show up together makes them even more troublesome than the Elite 4. Immediately, Ega agrees and shares his own experience with the masked foes, admitting he fought one of them and couldn't let his guard down for even a single second. Looking out the window at the sky and city, Ega continues. The elite avian squad he sent as messengers just returned, and it seems Neutrat is preparing a brand new logistics unit. Hearing this, Midu asks in surprise if it is true. Ega confirms it, but warns that a major problem still remains. Those assassins are still hiding in the woods waiting to cut off their supplies. Right then an idea strikes Herrick. Turning sharply to Midu and Ega, he lays out his plan. He wants them to officially escort the new logistics unit through the demonic forest, under the guise of protecting the troops. But in reality, their true mission is far more crucial. The supply thread only ends when those masked assassins are dead. If they run, he expects them to hunt them down and eliminate every last one of them. Both Midu and Ega understand the gravity of this task, looking incredibly serious. Midu nods in agreement, and Ega gives his word too. Meanwhile, inside the demonic forest, a bone-chilling, gloomy atmosphere hangs heavy. Thick, eerie fog blankets the entire woods. Midu is already on site guarding the logistics team as they transport the supplies. Scanning the area from horseback, he keeps a sharp lookout. Behind him, a line of cargo carriages follows slowly. Several guards flank the convoy. Alongside another supply wagon, Iga rides close by, accompanied by members of the cat tribe. After traveling deep into the woods, the blonde driver pulling the lead carriage speaks up to the group. He warns that the horses are exhausted, and they need to camp for the night. Suddenly, a blade is drawn. Iga unsheathes his weapon and shouts a warning. Before anyone can react, a massive iron scythe swings down violently, slicing directly into the blonde driver's head. Blood splatters everywhere as his eyes bulge in complete and utter terror. Those sneaky masked killers reveal themselves blocking the road. They launch a sudden brutal ambush on the convoy. Chaos erupts as panicked troops scatter. Realizing the danger, our red-haired hero rushes forward, screaming to stand back. He promises to take them on himself. The masked assassins move like lightning, and one of them lunges forward. He delivers a heavy kick, but the red-haired fighter quickly crosses his arms like a shield to block the blow. Glaring at the assassin with pure fury, the red-haired warrior growls, recognizing him as the bastard from before. Clenching his fist tight, he throws a massive punch straight at the assassin, demanding a real fight to settle the score. Instantly, a massive fiery explosion erupts from their clash, sending brilliant light and shattered debris flying in all directions. Through the smoke, a brilliant streak of light flashes, and you and I are about to see a clash of swords. Their blades collide in a shower of sparks, starting a fierce high-stakes duel as neither side gives an inch. Slashes of light crisscross the dark forest. Midu and his opponent are perfectly matched, trading blows at extreme speeds. Sweat dripping down his face, Midu maintains absolute focus. He knows he cannot afford a single mistake right now. He has to end this fight quickly to keep the convoy safe. But suddenly, raging flames burst out nearby. The supply wagons are completely caught in the blaze, prompting a terrified guard to scream out in panic, warning everyone that their food supplies are burning. This is because another masked enemy is lurking in the shadows, perched on a nearby tree branch. He conjures a glowing magic circle covered in strange runes directly from his palm. Raging torrents of fire rain down from the spell, followed by yet another hand preparing to strike. As water surges, a voice echoes, "I will not let you cause chaos." Yumi concentrates, focusing her mind to control the swirling torrents. Harnessing the waves, she swings her hands upward, splitting the water into powerful spheres that launch in every direction. Yumi's liquid projectiles fly fast, instantly dousing the raging fires, consuming the food supply wagons. Witnessing this quick success, Yumi feels incredibly thrilled and proud. She clenches her fist with a satisfied smile, whispering, "Yes." But suddenly, Carrie runs over, in a total panic, screaming to warn her, "Watch out, Yumi." Confused and oblivious to the danger, she turns around to look at Kari with a blank face. But in that split second, a stray arrow pierces Yumi's sideblood, quickly staining her clothes. Within moments, the toxic poison takes effect, sending her collapsing to the ground in agony. Terrified, Kari rushes to her side and desperately asks, "Are you okay?" Right then, more poisoned arrows fly straight toward Kari. Turning around, Kari freezes pale with terror, eyes wide in absolute shock and sheer panic. But just in time, a massive explosion detonates right behind Kari, sending flames roaring outward. Utterly terrified, Kari ducks low, covering her ears as the fierce shockwave hits. The two deadly arrows, meant for her, are instantly incinerated by the roaring blast, falling harmlessly as ashes. And the savior behind that timely explosion, rescuing Kari from the incoming attack, is none other than Rina. Rina steps forward, her expression tense. She extends her hand, bright sparks of flame crackling from her open palm as Rina glares forward with intense fury and rage. She locks her target onto a masked assassin perched high up on a tree branch across the field. That deadly killer is also drawing his bow directly at her. Meanwhile, in another part of this dark forest, the brutal, bloody battle continues to rage. Sachi is violently blown back, sliding hard against a tree trunk, while Heike groans in pain against another tree. Utterly drained of energy, Heike fails to notice a masked killer looming right in front of him, brandishing a deadly weapon. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out, "How about this?" Startled, the masked assassin immediately looks up. At that moment, Mirai stands tall and fearless, facing the enemy head-on. Channeling her magic, she raises her hand to summon an army of sharp, deadly wooden stakes launching them directly at his chest. The glowing wooden projectiles tear through the air heading straight for the killer. But with effortless ease, the assassin swings his weapon, deflecting every single wooden stake. This shocking display leaves Mirai utterly stunned. She stares in complete disbelief, gasping, "What?" But before the killer can strike, a new challenger intercepts blue energy clashing mid-air. Bright blue light slashes cross in the sky. The assassin uses his own magic to take flight, hovering directly opposite to Narumi. Stunned by the enemy's mobility, Narumi panics. "A wind attribute mage too. This is bad. I cannot let him stall me anymore." But as Narumi glances down at the battlefield, below, the horrifying scene unfolding on the ground strikes him with absolute shock. He screams in terror, "Mirai!" Below them, the ruthless killer shoulders his heavy spiked club, slowly closing in on her defenseless form. With no energy left to resist, Mirai can only whisper in terror, "I'm sorry, everyone." As she speaks, the assassin brutally raises his gleaming razor-sharp spiked mace. Facing her imminent demise, Mirai raises her hands to cover her face and closes her eyes. Terrified of the incoming blow, she covers her face, bracing herself, closing her eyes as she waits for the end. But in that desperate split second, a commanding voice echoes, "I order you to stop." Instantly, the assassin's lethal strike is halted mid-air by a massive web of glowing interlocking chains. This miraculous sight leaves Mirai gasping in complete disbelief. Kanzaki has arrived just in time to shield Mirai from death. Unleashing 4 radiant chains directly from her palms, she tightly binds the killer. Grimacing from the strain, Kanzaki glares at the enemy while sending a desperate telepathic message to Mirai, asking, "What are you doing? Get out of here now." Drained of all energy, Mirai collapses to the dirt, trembling violently as she whispers back in despair, "My legs won't move anymore." But in a flash, a streak of blue light zips past. Narumi swoops down, scooping Mirai into his arms before launching back up into the sky. Their eyes lock in a deeply emotional moment, leaving Mirai utterly touched and surprised. She softly whispers Narumi's name while Narumi looks down at her with pure relief, saying, "I'm so glad you're alive." But his relief is short-lived as Narumi looks ahead, his face tightening with worry and tension. He realizes that if Kanzaki had not activated her domination skill, Mirai would be dead. He must hold out just a bit longer. "The person I swore to protect is..." But suddenly bizarre black barriers materialize out of thin air, blockading their path in the sky. They glow with a mysterious, ominous blue light spawning continuously. Reacting instantly, Narumi unleashes his powerful wind shield technique to block them. Instantly, a raging tempest envelops Narumi and Mirai. This whirlwind barrier keeps them safe, violently blowing away the hostile black projectiles, clashing against them. It turns out this sudden, deadly ambush was orchestrated by a masked assassin lurking down on the ground. He thrusts his hand high into the air, casting a glowing magic circle, packed with dark, destructive energy, to fuel his barrage. Seeing Narumi's massive whirlwind easily shatter his spell, the assassin freezes in sheer disbelief. Surviving the sudden onslaught, Narumi is absolutely furious, gritting his teeth in pure rage as he glares at the enemy, muttering, "Those bastards, they really never stop aiming at me." But at you, Mirai was in a sheer panic, trembling with fear as she nervously cried out, "Hey Narumi." Just then, Kanzaki's voice resonated deep within Narumi's mind. Her words instantly snapped him out of it, calming the raging fire of his anger. Kanzaki's telepathic warning was clear: "Calm down, everyone." When Narumi received the signal, his eyes shot wide open in shock. Kanzaki quickly warned them, "The enemy is just trying to distract us. Stay focused." Right then, the red-haired fighter heard her too. He immediately darted his eyes to the side. Midu caught Kanzaki's telepathic message as well, instantly spinning around to check their flank. Kanzaki added, "Keep your cool and work together. We are not losing this fight." Hearing this, Atsushi and Heiki felt a surge of hope. Renewed strength surged through them. Gripping their weapons tightly, both of them slowly struggled back onto their feet, ready to fight again. Narumi finally got the message. He muttered under his breath, "Kanzaki is right. I have to keep my head in the game." Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused. "If I can just read the wind, I can dodge any incoming strike." He visualized the subtle air currents. Snapping his eyes open, he instantly locked onto the flow of the wind, sensing the exact trajectory. With an effortless tilt, he successfully slipped past the assassin's lethal strike. The assassin froze, utterly dumbfounded by what just happened. He stared at Narumi in sheer disbelief. How did this kid suddenly gain such perfect composure? Little did he know Narumi had just unlocked a hidden dormant power deep within himself. Glancing backward, he reached out to Kanzaki, establishing a direct telepathic link. Kanzaki, can you hear me? This ability. It feels exactly like the Wind King's legendary tracking technique. Meanwhile, from an unknown dimension, WinBX watched everything unfold with a chilling gaze. Well, now things are getting interesting. Back on the battlefield, Kanzaki quickly responded to Narumi's call. What is it? Without missing a beat, he replied. Can you relay my voice to everyone? Kanzaki was hesitant and confused by the request, but she still nodded in agreement. I can link everyone's minds together just like we are communicating now. Narumi smiled, absolutely thrilled. Perfect. Elsewhere, in the dark demon forest, blazing red fireballs continued to erupt, tearing through the dense trees with absolute fury. The inferno homed in on the enemy archer, completely swallowing him in a raging sea of flames that cut off his escape. Trapped in the heat, the archer spat out a curse. Damn it, he bolted as fast as his legs could carry him, retreating deep into the forest. Panic set in as he fled. I activated my stealth spell to completely erase my presence. How on earth are they tracking me? Meanwhile, Kanzaki utilized the mental link to feed coordinates to Rina. She tracked the fleeing target with pinpoint accuracy. Narumi says he's escaping through the treetops heading south. Hearing this, Rina grins, ready to unleash hell. Oh, is that so? I'll just incinerate him and the whole forest together. Kanzaki quickly interjected. Hey, keep it under control, don't actually trigger a wildfire. With their spirits completely reignited, the entire squad regained their resolve. No more holding back. It was time for a full-scale counterattack. Combining their power, they launched a relentless synchronized assault. Atsushi Haiki and Kari charged forward with burning determination. Kenta and Atsushi charged right behind them, roaring a fierce battle cry, while Haiki unleashed blinding energy-fueled strikes from his palms. The assassins fell back under the onslaught. Blade slashes opened deep wounds, spraying blood from their severed arms and heads. The team completely overwhelmed the masked assassins with flawless synchronized combos. Realizing they were cornered, the killers began to panic. Damn it, their coordination is back. From the sidelines, Mirai analyzed the battlefield, shouting out crucial advice to her team. Stay alert. Their strikes are heavy, but they leave huge openings between moves. Exploit them. Hearing this, an assassin glared at Mirai. He realized her critical role instantly. She's the commander. If we want to win, we have to put that girl down first. Sneaking up from her blind spot, he raised a jagged dagger, lunging straight for Mirai's back. But, before the blade could connect, a blinding flash erupted with a deafening clang. KO intercepted the attack just in time, blocking the deadly dagger with his steel gauntlets. The assassin's eyes widened in sheer horror. KO just smirked, taunting him. Did you really think a cheap toy like that could pierce my armor? Without giving him a second to breathe, KO cocked back his heavy fist, delivering a devastating punch that sent the killer flying. The assassin crashed hard onto the dirt, completely dazed. Shaking in terror, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. How did they predict my ambush? He panicked. They aren't even calling out to each other. It makes absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, Midu successfully neutralized his target. Gripping his radiant glowing sword, he watched the defeated assassin collapse to the ground. Nearby, a red-haired fighter locked blades in a fierce struggle against another foe. Sparks, fire, and thick dust clouded the entire area. With a swift, brutal slash, Iga decapitated another assassin. Meanwhile, the high-stakes aerial battle between Narumi and the lead assassin raged on. Trails of brilliant blue light clashed violently across the sky, illuminating the forest in a spectacular display of raw, unrestrained energy. After a relentless exchange, Narumi's blade finally found its mark, repeatedly slashing through his opponent's defenses. Blood sprayed from the killer's neck. He gasped in absolute disbelief. Am I really getting completely overwhelmed here? Narumi quietly watched the shifts in the wind, anticipating his next move. Narumi notices something special. I see it. The flow of the wind is showing me his next move, he yells. Got you. At that exact moment, Narumi reaches out, and a massive blinding flash of energy erupts from his palm. Blindingly bright. Drawing his arm back, he roars, wind spear instantly. The energy charges like lightning toward the assassin. Caught completely off guard, the killer cannot react in time as Narumi's strike pierces straight through his body. He spits up blood in utter shock. The remaining assassins quickly retreat, stepping through a magical teleportation circle. One of them yells, "Retreat." Signal the retreat now. Despite our heavy losses, he then adds, but we still accomplished our main goal. They succeeded in burning down every single transport carriage, carrying food and supplies. Crucial rations for the army are lost to a sea of flames. In the dark, cold night forest, a small campfire flickers. After a fierce and brutal battle, the exhausted group gathers around the warm glow of the fire to recover. Ega sighs and speaks up. About 80% of our food is gone. What is left will only sustain the support troops on their journey back. Midu, consumed by sadness and disappointment, mutters, so we failed, didn't we? Iga quickly reassures her. Still, we managed to take down 4 of those demons. According to reports, there were around 10 masked fighters. Hearing this, Midu looks at Iga. So there are 6 left. Iga nods. Yes. And furthermore, 2 of them, the archer and the mace user, are severely injured. He raises a cup, smiling gently to comfort Midu. Don't worry, Midu. We will definitely succeed next time. But Kanzaki's heart remains heavy with immense worry and sadness. Her eyes betray her anxiety. She knows that even if Iga says so, the soldiers' morale is plummeting from starvation. She watches the exhausted, depressing state of her troops. They sit in grim silence, eating the last of their meager rations, just to survive. Whispers of complaint echo that it is simply not enough. Kanzaki narrows her eyes, filled with pity. If they fail again, they will lose all fighting capacity. Just a single demon could inflict such devastating damage. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes in her mind, saying, Kanzaki, can you hear me? Are you there? Her cheeks instantly flush red. Surprised, she whispers, Kai Aragadukan. Meanwhile, you and I are taken to the castle with Kai, where they discuss their next strategy. Isabel narrows her eyes, speaking with grave tension. The Demon Lord assassination plan must happen this year. Miss this window, and our chance of victory drops to 0. Kai's eyes flare a fierce red, and he immediately asks, why? Isabel replies calmly, because the evil god Alvaresta is about to be resurrected. Though I doubt an otherworlder like you truly understands the gravity of this threat. Kai instantly recalls his reading memories. He remembers that name. I have heard of Alvaresta before. If I remember correctly, that is one of the 2 pillar gods in the Book of Creation. I found records about it in the temple city of Alpha. Kai begins to explain. The Book of Creation is an ancient record of a war fought between gods in primordial times. Legend says this world was created and protected by the creator god Digeret. Back then, humans, elves, and beastmen coexisted in perfect peace. However, the evil god Alvaresta sought absolute control over this entire world. Demons were created by the evil god as mere pawns. Consequently, a massive war erupted to resist his dark dominion. The creator god bestowed divine protection upon selected individuals, granting them the ultimate power to fight back against the darkness. In the end, they successfully defeated the ancient Demon Lord, and were proudly hailed as legendary heroes of their time. The creator god emerged victorious in that ancient clash, and the evil god was sealed away. That is the creation story I know. Hearing this, Isabel casts her eyes downward. Since you know the tale, it makes things much easier for me to explain. Most of that story is true, though slightly romanticized. She gazes calmly at her palm. With the evil god sealed away, we demons grew weaker. Yet over time, our power has steadily returned. Kai asks with hesitation, does that mean the seal is weakening? Isabel nods slowly. Yes. In fact, we are fully capable of releasing the evil god ourselves. My father, the current Demon Lord, is preparing a grand ritual. He is currently constructing a massive cathedral. She continues, it is a massive project that takes time, but it will be completed sometime this year. A visual of the grand colossal temple being built by demon hands appears. Kai looks at Isabel. And what if they succeed in breaking the seal? Isabel replies grimly. Our power will multiply. If that happens, humanity will stand absolutely 0 chance of survival. Kai's eyes burn with determination as he speaks tensely. I understand the situation. My truth assessment skill confirms she is telling the truth. But Kai's gaze lingers. Isabel is looking highly anxious and suspicious. But Kai's sharp assassin instincts tell him this girl is definitely hiding something. Honestly, he doesn't really care. After all, they're both just using each other. Kai keeps these thoughts to himself before asking Isabel with a serious look. So what's the Revolutionary Army's next move? Isabel quickly replies. We are planning to secretly support the Allies. We desperately need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. It's not something we can achieve on our own. Hearing this, Kai looks away and scoffs. How convenient. Then lend me your powers. Strength. Let's cross Fit City first. 3 days later, departing from the 5th princess's domain and using her secret, spatial demon magic, Kai Aragi and his unit instantly teleport into the demon forest, slowly stepping deep inside. Confident and incredibly powerful, Kai calmly leads the way, followed closely by Isabel, his 2 comrades, and Isabel's heavy demon soldiers. But traveling such an immense distance in an instant required an absolute massive amount of magical power, leaving Isabel completely dizzy and exhausted. She barely stands, leaning heavily on her staff as her face turns pale and sweat pours down. She mutters, "Just as I feared, teleporting this many people drains me completely." Next, May steps up to praise Isabel, noting that her teleportation is incredible since it covers a distance that normally takes half a year to cross in a single blink. Kai glances back at the exhausted, slumped princess and realizes the true tactical value of her skill. It completely breaks the concept of distance. But as expected to warp this many people over such a vast distance, her demonic energy consumption must be absolutely astronomical. Kai looks toward Isabel and the 6 massive muscular demon guards behind her, calculating that with May and Sina there are 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army. Since Isabel's energy is fully depleted, she's practically useless from here on. But with to this many high-tier fighters, it should be more than enough. Suddenly, Sina turns around to face Kai, asking seriously, "Kai, can we really trust them?" Staring straight ahead, with a look of absolute determination, Kai replies, "Don't do anything rash. We can still use them." Kai Aragi catches his drift and nods in agreement. Kai pauses hesitantly. Closing his eyes, he presses a hand to his temple and falls completely silent as he uses telepathy deep within his mind to establish a connection with Kanzaki. He calls out, "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" Somewhere else in the dense forest, Kanzaki instantly picks up the signal and hears his voice, blushing in utter shock as she stammers his name. Hearing Kanzaki's flustered reply, Kai says, "I was just testing it out, but it actually worked. We can communicate like this." Kanzaki replies, "Yeah, and you can also reach me through our shared subconscious link. But it only works for our classmates, and the range is limited." Suddenly, reality hits Kanzaki, and she panics, screaming, "Wait, does that mean you're actually close by, Kai Aragi-kun?" Kai winces at the sudden mental blast, thinking, "Man, she's always so loud." He then answers her question. He calmly replies, "Yeah, I want to see you." Hearing this, Kanzaki's heart leaps with pure excitement. She eagerly adds, "Just follow the trace of the telepathic connection linking our minds together." A short while later, a voice calls out from the trees. Kanzaki spins around, a massive, happy smile on her face as she shouts, "Kai Aragi-kun." But the scene waiting for her stops her dead in her tracks. She freezes, completely stunned and utterly confused. Standing right next to Kai is Isabel, an actual demon. Kanzaki turns pale white, her entire body shaking in sheer terror. She timidly points a trembling finger at Isabel, stammering out, A demon." Seeing this, Kai steps in to introduce them. This is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel coldly stares at Kanzaki and mutters, "Hello." Still utterly bewildered, Kanzaki mutters, "A princess May," smiles and replies, "Exactly." Sweating nervously, Kanzaki looks at Kai with deep suspicion and asks, "Did you betray us?" Kai calmly crosses his arms and closes his eyes, replying, "Betray? I was never on anyone's side from the very start." Kai's blunt answer leaves Kanzaki absolutely shocked and furious. Seeing this, May nudges him, saying, "You tease her too much." But Kai quickly snaps back to business, serious once more. "Look, we have something important to discuss with you." With a dead serious expression, Kai adds, "Tonight, I need you to gather Shuji, Midu, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. But keep the Holy Kingdom's people out of this." Later that night, under the gloomy, dark canopy of the demon forest, the 6 classmates gather in a circle around a small, flickering campfire. Kai looks down, laying out his master plan. "So that's the deal. We all share the exact same goal. Joining forces to defeat the demon lord is a no-brainer. There's no reason to refuse, right? No way." Hearing this, the red-haired guy gets furious. Glaring at Kai, he demands to know why he wants to cooperate. With such highly suspicious characters, Kai just stands there, arms crossed silently against a tree, alongside Isabel, May, and Sina. Kai glances back and directly answers the red-haired warrior. "At this rate, we have zero chance of defeating the Demon King." I already know what you are dealing with. Kai looks at the group gathered solemnly around the campfire, adding, "It looks like you guys are struggling big time against the Demon Kingdom assassins." Hearing this, Heike finally chimes in. "If you mean those elite masked demon assassins, then you hit the nail on the head." Narumi, sitting right beside him, mumbles through a mouthful of food. "Our supply lines have been hit repeatedly. Now we are barely holding our ground." But the hot-headed red-haired fighter still refuses to back down. He fumes, pointing out how absolutely insane their enemies are. "Those bastards will literally blow themselves up just to stall us. They threw away their lives to hold me and Midu back, while targeting our food reserves. Sure, we took down 4, but 6 of them are still out there." Right then, Isabel cuts in with a freezing gaze, stepping up. "How about we take matters into our own hands and eliminate them? Guerrilla warfare is the Revolutionary Army's specialty after all." This completely catches Narumi off guard. He instantly asks, "Can you actually pull that off? Those are high-rank demons." Isabel responds calmly, radiating pure, undeniable authority. "Lest you forget, I am the 5th princess of the demon realm. Consider this a perfect showcase of my worth. But in return, you must prove you are strong enough to stand by my side." A heavy silence falls over the campsite. Everyone stares at Isabel. Frowning Midu breaks the quiet with a cautious, guarded question about her ultimate goal. "Once our supplies arrive, your target is Aqualia the Water King. If we drag our feet any longer, the 3rd Prince's elite army will march from the capital." She warns that if those forces unite, we are basically finished. We have to pick them off one by one. Those assassins are only stalling for time, so their main army can rendezvous with the 3rd Prince. This makes the red-haired fighter scowl as he turns to her. "Is that prince actually strong?" Isabel's face turns dead serious. "Insanely strong. Right now, you do not stand a chance." But instead of backing down, this absolutely pumps up the red-haired warrior. He breaks into an eager, battle-hungry grin. "Bring it on then." Mirai, however, is still sweating bullets and turns to Midu, seeking his final take on this. After weighing their options, Midu finally nods. Having allies of this caliber is a game-changer for their squad. Let us proceed with Kai Aragi's call. Once the decision is locked in, Kai steps up to wrap things up. "Our meeting is officially adjourned." Turning to leave, he lets them know he will work with the rebellion. "We will stay in touch through Kanjaki." Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black shadows of the dangerous demon forest, a single campfire crackles against the darkness. On the ground lies one of those ominous bone-white assassin masks. A hot-headed, red-skinned demon sits nearby, aggressively chewing food. This is an elite executioner of the demon realm. Meet the flame demon wanted for mass murder and arson, currently facing a death sentence. Unmasked, they gather closely. The killers are whispering plans around the dying fire. One of them speaks up in absolute, utter disbelief. "I cannot believe those kids took down 4 of our guys, including our squad leader." Then, a blue-skinned demon, scarred across his face, looks down at his paralyzed right arm, with glowing red eyes warning the others. "Those brats are no joke. My arm is completely useless right now." He is another dangerous death row convict. Next, a blue-eyed killer glares over, asking who is going to step up and lead them now. He is also an elite rebel commander, who orchestrated the disastrous Great Autumn Civil War, a capital offender. Vanko, the infamous traitorous spearmaster. Hearing that question, the hot-tempered flame demon immediately raises his hand. "I'm taking over. There is absolutely no way I am letting any of you direct this operation. Without my raw, destructive firepower, this entire campaign falls apart." He raises an eyebrow, challenging them. "Anyone got a problem with that?" A bald demon stuffing his face immediately nods his head in agreement. "No complaints here, boss. That is Rocky, an earth magic serial killer serving a lifetime death sentence." Right after a monstrous 4-horned demon raises his massive weapon to show his full support of the decision. "Count me in." Meet Fred, an elite dagger specialist who is a notorious mass murderer on the run. With the support of these deadly convicts locked in, the flame demon rests his hands on his knees. "Perfect. We just need to intercept their next shipment, and we will watch those pests starve to death." Right then, the fire demon starts laying out their plan, aiming to burn the army's food supply carriages to the ground. The plan remains the same. Not only will they disrupt the hero candidates, but they will also cut off their supply lines. He puts his mask back on, carefully warning the other demons to be extremely cautious of the young swordsman named Midu, the kid swordsman who killed their leader. He tells them they move in 1 hour. The rest of the demons put on their masks as well. Standing up, they shout in unison. The dark, gloomy forest is filled with pure tension. This heavy tension grips the entire woods. Deep within the trees, a stealthy assassin is currently hiding in the canopy. He stays on guard, thinking to himself that he must remain alert just in case anything goes wrong. A deadly bow is gripped tightly in his hands. He figures this tiny, isolated camp deep in the woods is safe. No one could possibly find them here. After all, he is a high-ranking demon archer from the Demon Kingdom. Meet Marius, a notorious death row mass murderer. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure panic as his instincts kick in. He silently senses someone approaching. And it is not just one person. Whoever they are, they know how to hide. Their stealth is incredibly professional. He instantly springs into action, raising and drawing his bow in a flash. He pulls the string tight, ready for battle. Confused, he wonders if the hero candidates could have actually found them. They have raw strength, but lack the actual tracking skills. So who could it be? He prepares for the worst. The assassin locks his eyes on the narrow path ahead. Suddenly, a dark shadow darts through the trees. It moves fast. The assassin figures that if he just wipes them all out, his problems will disappear. Without hesitation, he lets his arrow fly. The razor-sharp projectile cuts through the air like a gust of wind. It streaks down the path, glowing brightly. Sweating with anticipation, the assassin mutters, wondering if he hit his mark. Out of the shadows leaps a girl with the arrow caught right between her teeth. It is Sina charging forward. She holds the arrow in her mouth, dashing ahead. The assassin freezes in sheer disbelief and starts to panic. He screams that it is impossible for someone to catch that unharmed. Suddenly, Kai appears right behind him. Mocking him, Kai whispers that he is far too slow. Terrified, the assassin whips his head around in panic. A blinding flash of light cuts through the darkness. With a single strike, the assassin is completely taken down, falling. He crashes face first, coughing up blood. The shocked assassin struggles to accept that some kid just blindsided him. Kai looks down coldly at his fallen target. In his hand, his freshly drawn blade is dripping with blood. He reminds him that moving after taking a shot is the ultimate golden rule for any skilled sniper. Elsewhere in the demon forest, another assassin senses trouble. He immediately whispers that someone else is out there. He wonders what Marius is up to since he was supposed to be keeping watch on guard duty. The assassin orders the remaining demons to get ready to move. They quickly acknowledge his command and shout back. The other assassins draw their weapons, preparing for combat. Suddenly, a panicked demon bursts out from the thick bushes. He runs toward the assassins, desperately shouting for them to wait. Surprised, they all turn to look at him. One of them demands to know what he wants, asking if he is a messenger sent by Lord Aqualia. The demon stops, placing his hand over his heart to introduce himself as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Stunned, the assassin asks him what he just said. The purple demon calmly continues with his shocking revelation. He declares their goal is to overthrow the demon lord and establish a peaceful empire, leaving the assassin speechless. Panicked and completely confused, the assassin asks how he even knows about this place if he is not Aqualia's messenger. The purple-skinned demon glances around the forest calmly, stating that their allies are watching from everywhere. He adds that he knows their mission is to block the supply lines meant for the allied forces. These words leave the assassin completely dumbfounded. He nervously wonders if their top-secret information has somehow leaked out. The purple demon then delivers Lady Isabel's message, telling them to abandon their mission and join their cause instead. Hearing her name, the assassin panics. He realizes the fifth Princess Isabel is directly targeting them. This means she is collaborating with the allies, something he never expected them to actually pull off. The scale of this conspiracy terrifies the other assassins, who quickly turn to their leader for answers. They anxiously ask the fire demon leader what to do next, knowing that betraying the demon king means death. They argue there is no way the fifth princess could raise an army. Hearing this, the leader ponders silently. Just then, the purple-skinned demon raised his hand casually, saying that he was very sorry to hear that. Right after those chilling words from right behind him, a massive horde of giant grotesque demons emerged with an imposing and terrifying presence. The purple-skinned monster coldly declared that he was forced to eliminate everyone standing here. But the nightmare did not stop there. From the surrounding bushes, more high-ranking demons slowly began to emerge. The lead assassin gasped, paralyzed with fear, as these elite monsters started marching directly toward the trembling group of hitmen. Completely terrified, the assassins desperately backed away. The mace-wielding killer gasped, realizing they were facing elite demons. His comrade panicked, shouting that they were completely surrounded. Sensing the extreme danger, the leader of the assassins quickly conjured a glowing magic circle, screaming for everyone to fight back and retreat so they could carry this vital information back. But seeing their desperate attempt to escape the high-ranking demons, instantly lunged at them, roaring that they would never allow them to leave. They shouted that they would never let these criminals escape, having despised them from the very start. At this point, the elite, monsters, and the assassins clashed in a brutal high-stakes battle. Meanwhile, Kai stood calmly leaning against a tree nearby, observing the entire fight. He quietly thought to himself that to easily overwhelm these assassins who had troubled Mio's group, the revolutionary forces, must have undergone some incredibly intense training. So this was the true power of the revolutionary army. One assassin was struggling desperately, barely surviving, as two elite demons double-teamed him. But then right behind Fanko, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A cold voice whispered, asking if he was the mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War. The assassin spun around in absolute terror. Seeing Lady Isabel standing right there, he gasped her name in pure shock. He trembled and asked if she was really planning a coup. Isabel looked down at Fanko with an icy, merciless gaze and said that he was the only one worth recruiting, while the rest were just garbage, asking if he still wanted to fight for actual peace. Upon hearing those words, Fanko immediately dropped his weapons to the ground, stepping forward to kneel submissively at Isabel's feet, replying with deep respect. Seeing Fanko turn coat so easily, the assassin commander lost his mind. Swinging his weapon, he roared to demand what he was doing. Fanko flinched, raising his hands in awkward defense. Seeing the tide turn, the remaining assassins panicked, stammering that at this rate they would all be wiped out. That's when Kai looked on, resolutely noting that Isabel had wrapped things up, and it was time to end this once and for all. Hearing Kai's command, Sina and Mei stepped forward, ready to strike as they nodded in agreement. Thanks to the calculated, stealthy operations of Jane Kanzaki-ho and the Revolutionary Army, the elite shadow unit of the Demon Kings, army that once tormented the Beastmen Alliance was completely wiped out. Consequently, vital supplies from Nugar City to the frontline base finally began arriving safely. With full bellies, the soldiers' morale surged back to life. But then a sharp, watchful gaze from Heinrich warned of lingering danger. "Something is still off," he muttered. Those troublesome masked demons suddenly stopped showing up. Mio frowned, deeply worried. "Could they have retreated just because we managed to defeat 4 of them?" Sina also agreed, nodding. "That's possible." Meanwhile, Kai silently figured that Kai Aragiho had already acted, thinking to himself how bad Mio was at lying. Eagerly, Mio urged the group, pointing out that they should strike now since their soldiers' morale had completely returned. However, Heinrich immediately shot down her idea, arguing that Heinrich was still recovering and there was no need to rush. Sina stammered, completely losing the argument. But suddenly, Arya opened the door, stepping inside. Asking for forgiveness, Arya approached as Kai was surprised by his sudden arrival, turning to look at Mio. Arya's deep voice broke the silence, asking to make a proposal. Heinrich instantly agreed, giving him permission to speak. Arya then confidently delivered his speculation, stating that the commander of the Forest City forces is likely the Water Heavenly King, one of the Demon King's highest-ranking generals. Hearing this, Kai nodded in agreement. "That appears to be correct. The captured demons we interrogated confirmed it. So a Heavenly King is indeed guarding this territory." Arya then continued, pointing out that while they weren't very active in the last clash, it seemed they excelled far more in covert operations rather than face-to-face combat. He analyzed that the masked demons disrupting our supply lines was likely Arya's master strategy. "We cannot afford to give Arya any time to devise a counter-strategy. Furthermore, rumors say that Lord Lenham of Fogus is on his way back." Heinrich gasped in disbelief. Lenham, meaning the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, directly related to the Demon King himself. Arya's eyes burned with resolve. "Exactly. That is why we must launch an attack immediately. If Lenham joins the fray, taking over this territory will become nearly impossible." Following his grim warning, the 3 of them exchanged heavy, helpless glances. Sina remained silent for a moment before finally whispering, "This entire region was originally Lenham's domain. It makes sense he would rush back during such an urgent crisis." Mio let out a tired sigh, whispering softly, "Still, Arya-kun is incredibly reliable." Hearing this, Arya slyly glanced at her, making Mio blush and look away. The instant he started lying, Sid's gaze turned absolutely terrifying. Mentioning the Demon Lord did that. Every single one of his relatives of the Demon Lord possesses boundless power. "I once clashed with the first prince," he admitted, "and even I felt outmatched." Mio was anxious. Could even Elasan not win? Then Al spoke up with intense resolution, saying that sooner or later, we will have to fight them eventually, he declared, but I want to beat them one by one. Heydrich fell into deep thought. I want to ask where you got that intel, he mused, but it is from Sid, right? Then he spoke with firm determination. I understand, he replied. We will rally the soldiers immediately. Meanwhile, Asama slumped to the ground in agonizing pain. She just could not believe that all 10 elite members of the Demon Lord Shadow Unit had been completely wiped out. Yes, the demon replied respectfully with a heavy, sorrowful voice. When I could not get in contact with anyone, I visited the base out of suspicion only to find nothing but corpses. Asama gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Who could possibly have the nerve to wipe out such an elite squad? Suddenly, another demon stepped forward, letting out a terrifying deep growl. Lord Asama, what is wrong? Another demon calmly reported that the enemy was advancing again. Asama frowned in deep, heavy anxiety. If reinforcements arrive, that is bound to happen. But Leonhardt won't be here for at least 3 days. She covered her face, weeping hysterically. If I admit we lost the shadow unit, I will definitely get chewed out. It is over, the demons whispered to each other nervously, wondering what to do. Comfort her, obviously. Slowly, her face twisted into a terrifying demonic expression as she growled that she could never forgive them. How dare those humans and beastmen interfere with my love for Leonhardt? Asama shrieked in absolute blind madness. I will slaughter every last one of you. The panicked demons begged her to calm down, but Asamor screamed, tearing the quiet night apart. Suddenly, a massive ocean current surged out of nowhere, sweeping right toward the hideous demons. What? The rushing water just kept rising and surging upward, completely flooding the empty room they were just standing in. Asama froze utterly, stunned, as she screamed in shock. Where on earth are we? She shrieked. Everything was completely flooded, leaving her utterly confused. Meanwhile, facing the fully prepared joint army of humans and beastmen, the Demon Lord's forces shifted into a defensive stance, hunkering down inside Louis City. This passive strategy was a far cry from their previous open-field clash. Sensing that this was merely a stalling tactic, the allied human and beastman forces launched a massive all-out offensive. Alan charged forward like a complete madman, charging with lightning-fast, powerful punches in a brutal onslaught. Come and catch me if you can, you bastards, he roared. Beside him, Neon and Jane Kanzaki were pushing their limits to press the attack, while Kai ruthlessly cut down enemies with precise strikes. With one masterfully executed slash, Kai frowned, mentally preparing himself. Right now, there was no sign of any high-ranking demons around. If that was the case, they just had to push forward and defeat Asama. But suddenly, Kai froze in his tracks, completely paralyzed. A massive, raging ocean wave was hurtling toward them at incredible speed. Kai shrieked in absolute horror, calling out a tsunami. But how? They were far inland, yet the violent torrent was washing absolutely everything away, including Asama's own demon subordinates. Why is this happening? Aren't we allies? Why are we getting swept away too? They screamed in terror as the rushing water completely swallowed Kai's group. A large-scale spell of this magnitude washed away friend and foe alike, leaving them floating helplessly in the raging, violent currents. This was the true power of the Water Heavenly King Alea. As the chaotic torrent surged toward the villagers, Kai could only watch from the sidelines, wondering what they would do next. Then turning to him, Sid quietly asked if he needed to step in. But Kai's eyes burned with resolve. This time they had to stand on their own. The water magic of the Heavenly King had unleashed a tsunami that swept away both allies and enemies outside the castle walls. Even the surviving warriors inside found their formations completely broken by the chaotic whirlpools. As they transitioned into close-quarters combat, Kai watched closely, analyzing the situation. That spell was terrifyingly massive. Yurbel stared thoughtfully, noting that Asama's wide-area suppression ability was truly formidable. Even though she genuinely hated fighting, she had easily brought everyone to their knees. Sion, however, was left completely puzzled. But wait, why would she target her own allies from the very start? Belle confidently analyzed her moves, guessing there is a strong chance she is just throwing a tantrum and causing mindless chaos. Or maybe she thinks a close combat brawl would actually give to her the upper hand, because human coordination is incredibly tough. Meanwhile, Kai calmly planned his countermeasure. A massive gap in power cannot be easily bridged by simple tricks like that. Honestly, not even a high-ranking demon could ever hope to stop the hero candidates this way. She gazed sadly into the distance, as Belle added that her elite minions, including the Elder and those other 3 had already been wiped out by them. On top of that, they had also destroyed the entire Shadow unit from the Demon King's army that Lenhart had entrusted to her. At this point, the enemy has 0 fighting strength left to resist. Kai's eyes flared with burning rage. Then, it's only a matter of time. Still, that Heavenly King is going to be trouble. Exactly. But his classmates are slowly honing their skills. Now you and I are about to see Yvel ask a deep question about his pawns. He has some doubts, which she easily notices with a glance, but that is fine. He first mentions Ahis from the north. The loudmouthed guy throwing a massive rage fit there is Ahes. His offensive power is highly impressive among the hero candidates. Not only is he incredibly brave, but he is a powerhouse. Next is Jane Kanzaki, a girl with fierce eyes who controls the ominous evil eye flames known as Na. She has a combat-driven personality, meaning her raw strength heavily fluctuates based on her mood. Mei rests her chin on her hand, looking bored. She is a thorny one. Next, Kai introduces Mia, the girl leading the hero candidates from the rear lines. Along with her is Shimoto, a telekinesis user who can apply her mind power in countless creative ways. However, her stubborn, rigid thinking means she only ever utilizes it in one highly specific linear manner. Then there is green-haired Naogi. Nalliga, on the other hand, utilizes wind magic to engage in high-speed airborne combat. He is a versatile pawn with an incredibly wide field of vision, making him great for support, though he severely lacks offensive firepower. Providing crucial reinforcement magic from the rear is Ningya. He is extremely sharp, always calm, and quite easy to exploit for plans. And then there is Soy, a dedicated healer who tirelessly mends the wounds of everyone hurt at the back of the battlefield. Honosi is fighting bravely using her pure inner energy. Meanwhile, the towering, muscular guy guarding the rear lines is Oi. He has the Divine Guardian skill, allowing him to turn his body parts into solid steel, making his defense absolutely top tier. Next is Zin, a girl with a clear love for pink. Over in the west, Klain is single-handedly dominating hordes of lower-class demons, looking quite bored. Her unique domination skill is completely unbeatable against low-tier enemies, but unfortunately, it is totally useless against high-level opponents. When Kai brings up Mio, his expression turns a bit cautious. Mio is the master swordsman, currently dominating the center battlefield. As everyone can see, Mio is undoubtedly the main, irreplaceable combat force among all the summoned hero candidates. Yvel readily acknowledges his sheer strength, noting that he could easily match a Heavenly King. Suddenly, Kai's eyes shift to a piercing red. Mio possesses an incredible innate talent for swordsmanship and never slacks on training. Mei finds this interesting, always rating Mio highly. Despite some issues, Kai is already formulating a tactical plan. Those are the key pieces. Yvel then asks him how many there are. Kai replies, there are 26. Out of 40 hero candidates, 14 were unfit for brutal combat and decided to withdraw. Yvel interrupts to point out that even God-given broken powers are entirely useless without the correct mindset for actual warfare. Kai agrees completely. Yvel lowers her head slightly, her voice turning deeply serious as she continues to analyze the situation. 26 people with high-tier demon levels, some even boasting much stronger abilities. Not bad. With their combined cooperation, victory is guaranteed. Looking off into the distance, she predicts that Ara is about to make another move very soon on the battlefield. Kai calmly folds his arms. Exactly at this rate, their forces will get whittled down to nothing. They must deploy immediately. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue energy erupts across the field, drawing the attention of all the fighting warriors. A voluptuous woman appears, grinding her teeth in pure rage. Someone asks out loud, who on earth is that demon? Recognizing her as the Water General, Mio immediately locks eyes on her and charges forward with a blazing, fiery sword aura. Water Heavenly King Ara smirks, pointing a challenging finger. So, the star swordsman of the heroes. You must be their core. She casts her spell, summoning massive water snakes that rush directly at Mio. He raises his blade, prepared to counter. Mio activates his sword shield mode. The deadly water serpents slam hard into his barrier as he struggles to hold his ground. She follows up immediately with a devastating water slash. This heavy blow completely shatters Mio's defense, blowing him away. Mio desperately clings to his shield, but the ground underneath him is crumbling rapidly, leaving him with absolutely no footing. Quickly, he shifts his sword into rope mode. The sturdy rope wraps tightly around a nearby stone pillar for safety. Securing himself, Mio retracts the rope. Ara sneers, declaring this battlefield her garden, and commands him to stand perfectly still. Thick layers of ice freeze Mio's feet. He gasps in panic as the water general screams, preparing her final lethal strike. She unleashes a massive water blast, sending a terrifying torrent straight at him. Mio grits his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. The violent water pressure deeply gashes Mio's thigh. He collapses in agony from the severe wound. Ara bursts into ecstatic laughter. Amused, she mocks his endurance. He is quite tough to survive that, but he cannot move freely now, can he? Watching this, Mei is consumed with worry. Ara grins wickedly, boasting that crushing them all will guarantee her absolute victory. She summons another wave of water snakes. Yvel immediately warns Kai that their main powerhouse is about to lose. Kai remains completely unbothered, urging her not to worry. He places absolute faith in Mio, knowing he has a plan. Suddenly, Mio raises his head, glaring fiercely at the incoming serpents. He is ready to strike them down once and for all. Then, he unleashes a brand new move. Activates his skill, taking the AA clan by surprise. Mio raises his sword high, drawing in the sacred light. To vanquish the demons, he shouts aloud, "Gather in my sword and manifest your ultimate radiance." Mio grips his hilt tightly. He slashes forward with razor-sharp precision. The Water Heavenly King Allah, whose real name is Natosalia, was born as the eldest daughter of the Aa clan, a prestigious lineage famous for water attribute magic among the 4 heavenly kings. These top-tier commanders in the Demon King's army hold positions passed down from generation to generation. Natosalia has only recently inherited her role as the Water Heavenly King. Now the water-based A clan, the fire-based Fe clan, the earth-based Sona clan, and the wind-based U clan are all highly prestigious lineages. Currently both the Sona and U clans are in utter chaos after losing their heads, struggling to select their next leaders. The main problem is that they lack any strong individual who is truly worthy of holding a position among the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how prestigious a clan is, that doesn't guarantee they have plenty of fighters capable of matching the heavenly king tier. Sometimes, they are forced to pick someone at random, regardless of their lack of skill. Natosalia is a prime example of this sad reality. She was reluctantly selected to replace the previous leader, who suddenly passed away from a severe illness. In other words, she assumed the legendary title of Heavenly King without possessing any of the actual strength required. As the head of the AA clan, she absolutely despised being looked down on. She focused heavily on gathering enemy intelligence and handling covert operations to find alternative weapons. Her tasks included defending paths within the Demon Forest, spying on the Beastman Alliance, and executing direct control strategies. She was also tasked with transporting the princess of the Cat Beastman tribe and collecting critical intel on the Holy Kingdom. Her next goal was recruiting followers for the Demon King. Even her engagement to the third Prince Len served to secure her position. Blushing deeply with a hint of sorrow, Allah quietly asks him why he's always so incredibly kind to an incompetent woman like her. Len gently cradles her cheek in his hand. "Isn't it completely obvious?" he whispers with a warm, comforting smile. "It is because I love you." Tears pool in her eyes as she gently caresses Len's hand, her voice growing weaker by the second. "I am so sorry." Ayla collapses pathetically onto the hard ground, leaving the gathered demons in complete shock over her sudden defeat. Even her own allies find it impossible to believe. Meanwhile, Mio is absolutely thrilled. Mio actually won. Ahei shoulders his sword. Ahei is completely annoyed. He complains that he could have easily finished off that weak woman himself. But Kai remains completely calm. He chose not to interfere. Gnashing his teeth in absolute fury, Ahei snaps, "I simply had no other choice. Chino was the one who ordered me to do it." Returning to the forest, Kai lays out the next step for them. "We are done talking. I will accompany the Liberation Army, and we can keep in touch via the magic channel." Night falls. As the party of 6 huddles around the campfire, Mio and Jane Kanzaki suddenly sense a strange rustling in the bushes nearby. The rest of the group quickly locks their eyes on the trees. Aha steps out with a dark scowl, ready to advance. But someone calls out his name. Ahei turns back wearing a massive frown. "What is it now?" Kai brings up the next plan. "For the upcoming fight with the Heavenly Kings, I want Mio to handle it." Ahei scoffs, raising his voice in frustration. "Are you seriously telling me not to fight?" Both Kai and Ahei instinctively look over at the others. Kai explains his choice. Mio needs to grow, and for that, he needs confidence. Ahei grunts in confusion. Confidence. Kai patiently breaks it down. Mio always wavers because he doubts his own choices. You understand what I'm getting at, right? Ahe is clearly annoyed. Fine, it is incredibly annoying, but I get it. Kai stands in quiet contemplation, analyzing the root of the problem. The issue is that his allies have bailed him out too many times. Defeating a Heavenly King solo is exactly what he needs. Ahe narrows his eyes with deep suspicion. But what if the kid fails? Won't that completely shatter whatever pride he has left? Kai teases him with a sly grin. Are you actually worried about Mio? Ahe immediately snaps back, thoroughly embarrassed. I am just pointing out the obvious flaws in your regime. Kai delivers a cold response. If he loses, he dies. If he dies here, then that is simply the limit of his worth. Ahe is left speechless, scowling with deep resentment. Even so, I have absolutely no reason to obey you. Kai turns to leave, but leaves him with a chilling reminder. You now realize that you hold the lives of your comrades in your hands. And you know that Mio's growth is key. It is the only way to truly defeat the Demon King, right? Ahe slams his fist in frustration, feeling entirely outplayed. Once again, Kai gets exactly what he wants. Back on the battlefield after landing the final blow, Mio stands in silence. I actually won. He stares down at his trembling palm. It was close, but he took down a Heavenly King alone. I am truly getting stronger. Mio clenches his fist, looking up at the sky. It was all thanks to Kai Aragio-kun's advice. Kai calls out. Mio, can we talk for a minute? Mio quickly jogs over to him, eager to hear what Kai has to say. I saw you talking too, Kai said, pointing at Mio to offer some crucial advice. I have a tip for you. As Mio listened anxiously. Stop hesitating, trust your gut, and stand firm. Hearing this, Mio bowed, his head in sadness. I know I'm always so indecisive, but how do I build that confidence? Kai looked back with a stern expression. For someone like you, only real results breed confidence. So go out there and single-handedly crush the Heavenly Kings. Mio recalled clashing with A, remembering his thigh wound and how he'd played weak to make them careless. He replayed the entire fight in his head. Normally, he'd never take such a massive risk, but he did it anyway. He'd chosen to trust his partner's advice and believe in his own judgment. Now, confidence surged back. And it worked. The gamble paid off, proving his instinct was correct. Mio stood tall, radiating an intense fiery energy. He roared out for all to hear. The Heavenly King has fallen. Demon army surrender. Now, if you drop your weapons and don't resist, we will spare your lives. The demons hesitated, weighing their options before finally making their choice. They threw down their weapons. As the allied soldiers cheered in pure joy, Kai and his companions watched the scene. From above, Kai narrowed his eyes. Mio usually doubts his own instincts, he remarked. Mylene looked up, quite curious. What do you mean? She asked. He relies on textbook tactics instead of his raw intuition, Kai explained, with sharp insight. Textbook strategies are safe and predictable. They minimize risk, sure, but they make your next move incredibly easy to anticipate. That leaves him trailing behind in high-level tactical mind games. So I realized I needed to free him. I had to break those mental shackles to make him stronger. Kai then brought up a key battle from the past. The clash with Saintess Lure was pure intuition. I only guessed based on the strength he showed back then. But I was right. Even so, Yerbel was worried. I think he is gambling too much. If she had dodged that strike, it would have been hopeless, Kai. Yet, Kai remained completely secure and confident in his chosen path. Facing such danger builds character for the future, Kai noted before smiling. Besides, he did an amazing job today. Meanwhile, A's remaining forces retreated to their hideout. Lenhart was completely stunned by the news of A's death. His loyal soldiers confirmed it. Yes, master, we are deeply sorry. But instead of grieving, Lenhart coldly spat out an insult. So she was useless after all, even though I gave her the Demon Lord's elite shadow unit. The demons stood bewildered. Lenhart simply laughed it off. Why waste tears on the dead? He sneered with dark eyes. More importantly, Yerbel is acting strange. It's time we move. Meanwhile, the Beastmen coalition celebrated their big victory. They had defeated the Heavenly King and captured Fuchs City, securing a critical supply line across their newly won territory. The route from Nani City through the Demon Forest to Fuchs was now secure, locking down a vital strategic corner. The Demon Kingdom finally began to realize the rising crisis. Meanwhile, in Fuchs City, the coalition was recovering. Wounded soldiers were being treated. As C was healing them, she heard a voice calling Mio and quickly turned. Mio walked over with a bright, friendly smile. You're doing great. How's the situation here? C quickly replied. The lightly wounded are already discharged and celebrating. The severe cases are resting, but they're healing well. She wanted to say more, but Mylene suddenly stepped forward. I'm doing much better now, she said. Mio was surprised. Thank goodness, Mylene, he said. Mylene patted C's head, saying, I'm sorry to worry you. It was only possible because C kept casting heal. C blushed and waved her hands. No, I just did my part. Mylene's expression turned serious. Tomorrow, I'm back on duty. I need to plan our next steps with Hick and Somi. Mio, you should also join our war council tomorrow. Mio gave a firm, determined nod. Absolutely, count me in. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head. It was Jane Kanzaki calling out to him. Mio-kun, do you hear me? Kai Aragi-kun is calling us to gather at the dormitory right away. Mio complied. Understood. I will go now. Mio was still getting used to this telepathy, a shared guardian skill that let them hear voices in their heads. It always gave him a sudden start. Noticing his odd reaction, Mylene turned to him. Is something wrong, Mio? Mio quickly rubbed his head, laughing awkwardly. It's nothing, I just lost focus for a second. Mylene patted his shoulder. You've been fighting non-stop after all. Go rest today. Mio smiled and told her where he was staying. I'll head back to the dormitory. Inside, everyone had already gathered. Kai quietly enjoyed his tea. Jane Kanzaki sitting beside him. Just as Kai Aragi said, I've brought the entire fighting squad together, Jane Kanzaki whispered. Kai nodded in quiet approval. Excellent, Kai murmured, setting down his cup. Then he looked up. So Mio, about our alliance with the Beastmen. Was the news about the Revolutionary Army shared with everyone? Mio confirmed exactly that, having already briefed the group. Kai raised his voice, wanting to keep things quick. To ensure cooperation, he raised his gun, threatening the crowd. He warned that anyone leaking info would be executed, classmates or not. No sympathy. The surrounding crowd froze. Nobody dared to argue. Saki trembled in fear, wondering how on earth Kai had managed to get a gun. Do guns even exist in this world? Saki stared at Ashlyn, wondering why he kept quiet while Kea speculated. Why was he standing there with such a freezing, expressionless face? Wasn't Kai supposed to be a wanted criminal? While others focused on the threat, one guy could only stare at the two cute girls behind Kai. Now he spoke. She tried to break the heavy tension, laughing it off, while asking why Kai had gathered everyone there. Kai, his eyes burning with deep hatred, finally revealed their next target. Backed by the Revolutionary Army's strategy, he wanted to strike Third Prince Leonhardt. Jean analyzed the situation, realizing he was on the move. Leonhardt was traveling with reinforcements, but since Forrest had fallen, he was temporarily staying in the nearby town of Venn. Kai began deploying the operation, hoping to strike while the prince discussed future strategies with a small elite force. The goal was a clean, decisive ambush. Mio calculated carefully, pointing out a strategic war council was scheduled tomorrow. They had to steer the army's direction, but Kai flatly rejected the idea of involving their regular allies. Kai shook his head, insisting they didn't need any help for this operation. Instead, they would extend their vacation. Yoki volunteered to handle the deception, jokingly noting that Mio was a terrible liar anyway. It wouldn't end well. Nao nodded in agreement. But then another member stepped forward to ask exactly why Leonhardt was their primary target. Kai quickly explained that the Heavenly King of Urza, who controlled the Demon Lord's shadow unit, was the prince's ally. By capturing most of Forest, they would severely cripple the prince's power and dismantle his demon shadow unit. Striking now meant crushing the enemy before they could rebuild their forces. That was the Revolutionary Army's reason. Jean listened intently, her face clouded with deep thought. Leonhardt's vast intelligence network made him a highly tricky opponent. They had to crush him first. Was this joint operation just a convenient alignment of mutual interests between factions? Ashlyn smiled smugly, questioning if the Revolutionary Army was simply using them as convenient pawns for their own gain. Kai warned of the formidable consequences, explaining how they would feed false intel from the inside to trap Leonhardt. Once the prince bit the bait, they would strike. But Ashlyn scoffed, calling Kai overly cautious and paranoid. He mocked Kai, asking if he was scared, and suggesting a direct assault. But Kai continued his cold analysis. Those carrying the Demon Lord's blood were on a completely different level than the Heavenly Kings. Direct assault was suicide. Victory was possible with their hero candidates, but only with absolute caution. Kai then began selecting the vanguard. He promised to share the full details later, then named the elite squad members chosen to take down Leonhardt. The first pick was the most reliable shield of all, Mio. She accepted instantly, eager to hear who was next. Naoi was caught off guard when Kai called her name next, followed by Nao, who calmly accepted the assignment. Mon gasped in utter shock at being chosen, while Mia merely nodded in silent agreement, ready for the upcoming clash. Kai ordered Hualin to stay behind to keep the rest of the resistance in the dark. She reluctantly complied. With no other choice, she agreed. Meanwhile, Jean stared in silence, wondering why her name hadn't been called. This was their absolute maximum firepower. Ashlan's expression grew incredibly grim as he realized the remaining students stood no chance. Normal soldiers simply couldn't keep up with this level of combat. But as Kai prepared to leave, a voice stopped him. It was Jean, looking deeply frustrated. She demanded to know why she was being left behind. Kai was brutally honest. He didn't sugarcoat it, calling her a liability in her current state, stating he couldn't trust her combat power. Jean froze, completely shattered by the brutal truth. Mio immediately stepped in, warning Kai that he was crossing the line. Rina stood beside them, defending Jean by pointing out her impressive active role in their previous battle. Both girls glared. Under the heavy glare of both girls, Kai sighed and sought to clarify his blunt statement about Jean's light element command. Her light command was unmatched against weak, low-tier mobs, making her perfect for crowd control. But elite enemies were different. Higher-tier monsters possessed massive magic pools that could easily bypass her restraint abilities, rendering her useless against Leonhardt. Realizing the painful truth of her limitations, Jean bit her lip tearfully, asking if her power was only for hunting weaklings. She looked devastated, wondering if she was just a small fry hunter. Kai stared back coldly, asking if she understood her limits. Right, in Dragon Quest terms, she is basically a level 20 hybrid. Jane Kenzaki is totally confused and tries to explain. But I have never played Dragon Quest before. I just really want to help you, Chizuru. Hearing this, he starts to guide her, explaining that simply acting as a bridge between him and the rest of the class is more than enough. But Jane Kenzaki raises his voice in protest, arguing that it is not enough. He needs his power and wants that same trust they had before. Seeing this, Tomoe and Shiki chime in with a suggestion, saying that if she is not a burden, letting her tag along is actually a great idea. They even suggest training her just like they were trained. Makoto listens to them bicker and can only scratch his head in response. He advises that if she truly wants to be useful, she needs to communicate more with the rest of the class, leaving her completely puzzled. This advice makes her frown, wondering what he means by that. Makoto slowly explains that with the telepathic link from her guardian, she can act as their tactical commander. If she can master that role, he promises he will not hesitate to bring her along. This bold claim leaves her completely stunned. She wonders if she can really handle tactical commands and lead the entire class. Makoto continues to explain that while it is not necessary for daily life, it is absolutely vital during high-stakes battles. Only her telepathy can coordinate everyone instantly. After all, Misura is far too indecisive, Sif is way too rigid, and Elia only relies on raw physical strength. If she can keep a cool head and guide them, he can finally rest easy. Hearing this, her excitement builds and her confidence returns. She promises she will definitely live up to his high expectations. Jane Kenzaki has absolutely no idea that his words have left Makoto questioning why he is so eager to become a mere pawn. Still, it works out in his favor, so he is not complaining. Later that night in Rotsgard, a demon speaks up with deep respect. He asks for permission to speak, but Lene does not even bother to turn around coldly, asking what he wants. The demon musters up his courage to ask why they are still lingering here, after 3 days, arguing they should retreat immediately. This particular city is simply not suited for a major clash, and even with backup, they will face a brutal uphill battle. They are heavily outnumbered by an enemy force of 60,000 soldiers. Lean simply responds with a cold and blunt statement. I already know that. The demon takes this opportunity to push further, stating that, while he understands not wanting humans to win, they are no longer in a position to be picky. They absolutely must cooperate with the other high-ranking princes. As Lene keeps her hand resting on a mysterious glowing orb, she reveals that the Demon Lord's shadow unit was completely wiped out. They carried a highly unique magical crest, allowing her to pinpoint the exact cause of death from their lingering energy. The demon is left utterly confused and asks what she means. Lene gets straight to the point, explaining her ultimate plan. She is actively gathering intel, but she cannot cast this specific spell if she wanders too far from their corpses. With a sinister grin, she drops a massive bombshell, revealing that Yvel has actually turned his back and betrayed them. She chuckles darkly, muttering that having this confirmation is more than enough. On the crystal ball, a secret meeting is shown. Yvel is caught secretly plotting, deciding to let the enemy seize fists. Meanwhile, a mysterious green vial is placed right before them. Makoto looks at it with deep suspicion. Across from him, Yvel explains that this potent green liquid is the antidote to defeat Lene. He promises it will be highly useful, warning that Lene is a dangerous master of incredibly rare poison attribute magic. Even a single tiny scratch from her will send lethal toxins rushing through his veins, killing him instantly. Makoto's eyes glow red as he activates his appraisal skill, silently questioning if they can survive even with this antidote on hand. The system panel quickly pops up, analyzing the potion. It is confirmed to neutralize the lethal effects of high-tier venom. He now understands. Yvel goes on to explain that once they consume the liquid, the active protection will only last for exactly 10 minutes. They must eliminate Lene within this tight window, but caution is absolutely critical here. Since their supply of this antidote is extremely limited, it is reserved solely for emergencies if their allies get poisoned. She lays out the details of their next move, revealing they have inside moles deeply embedded within Lene's personal unit. They will feed her false information through these moles, lure her into a corner, and trigger a powerful spatial magic trap. They will wait at the designated checkpoint to ambush her together. He asks if there are any objections to this plan. Makoto calmly nods in agreement, stating that he is already handpicking his strongest fighters to gather at the rendezvous spot. Secretly, he cannot help but wonder just how powerful a close relative of the Demon Lord and a master of toxins truly are. Meanwhile, Misura is in the middle of an intense training session, carefully calculated to dodge every incoming strike. Their practice match is incredibly fierce. With a sharp and focused glare, S lunges forward, aiming directly at the opponent. Seeing the blade coming straight for him, Misura immediately triggers his high-speed teleportation. But S is too quick to adapt. He quickly analyzed the move, shouting that he'd seen it way too many times before. Suddenly, Mio was forced backwards, her feet sliding. Sho's ankle was suddenly bound tightly, dragging his entire body forward in complete shock. What on earth was Sho really being controlled like a puppet? Damn it, Sho struggled to land, but that glowing green rope was still wrapped firmly around his ankle. Sho smirked, calling it an annoying trick. But he noticed that when bent like a whip, its power seemed to drop. Mio immediately turned dead serious, releasing her full power. A devastating blast of light erupted toward Sho, making his eyes widen. He barely managed to block the attack in the nick of time. High above, Heinrich quietly watched the intense duel unfold. The boy's fighting style showed zero hesitation now. Defeating a heavenly king had clearly boosted his confidence to a whole new level. But suddenly, a voice behind him called out. Heinrich turned around, saw Jane Kanzaki standing there, and calmly asked what she wanted. She earnestly begged him to teach her tactical command magic. This sudden request completely caught him off guard. Heinrich was left completely puzzled. He stared at her, asking why she suddenly wanted to learn battlefield command strategies of all things. Jane Kanzaki firmly declared she wanted to grow stronger so she could properly optimize her guardian deity's powers. Hearing this, Heinrich fell into deep thought. Kanat's guardian deity. He was actually considering sharing magic rather than domination. It was a telepathic connection that allowed unspoken communication, though it was strictly limited to hero candidates. He looked at her, calculating how her leading the squad would massively improve their overall team coordination. If they could tactically operate the hero squad, the army's absolute trump card, the results would be spectacular. Heinrich curiously asked who gave her that advice. Blushing, she turned away and revealed it was actually Mio. He raised an eyebrow, knowing that couldn't be right. Mio would have asked to train together. This had to be Kai's idea. Actually, it was probably Sho's doing. The hero squad's recent bizarre movements definitely had Kai Aragio's fingerprints all over them. Jane Kanzaki felt a pang of guilt. Heinrich already knew about Jane Kanzaki's situation, so mentioning his name should be fine. But she was strictly ordered to keep their alliance with the Revolutionary Army a complete secret. Heinrich smiled warmly. He agreed immediately, saying they all wanted her to grow. Overjoyed, Jane Kanzaki bowed and thanked him profusely. Heinrich watched her, secretly planning to play the sincere ally to fully win her trust, along with the rest of her faction. If he could control Sho, who led the entire class, he'd gain massive leverage. But staring down at the match, he felt uneasy. Kai Aragio was pulling the hero squad strings from the shadows. But why was Sho still hiding after the Beastman Alliance mission? Did he simply not trust Maya Meyer? After all, she wasn't the type of person to easily forgive past grudges. She would never forgive Chiser, the assassin who murdered the Saintess. Heinrich knew his suspicions were absolutely correct. To win, he had to take total command of the Alliance army. Jane Kanzaki noticed his suddenly grave expression. Panicking, she asked if everything was all right. Heinrich quickly waved it off, offering to start their command training right away. Jane Kanzaki couldn't contain her excitement, as she happily agreed. Soon night fell over the inn, wrapping everything in darkness. Inside their warm room, the fireplace crackled softly. Kai's eyes flashed with a faint red glow as he spoke. He had analyzed every local poison, but the toxic substances in this fantasy world were completely different from his own. Holding a mysterious vial, his voice turned heavy. Even with his natural immunity, normal rules didn't apply here. His immunity to 10 different poisons was useless here. Xian anxiously explained that his healing divine protection needed time to work. If they encountered an extremely lethal poison, everyone would succumb before his healing magic could even take effect. Hanzhou Xian's student number 34 had the healing blessing. He warned that their only option was relying on antidotes. They had to stock up on cure potions. Panicking, she apologized for being completely useless in this situation. Kai gently reassured her, reminding her that as the class's dedicated healer, her role was absolutely vital. Mio suddenly chimed in, noting that she still hadn't returned. Kai glanced toward the door, feeling a chill. He muttered that she was indeed running incredibly late, while a dark, ominous feeling began gripping his chest. Deep in the dark forest, Leohart smirked with his hands on his hips, mockingly asking why she looked so shocked. Yubel spun around toward the voice, her face completely pale, with absolute terror, as she stammered out Leohart's name. She demanded to know why he was there, realizing there was no way this encounter in the wilderness was an accident. Did Leohart already discover the Revolutionary Army secrets? The Demon Lord smirked, mentioning a very bizarre event. He revealed that one of his most trusted subordinates had suddenly started lying to his face. Yubel panicked. Had she walked straight into a trap? As deadly poison seeped from his hand, Leohart coldly continued his interrogation. He drank the poison, a toxin that causes agonizing pain without being lethal. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a menacing red light. His voice sounded incredibly stern and strange as he uttered her name, Yubel. She realized that fleeing meant leaking revolutionary secrets to the Demon Kingdom. If that happened, the Rebel Alliance would be compromised. Pulling her staff from her spatial inventory, she resolved to end Lenhart right here. With a fierce swing, Yubel triggered a spatial explosion. A flash of light sliced Lenhart in half, but he merely sneered and spoke. He mocked her magic, noting that spatial attacks bypass all physical defenses. That was precisely why he had prepared for this very moment. He spent countless nights devising a countermeasure. As his wounds miraculously healed, Yubel gasped in shock. Her spatial spell had completely vanished. Smirking at her confusion, Lenhart bragged that his unique poison could actually rot the fabric of space itself, rendering her spells completely useless. Any space corrupted by his toxin simply collapsed, losing its physical form. Yubel's face grew pale as panic started to grip her. This was high-level magic. He was manipulating space using the toxin's flow, making it impossible for her to cast her spatial spells. Frowning, Lenhart admitted she was undeniably strong. Her spatial mastery was terrifying, which was why he had feared her since they were children. Stepping closer, his voice echoed as he told her that he hoped his years of preparing a counter-strategy would not be in vain. Despite her spatial magic being sealed, Yubel refused to back down fiercely, shouting that she could still fight him without it. She unleashed a torrential storm of elemental magic toward him. But black poison began oozing from his eyes as he scoffed at her effort. He mocked her, saying his dark premonitions, unfortunately, always came true. With a simple wave, his toxin dissolved her oncoming magical assault. Lenhart thrust his hand forward, unleashing a massive storm of corrosive poison gas directly from his body to overwhelm her. The toxic cloud surged toward Yubel. Reacting instantly, she covered her nose and yelled a warning to her ally to hold his breath. Realizing that breathing in even a speck of this gas meant instant death, she knew they had to retreat immediately. Lenhart raised his hand, gathering the swirling toxic mist into a dense, volatile sphere, intending to end her once and for all. Smirking, he launched a barrage of poison spikes at her. Yubel raised her staff, desperately summoning a defensive stone wall. A thick stone barrier rose from the earth, absorbing the heavy impact of the spikes in a series of loud crashes. However, the acidic toxin quickly eroded the stone, causing it to crumble. Nearby, Roger was coughing violently from holding his breath too long. Grabbed by her, Roger was pushed into a newly opened spatial portal, just as the stone wall completely shattered under the barrage. Looking at the vanishing portal, Lenhart realized she could still escape through a heavily corrupted space. He sighed in mild disappointment. He admitted he had underestimated her. Meanwhile, Yubel knew she had to return later to eliminate him to protect their secrets. Lenhart raised an eyebrow, knowing she wouldn't flee far. To stop him from exposing the rebel army, she would inevitably return to finish him. Unbeknownst to Lenhart, Sinner was perched high up in a tree, silently observing his every move and recording the entire encounter. Back at the Quiet Inn, a glowing spatial portal abruptly materialized in the middle of the room, cutting through the silence. Yabel tumbled out of the portal, gasping heavily for air. Behind her, Roger stood in a panic, deeply concerned for her well-being. He asked if she was all right. She nodded, still shaken by how much mana she had burned to force open that corrupted portal. Roger noted grimly that the enemy seemed to know about the Revolutionary Army. Yabel pulled herself up and tried to stay calm. She replied that their recent actions had been rather reckless, so a leak was inevitable. Fortunately, Lenhart was highly untrusting of others. He was unlikely to share this critical information with any other faction, which gave them a small window of opportunity. She declared resolutely that they had to eliminate Lenhart and his loyal subordinates as quickly as possible before things got worse. Meanwhile, Kai was staring out the window when Sinner suddenly burst through the pane, landing gracefully inside the room. Kai sternly asked for an update. She calmly reported that she had followed Yabel as ordered, but things had gone south. She explained that the third prince had ambushed Yabel, who managed to escape using teleportation before Sinner lost her track. Hearing this, Mei looked on in sheer shock, realizing the enemy now knew about the existence of the rebel forces. Kai calmly stated that hiding cleverly wouldn't keep them safe forever. That was exactly why he had sent Sinner to observe. He then turned to Sinner and asked if she could track Lenhart's unique scent. Pinching her nose, she nodded in disgust. She complained that his foul odor was so repulsive she could easily track it from a mile away. Kai mused it was probably the poison. Wondering if beast folk simply had oversensitive noses, Kai tapped his forehead to send a telepathic message to his squad, asking if they could hear him. Jane Kanzaki sat up in bed, completely startled, while Chinyo blushed in utter confusion, caught off guard by the sudden voice in her head. Before they could process it, Kai issued a direct urgent command, ordering them to assemble the special task force within 30 minutes. Jane Kanzaki gasped in disbelief, but Kai cut her off, emphasizing that this was a critical emergency, and they needed to move fast. Sitting on her bed in a panic, she realized there was no time to hesitate, immediately passing the message along to the rest of the team. "Can you hear me?" Mio, who was on guard duty, caught a panic transmission, instantly waking Naohiko from his deep slumber. Meanwhile, Zen stopped halting his rigorous training session. Chio stood there looking utterly confused, while Ah-hei warily stared into the shadows behind them. 2 hours later, Yabel had gathered all the demons under her command. Roger stepped forward to report that everyone was accounted for. But what about contacting the hero candidates? She calmly replied that it was completely unnecessary, recalling the memory of Zen hiding up in the trees. She whispered softly. Her cat companions had surely reported the situation to Kai already. Besides, they were well aware of this place. Their first instinct would be to regroup here. Turning to Fayoko, her voice turned dead serious. How do you think Lene will act? Now that she had escaped, Fafo, former member of the Demon Lord's Shadow Unit and revolutionary comrade, carefully weighed his words. Fofo replied cautiously. Lene was usually incredibly careful. For him to make such a bold and reckless move meant one thing. He definitely saw Yabel as a massive threat. Fayoko calmly added that in this case, Lene might have already discovered their secret hideout. Suddenly, Lene's chilling voice echoed through the air. Bullseye, you filthy traitor. He stepped out from the dense forest behind them. Yabel gasped in sheer horror, screaming Lene's name. Smirking, he whispered coldly, I was waiting for you, but you took your sweet time. His overwhelming pressure began to rise, his voice heavy. Hoping someone would save you, Yabel quickly ordered her forces to prepare for battle. Instantly, her demon soldiers surrounded her, shouting in unison. They popped open their potion bottles, chugging down the contents without hesitation. Tossed aside, the empty bottles shattered behind them. Lene watched closely, raising his voice to analyze the liquid. Ah, an antidote. He laughed mockingly, thoroughly amused. So you actually think you're ready to fight me? Gripping her staff. Yabel's mind raced with panic. She calculated that the antidote would only buy her 10 minutes against his lethal venom. With the heroes absent, they were entirely on their own. Suddenly, the surrounding demons collapsed to the ground. Her face turned pale. Lene raised his voice, fully enjoying her shock. As expected, it didn't work on you, Yabel, Royal Guard of the Dark Lord. Out of all the Demon King's vampires, you and Alice are exceptionally powerful. Horrified, Yabel stared at her fallen comrades, completely baffled as to how this could have happened. They had all taken the antidote. Lene calmly explained that their counteragent was only designed to block high-tier lethal magic. Even if we were once allies, did you honestly believe I'd distribute a cure-all capable of neutralizing every single poison of mine? He smirked triumphantly. What I just unleashed on you is actually a mid-tier poison spell. A simple, paralyzing venom. So nobody is going to die here. I have absolutely no intention of killing you, Wybell. She questioned him in utter disbelief. No plans to kill us. Then what was that brutal ambush earlier all about? He shrugged casually, raising his voice. I simply wanted to subdue you and offer a deal. Since you're prone to running away, let me make this very clear. Linné extended his hand in a formal proposal. Why not join my revolutionary army? Yabel stood frozen, completely stunned by the offer. He calmly went on to explain. Surprised, my faction is rapidly losing its grip. The Shadow unit has been totally wiped out. With Alea of the 4 Heavenly Kings dead, I need fresh cards in my hand to secure my path to becoming the next Demon King. Yabel demanded answers, her voice sharp. Shouldn't you focus on making peace with the Alliance first? Your territory is literally being invaded. Shrugging, he casually dismissed her concerns. But you get it, don't you? Honestly, dealing with those humans right now is just a massive headache. Those hero candidates and their unique abilities are admittedly quite impressive. Narrowing his snake-like eyes, Linné began to smoothly coax her. Even so, they don't stand a chance against us, the royal bloodline of the Demon King. If we fight seriously, our country won't fall. Yabel warned him sternly. You are heavily underestimating the hero candidates. They are far stronger than you think, and they keep growing. He scoffed at her claim. You speak as if you know them personally. Panic gripped her mind. Without a working antidote, their chances were zero. Even if the heroes arrived right this second, it wouldn't change their grim reality. Yabel stared into the distance as Linné stopped talking. Turning his head to look, they both spotted the hero candidates rapidly approaching, in the distance, ready to back them up. Alongside them were Jane Kanzaki and Mio, with Naomi Jane Kanzaki, C, and A, providing heavy support. Leading the charge at the front was Ahei. The hero candidates were charging in. Alongside them were Jane Kanzaki and Mio, flanked by Naomi, another Jane Kanzaki, and their supporting allies. C and A provided backup, as Ahei led the front line. Linné sighed in amusement. The hero candidates, huh? So, you were plotting to overthrow me. Terrified, Wybell frantically gestured for them to stay back, warning them about the paralyzing poison filling the air. But Sai and A raised their hands immediately, casting buff spells to cleanse debuffs, restore their health, and activate divine defense shields on everyone. A brilliant warm light enveloped the entire team, shielding them completely from the toxic fumes of Linné's deadly magic. Sai looked at AE, both knowing that combining their powers would easily neutralize any poison up to mid-tier rank, neutralizing any poison under high rank, meaning they only needed to rely on antidotes to survive his absolute strongest spells. Jane Kanzaki quickly sent a telepathic message to everyone. It was time. They were finally ready to fight Linné. Waving them forward, he barked, "Proceed with Jane Kanzaki's plan, heroes. We've got him surrounded." Meanwhile, Lenhart glanced back to size up the situation. Inside, Yubel was also calculating her next move. Her subordinates had already been afflicted with a paralyzing poison. Could the Creator God's blessing purify it? She quickly reached a conclusion. If so, then it aligned perfectly with her ideal scenario. Lenhart didn't want his allies poisoned, so he focused his attacks solely on her. The massive gap in their strength made it all too easy. But the real problem was what Yubel observed. Watching the massive demonic energy swirling around his body, Lenhart was way stronger than she had anticipated. As for Lenhart, he was also analyzing the situation, realizing his paralyzing poison had failed. Got some kind of immunity. How incredibly annoying. I can't put you down quickly with poison. He kept trash-talking with that arrogant smirk of his. Did you think just that would be enough to defeat me? Poison spikes materialized as he thrust his hand to attack. Sharp spikes forged of pure demonic Sazai. Energy shot straight from Lenhart's palm. Milo reacted instantly the moment he saw the incoming attack, raising a defensive magic barrier to intercept them. Exorcism. Sword shield mode. The spikes shattered completely upon impact with the barrier. But Milo's face tightened with intense frustration as one spike managed to pierce right through. Lenhart had been waiting for exactly this, a dark smirk forming on his lips, as he unleashed a massive giant spike that completely shattered the barrier. Damn it, the shock on the faces of the other party members was absolutely unmistakable, and a quick, urgent warning rang out. Everyone get behind me now. But the backup shield was instantly pierced. Even with the defense active, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "He's seriously powerful, I get it now." Milo gestured to those behind him. Jane Kanzaki was startled, but quickly realized what she needed to do. Understood. She signaled the other members. Anna would strike from above, while Ash and Now moved immediately. Ash scowled and retorted gruffly, "You don't need to tell us that." Beside him, Now rapidly cast her wind magic, creating a wind path to act as stepping stones. Ash glided across them to close in on Lenhart from high above. Lenhart frowned in annoyance at the sight. Too fast, Ash lunged forward with explosive force. Die. The skill he activated was Explosive Trigger. Maximum firepower. Smoke and dust filled the air as Milo asked curiously, "Did they get him?" Neo replied instantly to his question. "He's still standing." Right on cue, another attack flew out, poisonous aura spikes. Lenhart, blinded by the dust, simply chuckled. "Nice attack, kids. I have to admit that actually stung a bit." This playful, condescending attitude made Ash grit his teeth. "No damage. He doesn't even have a single scratch," Lenhart replied with supreme arrogance. "I carry the Demon Lord's blood. Don't lump me in with those common high demons." Yubel had remained silent all this time, her eyes wide as she analyzed the battle. She recalled that those blessed by the evil god of the Val clan were the Demon Lord's direct bloodline. In a demon society ruled by absolute strength, this lineage reigned supreme, granting massive stat boosts and extreme durability. Over on the sidelines, Chio was still focused on healing her allies. Ash frowned his face, incredibly tense. But suddenly, Jane Kanzaki used telepathy to establish a mental link with everyone. "Don't panic, everyone. Our attacks are working. Keep pressing the assault." Hearing this, Ash immediately readied himself for another round. "Don't order me around bombardment. Activate." Milo supported him by utilizing his elasticity, unleashing a phantom slash. Following up was Jane Kanzaki's heavy fire spell. Torrent of Flame, burn my enemy to ashes. Fire, magic activation, high tier fire. Spell. High above now, pitched in with Heavenly Wing Dance. A massive combined assault, focused entirely on a single target. Blinding light illuminating the sky like fireworks as it rained down on Lenhart, but he easily defended against it completely, unscathed. Too bad. That last attack actually had some sting, so this time, I made sure to guard. You guys are stronger than I thought. No wonder you defeated the 3 Heavenly Kings. They warily watched Lenhart's every move. Jane Kanzaki scowled mentally, acknowledging his extreme power, yet their plan remained unchanged. She calmly commanded the team. Milo at the front now, in the middle Jane Kanzaki in the rear, with Ningia and Honu guarding the back. We'll protect their rear. If the sacred barrier breaks, it's over. Jane Kanzaki's face hardened with determination. She knew she could not hesitate any longer, having been given this duty. Everything would be fine, because Saul was with them. The story goes back to 2 hours ago. While Nao and Milo listened carefully to the plan, Jane Kanzaki was equally cautious, as were Ash and the others. Kai calmly asked, "So do you all understand the situation now?" At that point, Ash questioned him. "Hey, isn't it your fault that Lenhart ambushed us in the first place?" Hearing this, Kai explained, "Whatever the reason, Lenhart is acting alone. This is the perfect opportunity to take him down. Plus, if I help Yubel right now, I can score major points with her. 2 birds with 1 stone." Those words makes everyone extremely worried. "Kai Aragio, you aren't using the Revolutionary Army as bait, right?" A smirk pulls at his lips, into a cold smile. "I never planned on that. Clearly, you've already weighed every single possibility." But those words from Kai didn't convince the crowd at all. Neo is the first to speak up. "I get your point, Kai Aragio, but can we actually win this? We are facing someone strong enough to crush the entire Revolutionary Army single-handedly." Unshaken, Kai calmly continues the conversation. "That's a completely valid concern, but Len's power is far beyond ours." His face turns incredibly serious as he continues. "Let me explain the plan." Kai's voice rings out across the dark night sky. That wraps up the mission briefing. Hearing this, Jane Kanzaki asks, in disbelief, "Is the plan seriously that simple?" But he just calmly replies, "Complex plans fail easily from the slightest error. The rest is entirely up to you guys. Just adapt to the situation. Mio, you're in charge of the ground forces." Mio nods in agreement. "Got it, Kai?" Then adds, "Kai Aragio will lead you to the location. Kanai, you can return to the dorms. Jane Kanzaki panics, shouting, "Wait, up Kai Aragio, you're not letting me command." Kai frowns slightly. "Oh, you seem pretty confident." She reflexively nods. Confidently. Exactly. But she immediately regrets it, screaming inside. Why on earth did I just agree to that? Kai goes silent for a moment, then speaks. "Fine, give it a shot, but you can only ask for my help as a last resort. If things get truly desperate, Asemolo let Kanai take command. I want her to push her absolute limits and master her shared Aegis ability." Mio agrees, without a single second of hesitation. "Got it if Kai Aragio says so." But before she can even finish, Asemolo interrupts with a sigh. "As long as the orders make sense, I'm in." Kai calmly points his finger. "All right, let Kanai prove her worth to us then." Jane Kanzaki answers with fake confidence, naturally, but inside, she's actually panicking. "Are you serious?" He glances around hesitantly, adding, "By the way, Hono, just to be safe, I've prepared a special anti-poison strategy." This catches everyone off guard. Anti-poison. But didn't we already get the antidote from the revolutionaries? Right, he slowly explains. According to my appraisal skill, that antidote will only be partially effective against this. It is a compound designed to neutralize highly potent toxins, the kind created through advanced high-tier poison magic. While it counteracts lethal toxins, it might fail to protect you guys from other varieties of poisons. Kai Aragio worries, but as I've mentioned before, my healing magic takes time to completely purge toxins. You already know. That right? Kai calmly nods, then adds, "If Nia and Hono combine their skills with the shared Aegis, you two can handle any situation as long as the toxins stay at a moderate level." Hearing this, they stare at each other and shout, "Combine. We've never even thought about doing that." Meanwhile, Mio is completely amazed. Kai Aragio's appraisal skill has actually evolved. He understands our classmates' abilities better than she does, even though she is always by his side. Kai Aragio frowns. "This is only a precaution, but if Bell and the others are defeated, don't hesitate. Activate the combination technique with the sacred barrier." Recalling Kai's words, Jane Kanzaki is absolutely convinced that Kai Aragio knew this would happen all along. Jane Kanzaki just needs to lead everyone in an all-out attack. But her biggest worry right now is, the antidote only lasts 10 minutes and Hono's sacred barrier. Casting it on so many allies will drain an incredible amount of his mana. They have no choice but to strike fast and finish this decisively. But Mio and the others are already fighting with everything they have. Meanwhile, Kai Aragio is still locked in combat with Len. Suddenly, Mio uses her mental link to connect with Jane Kanzaki. "Guys, I think I've figured out the enemy's defensive combat style." He relies on 2 defensive strategies, magic barriers and toxic corrosion. With only these 2 options, he constantly switches between them. Since the barrier consumes far less mana, his only offensive moves so far have been continuous poison needle attacks. They are incredibly powerful, making it impossible to get close. Jane Kanzaki falls silent for a long moment. Before speaking, "You're absolutely right. At this rate, we're getting nowhere. What should we do?" Now also seems to realize it. "Kanai, they are stalling us. At this rate, once the antidote wears off, we're going to definitely lose." Asemolo frowns. "We're down to 70% of our mana reserves. At this rate, we'll be totally out of mana in less than 15 minutes. Rin's face grows increasingly panicked as she listens. She can hear them talking, even from this distance, but with so many voices clashing at once, she can't keep track of everything. If only they could share information directly with each other, instead of using her as a middleman, things would be so much smoother. In this world, the key to forging perfect cooperation between individuals is expanding the blessing. Suddenly, Mio senses a sudden shift. She looks around in absolute confusion. "Wait, does this mean Kanai can actually connect with us?" Mio asks if she can telepathically link with others besides him. She nods, confirming it only works with classmates. But once she designates someone, they can start speaking telepathically. Ike gasps, comparing it to a group chat app. Now chuckles, noting that it feels like they are using their raw, magical energy to build a custom private internet. Ike snaps at them to shut up complaining about the constant noise. Jane Kanzaki steps in to keep everyone focused. He agrees with Ike, reminding the group that telepathy should strictly be reserved for sharing critical battlefield intelligence. The class shouts in unison, accepting the order. Right then, Ike initiates the assault, charging recklessly at Lenhart. Lenhart counters immediately, launching a wave of toxic spikes. but Mio is faster, raising a protective barrier to block them. The seamless teamwork catches the villain off guard. Before Lenhart can recover, Jane Kanzaki makes his move without hesitation. A massive wave of scorching flames surges toward Lenhart, forcing him to cast a magic barrier to block the heat. As Lenhart struggles with the fire, Ike seizes the opening, blitzing forward at maximum speed with a devastating low blow. The powerful strike lands squarely on Lenhart, triggering a violent fiery explosion. But Ike managed to escape the blast radius. As Ike retreats, his classmate gasps in horror, pointing out that his hand has already turned pitch black from poison. He winces in pain, realizing that direct physical contact with Lenhart completely bypasses the protective properties of the antidote. Sia panics, apologizing as she explains that boosting the antidote's strength will drastically shorten its active duration on them. She finishes healing Ike's hand, just as she speaks. He grits his teeth in anger, cursing the toxic opponent. Mio warns the group to be careful, pointing out that their enemy is likely cloaking his entire body in venom. Ike scoffs, declaring there is no time for fear since their countdown to survive is rapidly running out. Sure enough, Lenhart is fully enveloped in venom. Closing his eyes, he wonders how these kids coordinate without speaking. He brushes it off, confident that their temporary poison immunity will not protect them from his toxic aura forever. With a sinister smirk, Lenhart watches them closely, eager to see exactly how many minutes they have left to live. Once their barriers and the antidote wear off, the deadly poison will dissolve their entire bodies in an instant. Even with their coordinated attacks, the hero candidates are still being cornered by this monster. Mio frowns deeply. Mio realizes that while Kassan's tactics made their teamwork much smoother, their protective magic shields are failing fast. They only have 3 minutes left to end this fight. Mio murmurs, realizing the enemy is more than just poisonous. Lenhart's raw physical strength is immense. Normal physical attacks barely scratch him, leaving the group utterly frustrated. Even their strongest strikes are easily blocked by his defenses. Looking to Kai in desperation, Mio pleads for a winning strategy. Kai's voice rings out with absolute composure, telling Mio that he has full faith in him, sparking a memory. Their goals align perfectly. They join forces to defeat the demon, and there was no logical reason to refuse. They are allies now, but working with this mysterious ally feels like a deep betrayal of Kassan and Mio's trust. Mio worried about betraying them, but he accepted Sora's proposal because acquiring a powerful ally is crucial for survival. He chose to trust Sora's judgment, believing it would maximize their chances of escaping back to their own world. Yet deep down, Mio harbors a dark, painful secret. He isn't even sure if he actually wants to return home. Memories of his abusive family resurface. He vividly remembers his father pretending to host a grand party on his birthday. In reality, his father despised him coldly, ordering young Mio to get back to his room and stay out of sight. Always treated like an outcast, a young Mio helplessly wondered why he was never allowed to eat dinner with them. His younger brother only laughed mockingly, cruelly, revealing that Mio was merely the illegitimate child of their late mother's affair. Those painful words haunted Mio forever. In his original world, his voice was non-existent and his desires never mattered. He always prioritized others over himself. If his classmates wanted to go home, he resolved to make it happen. Mio fights because they believe in him. Their trust makes him feel like his life finally has true purpose. He refuses to let them down. Gripping his sword tightly, he resolves to protect the people who accepted him. This isn't an obligation. He truly wants to save them. Mio swings his blade toward Lenhart with sheer determination. A brilliant slash erupts from his sword. To everyone's shock, the attack successfully slices deep into Lenhart's toxic arm. Spilling blood, Lenhart retreats in absolute panic, scrambling to raise another shield as Mio's battle aura surges violently. Mio's eyes burn with unwavering resolve, forcing Lenhart to admire the kid's terrifyingly sudden growth in battle spirit. The villain realizes that if this close combat persists, their healer will eventually fail to outpace his lethal poison. That poison will paralyze you. Meanwhile, Milo keeps relentlessly hammering away at his shield, forcing Lenhart to grit his teeth and hold the line. Cursing inwardly, he wonders if this crazy kid has a death wish. Taking a deep breath, Lenhart tries to compose himself and stay calm. If he can just block their onslaught, victory is his. His eyes lock onto Milo and A, the only two capable of targeting him precisely. The others might be annoying pests, but they're not a real threat, meaning he can safely ignore them for now. But Naomi reads him like an open book. He's probably thinking he can ignore us, she mutters, looking over. Just this once. Please boost my magical attack power. With a firm nod, her companion agrees. Got it. Right then Naomi unleashes her wind magic. A deadly wind spear shoots forward, powered up by AE's support magic. Meanwhile, Lenhart is still completely focused on defending against Milo. Suddenly, a massive spike of wind energy tears through the air toward him. What Lenhart gasps his instincts screaming at him. He can't react in time, taking the devastating magic head-on. The sheer impact of the wind blast forces him to slide backward. Shaking off the blow, he looks up to see Naoni hovering high above. And get this, she was only getting started. Now he has to keep a close eye on that pesky wind user dividing his focus. If I divert even a fraction of his attention, he is wide open. Before he can even finish that thought, a wild roar echoes across the battlefield. You're wide open, you toxic piece of trash. In a flash, A lunges forward, ready to tear him apart. He unleashes a devastating mana blast, triggering his heavy artillery skill. A beam of destructive energy cuts through the wind. The blast is right in front of him. Lenhart reaches out, knowing his normal magic shields will shatter under this power. Draining his mana, he unleashes a super-tier mind poison to neutralize it. But how much time is left on my antidote? How many minutes do I have? But while he's still blocking the artillery blast, another loud battle cry rings out. Holy light that purges all evil, Milo cries, diving from the sky with his sword raised. Gather sacred light and burn. Holy slash. As the blinding sword light descends, Lenhart knows a single mistake will cost him his life. He hurriedly conjures another barrier. The radiant holy light immediately collides with his dense shroud of toxic poison gas. Lenhart grits his teeth as the purifying nature of holy magic completely neutralizes his telepathic mind poison. This is bad. Seizing the opening, Milo pours all his strength into pressing his blade down, forcing Lenhart to the ground. The sword slices into Lenhart's arm, spilling fresh blood. Milo grits his teeth, realizing just how monstrously strong this guy is. But suddenly, Milo's body goes completely limp. Lenhart's lips curl into a sinister smirk. Game over, kid. Your antidote just expired. Paralyzing venom and toxic fog instantly wrap around Milo, sending him crashing helplessly to the cold floor. Gasping for air, Milo realizes his limbs are fully frozen. Lenhart laughs triumphantly. Too close, but, in the end, I win. But just as he declares victory, Aragi materializes right behind him. Lenhart whips his head around, sensing a sudden surge of bloodlust. Before he can even react, her razor-sharp claws tear through the air, striking him with blinding lethal speed. Left with no time to dodge, Lenhart takes the heavy hit head-on. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the beastman. Hiding in the shadows were you. But before he can even finish, a cold blade suddenly impales him right through his chest. His eyes widen in absolute shock, as sweat pours down his face. Behind him stands Kai, gripping the hilt with cold, emotionless eyes. Now, you and I need to look at Lenhart, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, born with an ominous affinity for poison. His faction consisted mainly of low-tier nobles and wealthy merchants. The citizens feared him as he'd brutally quiet down disputes by spreading poison. Even the demon military despised him. But his severe lack of real military strength became painfully obvious during his next conflict. When the Beastman Alliance invaded his lands, his forces were utterly crushed. Unable to stop their march, his territory was completely seized. Even after deploying his elite shadow units, it wasn't enough. The fall of Phi, his capital city, sealed his fate. With his territory captured, the army surrendered. Losing Water King Aa, the absolute cornerstone of his faction, was a fatal blow. A's defeat triggered Lenhart's ultimate downfall. Seeing his power vanish, the merchants and low-level nobles quickly abandoned him. These core supporters, who once held up his political faction, turned their backs on him. Even his citizens fled to other territories. His entire land was left completely deserted. Yet through all of this, Lenhart remained eerily calm. Why? Because he trusted absolutely no one. He only ever believed in his own power, his deadly poison. After all, what is the point of speaking about the dead? Lately, Yurbel has been acting highly suspicious. We need to start moving. The other losers do not matter anyway. Whether his allies survive or not is completely irrelevant. To him, the supreme power of the Vala royal family is on a completely different level. As long as he stays alive, nothing else matters. That was his absolute conviction. But deep down, there was still one person Lenhart truly feared: another male royal. Let's see how that unfolds in the next part. Come to think of it, Kono Lint is seriously strong, and his spatial magic is downright terrifying. That is exactly why Reinhardt is so cautious around him. Ever since they were kids, him admitting he needs to be cautious of someone is actually his indirect way of showing high respect for other members of the royal family. He is powerful enough to single-handedly wipe out the Beastman Coalition and Paralytic. Venom has absolutely no effect on him. Does he have a secret cure? Well, that is exactly why he always fights alone. But even with all that power, he is currently suffering from a critical injury. At least that is how it should be. With a blade driven deep into his chest, blood gushes out as Reinhardt painfully coughs up a mouthful of crimson, his bloodshot eyes glaring. Gritting his teeth, he snarls, "Don't mess with me." Kair is stunned that Reinhardt can still even speak. Especially when he pulls out another weapon. Kair frowns in suspicion. Is that a poison sword? Tightening his grip, Reinhardt fiercely spins around and slashes at Kair, immediately turning his blade toward Kai Aragi, right next to him. She lightly dodges, leaping back to put some distance between them. Kair seizes the chance to catch the exhausted Mio, and they quickly retreat to safety. Reinhardt pants heavily, gasping for air, as blood continues to pool from his chest wound. He screams in pure fury, "I am the third prince of the demon realm. There is no way trash like you can ever defeat me." Mio can't help but marvel. Surviving a wound like that shows some truly terrifying endurance. Meanwhile, the rest of the team lies completely paralyzed on the ground. Now frowns, muttering under his breath, "What do we have to do to actually kill this monster?" He is absolutely furious, yelling, "You idiot, you couldn't even finish him off." After all my careful preparation, Kair calmly helps Mio sit down, trying to soothe her. "Just stay calm." Reinhardt growls in frustration. "What?" But suddenly, even the prince is shocked. His vision begins to blur, and his body suddenly goes completely limp, forcing him to his knees. "How? I already used magic to stop the bleeding. What is happening? You bastards, what did you do to me?" Kair simply looks down at him and replies, "It's the poison." As he speaks, Reinhardt staggers, almost losing his balance. Still, he sneers in utter contempt. "Poison doesn't work on me. I am a poison user myself." Kair just raises an eyebrow, coolly replying, "Sure, you might resist toxins from this world, but what about poisons from another dimension?" Surprise, this dagger was actually coated with a lethal foreign toxin made from rare ingredients that your demonic body has absolutely no resistance against. Reinhardt is frozen in pure shock. Impossible. How can something like this actually work on me? Kair slowly raises his gun, his eyes radiating a deadly chill. A shame, but goodbye. Without letting Reinhardt utter another word, Kair pulls the trigger. Only then does the tension in Kair's shoulders fade. Silence fills the room, heavy and suffocating. He silently stares, remaining on high alert, until the system screen officially updates his status from dying to deceased. Mio slowly sits up. Hearing her voice, Kair immediately turns around to look at her and smiles gently. "Mission complete. You did amazing." Now is totally thrilled. "I really want to celebrate, but another classmate chimes in. This paralysis makes it so hard to move." Kair chuckles. "I blew away the toxic mist with wind magic, so we will be perfectly fine soon." Kai Aragi nods. "I will neutralize the remaining poison with my leftover magic." Kai Aragi then rushes over, praising Kair's efforts. "You did great out there." Kair nods, thanking her for distracting the prince. But Kai Aragi just wrinkles her nose. "Was I even needed?" Checking on his recovering allies, Kair speaks softly. "In terms of raw power, that guy was far superior. I needed a foolproof plan. If we hit him with a surprise attack he couldn't possibly predict, he would think he successfully dodged our trump card. That exact moment of relief became our greatest opening." A moment later, everyone is finally moving again as the paralytic venom wears off. Kair steps forward now. "You seriously saved us. Thanks for reacting so quickly to my sudden instructions." Now just bursts out laughing. "To be honest, I was panicking when you started talking so seriously out of nowhere." Just minutes prior, Kair's voice had echoed in his head. "Nao, when I give the signal, remove the sacred barrier from Mio and the others, and cast it on Kai Aragi and me instead. I want to make Reinhardt lower his guard as much as possible. Because of that, they had to take some massive risks." Nao nods in agreement, but Jane Kanzaki wrinkles her nose in annoyance. "Hey, you weren't the one taking risks." Kai Aragi was. Kair just tilts his head. "So what?" Jane Kanzaki snaps back. "What do you mean by so what?" Watching everyone bicker and laugh together, Mio can't help but let out a warm giggle. Suddenly Kai Aragi tugs on Kair's sleeve. "Hey Kair, look." He glances over and spots Jane Kanzaki huddled in a corner. What's worse, she is crying. Tears stream down her cheeks, making Kair panic. "What's wrong, Jane?" Kanzaki just lowers her head. He hung his head, whispering. Right in the center, he felt useless. He should have led. Kai just smiled. Kai reassured him that his first time wasn't bad, and he'd get used to it. Hearing this, Jay's eyes sparkled looking up. Jane Kanzakyun. Right then, another voice echoed from behind as Mei approached with a warm smile, feeling relieved that she didn't have to do anything. Dien casually replied that Mei had done great, and asked where she was. Mei-san smiled warmly, saying she was actually casting magic to purify the poison, eroding this space. It was almost finished, but Yubel suddenly cut in to speak. She interrupted, saying she felt that soul's presence, and if the space didn't return to normal, she might have to use spatial magic with her remaining power. Everyone stood stunned at those words, completely speechless and unsure of what to say next. Kai let out a sigh. That was their backup plan, ensuring that even if he failed, they would still find a way to defeat Leonhardt. She nodded in agreement, thanking Kai. It was thanks to everyone that they survived. He frowned, his eyes flashing with a sharp look. If she got wiped out right after they formed their alliance, it would be a huge pain. Either way, he would definitely make her pay back this debt. She replied, without hesitation, that she would as long as it was within her power, and that he should feel free to ask for whatever he wanted. Kai fell silent before asking what Yubel planned to do next. She paused to think, then replied, they should head to V, as Leonhardt's close associates might already know about the Revolutionary Army. She wanted to neutralize them before they escaped. Kai frowned in doubt, asking if they would make it. Yubel calmly responded that Leonhardt likely wanted to drag her into his faction, and if so, he wouldn't leak their information to other factions or the Demon King. Kai teased her optimism, but she pouted, saying they were only exposed because of their reckless actions. But avoiding detection is always the best path. Besides, the fact that Leonhardt was here completely on his own means he was acting completely on his own. No subordinate would let their prince run solo, meaning they must be in total chaos. Kai nodded, understanding the situation, and asked if they needed help. She shook her head, saying they would be fine. The third prince's faction had no high-ranking demons left, so their forces here could easily suppress them. But then, she sighed in defeat, admitting they were completely powerless against Leonhardt. Kai fell silent, realizing their current strategies were simply not effective enough. Next time, they had to act with caution. She gave a weak smile, stumbling as she walked away. She admitted she was still naive. Kai understood her pain. Despite her terrifying power, she was still just a 15-year-old child. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, she would face even harsher trials ahead, but growing up is just part of life. Right then, Fukoko rushed over, pleading that if they were clearing out the third prince's remaining forces, he should lead the charge. He wanted to use his intel and experience as a former member of the Demon King Shadow Unit to finish this quickly. Kai narrowed his eyes at the man before him. This was Sek, a veteran from that elite Shadow Unit whom Yubel had recruited. Rumor had it, he once led a massive rebellion in one of the Demon Realm's major cities, which was why she recruited him. He was the mastermind behind the internal conflict in Dathu. Kai stayed silent for a moment before suggesting she let him try. Yubel turned her head in confusion. She had also planned to, but wondered why Kai was agreeing. Kai asked back if she recruited him to bring smart and capable people into the Revolutionary Army. Sek squinted, his eyes whispering in disbelief. How Kai knew that, calling it rather creepy. Kai casually shrugged his shoulders, saying it was just a simple guess. Besides, since the man was completely useless against Leonhardt, he probably wanted to do something to redeem his lost honor. Yubel agreed, and since Kai supported the idea, she issued a stern order, officially giving Fukoko command of the upcoming operation. He firmly promised to complete the mission. Before leaving, Kai made sure to remind Yubel to learn from the veteran. She gave a soft nod, promising she would. By nightfall, Shuji Midu's group had gathered around a forest campfire to rest. Kai suddenly called out, startling the young boy. Mio looked up and nervously responded. He then anxiously asked if Kai had finished discussing things with the rebellion. Kai nodded and asked if Mio had reported this to their allies. Mio looked flustered, admitting they would find out eventually, but suggested they stay completely quiet for the time being. Kai calmly assured him that it would only stay secret tonight, and they wouldn't be caught if they returned before dawn. Mio shook his head frantically. He knew Hae-san was incredibly sharp, so it wouldn't be surprising if he found out. Kai immediately proposed that if S or Hae suspected anything, Mio should honestly tell them it was Kai's own decision. However, he warned them not to let anyone realize they had ties to the demons and to keep Milang in the dark. Them realize they had ties to the demons. Don't tell Milang about our relationship, as that will surely end up harming the reputation of the hero team. Miller will furiously interrogate them, demanding to know if they're still in contact with the Saint's killer. Don't be ridiculous, J8 chuckled, completely sure of herself. Then, Heike chimed in, telling them to start spreading a rumor. The rumor that the third prince had vanished from the Demon Kingdom. They had to ensure the Allied intelligence spies caught wind of it. Once they hear it, they'll be pressured to mobilize their forces. Mia, you'll handle that part, Heike said. Without a single doubt, she agreed. Understood, she replied. Heike paused, calculating their next moves before speaking again. Ideally, we want to occupy the third prince's territory. We need to hold it for at least a month, but that depends on the Demon Lord's army. I'll gather some intel myself. As Heike finished, Now stood up and cut in. We need to go. If we waste any more time, the sun is going to rise. We should head back. But 8 spoke up, clearly annoyed. Hey Heike, before we go, let me ask you something. Heike frowned slightly. He glanced over. What 8's voice was sharp, tinged with frustration. The otherworldly poison that killed Lane. Where did you get it? Hearing that question, AT and Now froze in shock. It was the one thing everyone wanted to ask yet kept to themselves. They had all just chalked it up to classic Heike. But Heike shrugged calmly. Oh, it's simple. I had poison implanted in my tooth. It was for suicide. I just pulled it out and coated my blade with it, knowing he wouldn't resist otherworldly poison. But that was a one-time trump card. It's completely gone now. Hearing this, 8 pouted in utter disbelief. Now's jaw hit the floor. Are you guys seriously buying that everyone was secretly screaming the exact same thing? Like, shouldn't they be asking why he had suicide poison in his mouth? Suddenly, Jane Kanzaki's eyes went wide with realization. Because he's an assassin. Jane Kanzaki gasped instantly, panicking at her own words. Mio froze, the color draining from her face. Even she, currently tending to her wounds, gasped in utter shock. Now and 8 looked completely stunned as Jane Kanzaki slumped down. My bad, Jane Kanzaki squeaked. But Heike just shrugged it off. It's fine. Honestly, I didn't plan on hiding it forever anyway. My family is a lineage of assassins. I've been trained to kill since I was a child. 8 stared completely dumbfounded. It was a wild, almost unbelievable story, yet somehow, because it was Heike, they instantly believed it. Jay narrowed her eyes. So you're an actual killer? She asked hesitantly. Heike gave a casual nod. Yeah. If there is a contract, I execute. No exceptions. At his cold reply, Jay's eyes filled with utter disgust. To her, he wasn't just a classmate anymore. We have a literal monster in our class. You're just a criminal. Mio glared at her, snapping back immediately. Jay, stop. Heike has saved our lives countless times. Then lowering her voice, she added softly, besides, we've killed people too. Jay scoffed, completely unfazed. Demons aren't human. I could burn 1,000 of them to ash and feel absolutely nothing. Mio stared at her, horrified by her coldness. But Heike calmly stepped in, placing a hand on Mio's shoulder. Mio let it go. Jay is right. Heike then locked eyes with Jay. You have to tell yourself that just to stay sane, don't you? Jay flinched, stammering defensively. What? It is the truth. Suddenly, she spoke up in a quiet, hesitant voice. Just one question, Heike. Do you actually want to return to our original world? Heike's brows furrowed slightly. Why do you ask? She sighed. Because even if you go back, won't you just have to keep killing people for your family? Heike's eyes wavered, a rare moment of vulnerability, showing. You're right. My family is a syndicate hiding in the dark. We are essentially human garbage. She's breath hitched, her eyes widening. Then why would you want to go back? Heike's face hardened, his voice dropping to a freezing chill. Because my plan is to slaughter every last one of them. I must return. Meanwhile, with Lane defeated, the Revolutionary Army swiftly suppressed the remnants of the prince's forces. Securing Veen, they teleported back to the 5th princess's domain, thanks to Isabel's advanced spatial magic. Mio and her group also slipped back into their dorms before dawn. The next morning, they kept their poker faces on. They greeted Heisig and the rest of the class as if they had spent the entire night sleeping peacefully. Morning. A few days later, rumors of Prince Lane's sudden disappearance began to circulate just as Heike planned. Driven by Mia's flawless coordination, the Allied forces struck like lightning. The Beastmen Union moved with ruthless efficiency. They easily captured Lane's territory, bringing the heart of the Demon Kingdom right into their striking zone. When news reached the Holy Empire, the citizens erupted in joy, convinced the end of the demons was finally here. They credited this triumph entirely to the hero. Meanwhile, terror and dread paralyzed the citizens of the Demon Kingdom. The sudden vanishing of Lane and the fall of his lands sent shockwaves of panic through the demon population. Since the union didn't produce a body, Lane's fate was unconfirmed, though most assumed he was already dead. The royal family, blessed by the evil god, had always believed they were invincible. But that illusion was shattering. As their absolute shield crumbled, the demons finally realized they were being backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Surrounded by humans and beastmen beings they had long looked down upon as mere slaves. The Demon King, who ruled this land, knew the situation was extremely severe. With fury burning in his chest, he ordered all his children to gather immediately. Demon King Sylvester's cold eyes were filled with absolute hatred. The game was over. Meanwhile, in the territory of the fifth princess, Yabel looked deeply troubled. Did her father really summon everyone? Roger bowed respectfully. Yes, he wants you at the Demon King's castle. Immediately, the loyal aide delivered the urgent message clearly. Since Yabel could wield space magic, she was expected to arrive this very day. She pouted, letting out a heavy sigh. What a pain. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked, with deep concern, has the existence of our revolutionary army been exposed yet? If so, showing up now would be too risky. Volker replied with a serious look. According to my assessment, the chance is incredibly low. We completely wiped out the remnants of the third prince's faction. Still, Yabel felt deeply anxious, asking, what do you think we should do? Volker answered honestly, refusing the Demon King's direct order would be a foolish mistake, as it would only raise unnecessary suspicions. It would basically scream that they had something to hide. Standing nearby, Roger raised a concern, but what if they already found out? What if they already know about the revolution? Volker shook his head confidently. They might suspect internal saboteurs are at work. But there is absolutely no reason for them to connect any of those incidents back to Lady Yabel. His reasoning grew sharper by the second. The internal intelligence expert of the four heavenly kings is already dead. Plus, the Demon King's army is too busy to focus on internal matters right now. Yabel fell into a deep silence. After considering it, she nodded with determination. I understand if things take a turn for the worst. I can always use space magic. 3 days later, inside the Demon King's Grand Hall, you and I can feel a terrifying, suffocating silence in the air. The only sound was the distant rumble of thunder outside. First, Prince Volker spoke up with a smile. Finally, everyone has arrived. But second Princess Khaled scoffed in disgust. Let's get this over with. Just looking at these faces makes me sick. Fourth, Prince Fowen chimed in with a warning. Sister Khaled, behaving like that, right in front of our father is. Shut up, she snapped instantly. Meanwhile, fifth Princess Yabel watched silently, realizing it had been ages since they all gathered. Not since the annual Evil God Festival had they met, yet everyone still radiated the same terrifying, suffocating pressure. Suddenly, Sylvester's booming voice shattered the silence. Not yet, the Demon King declared, sitting proudly on his throne. He added coldly, I have summoned one more person. The room grew incredibly tense again, leaving Volker utterly shocked. Another person. His eyes instinctively darted to the empty seat of the third prince. Isn't Leonhardt dead? An advisor clarified that Leonhardt was only missing with his fate unknown. But Khaled didn't hesitate to chime in. His territory was completely overrun by the enemy anyway, and even if he survived, I would happily execute him myself. Volker sneered back. A foolish ally is far worse than a strong enemy. Are you even in a position to talk? Veins popped on Khaled's forehead as she glared at Volker, warning him, if that's your logic, you should die first. But Volker just shrugged it off. Oh, so you think I lack the strength? He asked with a mocking smirk. Khaled spat back, hilarious, you are nothing but an embarrassment to this royal family. Yabel sighed, wishing she could just go home. Right then Voen suddenly asked, Father, is this other guest you mentioned Alice? Yabel's eyes narrowed with suspicion. There was no way Alice was the vessel of the evil god. What could a child like her possibly offer here? Sylvester simply smirked and pointed toward the grand entrance. Actually, she's already here. Suddenly, the heavy doors were kicked wide open. The fire heavenly King Falali stepped through, bursting with excitement at the rare sight of the entire royal family gathered together. Khaled groaned in deep disappointment. Really him? Volker shook his head, completely done with the newcomer's annoying antics. Always a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Yabel remained cautious, well aware that this man was the strongest among the four heavenly kings. Having sworn absolute loyalty to the Demon King, his overwhelming power was rumored to easily rival the royal family itself. A smug, confident smirk played on his lips as Sylvester barked, sit down, we are starting this meeting right now. He complied with a mock bow. Looking at Sylvester, Falali scanned the room with a curious gaze, asking, what exactly are your plans gathering all of these elites like this? The Demon King did not hide his dark intentions. I will not tolerate these inferior species running rampant any longer. We are going to end this with one single blow. Volker raised an eyebrow. One blow. Khalid could not hide her surprise, either, demanding, "Father, what do you mean?" His next declaration left the entire room stunned. "We will launch a sudden, devastating surprise attack directly on the human capital and decapitate the Pope who rules over them." Hearing this, Voen pointed out seriously that while the Beastman Alliance forces are currently concentrated at the front lines, their capital defenses are weak. Now you and I are about to see Volker's reaction. Looking at it another way, did her father intend to decapitate the enemy leadership first? If they could pull that off, the entire front line would collapse. Fliss asked, completely baffled. "But how do you plan to get there? Even if they are just foolish, inferior creatures, they would never ignore a long-range strike from that distance." Sylvester pointed directly at Yebel without a shred of hesitation, replying, "My daughter can use spatial magic." She immediately tried to stop him, protesting. "No, Lord Demon King, spatial teleportation consumes far too much energy and requires a massive amount of mana, varying by distance and head count." As Yebel explained, her voice grew increasingly tense with fear. The distance to the Holy Kingdom's capital was immense, making it physically impossible to teleport a massive army across such a vast territory easily. So she thought there was a limit, but Sylvester just chuckled softly. "Do not worry, my daughter," he said. "The distance is indeed vast, but I only plan to send a small elite squad to the capital, and I have already secured the mana source for it." Her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Theoretically, with a large enough source of magical energy, a spatial jump of this scale was possible. But Sylvester did not hesitate, barking out a firm command. This was the ultimate trump card to turn the tide of this losing battle. He gritted his teeth, his expression cold and resolute. "Failure is not an option. I expect nothing short of a perfect victory from you." Hearing this news back at Yebel's castle, Kai was completely taken aback. A surprise raid on the Holy Kingdom's capital. Yebel quietly sipped her tea, confirming the crazy rumor. Yes, her father, the Demon King himself, had concocted this reckless, high-stakes strategy. She laid out the details, explaining that they would use her spatial magic to send a small, highly trained strike force straight into the capital. Their goal: decapitate the leadership by taking out the Pope, the supreme ruler of humanity, and completely paralyze the enemy's entire command chain. Kai immediately caught on. A classic backline assassination. But even though it made strategic sense, he still had a few lingering doubts. Sure, if it succeeds, the front line collapses in chaos, he mused. But how is a massive teleportation like that even remotely possible? A heavy shadow fell over Yebel's face as she asked, "Do you know what a magic crystal is?" Kai answered without missing a beat. "A rare mineral that acts like a battery for pure magical energy, right? I read about it in some old archives." Yebel nodded. "Exactly. My father has been constantly feeding his own immense mana into a colossal magic crystal, preparing for an emergency like this." With her voice growing grave, she explained that daily infusions from a high-tier demon lord would store an absolutely terrifying amount of power. "And now I have been ordered to harness that massive energy core to trigger the grand spatial warp," Yebel admitted grimly. She closed her eyes, visualizing the memory. Standing before her was a massive, glowing violet gemstone, pulsing with raw magical energy. The sheer density of the mana surrounding it was overwhelming. With a power source like that, long-distance teleportation was indeed a reality. But Mayer still had some reservations, asking, "Can you safely channel and control someone else's magical energy like that, Yebel?" Mayer recalled his master's warning that manipulating another person's raw magical energy was an incredibly difficult and dangerous feat. But Yebel quickly brushed off the concern, explaining, "Since I am his direct bloodline, our unique magical signatures are almost identical. Our genetic match allows me to wield his power without any kickback." Mayer listened, remaining silent as he pondered the strategy. "Even if you get in safely, how do you plan to get out? Have you prepared a return spell?" Mayer pointed out. Yebel sighed, sharing his concern. Her plan was to bring the massive crystal along, but its sheer size made that highly impractical. "If that crystal gets shattered during the battle, we will be permanently stranded in enemy territory," she added, highlighting the immense risk. "To avoid that, we have to keep the spatial portal active the entire time." Mayer's expression grew even more concerned at this revelation. Keeping a two-way rift open over that distance. The mana consumption and sheer complexity of that spell must be off the charts. "And on top of that, you will have a strict time limit, won't you?" Yebel lowered her head quietly, admitting the truth. "I am confident I can anchor the gateway, but Mayer is right. We cannot escape the ticking clock," she murmured softly. Kai frowned, sensing the danger. "Exactly how much time do we have?" Yebel looked up, giving him a straight answer. "It depends on the stored energy stability. I am still running calculations, but we will have 1 hour at the absolute most. 1 hour, Sin chimed in, highly skeptical. Are you really sure you can take down the human pope in such a tight window? Humanity's main cathedral is going to be guarded like a fortress. Kai agreed, pointing out that even with the main army away, the elite holy knights are still stationed in the capital. Anyone attempting a normal assault would be utterly wiped out in seconds. But Yebel's gaze turned razor-sharp. Of course we aren't sending a regular army. 1 hour is more than enough to turn their capital into ash. Wait, what? Mayor stammered, visibly shaking. He imagined a massive army of thousands marching through the rift to raise the city. But Yebel quickly shattered his wild imagination with a calm shake of her head. No, the crystal has its limits. We can only teleport a maximum of 15 people for this entire operation. Kai stared at her, completely stunned by that number. Could 15 elite soldiers truly reduce a massive capital to ashes? Just who were they planning to send on this suicide mission? The demon race. The answer was already crystal clear. She looked straight into his eyes, understanding his gaze. It was playing out exactly as Kai had predicted. Yebel began to list them off. First Prince Fox, second Princess Callus, fourth Prince Goa, myself, and Fire Lord Fliss. Kai continued his thought. He figured a few high-ranking demons, each a trusted confidant of those royals, would be chosen. Mio gasped completely, overwhelmed. With a demon lord's bloodline and a heavenly king involved, even Xion felt a sudden chill. They were powerhouses on par with Reinhardt. Yebel didn't sugarcoat it, nodding in grim agreement. At this rate, the capital is doomed. The Holy Kingdom's royal capital will be completely wiped out. Mio panicked, asking what they should do, but Kai remained utterly unshaken. He calmly replied that he wouldn't really care if the capital fell. Yet his gaze suddenly grew sharp and serious. There were too many variables. First off, this disaster would absolutely shatter the morale of the Beastmen Alliance on the front lines. Kai knew this would spark a massive argument between Tsukasa and Miller. Tsukasa would immediately demand a full retreat. Tsukasa would lose his temper. Having pushed so deep into enemy territory, Miller would urge caution, warning they couldn't move without orders. They'd be waiting on the temple's command. If an ambush hit them while they were stalled, the casualties would be devastating. But there was another crucial detail. In Kai's mind, a map unfolded showing the neighboring temple city of Anha. Many non-combatants were taking refuge there. If the capital got obliterated, Mio and the rest of the class would lose their minds. Yebel's voice suddenly broke his train of thought. She reminded him that they had a deal with the hero candidates. They owed them a favor for their past help, which was why she shared this intel, even though she couldn't stop the march. She was bound by duty. Roger chimed in, pointing out that defying a direct order from the Demon Lord was out of the question. Right now, with rebel whispers spreading, any hesitation would expose the princess as the leader and draw immediate military retaliation. She would be branded a traitor instantly. Xion frowned, chiming in to ask if getting exposed right now would really be that bad. Philco sighed, giving him a straight answer. Sure, their secret revolution would come to light eventually, but timing was everything. Staging a coup d'etat took careful planning. Right now, they simply had no valid excuse to back out. His eyes burned with fierce resolve. Their entire rebellion existed for one purpose, to put Yebel on the throne. Only by overthrowing the Demon Lord could they bring lasting peace. Kai pondered in silence before finally breaking his quiet. His eyes flashed with a cold intensity. Destroying the capital would definitely cripple the Beastmen Alliance's overall power. It wasn't worth the gamble. Yebel felt a heavy wave of self-blame wash over her as she listened. She admitted that was their stance, but asked what the hero candidates themselves intended to do. Kai sank back into deep thought. He thanked her for the warning. Having this advance intel gave them a massive tactical edge to exploit. Suddenly, a wild idea clicked in Kai's mind. His expression hardened as he prepared to propose a daring deal. He offered the rebel army a proposal, locking eyes with Yebel. It carried high risks, but the payoff would be absolute. The ball was in her court. Kai left the decision entirely up to Yebel. 3 days flew by after that secret meeting. Deep in the former territory of the Third Prince within the city of Castiglione, the Alliance gathered. Kai stood tall before the Beastmen Alliance, presenting his strategic outline for the upcoming raid on the capital. Mio froze in absolute shock. The sheer scale of the plan sent a wave of panic straight through him. He urged everyone to warn the non-combatants immediately, but his teammate quickly tried to calm him down. She pointed out that Anha itself wasn't the target. The chances of their classmates getting caught in the crossfire were slim. But another classmate snapped back. Even a low risk wasn't zero, especially with the capital being so incredibly close. Some of their classmates could easily be working in the capital. Mio agreed, his face pale with dread. He suggested they head back to the capital to protect them. Suddenly, Asahina's arrogant voice echoed from behind. He sneered, telling them to stop being cowards, and suggesting they simply send a text if they were so worried. With an arrogant smirk, he boasted that this chaos was the perfect chance to take the demon lord's head. Mio immediately called him out, asking if he'd lost his mind. Innocent citizens in the capital would be slaughtered. Asahina scoffed in disbelief. He reminded Mio that by allying with the rebels, they were already considered traitors anyway. He mocked Mio's hypocrisy. Another classmate hesitated before speaking up, deeply worried about the countless innocent lives at stake. There was no justification for sacrificing civilians. Asahina just rolled his eyes, utterly dismissing their soft-hearted ideals. He turned to Mio, expecting backup. But Mio stood firm, stating his priority would always be their classmates. He admitted he wasn't strong enough to save everyone. His brutal honesty left the rest of the group completely speechless. Meanwhile, Ms. Kun also steps up to call out Ashuran. Honestly, even I do not think Ashuran's plan is a good one, leaving him absolutely furious, gritting his teeth in frustration. After listening to the debate for a while, Kai finally speaks up, saying, "I agree with Mio. The demon's elite force attacking the capital using Ispel's space magic will only last a few hours, right? If we charge in during that window, they might just return at the worst possible moment, right when we least expect it. That is why, which we absolutely cannot afford. So our best move is to prepare carefully. No matter how elite those forces are, their actual numbers are still pretty small. This is a surprise attack campaign." Just then, Kai's eyes sharpen with cold determination. "But we can get the exact date and time from Yellbelt." Hearing this, Asheron's eyes go wide as everything finally clicks. "I get it now. If we set up countermeasures beforehand," Saki chimes in excitedly, "then those bastards will be like moths, diving straight into a blazing fire." Kai then steps forward, declaring boldly, "With the rebel army's help, we will wipe out the Demon Lord's main army in a single strike." From this moment on, all of us hero candidates are leaving the front lines to return to the Holy Capital, cut to the Holy Kingdom's capital, where the morning streets are bustling, with crowds of people everywhere. But far from all the noise, Kai, Saki, and Gina quietly slip into town on horseback. Jean slumps over, groaning in pure exhaustion. "We are finally here. Even with borrowed horses, that journey felt like forever." Saki just sighs, looking completely unimpressed. "You are way too weak, Jean. I literally ran the entire way." Jean weakly retorts, "Hey, don't compare my stamina to beastfolk endurance." Looking around, Kai can't help but marvel. This place is the literal definition of peace. He looks around, unable to believe this nation was on the brink of total ruin. Jean quietly agrees, realizing that to the locals, the brutal front lines must feel like a whole different world. "Honestly, seeing this much energy isn't a bad thing at all," she shrugs. After all, a gloomy crowd won't change the war's outcome. But then she turns to him with a sudden realization. "Wait, Kai. Aren't you a wanted fugitive here? Is it really safe to just ride around?" So openly, Kai's face immediately drops into a look of pure dread. "Of course it's not safe. That is the whole issue. Even with the info we gathered earlier, I never expected the city guards to be this completely oblivious." Jeannie bursts out laughing. Despite their highly suspicious profiles, they still managed to slip right past. Just a tiny bribe, and the lazy guards practically ushered them right in. "You guys are good to go," Saki mockingly mimics them. "Seriously, talk about zero security." But suddenly, Kai hops off his horse. As expected, things are going to get way tighter the closer we get to the core district. "Let's stable the horses first, and use an inn on the outskirts as our base." He then lays out the game plan. "Mio's group should be here soon, so I want to gather some intel on the capital first." Jean looks around, completely unconvinced there's anything worth finding in a place this peaceful. But Kai's expression turns dead serious. "There are a few things that still worry me, especially Holy Knight Ren. If that high-ranking cultist pulls a fast one and stabs us in the back, we are in deep trouble." Meanwhile, back at the demon territory, Jean stands frozen in disbelief at what she is hearing. "A full-scale raid on the Holy Capital," she gasps. Saki nods respectfully. "Yes. The Beastfolk Alliance and their vanguard, including the Catgirl unit, led by Captain Tin, have laid out all the intelligence clearly. It seems they're spies in Mio's unit." Hearing this, the Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance slams his hand down in pure rage. "They are deploying elite forces directly into the capital, Using space teleportation, he roars. Are you telling me the demons can actually pull off such a reckless high-risk strategy? Over in the Beast Folk Command, their wolf chieftain looks highly skeptical. It sounds hard to believe, but Jean has absolutely no reason to lie about this. At the very least, it is clear that the demon forces are whispering about this exact plan. Meanwhile, Saki is sweating bullets, head bowed low. She is drowning in guilt. Forgive me, Commander Jean told me to say this, she thinks desperately, wanting to scream that it's all a lie. But Saki's strict orders echo in her mind, just stick to the fake report. Meanwhile, Captain Mios of the 11th Night Order silently watches everything unfold. He knows Saki is close, with the Beast Princess Mizkun brought along, making this whole cat-girl princess look perfectly authentic. After all, her specialized scouting unit is famous for gathering highly classified intel. As they continue analyzing the scout's report, Nikki listens intently, plotting a way to return to the capital without drawing any attention from Jean or the others. The stage is set. All that's left is for them to lead the way. Still, Jean remains deeply skeptical about the whole thing. This isn't the kind of secret low-level demons would normally know, meaning this could easily be fake intel meant to throw us off. Hayes, captain of the 8th Holy Knight Order, immediately warns her. As the deputy commander, his anxiety is plain to see. But if this is true, our current defenses won't stand a chance. With the imperial capital's defenses weakening, she realizes the city could be completely destroyed. The thought alone gives her a massive headache. They absolutely cannot lose face. Above all, if they report this to the higher-ups, an order to protect the capital is guaranteed. One of the high ministers frowns, demanding clarification. Are you saying the superiors will value their own safety over the front line? Is that your point? Miller repeats, visibly irritated, telling him not to twist her words. If the capital falls, the entire Holy Kingdom goes down with it. Going back to defend it is simply the logical choice. Naturally, everyone agrees with her logic. Even the hero candidates themselves have trusted comrades stationed in Temple City E, located right next to the imperial capital. What is more, they have allies currently operating inside the capital itself. With things this tense, staying on the front line is simply out of the question. Nia firmly declares her stance, insisting they must return to the imperial capital immediately. Since they are the ones who holds the intelligence first, they have the upper hand. They need to march out fully prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Mylene is still heavily conflicted, torn by the sudden news. The reliability of this intel is still highly questionable, leaving her in deep doubt. Suddenly, Heydrich speaks up, cutting straight through her anxious thoughts. He points out that Mylene does have a valid point. After all, they are hardly in peak condition to continue invading the Demon King's territory. Their current combat power is far from its peak. Making his stance absolutely clear, he explains that the soldiers are physically and mentally drained, especially after pacifying the Third Prince's domain. Having finished speaking, Heydrich silently scans the room, closely observing the behavior of every hero present. He immediately notes the unusually aggressive and urgent attitude coming from Nia and her group. Since their source is likely Sinho, this sudden news about the imminent capital raid must be highly reliable. Casually shrugging his shoulders, Heydrich notes that trying to stop them is completely pointless anyway. Mylene hesitates for a moment, realizing he is right. She then firmly declares that they cannot let things spiral out of hand. If they desert like Al did recently, it will be a major disaster. She decides to send them back to defend the capital, her voice filled with resolve. But they cannot leave the front line undefended. Mylene's group will stay behind. Deploying the main force of hero candidates to the capital should satisfy the superiors. S immediately chimes in, firmly declaring that the Warrior Legion of the Beastmen Alliance will also remain behind to help guard the front line. While an attack on an allied nation's capital certainly concerns them, S believes there are others far better suited for that defense mission. Maeve asks, with some hesitation seeking clarification, does this mean that besides their group, the majority of the forces will remain on the front line? Mylene nods in confirmation, explaining that it must be so, since they cannot possibly deploy any more troops based on an unverified report. Deep down, everyone knows that if the front line collapses, their ultimate goal of defeating the Demon Lord will drift further out of reach. Besides, throwing ordinary infantry against the Demon Lord's elite bloodline kin is completely useless. In the end, they must handle it themselves. Despite her inner worries, Mylene maintains a perfectly calm exterior, confidently telling Maeve not to worry too much about the impending threat. No matter how thin the capital's defenses might be, the Grand Commander of the Knights remains by the Pope's side. Maeve is completely stunned. Mylene's eyes shine with pride as she introduces the leader of the Holy Knights, renowned as the strongest warrior in the kingdom. If he and the hero candidates cannot hold the enemy back, then all hope is lost anyway. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, deep within the Holy Kingdom's Imperial Palace, Keiichi, of the non-combat group, is diligently studying his documents. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence. He asks softly, wondering what business Kai has with him. Kai instantly appears at the doorway as Keiichi addresses him by his familiar name. Without hesitation, Kai bluntly reveals he heard from the non-combat group in the Temple City that Keiichi is the expert, the capital's internal affairs. Kai's sharp gaze seems to pierce right through him. While the combat teams were risking their lives on the front lines, Keiichi managed to climb his way up to become the king's personal researcher. Keiichi frowns in annoyance, asking if Kai is mocking him. Keiichi sighs, putting his book down as his interest fades. He explains that he merely teaches the people here knowledge from their original world. It is simply the easiest way to earn a living. However, Kai refuses to drop the matter, continuing to probe deeper into his motives. Surely sharing simple facts would not earn him the title of royal researcher. Keiichi sighs in annoyance, calling Kai as unpredictable as ever. Keiichi admits that he simply detests fighting, which is why he chose the non-combat route. He has been researching ways to return to their original world. Intrigued, Kai sincerely asks if he has found any leads yet. Keiichi simply shrugs his shoulders helplessly. Leonore's claim is starting to sound highly accurate. To return to their home world, there is no other way but to slay the demon lord. Kai's eyes grow cold. When he first heard that theory, he had some doubts, but his train of thought is suddenly cut short. Kai notes that Keiichi has arrived at the exact same conclusion. Puzzled, Keiichi asks if Kai really came back, just to verify that. Kai steps closer, shaking his head. He reveals that a massive battle is about to erupt right here in the capital. Keiichi is utterly stunned, unable to process the news. Keeping his composure, Kai calmly offers to explain everything in detail. He needs Keiichi to pass this crucial warning to the rest of the non-combat group. But first, Kai must understand the capital's internal affairs. As the king's personal researcher, Keiichi surely holds some valuable insider knowledge. Hearing this, Keiichi finally realizes Kai's true motive behind his visit. He nods, realizing why Kai sought him out. With absolute certainty, Keiichi confirms that it involves the capital's corrupt religious sect. The Demon King is it. Inside the Holy Capital's church headquarters, a blonde woman stands before rows of loyal followers. They stand solemnly. She speaks first, questioning if the Demon King's attack on the capital is true. She is Cardinal Emily, a moderate. The moderate Cardinal Emily, a white-haired elder sitting majestically on his throne, calmly replies that the truth is still completely unclear. Resting his chin in hand, he notes it is better to prepare. That is Pope Joshua, leader of the anti-demon faction. The man beside him then speaks. To be safe, we will summon the hero candidates to protect the capital for now. That speaker is the captain of the First Holy Knight Order and commander of the anti-demon faction, Oscar. Emily smiles teasingly, suggesting that even if the threat is real, wouldn't you alone be enough? As humanity's strongest knight, Oscar bows humbly, replying that they absolutely cannot allow the vile demon race to defile this sacred ground. She pauses, humming in thought, before replying, I see, Pope Joshua, but I have a proposal. Joshua asks curiously, what proposal speak? Emily then warmly suggests taking this perfect opportunity to negotiate peace with the demon kingdom instead. Instantly, the shocked followers gathered behind her shout in protest. What? One follower screams what foolish nonsense is that, others protest, demanding to know if the moderates have finally lost their minds. She calmly defends her stance, explaining that since they have already reclaimed humanity's territory, there is no reason to continue attacking the demon kingdom. The Pope cuts her off, stating that eradicating demons is the Creator's wish. Joshua then continues, arguing that demons are impure beasts who defy the Creator, making peace absolutely impossible. Emily places a hand on her chest, insisting that, as the scripture teaches, she only wishes for world peace. She reaches out to persuade them, even if they worship another god, as long as we share this earth and speak the same tongue, we should love instead of hate. Emily clasps her hands, praying and asking if that isn't the Creator's true teaching. The Pope actually finds her logic fair, agreeing that scriptures speak of world peace, but not a peace that includes those filthy demons. Oscar resolutely holds his ground, arguing the moderate faction's dreams are unrealistic. especially since the Demon King would never accept such a treaty anyway. She argues back, stating that as long as they communicate, they will eventually understand one another. Hatred and endless bloodshed is just barbaric behavior. Joshua suddenly cuts her off, declaring that enough is enough and warns her against speaking more nonsense. Otherwise, he will brand the entire moderate faction as traitors. Emily sighs in deep disappointment, speaking up with regret. She adds that she still firmly believes mutual understanding is possible one day before turning around and finally walking away. Everyone watches silently until Emily finally disappears from sight. Walking down the corridor with the Pope, Oscar speaks up angrily. She must be completely out of her mind. Joshua agrees, noting that summoning the hero candidates was actually done under the direct guidance of the Creator. Thus, they must understand that the heavens wish for the Demon King's defeat. He judges Emily's views to be completely against the divine will. Oscar then wonders how such a faction could ever form around a woman like that. He adds that with her sheer eloquence and charm, Emily's words sound incredibly gentle and kind on the surface. Joshua quietly replies that her ideas are extreme to the point of being entirely unrealistic, dismissing the moderates' proposals as worthless. Joshua leads the anti-demons while the neutrals sit in the middle and Emily leading the moderates. He notes that while their influence is growing, they are still not even a tenth of the whole church. Joshua then sighs, admitting he must listen to those who share the same faith, since that is his duty as Pope. Suddenly his voice drops, warning that her words today went way too far and could be deemed treason, though he only gave a warning. Oscar then interrupts, bringing up the Demon King cult. Joshua immediately understands, asking if he is referring to those pathetic human heretics, brainwashed by demons. What about them? Oscar explains that their activities have recently intensified, causing widespread chaos across the Holy Kingdom and forcing them to divide their forces. He explains that the cultists seem intent on thinning out the capital guards, right after news broke of the demon army's march. The Pope sighs, stating that information should have remained strictly confidential to prevent public panic. Oscar agrees, admitting there is a high chance they are getting intel from the demon army, though that seems highly unlikely. Since cultists are still human, demons would never fully trust them. Oscar concludes that this means there is a very high probability of a traitor hiding within the church ranks. Joshua agrees, admitting that they are still completely unable to grasp the true identity of the traitor. He orders Oscar to continue the investigation. Bowing, Oscar obeys, and then asks if they have found Sino. Joshua asks if the boy has been located yet, but Oscar hesitantly replies they still have no clues. The Pope reassures him not to worry about Sino anymore, as it is not his fault. But Oscar speaks firmly. He promised to protect his daughter. Then Oscar firmly insisted, demanding that at the very least, he be allowed to personally execute Signer, the bastard who took Leah's life in Nodos. But Joshua paid little attention, shifting the topic. After all, Shido was an intruder who had sneaked into the summoning ceremony of the hero candidates. They had to find and eliminate him. He accepted the mission, promising to investigate both cases alongside the Demon King's cult. Elsewhere, a single torch flickered, casting light on the pitch-black darkness. The torchbearer led the way, as Emily followed closely behind. Soon they arrived at a crowded gathering of people, all wearing hooded red robes. One of them spoke up, asking what they should do next. Suddenly, she raised her voice, announcing that the hero candidates were returning to the capital. Emily slyly formulated a plan. With their current strength, they couldn't hope to defeat fully matured hero candidates. However, if they caught them while they were locked in combat with the Demon King's forces, it would be a different story. They would stab the hero candidates in the back during their desperate fight against the Demon King's army. With that achievement, they would join his forces. It turned out that she was actually Irene, a deacon of the Demon King's cult. The next morning, Mio and Ihi were racing towards the capital. Spotting a silhouette in the distance, he joyfully shouted that he saw it. They pushed their horses even harder. Then Ihi urgently suggested they take a quick break before entering the capital. Mio agreed, mentioning that Senor must have already arrived before them. In the study room, Kichi asked if this was about the Demon King's cult. Kai crossed his arms, caught completely off guard, and slowly replied that his reaction proved he had been struggling with them. He did not deny it, continuing to explain that the non-combat group had been attacked by the cultists multiple times, forcing them to order everyone to never act alone if possible. Kichi explained in detail that even though they were a non-combat unit, it did not mean they were completely defenseless. Since most cultists were just amateurs, they could temporarily handle them using the sacred guards. However, many were still feeling anxious. He helplessly added that if their high-ranking superiors showed up, they stood no chance. He then asked why he had not reported this to Mio and the others. Keiichi explained that he could not burden those who were risking their lives on the front lines. Since their danger level was far lower, he believed the non-combat group could handle the Demon King's cult. He then added grimly that even after cooperating with the Holy Kingdom, they could not track down any of their targets. Kai interrupted, suggesting that the cultists were hiding right in the heart of the Holy Kingdom. Keiichi agreed, saying he already had a suspect in mind. Kai eagerly asked for the name, and Keiichi loudly introduced Cardinal Yelian of the Imperial Church. She was the second most powerful figure, right after the Pope leading the moderate faction. Kai hesitated for a moment before asking what that faction was. Keiichi sighed, explaining it was a ridiculous faction seeking reconciliation with the demons. They fed sweet words to those exhausted by war, preaching nothing but empty, hollow ideals. Kai commented that it sounded like an absolutely perfect cover for the cultists of the Demon King. Keiichi agreed, admitting he had gambled on that very assumption. He firmly asserted that Cardinal Yelian was undoubtedly guilty, acting as a high-ranking member of the cult. He then raised a difficult question, noting that outsiders like them did not have the church's trust. Making a careless move against Cardinal Emily could turn the entire nation into their enemy. Keiichi gloomily expressed that it would severely affect the vanguard combat group on the front lines. That was why they could not act without solid evidence. Kai confidently spoke up, vowing to handle her and eliminate the threat before the battle at the capital. Keiichi replied that he made it sound too simple. She was a cardinal after all, meaning her security was exceptionally tight. But Kai remained confident, stating that assassination was his specialty. Even if he failed and his identity was exposed, he wouldn't implicate the hero candidates. He was already branded a sinner for killing the saint and a suspicious intruder who sneaked into the summoning. Keiichi solemnly reminded him that Cardinal Irene was merely a high-ranking member, while the actual leader was likely someone else. Kai astutely noticed his expression, realizing Keiichi had already guessed the leader's identity. Keiichi slammed the table, shouting that the mastermind was one of the knight captains, currently stationed in the capital, narrowing his search. Meanwhile, Mio's group arrived at the capital first and secured an audience with Pope Joshua, getting straight to the point. The Pope acknowledged the rumors about the impending demon attack and their bizarre tactics. It was hard to believe, and he skeptically questioned the reliability of their intelligence. Mio strongly asserted that the attack was guaranteed, though he couldn't provide proof. Joshua asked if this was merely his intuition. Fighting on the front lines, that was impossible to ignore. Standing beside him, Oscar added that the hero candidate's ultimate goal was to defeat the Demon King. Returning to the rear at the royal capital would only delay that goal. He coldly scolded them, and yet, you still return to the royal capital even though it was an order. But they had proposed this on their own. This meant that the old man quickly cut in. You must be worried about the comrades who were left behind. I see, there is no doubt. These people believe an attack is coming. And Milo did not deny it. Did not deny. Yes, that is correct. Furthermore, regarding the attack's timing, we have more detailed intel than the initial report initially suggested. The commander immediately questioned, so when will they strike? Milo took a deep breath, his gaze locked straight ahead. Ahead, he declared, much to everyone's horror. 3 days from now, at night at the headquarters of the Holy Knights. Milo slowly walked up to a group of knights, then introduced himself in a loud voice. I am Milo, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as the 11th Holy Knight Division. Please support us. A blonde-haired man standing, with arms crossed, smirked arrogantly. So this is a hero candidate. I am Teo, captain of the 2nd Holy Knight Division. Remember it well. That was Teo, captain of the 2nd Division of the Temple Guard Unit. Next, a black-haired man also introduced himself. I am Wilhelm, captain of the 3rd Division. Thanks for your hard work returning from the front lines. That was Wilhelm, captain of the 3rd Division of the Royal Capital Guard Unit. Next, a gray-haired man spoke up, saying, I am Ray, captain of the 9th Division. Usually I specialize in hunting down demon spies, but due to an emergency summons I have returned. Glad to work with you. That was Ray, captain of the 9th Holy Knight Division of the Assault Unit. Next, a blonde girl enthusiastically introduced herself. I am Salas, captain of the 10th Division specializing in rear support, and I hope we can assist everyone. That was Salas, captain of the 10th Holy Knight Division of the rear support unit. Finally, it was Oscar's turn to speak up. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Oscar, the Commander-in-Chief. Sorry for testing you earlier. He was the captain of the 1st Holy Knight Division of the Pope's Personal Guard Unit and Commander-in-Chief. Oscar extended his hand and politely added, I have heard of the hero candidate's achievements on the front lines. Please lend us your strength in defending the royal capital. Milo shook his hand confidently, replying, Of course, that is why we returned. Suddenly, he frowned his face, turning serious. Milo silently noted that this man's strength was truly extraordinary. If they had the Holy Knight commander at the front lines, defeating the Demon King would be much easier. Still, he wondered why all these captain-level knights, normally stationed across the lands, had gathered here. Even if they doubted the intel, they were already fully prepared, showing just how crucial defending the royal capital was. Meanwhile, at the Demon Kingdom's front line, the 15th Division, formerly the Western Guard of the Allied Human Army 8th Night Division, formerly the Central Guard, and the 11th Division, the Hero Unit of the Allied Demi-Human Army 9th Night Assault Division, 7th Night Division, formerly Southern Guard of the Allied Demi-Human Army 5th Night Division of the Northern Guard, 10th Rear Support Division and 1st Night Division of the Pope's Guard, 2nd Division of the Temple Guard, 3rd Division of the Capital Guard, and the 6th Division of the Eastern Guard on the Holy Knight deployment map. At this moment, Teo spoke up skeptically from the side. Do we really need those hero candidates? Directing his clear contempt toward Milo, he continued, Our own forces are more than enough to protect the royal capital. They are just useless weight. Oscar cut in. Don't say that, Teo. They survived those deadly battles on the front lines and have grown far beyond when they were first summoned. Teo, unconvinced, argued back. What is so great about the front lines anyway? Meanwhile, Milo quietly observed, But that guy is clearly different. Is he really a knight captain? Ray suddenly suggested. If you are so concerned about his actual strength, why not test it with a duel? Seeing is believing, isn't it? After a brief hesitation, Teo agreed that makes sense. Milo got into stance and replied, Of course, I don't mind. Secretly, he wondered where Teo's extreme confidence came from. Milo summoned his sword, warning himself to stay alert. Could this guy be hiding his true power? In contrast, Teo maintained his condescending attitude, scoffing, Come here, kid. Let me teach you your place. Here. Milo replied, Well, if you insist. Suddenly, Teo let out a loud shout and charged forward. No way, I am letting you make the first move. But Milo easily dodged that sudden strike, forcing Teo to pause in surprise. Teo smirked. Dodged my thrust, did you? Not bad. That smug attitude left Milo puzzled, wondering what was up with this guy. Teo roared in challenge. We are not done yet. Milo clenched his hand tight and raised it high. He dodged the next blow, slipped right behind his opponent, and seized the perfect moment to strike him hard on the neck. Instantly, Theo collapsed in pain. Flat on the dirt, Mio watched him in utter disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder if Theo was really this incredibly weak, getting knocked out so easily. Mio stood there, completely bewildered by how pathetic his opponent was. Seeing this, Dee burst out laughing, while Frame let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. It went exactly as they had expected. Sir frowned slightly and scolded Dee for laughing so much. Only Charlotte looked worried and rushed straight over. Alongside her, Neith quickly began casting healing magic on the fallen captain. Mio scratched his head, apologetic, but confused if this guy was truly a leader. Sir nodded with a smirk, explaining that Theo was only the captain of the Second Order in name. It made perfect sense once the truth came out. He explained that the Second Order was essentially a dumping ground for noble failures, a place reserved for the second and third-born sons of aristocrats. With nowhere else to go, Dee pouted in annoyance. Since Theo was a duke's second son, his high noble status naturally put him at the top. That status alone secured him the captaincy of the Second Knight Order, completely bypassing the fact that he lacked any real strength for the role. Mio asked in confusion why the guy was so overconfident. Sir laughed, pointing out that Theo was just like a frog at the bottom of a well. He had zero real combat experience, only training in safe, cozy environments, which naturally bred that utterly delusional sense of pride and false security. Frame admitted that hearing this hurt their pride too, as they had been away from real battlefields so long that they weren't much different. His voice turned sarcastic, as he explained that the first three orders were locked in the capital, banned from leaving due to their guard duties. If a real war broke out right now, this kingdom would be in deep trouble. Yet despite the grim reality, the three veterans just laughed. They laughed it off, but Mio quietly observed them, sensing their honesty. To reach their high ranks, they must have survived countless grueling trials. That evening, Mio slowly made his way back after leaving the castle. As he walked deep in thought, he reflected on the situation. He felt relieved to have strong allies, to rely on, wishing they could be deployed to support them directly on the active front lines instead. Suddenly, Mio's eyes narrowed as a sharp sense of danger hit him. Out from the shadows, a group of cloaked figures completely surrounded him. The masked attackers stood in dead silence. Frowning, Mio demanded to know who they were, but Nox ignored him and asked a question instead. He wanted to confirm if Mio was indeed the rumored hero candidate. Glaring back at them, Mio issued a cold, stern warning to back off. He warned them not to make a foolish move. He hated sounding arrogant, but even with their numbers, they stood absolutely zero chance of winning. Hearing that, the thugs instantly lost their tempers. But their leader calmed them down, admitting that Mio's combat level was on another tier now. Realizing his current strength was far superior to his past self, Mio raised an eyebrow in suspicion. In the past, are you demon worshippers? Nox smirked, confirming his suspicion. He revealed they knew Mio had just returned from the front lines, and planned to end his life right here. Gripping his sword tightly, Mio stared them down. He demanded to know the real reason why they were so eager to take his life. The leader honestly admitted they wanted to present Mio's severed head to the Demon King, as an offering to secure a place as his loyal servants. Mio was taken aback, shouting that the Demon King's army was already backed into a corner. Why were they still trying to play these desperate games? Nox shrugged it off, explaining that while many weak followers had abandoned the cause, those who lost faith were simply executed, leaving only the loyal. Only the truly faithful remained to carry out the Dark Lord's will. Suddenly, Nox's expression turned into one of twisted, fanatical excitement. He asked if Mio had heard the news about the major offensive launching in 3 days, making this their absolute last chance to strike. Mio went quiet, alarmed by the realization that their classified military plans had leaked. He slowly looked up, his tone turning ice cold. He declared that if that was their choice, he would show absolutely no mercy, regardless of whether they were still human or not. Mio had his own goals to protect now. Nox's face distorted into a horrific, twisted grin as he sharply snapped his fingers to signal his men. Nox sneered, asking if Mio would be able to stay so confident once he saw his special surprise. Mio's eyes instantly narrowed in suspicion. Before Mio could demand answers, 2 thugs dragged out a captive girl. It was Yuko, student number 19 from the non-combat division. Seeing her held hostage, Mio gasped in absolute panic, calling out her name. Nox grinned thoroughly, enjoying the hero's sudden look of terror. He ordered Mio to stand still, threatening to slit her throat unless Mio took his own life right there. Yuko struggled desperately against her captor. Mio calculated his odds of saving her in time. Seeing him hesitate, Nox screamed, demanding he make a decision before he painted the dirt red. He warned Mio that her life was on the line, but the cultists had no idea that Kai Aragi was watching them through his sniper scope. With zero hesitation, Kai Aragi pulled the trigger, landing a clean shot right between the eyes of the thug holding Yuko hostage. As the dead thug collapsed, Nox gasped in utter shock. Mio instantly seized the opportunity, teleporting right to Yuko to pull her to safety. She stared in awe as Mio swept her up. Behind them, the panicked cultists scrambled in confusion as Mio flew straight toward Kai Aragi's position. Landing safely beside Kai Aragi, Mio gently set Yuko down and asked if she was hurt. She shook her head, offering a weak, grateful smile. Kai Aragi told Mio to escort Yuko back to the dorm safely, while he held off the thugs, promising they would catch up and talk later. But Mio flatly refused, his eyes burning with intense fury. There was no way he was leaving without crushing these bastards first. I have to eliminate everyone who threatens my classmates. Terrified, the crowd took a collective step back. What? Kai calmly looked down. Got it. I will leave this place to you. Without waiting for Yuko to react, he stepped forward and picked her up. Let's go. But just as they turned to leave, Mio spoke up. Kai, Aragi, can I ask you something? Kai raised an eyebrow. What? Mio asked in a low voice. You didn't use Suyo as bait to lure out those cultists, did you? Kai casually turned away, looking completely indifferent. You are overthinking things. Even someone like me cares about my classmates. Mio replied without hesitation, I believe you. The next second, his figure blurred and vanished into thin air. Reappearing right in the middle of the cultists, they watched in absolute horror as a brilliant blue light erupted from him. A powerful wave of energy exploded. Mio swiftly dashed through the crowd, slicing down cultists before they could even react. Meanwhile, Kai carried Yuko away. He quietly thought to himself their leader did not show up. Just as expected, they are playing it safe. They will not show themselves easily. Chapter 106. After wiping out the cult, Mio met his classmates at the dorms. He slowly explained. We captured a few of them alive and handed them over to the knights. Keiichi fell silent, deep in thought. But I doubt we will get any useful information out of them. Even if they talk, the higher-ups will probably cover it up, and we will never hear a word about it. Mio did not care about that, anxiously asking how Suhi was doing. Keiichi sighed heavily. He is acting tough, but this situation is clearly wearing him down. He is resting in his room right now, and Kai Aragi is probably with him. I am sorry this was my fault. Suyo's kidnappers were clearly professionals. I should have relied on the combat division from the start. Then another classmate spoke up. They probably targeted the non-combatants. I just ran to warn everyone earlier, but he frowned slightly. Uno from the non-combat division is missing, Ka added. She was probably taken by another group. The Demon King's cult is clearly becoming more active. Those previous attacks were probably just crazy fanatics causing random trouble. The other agreed. This time it was a carefully planned kidnapping done very professionally. The trigger for this was definitely. Before he could even finish, Mio angrily grit his teeth. Our return to the royal capital. Keiichi continued. Continuing. In the capital besides me and Suyo, only Uno, from the non-combat division is here. The rest are working at the holy city of El. Mio grew angrier by the second. If we keep waiting, it will be too late. Let's have the combat division protect everyone at the holy city. The other classmate quickly added, Na-en has already left. He can wrap himself in wind, so he will arrive the fastest. Hearing that, Mio sighed in relief. Anyway, we have to rescue Uno first. To do that, we must completely uproot the cult. Hiding in the capital. Keiichi frowned. If we don't hurry, there is no telling what will happen to Uno. If they are using her as a hostage like Suyo, she is probably still alive. The classmate watched them plan, thinking to himself. There were less than 3 days left before the Demon King's army attacked. But right now, that wasn't even the main issue. Dealing with both internal and external threats was a nightmare. No matter what, they had to handle the traitor in their ranks first. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Kai looked at the girl in front of him and nodded. Well done. Yuko sat curled up on her bed, motionless. After a moment, she pouted and mumbled, I thought I was finally being useful to the combat division. Kai reassured her. Don't worry about it, just get some rest. Yuko looked up, filled with worry. Is Yui-chan safe too? Kai calmly replied. Everyone is alive. Right now they are letting the enemies move freely for a bit. Right then, a voice echoed in his ear. It was Jane Kanzaki. Kai, can you hear me? Kai frowned, asking Jane Kanzaki to connect Suyo to the call as well. Jane Kanzaki replied. Got it. Suyo's connection is ready. Soon Yuko also heard Jane Kanzaki's voice coming through. Yuko, can you hear me? She happily nodded. Loud and clear, long time no see. Knowing Yuko was worried, Jane Kanzaki added, we found where Uno is. Yuko instantly got excited. Really? Kai pressed his lips together. Before she was captured, did she establish a telepathic link with Clay? Yuko nodded. Yes. Kai muttered thoughtfully. In that case, we can track her down using a thread of mana. If she is still conscious, she can tell Kai where she is and how she is doing. Yuko finally felt relieved, letting out a sigh. So Uno is safe. Jane Kanzaki immediately replied, yes, and Clay can let you hear her voice too. Right then, Uno's voice came through. Is Yuko safe? Hearing her friend's voice, Yuko immediately cheered up. Ui-chan. I'm fine, Uno continued. I am locked in a cell, but they haven't done anything to me yet. Yuko firmly reassured her. Don't worry, we will rescue you soon. Kai then slowly spoke up. So Jane Kanzaki, where exactly is Uno being held? Jane Kanzaki thought for a moment. If you connected us via telepathy, she shouldn't be too far. Actually, our group has already arrived. Has already reached that spot. Right in the underground center of the capital, at the 3rd Night Squad's barracks, Kai frowned. He recalled Keiichi's words. Kai's guess was correct. The leader of the cult was indeed one of the current night commanders in the capital. Kai nodded in approval and praised Kanat for a job well done. This meant the Demon Lord's cult leader was none other than Ephraim, captain of the 3rd Knights. Kai then instructed Kahas to pass this vital info along to Midi. She gave a hesitant nod in agreement before Kai issued his next command. I will rescue Uno first. Have Milo's squad completely wipe out the Third Knights. Their headquarters is the cult's main den. Show absolutely no mercy. Meanwhile, deep within the underground dungeon, Elvin, the vice captain of the Third Knights and high-ranking cult officer, asked a serious question. Is that true, Captain Ephraim? Scowled deeply. Things were looking bad. They still had not established any contact with the demons. Could it be? Because Lydia was already dead. Beyond commanding the Third Knights, this man was indeed the cult's supreme leader. Emily stood by, calmly watching. Emily indifferently remarked, "At least we know our invasion plans have been leaked. I wanted to report it, but without a connection, we are stuck." Turns out, besides her prestigious title as cardinal, she was actually another top executive of the Demon Lord's cult. Elvin carefully spoke up. "I heard Suyo has been retaken," Elvin added cautiously. Hearing this, Ephraim's fury boiled over. Were his followers really that useless? Can't our brainless fools pull off a basic kidnapping? Emily frowned, scheming. "We must ensure the captured believers do not expose our identities," one subordinate warned. "Our movements are too obvious. People are starting to get suspicious." Ephraim snapped back. "I know that. But we have no choice. Lydia Ola promised that if we eliminate the hero candidates, she will turn us into demons." Emily was skeptical though. Does that promise even stand now that Lydia is dead? Besides, we still cannot reach our demon contacts. Elvin agreed, chiming in. "Even without that promise, our loyalty belongs to the Demon Lord. That is what being a true follower means." Ephraim gritted his teeth, his determination burning. "Exactly. Besides, once the Demon Lord's forces arrive, we will meet them face to face. If we eliminate the hero candidates before they arrive, they will definitely recognize our worth and reward us." Elvin raised a concern. "But those hero candidates are insanely strong now. Only high-ranking cult officers can barely hold them off." "So what is your plan?" Ephraim let out a confident, wicked smirk. "Those fools still do not know who their real enemy is. Besides, I still have hostages to play with. We have plenty of moves left." But little did he know, his plans were about to crumble. While the guards let their guard down, the hostages' ropes were quietly severed. Kai successfully infiltrated the basement to rescue Uno. Seeing the elite guards easily knocked out on the floor, Uno gasped. "The security was so tight, yet you made this look so easy." Kai smirked. "I let myself get caught, just so I could rescue you. If I could not even pull this off, what am I even here for?" He urged her, "Move fast, let's get out of here." Before Uno could even reply, Kai suddenly stepped forward, shielding her. A sinister figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "I only came down to check on our lovely hostages," Ephraim sneered. "But it looks like a rat slipped inside." Kai immediately took a defensive stance, his voice cold. "Ephraim, captain of the Third Knights. So, you really are the Demon Lord's cult leader?" Ephraim burst into laughter. "Correct, and I know exactly who you are, Saint Slayer." Kai scoffed, clicking his tongue. "Now that brings back memories. But tell me, why are you doing all of this?" Ephraim shrugged. "Isn't it obvious? A world ruled by the great Demon Lord is inevitable. No one can stand in our way." Kai snorted coldly, his expression hardening. "I guess asking you was completely pointless." He kept his guard up. Kai stood firmly in front of Uno. Ephraim sneered, arrogantly. "I have no idea how you found this place, but running into me today is your absolute worst nightmare." Saint Slayer Kai smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Is now really the time to worry about me?" Ephraim frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the entire ground beneath them began to shake, violently catching him, completely off guard. What on earth is happening? Several guards rushed into the chamber in a panic. Ephraim barked at them. "Report, what is going on?" "Our surface barracks are under attack," a guard gasped. "The hero candidates are raiding us." Hearing this, Ephraim's face drained of color. "What did you say?" Ephraim shrieked. Kai shrugged casually. "Is it really that shocking? My presence here already proved your location leaked." Ephraim's blood boiled, as pure fury took over his face. "You miserable piece of trash. You brought them straight to us." Kai shrugged with a smirk. "Instead of wasting time on me, you should probably deal with those hero candidates up on the surface. They know about this hideout now. Fighting them is your only chance to survive." After a brief hesitation, Ephraim drew his sword. "Who do you think you are?" he roared, charging forward. "Hand over the girl if you want to live." Kai remained absolutely calm. Suddenly, an immense pressure filled the room. Ephraim froze as a blinding burst of energy erupted right before his eyes. Out of nowhere, Milo intervened, blocking Ephraim's blade with ease. Milo's eyes burned with cold, murderous intent. "Ephraim." The surrounding guards were already wiped out. Kai gave an approving nod. "You got here fast." Milo chuckled. Well, Kanat showed us the way. Kai did not waste any time. He immediately scooped Uno up in his arms. I am getting her out of here. The rest is yours. With that, Kai bolted from the dungeon. Wait, get back here, Ephraim screamed in rage, trying to pursue them. But Milo held his blade in a death grip. Ephraim scowled in frustration as Milo effortlessly shoved him backward with a single flick. He slipped behind them. Mio sighed yet another scheme to bait the Demon Lord's cult with hostages. This situation was getting tense. It was unfolding exactly as Sho planned. While he was still thinking, the man spoke up. Are you Mio Fei? Snorted coldly. How dare you attack the Bold Knight Order barracks? He gave a icy warning demanding their surrender. Layhem, we already have all the proof. This place is the Demon Lord cult's headquarters. The man smiled with pure confidence. That is easily handled. We are far more reliable than you otherworlders. Eliminating the hero candidates is our top priority. Hostages were taken and things were tense, but the plan stood. Faye calculated quietly. Elvin was likely holding the line above, while the night barracks of the Third Night Order lay underground. On the surface, the cult's first move was to kill Captain Mio, then eliminate the hero candidates. Once they lost coordination, a confident smirk played on his lips. I can handle that easily. It is all for the Demon Lord. Mio stood there calmly, eyes filled with steady resolve. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the soldiers of the Night Order lay in massive piles. Ash was fighting like a man possessed, locked in fierce combat, with none other than Elvin himself. With a sudden shift, he dodged an incoming strike by a hair's breadth. Right after Ash leaped into the air, sweeping his leg in a brutal kick. Elvin quickly spun backward to evade the sweep. He snorted coldly. At least you have some skills. Tell me, are you the Knight Captain? Elvin wore a serious face. I am Elvin, Vice Captain of the Third Night Order. Are you hero candidates? Why raid our camp? Ash looked completely relaxed. How should I know? He replied honestly. They told me to stir up trouble, so I am raising hell. Just then, a voice transmission buzzed in Ash's ear. Kai Aragiho has rescued the hostage Uno. Mingo is currently fighting the enemy leader underground. If we jump in blindly, we will only get in the way. Everyone focus on wiping out the Third Night Order on the surface. Hearing this, Ash grew incredibly excited. If the hostage is safe, then that means... Elvin froze, sensing a sudden change. What is this overwhelming magical power? Elvin shuddered. Ash, meanwhile, was grinning wildly. So I am allowed to blow everything up, right? With those words, an earth-shattering blast erupted. Elvin frowned, leaping backward to evade the chaotic damage. He was going wild with, unleashing relentless bombardment. Fireballs rained down, obliterating the Night Order's bases. Ash stood panting heavily amid the rising dust. Amid the flying debris. Suddenly, Ash's gaze sharpened, sensing danger. From deep within the smoking wreckage, Elvin gritted his teeth. That is why I wanted to avoid direct combat, Elvin grunted. Ash muttered with a frown. Earth attribute defensive magic. Huh. Elvin spoke coldly. To think we would be dragged out like this. Seems someone in your group actually has a brain. Ash smirked and replied calmly. Either way, you guys are finished. Even if you beat us, your headquarters is already exposed. Elvin shook his head, looking completely unbothered. No matter. We have already secured powerful backing for situations just like this. Hearing that, Ash frowned, showing his clear impatience. Meanwhile, not far away, a series of rapid footsteps echoed through the corridors. Emily was being hurried away under heavy escort, looking highly annoyed. What a pain. Even with all my influence and connections, I am not sure I can cover this mess up. Right as she spoke, the two leading guards collapsed into pools of blood. Emily instantly panicked, taking a hasty step back. Those two soldiers probably did not even realize how they met their end. Kai Aragi quietly emerged from the darkness, his grip tightening on his dagger. Without a single word, he closed the distance. Right in front of her. In the blink of an eye, his blade slashed clean across Emily's throat, spraying blood like rain. Kai Aragi stepped over the scattered corpses, his sharp blade still dripping. Uno asked hesitantly, Lady Emily. Was she a cult follower too? He wiped the blood from his blade. It seems she used her authority as a cardinal to manipulate information, but she's lost that backing. The truth about the Third Night Order being a stronghold for the Demon Lord cult will soon be fully exposed to the public. Uno's voice sounded timid as she listened to him. Kai Aragi turned and asked her, What are your thoughts on this entire situation? Uno hesitated for a moment before responding. After I transferred to the non-combat division, I worked to provide infrastructure knowledge to the royal capital. Her brow furrowed with worry. The knowledge from our world is a complete revolution here, but without weapons, What can you do? How do you all expect to survive without weapons? I worry about Kayun and the others from our old class. Especially the top 50 players. Kai Aragi remained indifferent. Uno's voice turned incredibly reflective. During my time living here, in the capital, I grew genuinely attached. I wanted to make it better. Working with a real goal made me feel fulfilled. Her face clouded with anxiety. But the ruling class treats the slums like they do not even exist. My proposals were rejected. My infrastructure proposal for the slums was shot down instantly. Uno's voice trembled with emotion. But only Lady Emily showed actual interest. She funded orphanages and distributed food. Kai Aragi explained coldly. It was just a ploy to recruit desperate followers for the cult. The poorer and more uneducated they are, the easier they are to brainwash. Sadness filled Uno's eyes. I wanted to believe she was good. So many people are genuinely grateful to Lady Emily. Kai Aragi frowned. Perhaps she genuinely believed that serving the Demon Lord was right. Serving the Demon King is the only way to save those in despair. Meanwhile, the battle between Mio and Femme is growing more intense by the second. As clashing blades echo through the air with a deafening screech, Mio grits his teeth. He knew this would be bad. Femme is still insanely strong. He lets out a mocking smirk, asking if Mio really thought he was on the same level as those rookie knights. Do not group me with those naive brats, Mio shouts back, demanding to know why someone with Femme's incredible power would side with the Demon King. Femme throws a sudden kick. Why do you think I got this strong? Mio quickly backsteps, barely dodging the blow, as Femme raises his weapon. Holding his sword high, Femme boasts about surviving countless life-or-death battles, claiming he has been fighting far longer than any of these new hero candidates. Sweat rolls down Mio's cheek. Wasn't all that fighting supposed to be to protect this nation? But Femme just uses the opening to lunge forward. Exactly. Before you brats ever appeared, this country was on the brink of absolute ruin. Femme reveals, recalling the dark days they endured. They lost battles everywhere, losing territory piece by piece. Mio probably doesn't know, but the Holy Knight Order's strength had dwindled to nothing. Their numbers were less than half of what they were at their peak. Femme's voice grows bitter as he thinks about his fallen comrades. One by one, his brothers in arms fell. The horrific sight of soldiers engulfed in roaring flames still haunts the Knight Captain to this day. He remembers standing there completely frozen. Everyone stronger than him had perished, and before he knew it, he was promoted to captain. Femme's eyes widen with intense emotion. Even so, we fought like absolute demons, desperately trying to hold the final defensive line. But right in the middle of that chaotic smoke-filled battlefield, a massive pair of wings suddenly unfurled, bringing a chilling presence with them. A cold-eyed man stepped forward. It was the Demon King Sylvester. Instantly, both the human soldiers and the monsters froze, staring at him. The fighting came to a sudden halt. Sylvester seemed to have walked onto the battlefield purely out of curiosity, not to actually fight. He had no interest in engaging them. Yet with a simple wave of Sylvester's hand, one of the officers' eyes instantly bloodshot. The Supreme Commander collapsed to the ground dead in an instant. Just like that, their leader was snuffed out without a struggle. Seeing that, Femme realized the terrifying truth. No human could ever defeat the Demon King. Facing him was like an ant challenging a god. This was not a gap in swordsmanship or magic. It was a completely different dimension of power. But Mio is done listening. Mio lunges forward with his blade. Even so, we have pushed the front lines back. We have already defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings. Femme quickly raises his sword to block the strike. This war was decided from the start. Advantage or disadvantage, it means nothing now. Mio frowns, shouting back in anger. Even if you side with the Demon King, he is never going to save humanity. Femme quickly counters his argument. By feeding intelligence to the Demon King's army and taking out the hero candidates, they have a deal. They will transform us into demons and accept us as citizens of the demon realm. That is our pact with Lord Gomer. Femme swings his sword, delivering a heavy blow that forces Mio to retreat several paces. Mio grits his teeth, jamming his sword into the ground to steady himself. Femme scowls. You killed Al, ruining our entire spy network. Femme points his blade directly at Mio's throat. You self-righteous hero candidates have constantly ruined our best-laid plans. Mio keeps his brow furrowed, deeply skeptical. Even if that pact is real, can a human actually be transformed into a demon? Femme smirks confidently. You have already seen a prime example of it. His next words strike Mio like a physical blow. Femme reveals that the monster researcher they encountered was once human before selling his soul to spy for the Demon King's army. With a chillingly calm voice, the researcher ordered the beast to attack, proving he had complete control over the monsters. Fem smirks. He used his own body as a test subject, even though his transformation was ultimately deemed a failure. His research was passed back to the Demon King's army. They finally perfected the formula to trigger a complete demon transformation. Mio cannot hide his absolute shock at this revelation. A drug that turns humans into demons. No way. Fem grits his teeth in rage. We were about to receive the prototype until you annoying candidates killed Leader Summer. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light cuts through the darkness. Fem's blade erupts into a violent torrent of raging flames. Brandishing his blazing sword, Fem points the fiery tip at Mio. You hero candidates might have a little talent, but you are still far weaker than me. Challenging the Demon King with that pathetic power is pure suicide. Mio remains silent, absorbing the words. He braces himself for the next strike. Nearby, a massive fireball begins to condense in Al's palm, ready to explode. The fiery projectile shoots forward at lightning speed. Elvin grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into his defenses. A massive barrier sphere forms around Elvin, shielding him from the blast. Al raises an eyebrow, pointing mockingly behind the hero. If you keep hesitating, your friends will be slaughtered. Nearby, Xiaohei struggles to fight back as Rui frantically blasts magic at their enemies. Al watches with a haughty smirk. I have no idea who is backing you, but if you lose here, it's game over. Elvin bites his lip in frustration as his protective barrier slowly begins to shatter, leaving him completely exposed. A smirk crossed his face, hoping this fight would actually last. Just as expected, the hero candidate squad had grown incredibly strong on the front lines. Asher leaped into the air, screaming about the cowards in the capital, aiming a punch straight at Elvin. There was no way they could win. Instantly, Elvin conjured a massive barrier right in front of him. Asher's heavy punch slammed directly into the shield. Feeling its absolute density, the cocky smirk on his face instantly turned into pure shock. Before Asher could even react, a sharp blade thrust straight out from behind the barrier, forcing him to grab it with both hands. But the sword shattered into pieces, leaving Elvin completely stunned. Wait. What? Suddenly, Asher's wicked laughter echoed through the silent battlefield. He sneered, taunting. Without your weapon, what are you even going to do now? Meanwhile, Fahim's sword was still blazing hot with flames. Milo gripped his hilt-tight resolve burning in his eyes as he kicked off the ground charging. Fahim lunged forward at the exact same moment, a smug grin contrasting with Milo's stoic face. A deafening clang of metal echoed through the air. The fire on Fahim's blade flared up, capturing Milo's undivided attention. On those blazing red embers, a sudden arc of fire swooped down toward his head, forcing him to react instantly. Milo leaped back to dodge, but Fahim pressed the attack. You think you can run from me? A volley of slashes rained down on him. Fahim's eyes burned with pure malice as he unleashed a devastating strike. Milo barely managed to dodge, a blow that would have severely burned him. Since Fahim could freely manipulate the flames on his blade, close combat was highly disadvantageous. Thinking fast, Milo threw his sword directly at his opponent, but Fahim easily dodged it with a simple tilt of his head. He mocked, "You really think keeping your distance is going to save you?" before unleashing another devastating wave of fire. Proclaiming his flame strike, Milo quickly switched his weapon to shield mode, barely blocking the explosive sword energy, but he was struggling to hold his ground against the pressure. What insane power is this? A massive crack suddenly split across the surface before it shattered into pieces. The force sent Milo crashing to the ground, widening the grin on Fahim's face. He laughed mockingly, asking if Milo had just sacrificed his left arm. Fahim's attitude grew even more insufferably arrogant. As he added, channeling magic into your arm to survive was clever, but now you can only swing your sword one-handed. Gripping his sword, Fahim decided it was time to end the battle once and for all. He lunged forward for the kill, as Milo's eyes flared with desperation. With no other options left, it was time for a reckless gamble. Activating his modified phantom footwork, Milo vanished from sight, causing Fahim's triumphant smirk to instantly fade away. By executing rapid teleport-like movements, Milo created multiple after-images that swarmed Fahim from every single direction at once. Fahim swung wildly, expecting an attack from his blind spot, but his blade sliced through nothing but a mirage. Fahim gasped in horror. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he coughed up blood as a cold blade pierced straight through his back. Tricked by a brilliant double feint, Milo stood there, sweat pouring down his face as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fahim collapsed motionless, Now, Milo could finally let out a peaceful smile. The intense tactical training he did with his master had finally paid off. On the other side of the battlefield, thick black smoke billowed from the ruins. Asher's crazed laughter echoed endlessly as he yelled out like a madman. "Without your sword, what are you going to do now?" Suddenly, Asher froze. From within the sphere, Elvin's voice commanded, "The stone to become his sword." Sensing danger, Asher leaped back as Elvin emerged wielding a sword of solid stone. Asher gritted his teeth, annoyed by his stubbornness. Shifting his attention, he calmly muttered that it was time to end. This, as the climax, was no longer interesting. Jane stepped up next to him, scoffing that fighting Elvin was just a tedious battle of attrition. He muttered that boring fights waiting for mana to drain were definitely not his style. Elvin gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what his captain was doing underground. Meanwhile, Jane's hair fluttered in the cold night wind. She smirked, telling him that waiting for his captain was completely useless. Instantly, Elvin's face froze. What Jane added impatiently that Milo, their leader, had already defeated his captain. Elvin stood there completely unable to believe his ears. There was no way their captain would lose to them. He quickly whipped around as he heard Milo apologizing for being late. Milo arrived, carrying Fihim's defeated body, causing Elvin to drop his stone sword in disbelief. Jane stepped forward, revealing they had just received reports that all of Elvin's powerful backers were wiped out, including Lady Emily. Elvin suddenly let out a hollow laugh, finally feeling the sting of total defeat. Asher watched him muttering about his foolishness. He would have been useful on the front lines, but he chose the Demon King. Instead, suddenly, a frantic scream shattered the silence as another soldier stood completely frozen in place, utterly terrified. The soldiers stared at each other in tense silence, and honestly, you and I can feel the absolute dread in the air, sharing that exact same look. The fifth knight captain, ignoring their words, his eyes unconsciously drifted to the side. Ray's gaze fell right onto the motionless body of Lehem. He desperately tried to explain, "Wait, there is a reason." But he didn't give Mio a single chance to speak. "Don't mess with me." Day's spear instantly blew him away. He roared in pure madness. Keem was dead, and the third knight's barracks lay in ruins. There was no room for excuses. He was about to charge. The injured backed away. "Let me handle this." A quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, you can't win." But he leaped forward anyway, aiming a heavy punch to cool his head. His fist slammed down, unleashing a massive explosion. Once the dust cleared, a mysterious blonde man stood blocking the path, protecting Ray. He stared in absolute shock. What? He couldn't believe his eyes. The blonde man, with only a single hand, grabbed the spear while stopping the punch with the other. Oscar spoke coldly. "Enough. Calm down, both of you." After the battle, the surrounding area lay in ruins. Right above the cellar, black-robed cultists lay scattered everywhere. Elvin and the survivors were quickly tied up and captured. Meanwhile, Day and Sir discussed things nearby. He finally realized the truth. His voice softened with sincerity. "Sorry for staying quiet. I got Mi's report. I never expected you to raid the barracks." He looked away, avoiding eye contact. "I apologize for acting on my own. But our friend was taken, and we couldn't wait." Mio added, "Since there were enemies inside, we had to move. We didn't know who to trust." Sir crossed his arms in agreement. Ray's eyes filled with deep sadness. "I can't believe the cult leader was my former comrade. It feels terrible." His face was incredibly grim. "When I got Mi's report, I couldn't believe my ears. He wasn't even on my list of suspects. Yet here we are. A demon cult base right under the third knight's barracks." Sir let out a heavy sigh. "My men found that Cardinal Yenny is involved." He pressed further, questioning if the moderate faction was backing them. Is the moderate faction actually backing the demon cult? He glanced sideways, realizing this could be the case. Exlert spoke up. "The demon cult has been acting strange. If information was blocked, how did she find out? If the third knights defending the royal capital colluded with a cardinal covering up information, would be effortless." You and I can see the sheer disbelief on Day's face. That was the true face of the cult. No wonder they could never fully wipe them out. Mio forced a faint, weary smile onto his face. "Well, at least we captured their leader." Sir's expression remained completely blank as he nodded in agreement. Cardinal Yenny was powerless now. He couldn't hide his curiosity. "Thanks to you, a major threat is gone. But tell me, how did you uncover the demon cult's true identity?" Mio answered, without holding anything back. "We have a friend who is an expert at information gathering. Besides, the cult targeted us first, since we are hero candidates." After a brief hesitation, he apologized. "Mio, sorry for jumping to conclusions earlier." Mio shook his head. No, it was a natural misunderstanding. Ray's focus suddenly shifted elsewhere, looking down. Are those burns on your arm from Fahim? Mio nodded with a serious look on his face. Yes. His flame swordsmanship was incredibly tricky to deal with. De shifted his gaze. He was definitely a pro. He might be the strongest after Sir. De brushed the thought aside. No use worrying about it now. Oscar sighed in admiration. Still, your strength is incredible. Defeating Fahim with only a few minor burns. Mio's eyes burned with determination. Now we can secure our rear and prepare to fight the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the demon capital Valar, Prince Fokor sat flipping through reports, a dark expression on his face. Isn't this a bit overkill? Lord Fokor Luke, his trusted high demon advisor, spoke up, trying to understand. We are using rare magic crystals. Don't you want to crush the enemy's head once and for all? Fokor slammed the papers onto the table, his face twisted in rage. Just because that idiot Leonhardt lost? Our father has become a coward. I alone am enough to easily destroy the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Luke hesitated. We understand your power, your highness. But Anne chimed in, saying it was still too risky. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupted behind Fokor, forcing both advisors to fall to their knees in terror. You think you understand my power? Fokor gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his face in sheer fury. Forgive us, your highness, they begged. Fokor raised his hand coldly. Such insolence is worthy of death. An eerie, clear voice suddenly cuts in. Foser and Wybel step through the spatial portal. They represent a crucial military force. With a cold look, he pulls his hand back and snaps. What do you want from me? Her gaze instantly drops as she hesitates. Lord Foser, you are leading the raid on the Holy Kingdom, right? Shouldn't we actually discuss our strategy first? Foser shrugs off her concern. We don't need that. The goal is simple, destroy the enemy's capital, right? Wybel sighs. But we at least need some sort of strategy. He violently slams the table. How annoying, I destroy what I want, you just adapt. She bows deeply and excuses herself. Inside, Wybel is filled with dread, and it turns out Khalid shares the exact same concern. At this rate, we will just have to improvise as we go. Suddenly, a spatial circle glows. This plan is dangerously reckless. Is this going to work out, or end in disaster? Wybel steps out of the spatial portal, her face clouded with deep worry. She walks on, lost in thought. Suddenly, she spots the man actually in charge of the mission, who is surprised to see her. It is fourth Prince Goa. Wybel quietly murmurs a greeting. Goa approaches with a smug look. Perfect timing, Wybel. Walk with me. Let us finalize the raid for the day after tomorrow, he commands. Wybel hesitates for a second, her voice soft and unsure. I agree, but... She falters. Foser and Khalid said a plan is pointless. Goa scoffs. Forget those two. They will just run wild. He suddenly draws his massive blade, eyes flashing. My only goal is to take the Pope's head. Wybel can only stare in silence. She stays quiet. Fourth Prince Goa, the strongest swordsman of the Demon Kingdom, is clearly the one calling all the real shots. Another spatial portal tears open. Seeing her return, Rose immediately bows low, welcoming Lady Wybel back with utmost respect. Foser steps forward. I bring a message from Lord Sino. Wybel's eyes widen as she quickly asks, what did he say? Rose delivers the reply. Proceed exactly as planned. It seems their allies are fully prepared. Wybel frowns in deep thought. An ambush plan with a flawless formation to wipe out the demon army's core. I have leaked every piece of intel, but will this actually go smoothly? Anxious thoughts fill his mind. Even without Wybel, the enemy still boasts formidable royals. With 3 members of royalty and 1 heavenly king, attacking this upcoming battle is going to be a complete bloodbath. He rubs his chin, nodding. Taking down even one of them would be a massive win. Foser narrows his eyes, thinking. The ideal scenario is both sides tearing each other apart. Keep that in mind when you make your move, Wybel. The clock is ticking down to the elite demon army's raid on the Holy Kingdom. Only 1 day remains on the countdown. With the enemy fast approaching, Miyu and her allies scramble to make their final preparations. All citizens have already been evacuated. They cleared out the civilian sectors alongside the local garrison. Naturally, Pope Dozu and the High Priests have also safely fled. Since they are the prime targets, they evacuated the holy capital of App. Meanwhile, Chaos Group in the royal capital is fleeing too. All non-combatant units were evacuated onto the Afi airship, finally rooting out the hidden traitors from their very midst. Everything is set. Over at the DZ Church headquarters in the High Council room, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. The second Knight Captain scowls, visibly annoyed. We cannot just let our glorious royal capital be reduced to ashes. Is there really no way to move this battlefield? Student number 25, Nijiaki, calmly chimes in to explain. Our intel says the enemy plans to teleport directly into the sky above the capital. Relocating the fight is impossible. 10th Knight Captain Sal chimes in with a serious proposal. We must have the court mages deploy defensive barriers. We need a magic barrier covering the entire city. The 9th Knight Captain Reese scoffs after hearing Sal's idea. That is practically useless, Reese mutters. But Holy Knight Commander Oscar raises his voice. Look on the bright side. The evacuation is complete. It would be ideal if we could lure the enemy out and fight them there. But before he can finish, student number 35 Miyu cuts him off. We do not have that luxury. We have no choice but to fight and accept a certain level of collateral damage. Theo glares at her. With a bitter scowl, he snaps. Collateral damage. Would you say that so easily if this was your own home? Mio, sitting next to her, snaps. She slams her hands on the table, shouting, Are you serious right now? You people are the ones who took our home in the first place. Startled Miyu quickly tries to calm her down. Mio ignores her. Someone else shouts, Enough. Are you seriously going to start infighting again when we just crushed the cult? Seeing them bicker, the knight sighs deeply and shakes his head. How pathetic, he mutters under his breath. Sensing the tension, Oscar clears his throat to regain control. Enough. Everything up to now was just the prelude. Now we enter the core of this meeting. Who fights whom? We must decide our matchups right now. Hearing this, Aki fidgets nervously, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Is it finally time for me to guide them as instructed? Last night, Kai gathered everyone together. His expression was serious as he began to speak. I have just received vital information about the enemy's true capabilities and weaknesses from Isbel. Since I am the one with the most accurate grasp of our military strength, and because you can use appraisal kindness, you will relay my exact strategic commands to deploy the Holy Kingdom's army. Kindness, looking quite anxious and skeptical, spoke up. I will certainly try, but isn't that plan a bit too reckless? Hearing this, Kai gave an immediate, uncompromising answer. You can do this. Now go. Kindness felt utterly helpless, thinking it was far too pushy. Kai then continued to lay out the operation. First is the first Prince Voker. He controls gravity, magic, and is their strongest warrior. To face him, Al-Ha, you are up. Upon hearing this, Al-Ha, the class's top student, could not wait to boast. So you finally admit that I am the strongest one in this class, and not Mio, Al-Ha bragged, feeling completely validated. Seeing that arrogant reaction, Kai calmly replied, It is simply about matching the right person to the job. Win, and I will acknowledge you. Kai looked over and asked Mio Yoki, Are you ready? Student number 6 nodded with a serious look, replying, Understood. With that settled, Kai moved on. Next is the second Princess Callus, a witch of blood magic. To counter her, I want Holy Knight Commander Oscar to handle the task. Oscar smiled warmly in agreement. I'll manage everything on our side. Kai continued. And then there's the fourth Prince Varda, the fiercest swordsman in the Demon Kingdom. According to Isbel, he is the real mastermind. Mio, take him down. If they realize our targets have fled, they might retreat quickly, so don't give them any room. Mio, looking incredibly cool, nodded. Yeah, got it. Kai nodded and went on. Finally, the Fire Heavenly King Fei. Said to be the child of the Fire God, he is their most powerful king in history. I want Charlotte and the knights to engage him. Kino, support them with water magic. Kino, student number 9, clenched his fist. Understood. Turning to the rest of the group, Kai added. Additionally, there are about 7 or 8 high-ranking demons out there. The rest of you will deal with them. You are in command. Charlotte smiled with pure, excited joy, thrilled by the trust. Am I really being trusted with this? Kai then cautioned, Do not rely too heavily on the regular knights. Our only true fighters are the elite captain-level knights. I have devised a basic strategy for each clash, but you must remain flexible on the battlefield. Mio's face grew serious as she asked, What about you, Kai? His eyes flashing with a cold, murderous glare, answered, I will slip behind enemy lines to decapitate their leader. In the chaos of war, assassins hiding in the shadows truly shine. Back in the present, Kindness, still looking quite uneasy, spoke up. This is the plan I propose. What do you think? Hearing this, Ted glared at Kindness with sheer disgust at his arrogance, sighing, Aren't you being a bit too full of yourself? More importantly, there is absolutely no role in this plan for me. Dee leaned back, speaking with a calm, casual shrug. Isn't this the most logical setup? The enemy is highly elite. Sending weak soldiers would just be a total waste of lives. Offended by the blatant sarcasm, Ted snapped. Are you calling me weak? Charlotte, sensing the rising tension, quickly tried to diffuse it. That is not what she meant, but it might be better if Ted commanded from the rear. Beside her, Dee smirked gleefully. Oscar stepped in to break up the bickering. All right, we will adopt Kai's strategy. Let's plan the details to handle any surprise. As darkness fell, Mio went outside to clear her head softly, whispering to the night. Just then, Oscar approached her from behind. Mio. Hearing his voice, she quickly turned and greeted him. But Oscar's face was clouded with deep, visible worry. My apologies. The meeting dragged on for quite some time, he said. Mio shook her head, offering a sympathetic smile. No, it is only natural. After all, this upcoming clash will decide the very survival of our entire nation. Oscar stepped closer, his tone turning serious. May I ask you a question? Mio looked at him with slight confusion. What is it? Do you happen to know where Kaino is? Mio shook her head without a second thought. No, I have no idea. He is a bitter enemy to both of us, but right now we have far bigger concerns. Oscar frowned, his anger showing. I was once Saint Leia's fiancé, he growled, his voice thick with rage. If we win this, I want my revenge. Mio stared at him in utter horror. Overwhelmed by his intense hatred, she could not look him in the eye and turned away. Oscar's eyes burned with absolute fury. Suddenly, in the pitch-black sky, a distorted, ominous portal began to tear open. Its abrupt, unnatural arrival sent violent shockwaves through the building. Startled by the sudden tremor, the two immediately looked up. Oscar gasped, his face pale with dread. This massive surge of mana. Don't tell me. Mio grew anxious. They were early. High above, the demon vanguard from Varda hovered in midair. One demon covered her mouth, giggling, coordinates confirmed. And, I have successfully locked down the space right beneath our feet. Faye asked calmly. So have we finally arrived? Charlotte's face twisted in disgust. This sensation is rather unpleasant, Voka replied. It must be the magic barrier. What immense mana. Used for this spatial teleportation. Foser folded his arms, muttering. So, this is the human capital, quite impressive. For a lower-class race. Suddenly, a massive gate tore open in the sky. Ahei cracked his knuckles excitedly. They're here. Ahei turned to warn him. Hey, calm down. If we don't lure them in a bit deeper, they might retreat. He clicked his tongue. Those guys aren't going to run just because we are waiting. Mi spoke up, adding, it'll be bad if they realize. The Pope has already evacuated. In that case, the enemy won't have any reason to continue. Frowned and glared at her. Yeah, I get it. Shut up. Mi snapped back in anger. Excuse me, I'm being nice and explaining it to you. Meanwhile, Mio was incredibly tense. Sir patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Calm down, Mio. It's earlier than scheduled, but still within our expectations. Get into battle position. I'm counting on you. Mio replied seriously. Understood, before immediately turning and running off. Kai Aragi stood nearby, his eyes glued to the sky. They've arrived. Mi asked. What's the plan? Turning back, Kai Aragi replied. For now, we observe. We'll provide backup depending on how the battle plays out. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Goang muttered in confusion, looking down. It's strangely quiet. There's not a single soul out on the main streets. C shot back. It's midnight, so that's normal. Don't tell me you didn't know humans. Can't see in the dark. Weibel, however, knew better. To him, this absolute silence was a dead giveaway. That the evacuation was complete. Yibel had worried when Foster suddenly pushed up their departure schedule, but it seemed they were ready for a brutal clash. Suddenly, Foster cleared his throat and called out, everyone is gathered. Move out double time. The howling wind seemed to tear through the dead night. CA asked, with sheer excitement. Is their boss hiding inside that massive castle? Goa replied in a calm, soft voice. No, it's not. That's the great cathedral. Right next to the church headquarters. The Pope, who is our ultimate target, is currently hiding in there. He muttered in frustration. Isn't the king their boss? Human power structures are so damn complicated. Oa sighed. In annoyance, I'm pretty sure I've explained this a dozen times already. Suddenly, he noticed a massive defensive barrier. Active. Callie chimed in. It's covering the entire city, he remarked. Even though we are in the rear, their capital's defenses are quite solid as expected. Foser scoffed in contempt. Solid. Don't make me laugh. What could this flimsy thing possibly protect? C grinned. Let me handle this. Hellfire instantly. Blazing flames rained down on the shield. Human soldiers scrambled in absolute panic as the barrier began to tear apart. Inside the church, someone gasped in horror. No way. Beside him, another stood wide-eyed. Our ultimate barrier got shattered with just a single attack. Watching quietly from above, Mi spoke in a serious tone. That's high-tier magic. He's utilizing the burning concept of fire flawlessly. Shin gasped under his breath. What an absolute nightmare of a sight. Kai Aragi muttered. Is this the sheer strength of the fire heavenly king high above Foser? Crossed his arms, declaring, I will descend upon this capital. I'll leave the Pope's head to you. Saying so, Foser took a leap, plummeting straight down. Callie gave a cold snort and immediately dove toward the breach in the barrier, hoping to score some decent loot. Fly eagerly dashed after her, shouting, All right, let's see what kind of opponents we get to crush here. Goa's voice remained cold and detached. Let the operation begin. Foser, see, do as you please. Gripping his weapon tightly, Goa commanded, main force with me. Meanwhile, right by the gate, Yubel stood guarding, thinking about his role. If humans gained the upper hand, he could shut this portal and aid them. That way Foser and the others would be trapped forever. His betrayal would be exposed, but he didn't care as long as he could eliminate these monsters. Foser's feet slowly touched the solid ground, a terrifying, suffocating chill radiating outwards from his body. Suddenly, Foser swung his arm, releasing a devastating blast that completely leveled the surrounding buildings. Staring at the wreckage, he muttered, just as I suspected. I don't sense a single human presence. This place has been completely abandoned. Foser walked slowly down the empty street, wondering, did our info leak? Or did they somehow foresee our arrival? Stopping in front of a strange object, Foser fell silent. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted right beneath his feet. A landmine had triggered laughter, echoed from a nearby roof. As Ahe yelled in excitement, You took that directly. You idiot, but Foser had already easily neutralized the blast, calmly replying, Impressive. Now I'll make you talk. Seeing him completely unscathed, Ahe's grin vanished. What? Not even a scratch? You bastard. Meanwhile, just a block away, Callie smiled, quick reflexes. Her opponent pointed a sword at her, shouting, Second Princess Callie of the Loga Demon Realm. Leave your head right here. Elsewhere. Fis was completely lost, grumbling. I've totally lost track of Voan and the others. Suddenly, Ferris stops in his tracks and asks, Are you going to be my opponent? Jay replies, Seriously, it's been a long time, Ferris. A crescent moon hangs over the guild building. Goa arrogantly leads a horde of other demons forward, when suddenly, a voice rings out. I won't let you pass. Mio grips his sword, blocking their path alongside his friends. He unsheathes his blade and points it straight forward. Goa glares at the weapon and scoffs. A glowing sword. Don't tell me you are actually a hero candidate. The demon prince asks with confusion, Why are you here anyway? Thinking to himself that Mio was already waiting for them. Mio just grips his hilt tighter, saying, That's my line. I never expected the Demon King's army to literally drop from the sky. Behind him, Jay speaks up, with a teasing grin. Wow, what a shameless lie. Mia quickly cuts in, warning, Wait, if you call him out like that, Mio will be totally flustered. Na steps in to keep order, telling them both to stay focused. Jane Kenzaki quickly chimes in, saying, As planned, we will handle the other high-ranking demons here. Mio listens to his friends helplessly, while Goa frowns, realizing something is very wrong. But now is not the time to overthink. It will be trouble if the target escapes, and the dimensional portal has a strict time limit. Goa lowers his voice and orders, I will go claim the target's head. I leave this place to you. His subordinate snaps back. Understood. Suddenly the demon leaps high into the air. Mio and his friends watch in shock as Mia quickly draws her sword to give chase. But the demon's subordinate quickly weaves a blocking spell, yelling, I won't let you follow him. Na immediately retaliates with her magic. Unleashing a massive wind blast, she completely obliterates his spell. The demon stands dumbfounded, thinking my magic was erased. He grinds his teeth. You pathetic humans, he rages. But another soldier suddenly warns. Look up. High above Mia is already controlling a storm of floating weapons. The blades rain down, making the demon forces scream in terror. Goa is forced to block the lethal barrage, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Casting another magic barrier, a subordinate warns the others, Stay alert, our opponent is a genuine candidate to become the hero. Another demon grunts in response. No matter how worn out this city is, it's still our stronghold. It won't fall that easily. Meanwhile, Jay speaks with a serious expression. As planned, I'll leave 4th Prince Goa to Mio. She carefully warns him. Remember, he is an elite high-ranking demon. Do not do anything reckless. Her friends quickly shout back in agreement. Understood. Two red energy slashes rip through the air as Goa slowly lands. He recalls the critical intelligence from Ava. The Pope's chamber is supposed to be located deep inside. With a sadistic gleam in his eyes, Goa unleashes a blast at the door. But as the smoke clears, revealing an empty room, Goa freezes in shock. Stepping inside, he wonders, did they escape already? Goa frowns, thinking their reaction time was way too fast. He finds it incredibly strange that there isn't a single guard around tonight. He tries to shake off the bad feeling, but suddenly, his instincts scream. Mio lunges at Goa out of nowhere, blade flashing. Goa quickly backsteps, gripping his blade's hilt tightly, as he leaps high into the air to dodge the lethal ambush. Landing on his feet, Goa glares up at Mio, who is already back in a battle stance. Goa spits, "We have been completely trapped outside." Meanwhile, Jay's team confronts Ferris. The demon asks in confusion, "It's been a while. Have you met me before?" Jay's face darkens as he growls, "Yeah. I remember the exact day you burned my hometown to ashes." Ferris just casually cleans his ear with a pinky. "So what, I don't remember?" "Frankly, humans who survive meeting me are extremely rare." He grins, bursting into a sadistic laugh. "Are you going to entertain me today?" Instantly, a massive wall of fire erupts, trapping them. Ryu immediately rushes forward, shouting, "Leave it to me." Activating defensive magic water creation and control, she commands holy water. The powerful stream of water douses the flames, instantly shocking Ferris. But before he can react, a spearhead thrusts toward his face. Jay spear tackles Ferris at full speed, roaring in absolute fury as he unleashes a flurry of rapid thrusts. Ferris is forced back, holding his forehead as he retreats. Ferris sneers. "That actually hurt. But hey, I remember you now." He points mockingly at Jay. "You're that little brat from back then. You've grown pretty strong since then, haven't you?" Behind him, Ryu asks with curiosity, "Do you two have a history?" Jay growls in resentment. "He spared my life on that battlefield. He burned down everything except for me." He flashes back to that horrific day, lying beaten on the ground, desperately gasping for air. "Why spare only me?" he had asked. Looking up at Ferris, the demon had simply replied, "Only you." Back then, as Ferris walked away, Jay had desperately screamed, "Wait." Ferris hadn't even looked back, just waving his hand, saying, "You've got potential. Grow stronger, then come kill me." And then he walked away, disappearing into the flames. Back in the present, Jay lowers his voice, muttering, "I never thought you'd be the one to show up first." Ferris grins with sadistic delight. "Looks like you've sharpened those claws of yours. Sparing your life back then was totally worth it." Jay scowls, his resolve hardening. "I will purge every last demon." He commands his troops. "Today, we settle this grudge once and for all." The knights roar in unison. "Yes, sir." Watching this intense exchange unfold from the sidelines, Ryu can't help but worry. She silently thinks. The cycle of hatred continues. But this war started way before we even got here. These guys. All right, you and I are jumping right into a world where she has fought demons her entire life. To humanity, they are nothing but monsters of pure hatred. If anyone finds out, we are working with demons. But before the knight can finish that terrifying thought, D cuts him off, reminding them that they also depend entirely on her water magic. She quickly nods, trying to calm her racing heart, repeating to herself that everything will be fine as long as they follow Kai Aragi-Khan's brilliant strategy. After all, Shokan's predictions are never wrong. Seeing this, Callus smiles, mocking their impressively quick reflexes. Oscar steps forward, coldly demanding, "Second Princess Callus of the Vala Demon Kingdom, leave your head here." Hearing that, her playful smirk vanishes into a frown. In a flash of blinding white light, he charges straight at Callus with lethal intent. Their clash triggers a massive explosion, shaking the entire area. Thick smoke floods every alley in the city. The sheer force of the slash rips the ground open, slicing nearby houses clean in half. Hovering high in the air, she sneers, "Are you sure about this? You're destroying the exact city you swore to protect." But D remains deadpan, replying that everyone has already evacuated. To take her down, a little collateral damage is a price he's willing to pay. Callus points down at his weapon, curiously asking if that is indeed the fabled holy sword. And he doesn't even bother to deny it. "It is," he answers. "A divine blade forged by the gods themselves, passed down to every knight leader, as proof of their ultimate authority." As a dark, magical aura begins to pool in her palm, she realizes she is facing the strongest force humanity has to offer. She looks at him with amusement. "Well, you certainly have good eyes." Suddenly, she plunges the dark magic straight into her own neck. Coated in her own blood, she purrs, inviting him to dance. The sight leaves one of the knights completely horrified as he watches her. The other knight grimly recognizes it as blood art, her legendary unique skill. Callus is surprised they actually know about her secret trump card. Unfazed, he tightly grips his hilt and unleashes his holy magic domain. A massive golden magic circle instantly expands beneath their feet. He commands his forces to stick to the plan. Without a second thought, the loyal knights shout back in unison, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Voker softly praises his opponent. "Perfect. You will definitely have to teach me how you did that." Hey, spits back, annoyed that the bastard does not have a single scratch. Voker then asks how he managed to prepare so well for this raid. Is momentarily stunned by the question. Realizing his slip, Niao quickly warns him not to leak any crucial info to their enemy. Annoyed, Ahe covers his ears, telling her to stop nagging him. He then turns back to Voker, claiming he knew absolutely nothing. But Voker easily sees right through his terrible lie. Behind him, I can only sigh, facepalming at how incredibly obvious he is being. Voker narrows his eyes, demanding to know who leaked the intel. Completely freezes up his brow, furrowing under the intense pressure. He snaps back, telling Voker that if he wants answers, he'll have to beat them out of him. Voker just strokes his chin, amused. "Oh, and you think defeating me would actually change your fate?" Voker mocks. Boiling with rage, Ahe tightens his fists, sensing the disrespect. He screams that he's going to kill him, but she quickly steps in, begging him to stay calm and stick to the original plan. But Ahe completely loses his cool, screaming at them to shut up. Voker, thoroughly unimpressed, coldly activates his spell, Body Gravity. Instantly freezes as the ground beneath him shatters from a massive pressure wave, burying him deep under the heavy rubble. Luckily, his ally quickly casts a support spell, Weight Reduction, to neutralize the gravity. Manages to stand back up, staring at his hands. "I can move again." Grunts. Voker remains completely calm, finding it highly amusing that they actually came prepared for his gravity magic. Leaps forward to launch a punch, but Voker simply points a finger, releasing a sudden beam of light to keep him at bay. In an instant, is violently flipped sideways midair, a look of pure shock and confusion washing over his face. His ally is equally stunned, as the support magic is suddenly forced to cancel, leaving struggling to land safely back on his feet. "Damn it, maintaining balance with a weightless body is impossible," he growls, while his team watches anxiously from a nearby rooftop. Even though Aragi-Khan warned them about Voker's insane gravity manipulation, dealing with both attraction and repulsion forces is a total nightmare. The support magic helps, but it definitely has its limits. Realizing they need a different approach, one of them suddenly leaps straight off the roof. Time to stick to the plan. Activating her iron body transformation, she lands perfectly on one hand. Her entire skin hardens into pure steel. Voker just smirks at the heavy target, immediately casting body gravity to weigh her down. Yet, she does not slow down for a second, even as the ground beneath her cracks. She confidently looks up, muttering, "Useless." Voker's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" She calmly rotates her steel arm, explaining that magic has absolutely no effect on her current form. With that, she lunges forward like a runaway train. Voker barely manages to dodge her heavy punch, his focus instantly shifting. Seizes the opening, unleashing his massive artillery attack. Beside him, his ally swings his hand to activate another powerful buff. With boosted attack power, the strike forces Voker to jump high into the air to dodge the devastating blast below him. Floating above Voker, reluctantly praises them, admitting that forcing him to actually dodge, that was somewhat impressive. Now you and I can see Voker realizing their trick. They are literally altering their body weight to render his gravity magic useless. His gravity was just a support skill. Voker shifted his gaze to, The skill was backed by law-based power, which gravity magic simply could never resist. He shifted his focus back to her, noting her rare ability to completely nullify any magical interference, though it was strictly limited to herself. Voker smirked, asking, "But that power of yours won't last very long, will it?" Furrowed his brows in response. He stood frozen, realizing he'd been completely seen through. The time limit was only 5 minutes, and O's immortality skill drained a massive amount of law power. As a pure defender, O couldn't land a decisive blow. While O drew the enemy's attention, he planned to support him and let Ahi use artillery to finish the job. Meanwhile, the knights all charged forward with their weapons raised. Callus calmly blocked them with magic, her brow twitching as blood sprayed right from Callus's palm, instantly piercing the chest of a nearby knight. The others cried out his name in horror while she gleefully licked the blood off her lips, declaring she'd take his blood. Sharp spikes suddenly erupted all over the fallen knight. Suddenly, they ripped through his flesh and rained down as blood needles, impaling the other knights below. Within a single moment, They all collapsed to the ground. Callus spoke up, her face twisted in pure malice, saying all blood spilled here would belong to her. Watching this, Oscar roared in fury, instantly leaping high into the air and swinging his sword straight down toward her. She looked up and sneered. Bringing your men was a mistake. My magic only grows stronger with more spilled blood. He furiously tore through Callus's defenses, but seeing the other knights charge forward, she burst into laughter as fresh blood sprayed out once again, pooling directly into Callus's hands. She now had absolute control over those fallen knights. Oscar kept hacking away at her barrier. She grinned and mocked. That's an area spell meant to buff your allies, isn't it? Callus looked down at the knights below. What a shame. Doubling the strength of weaklings makes no real difference at all. She continued. On the other hand, my own power increases exponentially the more of your useless subordinates I slaughter. How does it feel watching your chances of victory slip away? Meanwhile, his sword and her barrier kept brutally clashing before both plummeted and touched down lightly. He silently gripped his sword, hilt in deep thought. Callus suddenly laughed. You can't even argue back anymore. She reached her hand forward, calling out good Callus, unleashed magic beams toward Oscar. I'll end your misery. He instantly deflected the attack, slicing those magic beams to pieces in a flash. She was momentarily stunned, pulling her hand back in disbelief. It was impossible. Even when empowered by the blood of over 10 people, he broke it with a single swing. Finally, Oscar spoke. My holy domain grants holy attributes to allies within its range. His voice was resolute. The holy attribute is a special power that repels evil, and the stat buff is merely a secondary effect. Oscar stared directly at her. And the holy blessing continues even after death unless I manually cancel it. He narrowed his eyes. Do you get it? Most of the blood you control now carries the effect of repelling evil. Callus gasped in shock. So that was why her power dropped. She realized things were bad. I need to separate it from my own blood. Oscar quickly leaped forward. Too late. He swung his sword down with immense the holy sword technique. Callus grimaced, dodging the blow, but Oscar charged and sliced her in half. Crimson blood sprayed into the air as the two halves of Callus's body crashed down. She struggled to speak. Me, in a place like this. He landed smoothly and remarked, exactly as planned. Callus still couldn't believe it. To build a strategy entirely around sacrificing your own men. I never thought soft-hearted humans could do such a thing. Oscar replied, with calm indifference. Every single knight was fully prepared. It was all according to the will of our Lord. She struggled to raise her voice and asked, Can I ask one thing? He looked slightly surprised. What Callus still found it baffling. Where did you get information about me? Even among the demon race, almost no one knows of my power. Oscar replied coldly. It's not something I knew. That information was brought back from the front lines by the hero candidates. She immediately understood. Something. Then there's no doubt about it, the hero candidates are colluding with the demons. Callus let out a faint smirk. With someone of royal blood, no less. He simply raised his sword and said, I'll keep that in mind. With that, he decisively swung it down. Elsewhere, Larixay burst into maniacal laughter. He excitedly roared, burn, burn, burn even brighter. D fell to one knee and clicked his tongue, while Lotte nearby was busy healing the soldiers. The other knights were all in battle stances. Mui thought anxiously. It's useless. I can't completely stand against him with just my power, even though our compatibility should have been great. Larex mockingly asked, Hey, what's wrong? Weren't you planning to get revenge on me? He gleefully threw his hands in the air. At this rate, I'll reduce the entire capital to ashes. He struggled to rush toward Larex. De furrowed his brows tightly. Damn it, I can't reach him. The flames kept spreading further. Kaimi? Kai stands on the rooftop looking down, muttering, That is the ultimate final bottleneck. Right then, Mei suddenly drops to one knee. She lowers her voice and asks, Should we back them up? Kai calmly replies, No, I will send Oscar to help instead. Our knights will coordinate much better that way. Now go support Kana. Both girls immediately answer that they understand the plan. Mei curiously asks about his plan, and Kai softly replies, I will escort Hei and the others. Then he suddenly leaps into the air. Everything is going exactly according to plan so far, meaning it is time to wipe them out. Mio grips his sword hilt tightly. Goa also points his weapon right at him. Both fighters charge forward simultaneously, their blades clashing in the blink of an eye. Mio notices something strange. Despite clashing head-on with a holy sword, the enemy's blade does not have a single chip on it. Meanwhile, Goa is starting to sweat. They fell right into a trap, and assassinating the Pope is now completely out of the question. He quickly dodges a strike, realizing they must at least inflict heavy casualties on the Holy Kingdom's forces before they can retreat. To achieve this, Goa glares straight into Mio's eyes. He is determined to take down this hero candidate right here and now. Eliminating a captain among the hero candidates would be a massive win. Goa slowly speaks, releasing the power of his magic sword. Intense bloodlust instantly floods the area, freezing Mio in his tracks. Suddenly, his knee buckles and he drops to the floor. His body feels unbelievably heavy. Goa mocks his sluggishness and slashes down, but Mio manages to trigger his flash step. He narrowly escapes the deadly strike. Goa stands frozen in shock, wondering if that was some kind of spatial movement technique. It seems similar to Yurbel's ability, acting more like a high-speed blessing that lets him instantly teleport to set coordinates. Goa watches him closely, knowing a skill like that must put a massive strain on the boy's body. He cannot spam it. He keeps his eyes glued to the ground under Mio. If he can just trap him with his shadow, victory is guaranteed. Victory would be absolute. But suddenly, Mio raises his hand toward the ceiling and screams for light to guide them. Goa winces, shielding his eyes as the dark magic holding Mio down begins to fade away, disappearing completely a second later. Getting back on his feet, Mio is relieved to feel his body return to normal, just like he had predicted. Goa demands to know how he figured it out, but Mio grips his sword tight and refuses to tell him a thing. Mio recalls hearing rumors about the fourth prince's shadow-manipulating magic sword, but the physical weight of it still caught him off guard. Thankfully, Kai had given him some stellar advice earlier, telling him to just light up the place if he ever got stuck. Using light magic to counter the shadows was a genius move. Mio smiles, realizing how amazing Kai's strategic mind really is. Goa stares at the blinding light. There is no way Mio could have figured out his sword's secret from that brief clash. This means their ambush plans and crucial intel on their abilities have been leaked to the enemy from the very beginning. Goa is thoroughly annoyed. Sending a light magic user specifically to counter him is proving to be a real pain in the neck. Mio raises his blade, asking if his shadow manipulation is useless now. Goa just smiles, pointing out that it is currently nighttime. Thick dark energy begins pouring into the room, rapidly gathering in every single corner as the prince calls upon the night. He boasts that he can draw in infinite shadows from the outside world. Mio narrows his eyes, knowing he cannot get caught. If those shadows touch him, his movements will be completely locked down. However, Mio notices a weakness in the technique. Thanks to his light source, the shadows are incredibly sluggish, forcing Goa to burn massive amounts of mana to move them. Suddenly, the swirling darkness is sucked straight into Goa's weapon, leaving Mio completely shocked by what he is seeing. Goa leaps into the air and charges forward, laughing that his shadow blade only grows stronger the more darkness it consumes. Mio barely manages to raise his weapon to block the incoming strike, but his blade suddenly begins to crack under the pressure. He stares in utter disbelief as his sword fractures. Taking advantage of his distraction, Goa lands a devastating blow. A deep slash tears across Mio's shoulder. Goa clicks his tongue, annoyed that the cut was too shallow to be fatal. Grimacing in pain, Mio triggers his flash step to escape, but Goa pursues him relentlessly with a cold glare. Goa swings his blade, throwing out a massive shadow net that instantly traps the retreating hero candidate. Mio grits his teeth in frustration. The prince laughs, mocking him that high-speed movement is incredibly easy to predict compared to true spatial teleportation. Suddenly, Mio yells that this cheap trick cannot hold him down, and a brilliant blue light erupts from his sword. He shreds the shadow net into pieces with a single swift strike, leaving Goa completely stunned by the counterattack. With fire in his eyes, Mio drops to one knee and unleashes a massive shockwave of blue light right at Goa. The blast tears straight through the wall and shoots outside. Mio catches his breath, letting out a soft sigh of relief. If his holy sword did not have the unique ability to sever magic, he would have been a goner right there. Goa looks down in disbelief. It was supposed to regenerate, but the blade sliced through that condensed, hardened darkness with absolute effortless ease. Watching the darkness pouring in from the door, Roa realized shadow attacks were useless. He quickly made up his mind. "Then I will channel the shadow into my magic sword to boost its raw power," he shouted. "So what? Even if you countered my magic sword, so what I am? The strongest swordsman in the Demon Kingdom in pure swordplay. No one can match me," he frowned, anxious. What should he do? At this rate, he would definitely be completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, a voice rang out. "You deserve some praise," Poker said coldly. "You are actually the very first person to ever wound me." At that moment, Ash was held by the jaw. A lay flat on the ground, struggling to call out. Ash remained terrifyingly silent. The surrounding area was in complete ruin. No one noticed that up on the roof, Kay was already aiming his gun. His eyes burned with deadly intent. Chapter 117. Elsewhere, a spear-wielding demon charged. Na used magic to leap high. He leapt to dodge the strike, muttering, "Yeah, he is seriously strong." Just then, a voice rang in Nan's ear, directing Nan Khan. "Keep that spear user busy just like that," he shouted back in agreement. Below them, Wind Arrow desperately blocked the incoming barrage of arrows. Now observed the enemy closely. This guy feels just as dangerous as that masked demon. He frowned, but we have grown stronger too. We will definitely win this. Down below, Sohei and Hei charged together, both rushing head-on towards yet another formidable demon. One of the girls slammed her hands onto the ground, activating plant magic to summon binding vines. The demon was instantly caught off guard. What the demon clicked his tongue in frustration. Seizing the opening, the two boys rushed forward. The blade in Sohei's hand sliced. Sohei's weapon managed to graze the demon's arm. "Too shallow," he muttered, frowning. "His skin is like steel, it's insanely tough. Feels like punching solid steel." Nearby, swung a powerful fist. Keta yelled out excitedly, "Finish him off and support Ian quick." Together, they double-teamed the purple-haired demon. He grumbled inwardly. "Getting ganked like this is exactly the kind of fight I hate. Who the hell is commanding them? Their coordination is way too precise." Nearby, Nii raised her hand, channeling her telekinetic powers. Her voice dripped with pure malice. "I will crush you to pulp." Massive boulders immediately rained down upon the white-haired demon. He reacted instantly, deploying a magic barrier. "Annoying, I can't even get close." Over on Jay's side, she roared with fury. "I will burn you to ashes." Roaring flames surged toward the horned demon, who countered with a massive burst of water magic. The demon scoffed. "Flames of this level are nothing compared to the crystal day." On all sides, the fierce battle raged on. Watching from the sidelines, Luke realized both sides were completely deadlocked. No one could land a decisive finishing blow. Seizing the moment, Luke shouted out to Alon. Alon grunted back, "Got it." Drawing his sword, he charged right into the fray. He made up his mind to just slaughter whoever was in his way. Suddenly, a terrified girl gasped right in front of him. "Me? Is that student number 20 Swite?" But another voice cut in sharply, "I won't let you." A brave student jumped in. Shielding Sohei was student number 32 Godofo Cooter. Simultaneously, Jane Kanzaki unleashed a blast of magic, shouting, "Stop right there." Alon froze. He stared down at the magical chains binding him and scoffed. "Do you really think these flimsy restraints can hold me?" With a burst of strength, Alan shattered the chains. She quickly sent a telepathic message. "I created an opening. Strike now." Another student yelled and charged forward. This was student number 26K Nungao. Suddenly, the enemy delivered a vicious sweep kick. The blow struck Gudofu's thigh, sending both him and Sohei crashing down. He swung his sword fiercely at the demon, while C cast magic. Backing them up, C quickly cast a healing spell. Struggling to get back on her feet, Sohei panted. "Thank you, Honislen." Alon growled. "One-on-one, they are absolutely nothing." Luke replied coldly, "True, but they make up for it with insane teamwork. Their coordination is completely flawless. This is going to be a real headache." Jane Kanzaki watched the chaotic battlefield, deeply concerned. "We're holding our ground for now," she thought, watching Sohei and he strike the demon. "But without Maikon and Akon, we're stuck. We just lack the firepower to end this." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ear. "Hey, can you guys hear me?" Jane Kanzaki's eyes widened. It was Chino Kwang-ge. "I've sent backup to your coordinates," he said. "Make sure you use them well." She gasped in disbelief. Right on cue, a sudden slash tore across the purple-haired demon's back. Jin casually licked the blood off his hand. At the exact same time, Mei raised her staff below. "Earth Gnome, heed my call, and lend me your ancient power." A hail of massive boulders flew forward. The white-haired demon quickly conjured a magical barrier to block the onslaught. Suddenly, the barrier began to crack. "My magic barrier," he gasped. Before he could even finish his sentence, the shield completely shattered. Mei raised her staff once more, instantly binding the white-haired demon in place. "Windslash," she screamed with absolute fury. The demon shrieked in agonizing pain, as Mei smiled in triumph. Nearby, the purple-haired demon frowned. "Who the hell are these guys?" The demon beside him, desperately blocking, yelled back. "A beastman warrior and some fancy mage. They were completely pushed to their limits." Calmly, he says, "If it is just enemies of this caliber, we can handle them." Mei smiles. Jane Kanzaki, "We will help too." "Will you command us?" A bit taken aback, Jane Kanzaki immediately transmits a telepathic message. Listen up, everyone. Kai Aragi-okan's allies have arrived as reinforcements. Na excitedly replies, with those two here, it feels like we have 100 people on our side. Jay, however, looks displeased. Jay grumbles, wasn't the two of us already enough? Hearing this, Sai sighs. Yeah, you should probably stop talking like that so much. Jer immediately retorts, this is telepathy, right? It is not like I said it out loud. Sai suddenly realizes something too. He is right. Mi interrupts with a stern voice. Hey, focus on the battle. Since it has come to this, they will fight desperately. They'll charge at us desperately. The team telepaths back in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, Forker tightly squeezes AC's chin, lifting him high up. He growls in frustration. You are the first one to wound me. This makes Asi grit his teeth, struggling to breathe under intense pressure. Akiha struggles to crawl over, calling out in worry. AC is completely exhausted, gasping for air as sheer despair begins to consume them. Every single tactic they prepared turned out to be completely useless. Even the attacks buffed by their support skills were easily dodged by him. Akiha's invincibility duration had run out. They were out of options. Just then, Kai Aragigan, hiding on a building rooftop, aimed his gun down. He decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew in a straight line, piercing Forker's arm with perfect precision. Yet Forker's expression remained unchanged as he calmly dropped his prey to the ground. AC coughed violently, struggling for breath. Looking at his wound, Forker frowned and muttered, a long-range sniper. Their support must have noticed us. Just now Akiha guessed something. It must be Agun. AC quickly reassumed his defensive stance, determined not to be caught off guard again. He silently took the opportunity to initiate a telepathic link. Ajikon, can you hear me? Immediately, a voice responded. Is that you, Akiha seriously proposed? We cannot win this on our own. We need you to keep providing backup. I plan to, but it seems utterly impossible right now. Kai Aragigan delivered the bad news, leaving his ally in total shock. What Kai Aragigan coldly demanded, retreat got it. Their support on the other end also realized there was a major problem. Something bad must have happened to Ayasin's side. Akiha agreed. Yeah, the situation is terrible. We must find a way to retreat. Frowning, Asi questioned in frustration. Retreat, aren't we supposed to fight? Do you really think he will just let us escape? He broke out in a nervous sweat. I know that. Meanwhile, Forker rolled his shoulders, deciding not to stand idle any longer. I am tired of playing around with you. He raised his hand, summoning a magic circle filled with mysterious ancient runes. It expanded rapidly, radiating terrifying power. Forker declared in a deep voice, in times like this, it is best to wipe out everything at once. Watching this unfold, Akiha's eyes widened in sheer horror. What is that? Forker smiled with smug satisfaction. A devious grin crossed his face. Dark void magic erupted violently, acting like a black hole sucking in everything nearby. The support struggled to hold on to a large boulder to avoid being pulled in. Akiha was also barely hanging on amid desperate screams. Screams of the students echoed in absolute despair. Struggling to survive, AC thought to himself, am I going to die in a place like this? Rewinding time slightly back to when Kai Aragigan was still observing from afar, the battlefield below was completely shrouded in thick smoke. He came to a final conclusion. Indeed, Forker was the biggest obstacle. Even if he joined them, winning would be uncertain. Even joining forces with them didn't guarantee victory. Suddenly, a massive deadly pressure surged from behind, threatening to steal his very life. It turned out to be Oscar brandishing a sword. Found you. With a massive slash, he brought his blade down across the building. Kai Aragigan swiftly leaped and dodged to another spot, but he still got grazed, leaving deep red blood dripping onto the ground. Recognizing his opponent, Kai Aragigan immediately shifted into a combat stance, locking eyes with him. Chief Knight Oscar, why are you here? Oscar turned to him with deep hatred. I finally found you. Saint Slayer, so you are the one pulling the strings, manipulating the hero candidates from the shadows. Kai Aragigan couldn't understand. Is this really the time to be picking a fight with me? Right now, the royal capital is being destroyed by the Demon King's army. Every word Oscar spoke carried immense burning hatred. Ever since Lycoris was killed, my life's purpose has changed completely. Avenging her by killing you is my absolute top priority. Keeping his expression deadpan, Kai Aragigan bluntly reminded him, I have no reason to fight you. If you're a knight, remember your duty. Don't forget what you must protect. This only angered Oscar more, causing him to roar, Shut up, Saintess Lycoris. Was my fiancé. Besides, you are allied with the Demon King's army. Aren't you? As Chief Knight, I can't let you escape. Kai Aragi remained calm, simply explaining, that's a misunderstanding. At least right now, I am actively working to protect the capital. But Oscar refused to listen, swinging his sword with absolute fury. Do you think I have any reason to believe you? Kai Aragi reacted quickly, leaping high into the air. From above, he noticed Forker's magic growing stronger by the second. Its massive gravitational pull was about to trigger a catastrophic disaster. Inside his mind, Kai Aragi grew increasingly anxious. This is bad. At this rate, everyone is going to lose, but Oscar charges straight and giving his opponent absolutely zero room to breathe. That's when he completely let his guard down. What he brings down a massive slash, but Kai manages to block it just in time. The sheer overwhelming force still makes Kai frown in deep concern. Oscar channels massive pressure to completely crush him. Unable to hold his ground, Kai gets blown straight back, but immediately pulls out his weapon. He aims his gun at the target and pulls the trigger without a second thought. 2 magic bullets blast forward like rockets, but Oscar is ready. He easily deflects their trajectory. Then gripping his hilt with both hands, he channels his magic into the blade. It is time for Holy Sword Art. Secret Art. In a split second, Oscar unleashes an epic spatial shattering shockwave slash, and it lands with perfect accuracy. The attack inflicts a deep, dangerous wound. But wait, it is just a clever visual illusion. Oscar realizes this and freezes in shock. What Oscar stammers in panic? Kai has actually teleported over to the opposite building. Highly annoyed, Oscar scoffs at his cowardly tricks. An illusion? Classic assassin, only good at cheap tricks. Kai raises his guard even higher, knowing that was a dangerously close call. If he hadn't kept his foresight active, he wouldn't have made it. But then Kai's glowing red eyes open wide. Appraisal activated. Now Oscar's entire system status window pops up, revealing a set of absolutely mind-blowing high-level stats. Feeling the massive power gap, Kai turns grim. With Oscar possessing Demon Prince level stats, how is he going to survive this? Meanwhile, Oscar is still bursting with power. He raises his sword high and growls, "Prepare yourself, you goddamned assassin." Meanwhile, we cut back to the intense battle between Rotan and Miyu. Miyu frowns deeply, racking his brain for a way out. If this keeps up, he'll be completely crushed. Standing opposite him with a powerful sword, Rotan speaks up. "You really are gifted." Miyu stays silent, but his eyes are locked in high alert. Suddenly, Rotan starts pouring his heart out, telling a personal story. "I envy you. I was once a failed prince. Even as royalty, I couldn't even use a single drop of magic for my clan." This leaves Miyu completely baffled. How could someone so ridiculously strong call themselves a failure? Rotan pauses as if carefully reflecting. Then, he slowly shares his tragic past. "I grew up being ridiculed by both Falker and Scarlet. Even Leon secretly despised me. But then, the Demon King bestowed upon me the demonic sword Sato Giver. That was his supreme command. He ordered me to become a master swordsman, not a mage. It was his decree." Hearing this, Miyu quickly prepares for battle. "And that is how I became the strongest swordsman in the Demon Kingdom. As long as you fight with a sword." In a flash, Rotan leaps incredibly high into the air, bringing down a devastating strike with an absolute declaration. He bellows, "You can never defeat me." Rotan's colossal raw power brutally crushes down, completely overwhelming Miyu's desperate defenses. Miyu grits his teeth, pushing his limits to hold his ground. But with a brutal swing of his sword, Rotan blasts him far away. Miyu crashes hard and rolls across the dirt in agony. Covered in wounds and gasping for air, he is utterly shocked. Just what is this terrifying monstrous power? Rotan slowly approaches, a smug, victorious grin spreading across his face. Defeated on the ground, Miyu still keeps his eyes glued to his opponent's movements. Taking another direct hit from that sword is suicide. Is there any other way to fight back? Suddenly, a genius counter-strategy flashes through Miyu's mind, sparking a plan of attack. Rotan closes, in raising his blade for the final, lethal execution. "You fought well, but this is where you die." Suddenly, Miyu realizes the core of the issue. Why duel a master swordsman in swordsmanship, especially when his holy sword can freely shapeshift? There is absolutely no reason to limit it to a single blade. At that very moment, the holy sword splits into dozens of razor-sharp shards. Finding himself surrounded by a floating matrix of blades, Rotan panics. What? Without a single moment of hesitation, the sharp shards rain down, locking onto him from every single angle. Facing a deadly storm of incoming blades designed to take his life, Rotan frantically moves to dodge them as fast as possible. But maintaining his high evasion speed, is absolutely impossible against such a relentless, overwhelming downpour of countless sharp blades. Rotan grimaces, realizing he has no choice but to defend. He quickly casts shadow magic, forming a dark barrier around himself. But the holy sword's shards easily shatter that fragile defense. Rotan's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated horror. What Miyu sees is the perfect opening, channeling his power. His holy sword possesses the unique ability to pierce right through magic. Rotan takes the full force of the brutal onslaught, screaming in agony. He is utterly powerless against this fatal strike. He collapses to the ground, completely drained of strength. Covered in bloody wounds, Rotan gasps out, in absolute disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be a swordsman?" Standing over his fallen enemy, Miyu looks down and cold-heartedly replies to him, "I don't care about rules in a fight. And let me correct you on one thing. I'm no hero candidate. I am the hero." Rotan finally accepts the bitter truth of his defeat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the chaotic battlefield of the academy students. Nazumi raises her hand to deliver the final crushing blow. This is the end. The high-ranking demon takes the hit and, screaming in agonizing pain, the demon is helpless as Miyabi commands massive boulders to crush them under her will. Caught completely off guard, he watches helplessly before the giant rocks flatten him. Meanwhile, Gina unleashes a devastating blast of fire. She vows to burn them to ash as another high-ranking demon gets utterly thrashed, screaming in agony. Over here, Alan faces a sudden onslaught. He is left utterly stunned and stuttering. The one delivering these brutal, decisive blows is Senna, leaving the remaining demons in total panic. Seeing his squad wiped out, he panics, muttering that this is impossible. But a cold voice suddenly breaks his thoughts. Mayor looms over him with her staff, her gaze sharp and serious. Now completely isolated and surrounded, the demon has nowhere to run. He gnashes his teeth in bitter resentment, his voice trembling as he refuses to accept this humiliating defeat. "We are the elite guards of the royal family, not low-tier demons. How could we lose to these pathetic, fragile humans?" She coldly calls out his delusion, pointing out his fatal mistake. Jane Kanzaki then steps forward, his voice hard as iron. "Even us fragile humans know how to grow through the heat of battle." Meanwhile, Naomi is absolutely thrilled. She cheers, realizing they were saved once again by Agun's allies. Miyabi, standing beside her, can only sigh in awe. She never imagined they could hold their own against 8 high-tier demons, but Gina just scoffs at the thought. She refuses to ever lose to such trash. As the last demon falls to his knees, begging for death, Mayor raises her staff. Unleashing her magic, she sends a razor-sharp energy blade slicing forward, ending the final demon in the blink of an eye. All right, here is where things get wild. The intense clash between Oscar and Kai reaches its absolute climax. He maps his target and shoots. Oscar quickly dodges to the side, but one stray bullet still tears straight toward him. Reacting instantly, Oscar blocks the projectile with the flat of his blade, his eyes burning with unwavering focus and zero fear. He silently analyzes Kai's combat style. Those bizarre bullets pack quite a punch, and their velocity is absolutely terrifying. Combined with that illusion trick from earlier, this kid is incredibly crafty. Oscar must play it safe for now. Kai scowls in frustration. Oscar is just too calm. Why is this guy so stubbornly obsessed with taking him down? Sizing up his foe, Kai analyzes the stats. Oscar is a physical magic swordsman who likely funnels everything into raw blade skills. He uses light magic purely for utility. Standard straightforward builds like this have almost no weaknesses, making them a nightmare. In a flash, Oscar vanishes from sight, blitzing forward with his sword raised high for a crushing and decisive strike. Seeing his chance, Kai activates his foresight skill. His eye glows crimson, exposing Oscar's weaknesses and predicting his exact trajectory. Oscar's every attack path is laid bare. Having anticipated the swing, Kai raises his own weapon to block it cleanly. Oscar is genuinely stunned by the perfect block. Seizing the moment, Kai's sharp eyes scan for another clear opening. Spying a fatal vulnerability wide open, he launches a swift and decisive counterstrike. Oscar can only watch in dismay. Gritting his teeth, Oscar barely leaps back in time to escape a lethal hit. But Kai is already preparing his next move. He fires off 2 more rounds, analyzing the battle. Weaknesses shift constantly, but Oscar's combat instincts are incredibly sharp. Oscar easily deflects both bullets with his blade. But observing closely, Oscar begins to piece together the truth. His movements are slow but flawless. Either his reflexes are godlike or that glowing red eye possesses future-seeing prophecy powers. Is that how he reacts so insanely fast? Before Oscar can ponder further, Kai suddenly splits himself into 3 clones. Splitting into 3 identical clones, Kai successfully surrounds his opponent from 3 different angles, leaving him trapped. All 3 raise their weapons and fire simultaneously, converging on Oscar, who stands trapped dead in the center. Surrounded by lethal threats, Oscar frowns, realizing the danger. He cannot tell which of the shots is the real one. He immediately chants, invoking the sacred light, to shield himself and deflect his enemy's attacks. Instantly, a massive barrier appears. The shots bounce straight back off the impenetrable barrier, catching the illusions head-on and making them vanish instantly. While the clones dissolve, the real Kai barely dodges his own reflected bullet, exposing his actual position in the process. Spotting his target, Oscar charges forward and delivers a crushing downward slash. Kai grits his teeth, trying to endure. Despite his eyes burning crimson, Kai is blown backward by the impact, smashing into a building amidst a cloud of debris. Oscar scoffs, telling Kai that while he has solid skills, he is still far too weak. Kai sits battered and bruised. Covered in wounds, Kai secretly realizes that this reflection barrier is the absolute pinnacle of high-tier light magic. He only used it now because it drains massive mana. Since he already used his ultimate technique earlier, he must be running dry. Deploying that ultimate sanctuary against Scarlet took its toll, leaving him depleted. Oscar, feeling the strain, silently strategizes. With his mana down to 30%, Oscar resolves to force close quarters combat and end this fight right now. Oscar leaps high into the air, but freezes mid-motion as he looks down. Just a second ago, Kai was standing right there, but now, he has completely vanished into thin air. Scanning the surrounding area yields absolutely nothing, and Oscar can feel that things are rapidly spinning. Out of control. Did he really escape in that split second? This is bad. There is no reason for the Saint Slayer to stick around and fight. In just a flash, Kai teleports directly behind Oscar. Sensing the sudden danger, Oscar reflexively swings his massive sword in a wide arc in the air, but Kai dodges effortlessly, delivering a deep slash down Oscar's arm that makes him pale. "I let my guard down," Oscar mutters. Bracing himself, Oscar knows he could have retreated, but since this monster is so obsessed with hunting him, he decides it's better to end it here. Kai unleashes a hurricane of devastating attacks, forcing Oscar into a desperate non-stop defense. Seeing his opponent struggle, Kai smiles to himself. If I fight one-handed, the power gap will disappear. Without that strength difference, I can easily gain the upper hand by landing more strikes. And just as planned, Oscar struggles to keep up, covered in deep scratches. He finds himself backed into a corner, caught in a terrible dilemma. This is bad. I need to heal, but if I retreat now, he'll escape. Oscar desperately searches for one last option. Stopping dead in his tracks, he channels his remaining mana. "Oh, light!" burst forth, he roars, as a massive wave of energy erupts violently. Kai quickly shields himself with his heavy outer coat, smoothly drawing his gun as the barrel points forward, ready to counterattack. In a split second, 3 bullets rip through the fabric, hitting Oscar directly in both of his legs. Oscar's eyes widen in sheer agony. "My legs!" he screams, roaring like a wounded beast. "Damn you!" He raises his sword, charging. Another massive wave of energy. "Oh, light!" shatter the night and crush the darkness. Sensing the danger, Kai leaps backward, wondering if Oscar is risking all his remaining mana. Ignoring his own limits, Oscar pours his last ounce of strength into a shout. "Become the ultimate light and incinerate everything." His blade suddenly transforms into a blinding, concentrated vortex of deadly energy. As he unleashes a devastating forward slash, Kai sees the attack locked onto him, yet he stands perfectly still as it approaches. Right as the strike is about to hit, Kai's eyes snap open. Copy activated instantly, a solid reflecting barrier materializes, shielding him. Oscar's own devastating attack collides with the barrier and bounces straight back at him. Witnessing this, Oscar panics, screaming in absolute despair. No way. He takes his own ultimate finisher head-on, and a agonizing scream of pure terror rips through the battlefield. With Oscar defeated, the battle ends. Kai pants heavily, his body pushed past its limits, and utterly exhausted. "This is bad. I have barely got any mana left," Kai mutters, frowning as he looks toward the distant horizon. His mind is filled with worry. What is happening in the other battles? Meanwhile, let's head back to where Heiki's team is currently recovering from a brutal brush with death. Covered in wounds, Heiki and Agashi struggle to sit up, their teeth gritted, as they stare ahead. Still in shock, Heiki weakly asks what just happened. Beside him, Agashi's eyes suddenly widen. In pure horror, At the scene before them, Ogi had stepped in, taking the entire blast himself. Agashi screams out Ogi. A massive crater is all that remains from the explosion. Forker looks on, slightly amused. You took my dark strike head on. It seems you desperately forced your broken body to reactivate that neutralization ability just to survive. He says, looking down at his kneeling opponent. But you are completely out of mana now. Agashi instantly flies into a blind rage, roaring, "You bastard!" He recklessly charges forward, screaming that he will kill him. Forker calmly raises his hand. How foolish. Instantly Agashi's body is slammed to the ground, pinned down. Damn it. Agashi growls, completely helpless. He looks up desperately, screaming, "Hey, Ogi, what's wrong? Get up already." Forker bluntly drops a devastating, heartbreaking truth on them. Save your breath. He's dead. But Agashi refuses to believe it, screaming in denial. Don't you dare decide that. Forker simply points at him, cold and calculated. Actually, I have a question. They say if I beat you, you will finally start talking. So tell me who leaked the intel about our surprise raid? And what exactly did he tell you, defiant to the end? Agashi spits back. I haven't lost yet. Forker just chuckles mockingly. How pathetic. Humans cannot even accept their own defeat. His gaze suddenly turns sharp, dripping with pure murderous intent. Forker instantly shifts his target to Heike. In a heartbeat, Heike is completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. With a quick flick of Forker's finger, magic ropes materialize. Heike is violently dragged forward, flying straight toward Forker, who reaches out to squeeze the life out of him. Heike is bound tightly, trembling, desperate to cry out, but unable to speak. Forker uses this situation to threaten Agashi. If you do not answer me, this kid is next. Forker's voice echoes completely ice cold. Now, spill it. Heike gasps for air, on the verge of blacking out, as Forker demands once more the exact same question. Who leaked the intel? The scene shifts to a small town engulfed in flames as Flammers cracks his shoulder, smiling with excitement. Man, that was a close one. Looks like you have grown up quite a bit. Meanwhile, GJ is completely knocked out, and his soldiers are not looking any better. Watching this, Yumi trembles in absolute terror, stuttering. No way, the enemy scoffed, mockingly sneering. You've been waiting for backups. Too bad they are never coming. Making her tremble with fear and collapse to the ground. But why? We did everything Ajiko told us to. Suddenly, Charlotte stepped forward, shielding Sui, her voice firm and resolute. Run now. Without my magic, I am just a weak knight. But I can at least sacrifice my life so you can escape. Flamer watched them, stepping forward with a smirk. You, too, did your best. A healer and a water user, but your vanguard was just a bit too weak. Right at that moment, a sudden arrival caused the entire place to freeze. Frowning in confusion, he demanded. Isabel's assistant Joseph bowed respectfully, interrupting them. Time is up, Lord Flamet. We must withdraw immediately. Flamet was disappointed, but sighed in resignation. Is it time already? Well, I have played enough anyway. Meanwhile, Forker was still holding Aya hostage, as Joseph appeared to deliver the message. Time is up, Lord Forker. We must retreat immediately. Surprised, Forker turned to him. How strange. It is earlier than planned. Did Rotan already complete his objective? Joseph offered no details, simply urging him to hurry. Releasing his grip, Forker let her collapse to the ground. Fine. Before leaving, he did not forget to sneer one final threat. Lucky you. Then, as the two stepped into the magic vortex, it faded away completely, leaving the remaining three in utter shock. Agis rushed over, pulling Koyu up and calling out to him. Araki weakly tried to open his eyes as the other cried, Don't you dare die on me, I'll call a healer. Koyu only smiled softly, whispering, Take care of my sister. With that, he drifted away, a peaceful smile lingering on his face. Panicking, Agis screamed, What nonsense are you talking about, you absolute idiot? Akia froze in shock, leaving only Agis's desperate, tearful screams echoing out. Araki, you bastard. But Koyu never woke up, slipping away into eternal sleep. Agis wept, his voice completely choked up with grief. Damn it, he cried out, in absolute agony. Damn it all. Meanwhile, a magic portal opened up in midair. Isabel had been waiting there for a long time. Sensing their energy, she turned around. Flamet and Forker, both, emerged from separate rifts. Looking around in utter confusion, Flamet asked, Wait, what about the others? Hearing this, Isabel answered truthfully. Lord Scarlet, Lord Rotan, and the high-ranking demons serving them are all dead. Only 5 survived. Flamer gasped in pure shock. What Forker's cold expression did not change as he spoke. I do not care what happens to anyone but myself. If time is running short, just hurry up and send me back. Beside him, Flamer gestured frantically. No, wait, Forker. How can you just calmly accept the fact that Rotan and Scarlet are actually dead? Forker raised an eyebrow, speaking with cold sarcasm. I know nothing about Rotan, but Scarlet fought near me. I confirmed that her magical signature has vanished completely. She probably let her guard down. Truly a foolish woman. Flamet gritted his teeth in anger. Really, damn it, I wanted to fight them too. Sensing their bickering, Isabel quickly stepped in to interrupt. We can discuss this later. Lord Forker, my mana is nearly dry. Please step through the portal immediately. Her face was pale with anxiety, sweating bullets as she realized how close she came to exposing herself. Forker was clearly suspicious, but she could still lie her way out of this. She recalled his deadly threat from earlier. If you don't answer, I will kill him. Tell me who gave you this intel. Isabel, already anxious, acted with extreme caution. Fortunately, she had monitored the entire battle through her spatial magic making. Her satisfied with her choices. Retreating now was definitely the right call. She trusted her instincts. Let us go, she urged them. In her mind, she tallied the devastating losses of this brutal battle. The second, Princess Scarlet, and the fourth Prince Rotan, along with their elite demon units, were wiped out. The Holy Knights suffered a devastating blow, losing both their Grand Master and the fifth captain. She felt completely helpless, analyzing everything. Why did Kai Aragi fight the Grandmaster? Regardless, this outcome was absolutely perfect for the revolutionary faction. But the hero candidates were severely wounded. They could not possibly keep fighting to defeat Forker and Flamet now. Even with her help, victory was impossible. This was the best outcome, though it hardly settled her debt. Looking down one last time, she reasoned that they had at least kept the hero candidates' casualties to a minimum. See you soon, Kai Aragi. Her glowing crimson eyes lingered in the darkness, staring at the battlefield. Next time we meet in the demon realm. The magical portal finally vanished, sealing shut as if it never existed. The raid on the Holy Kingdom's capital was finally over. Kai Aragi scanned the area to make sure they had departed. Just then, Mayor rushed forward, calling out in a panic, while Taejin stood beside her, absolutely consumed with worry. Looking closely at Kai, everyone gasped at his injuries. Exhausted, he explained that something completely unexpected had happened on the battlefield. Because of that, he still didn't have a full grasp of the entire situation. Meyer hung his head, stammering as he spoke. Jane also looked deeply saddened as she delivered the update, confirming that their side was safe. Sina nodded, backing her up. They had eliminated every high-ranking demon in the area. Jane Kanzaki then chimed in with crucial news. The fourth Prince Roan was also down. With Shuji Midu safe, Kai got serious, demanding to know what happened to Gray. Jane frowned, her face darkening as she shared the grim news. The fifth Knight Captain was dead, and defeating the Fire Heavenly King Flam Lamet was impossible. Honestly, Kai had expected this all along. He admitted as much. Suddenly Jane hesitated, her voice trembling and choking up as she struggled to find the right words. Sensing her hesitation, Kai urged her to just spit it out. What about the Aussie unit fighting Forker? She took a deep, shaky breath. Finally, she whispered the devastating truth: Ozaki was dead. The news absolutely shattered Kai, making him grit his teeth in pure fury. He praised Oscar's effort, but his mind raced with bitter regret over missed chances. If only Oscar and he had gone to meet up. With those reinforcements, they would have had the strength needed. They were so close to a flawless victory. Kai slumped forward. He blamed himself, taking full responsibility for the tragedy. Seeing Kai like this broke Jane Kanzaki's heart, and even Meyer couldn't help but frown. The heavy mood left everyone silent. Watching Kai blame himself so intensely, Sina could only look away, wondering what was going through his head. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Shuji, Midu, and Jenna were running as fast as they could. Seeing his brutal wounds, Jenna called out in worry. She asked how he could run with such injuries, but Shuji Midu just snapped back, demanding to know if that even mattered right now. Reaching the scene, Shuji Midu froze. A silent crowd had gathered around Ozaki's motionless body. Shaken Gina rushed forward to get answers. She desperately asked the crowd about Ozaki. When silence answered her, Shuji Midu pushed through the bystanders himself, dreading the worst. There lay Ozaki, cold and devoid of any life. Sitting right beside her, Sai could only shake his head, completely powerless. Tears streamed down his face as he weakly mumbled a denial. Clutching her chest, Aoki broke down sobbing, unable to accept this loss. Kento wiped his tears, choked up over why she fought alone. Nearby, Heike hung his head, looking completely empty and devastated. Heike took the blame, whispering that Ozaki died protecting him. Hearing this, Shuji Midu trembled, consumed by overwhelming grief and rage. Clenching his fists, Shuji Midu wished he had finished off Roten faster to back them up. Meanwhile, Asi stood apart, unable to even look. Isolated in a corner, Rumi let her tears fall freely. Suddenly, through her blurred vision, she spotted a familiar figure approaching the crowd. It was Kai quietly stepping into the grieving crowd. Spotting him, Shuji Midu turned and softly called out his name, hoping for comfort. But the cold side of Ozaki's lifeless body hit them like a sledgehammer. Despite the agonizing pain, Kai forced himself to speak the harsh truth. Admitting they had failed, Kai's cold response left everyone stunned. He asked what they even meant by calling this a failure. With absolute coldness, he stated that while Ozaki's death was tragic, the overall outcome of the battle was still acceptable. Hearing those heartless words, Shuji Midu completely snapped, screaming at Kai to shut his mouth and stop talking absolute garbage. Furious, he roared for Kai to stop playing around. In a fit of rage, Shuji Midu grabbed him by the collar, pulling him close. Losing all control, Shuji Midu screamed that Ozaki was their classmate. The tension soared instantly, but Kai's gaze remained completely unfazed. He didn't flinch, standing firm against Shuji Midu's anger. Confronting the harsh reality, Kai pointed out the brutal truth of war. There is no war without sacrifice. It wasn't just Ozaki, hundreds of others had perished on the battlefield as well. Kai admitted that he too wanted their entire class to make it back home alive. Standing behind them, Jenna spoke up. Crossing her arms, Gina loudly blamed him for everything. Kai didn't even try to deny it, accepting that Ozaki's death was on him. However, Shuji Midu grit his teeth and firmly rejected that. Handing command over to Kai had been a joint decision they all made. They had believed following Heike's plan was their best option. Shuji Midu pointed out that Kai was always trying to shoulder everything alone. At those words, Kai fell silent, offering no excuses. Turning around, he took a few steps away from the grieving group. Lowering his head, he spoke in a solemn, quiet tone, telling them to mourn Ozaki first before doing anything else. Staring at her lifeless form, Shuji Midu quietly added that they needed to heal their physical wounds. But inside, a fiery resolve was growing. He swore to take down the Demon King. As the classmates sobbed over their lost friend, Kai stood quietly for a moment. He then turned away, telling Meyer it was time to move. Meyer was baffled, questioning if they were really just leaving like this. Without even looking back, Kai gave a cold, single-word confirmation. Watching him walk away, Jane Kenzaki's eyes filled with deep sadness. She resolved to do whatever she could. Just like that, the two groups split up, walking in completely opposite directions. Any sense of unity between them had shattered. Rewinding a bit, Asi had stood frozen like a statue when Heike approached him. Accompanied by two friends, Heike approached. Looking worried, he gently suggested that they focus on healing their battle wounds first. We will figure out the rest later. But he just stood there, completely frozen, haunted by those final tragic words. Please take care of my sister. Alpha buried his face in his hands, tears streaming down in bitter agony. I do not even know her name. Your sister's name? You idiot. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Holy City El Sheba, where a massive, imposing cathedral looms over the land. A messenger enters the Grand Hall to deliver the news. Your Holiness, Pope Joshua, the battle is finally over. Hearing this, the old man clutches his head in absolute panic. I never imagined Oscar would fall. The messenger, sweating bullets, explains that the Holy Knight squad in the capital was almost entirely wiped out. We dealt heavy blows to the enemy, but our own losses are catastrophic. Suddenly, Pope Joshua smirks his lips, curling into a wicked smile. He speaks with chilling satisfaction. At least the moderates are gone, and that annoying demon cult they were backing has been wiped out too. In other words, even without our holy knights, we can easily rebuild the church on our own terms. But out of nowhere, Kai appears, instantly taking down the guard. In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, holding a blade right to the Pope's neck. Terrified Pope Joshua freezes his voice, trembling as he stammers Kai. But Kai only gives him a chilling glare and offers a cold ultimatum. Make your choice. Die right here or submit to my command. A month passes, and we cut to a bustling town filled with laughter. Though the capital took a massive hit, the citizens are pulling through, and reconstruction efforts are finally getting underway. Many feared that losing the Holy Knights would plunge the city into lawless chaos. Just as a common thief attempts a robbery, a sharp spear tip stops him dead in his tracks. The crisis is avoided, because the hero candidates have stepped up to guard the streets. They are temporarily keeping the peace. Meanwhile, deep inside a vast forest, Miyu is training with unmatched focus. She unleashes a flurry of devastating slashes cutting through the air. Suddenly, memories of their brutal clash flash through her mind. She thinks of the fourth Prince Tanja's, wishing her own swordplay could match his deadly elegance. Her eyes burn with absolute determination. I will defeat the Demon Lord, and I swear I won't let anyone else die. But to accomplish both goals, she needs power. She strikes with such raw force that a massive boulder splits right down the middle. Just then, Theo approaches from a distance. Miyu spins around, instantly recognizing the newcomer as Theo, the newly appointed commander of the Holy Knights. She offers her warm congratulations, but he only sighs in frustration. Do you honestly think I care about a hollow title? Theo gets brutally honest about their reality. The Royal Knight Order has been completely shattered and left in ruins. We are essentially starting from scratch now, and our actual combat readiness is practically non-existent at this point. The night the capital was raided, the enemy crushed me. If only I had been at my absolute best back then. Oscar and the others might still be alive. Hearing this, Miyu breaks into a cold sweat, remembering how close they came. They had only planned to knock him out, knowing a real fight would have killed him. Theo then delivers a serious update. Elia sent word. It is time for you to head back to the front lines. Miyu hesitates, asking if it is truly all right. Are you sure the capital's reconstruction is far from finished? But Theo remains firm, declaring that their priority is clear. Defeating the Demon Lord comes first. He crosses his arms, adding, besides, we won't allow another surprise attack on our home. Go do what you must. Strangely, the church has been completely silent about the whole matter, which plays to our advantage. We can handle things here. Every other combat unit has already been deployed to the front. Hearing this, she finally smiles. Thank you, Commander Theo. But Theo quickly cuts her off, reminding her of what she truly represents. A hero candidate like you does not belong in a place like this. Your battlefield is out there. Reclaiming our world is your duty. Protecting our king and his citizens is my sole duty as a knight and a noble. He then turns to her with a soft smile. Go end this war once and for all. You will slay the Demon Lord and return to your own world, won't you? Miyu nods with resolute determination. Yes. Meanwhile, Kai stands ready, waiting for his two companions to begin their training match. Mayor channels her magic, her staff glowing with a vibrant green light. All right, let's go. I summon the wind of Sylph. She concentrates deeply, as swirling emerald currents of air begin to whip around her body. With a sharp cry, Mayor unleashes the razor-sharp gale straight at Kai. But Kai stands his ground, his eyes suddenly flashing with a menacing crimson light. He does not even flinch. Wide-eyed and focused, Kai activates his countermeasure to shatter her spell. Rule Breaker activate. Intense red lightning crackles around Kai, completely neutralizing and tearing apart the incoming gale in a spectacular clash. Sina claps her hands in pure excitement, utterly amazed. Even Mayor looks on in awe. Is this your new blessing? Kai walks over to them, nodding calmly. Yeah. I realized I had awakened this power right after we defeated Oscar. His eyes continue to glow with that eerie crimson aura. According to my appraisal, it is called Rule Breaker. It can completely negate anything that alters the laws of reality, whether it is forbidden, magic, curses, or ancient spells. Mayor's eyes widen in shock. That is way too overpowered. Standing with his arms crossed, Kai explains each detail of his power. First, it cannot negate phenomena he doesn't understand. But that's not an issue, because he can activate appraisal at the exact same time. Speaking with a sharp look in his eyes, he narrows his glowing red eyes. Second, he needs a clear line of sight on the target, meaning there's a distance limit. Plus, it takes about 3 seconds from targeting to neutralization. Sina immediately voices her thoughts, noting it might be tricky in close combat. Everyone has their own take on it, but if this skill can neutralize long-range threats, that is already a massive help. Kai frankly points this out. And yes, it pretty much is. With more practice, the activation time can be reduced even further. Turning around, he asks the two of them, I want to see how the other evolution blessings work in action. Sina, come with me for a bit longer. Neither of them object. Sina softly acknowledges with a understood, while Mayor looks on with worry. She cautions him, I get it, but you've been overprotective lately, refusing to even leave the capital. Kai's gaze, however, remains sharp. Determination and caution flare in his eyes. Their next opponent is the Demon King, the final hurdle. If they lose here, everything is over. Staring at his own hand, he reminds himself that they cannot afford to lose. This is exactly why they must sharpen their claws. While Kai looks incredibly resolved on the outside, doubts still plague his mind. Can he truly match up to the Demon King like this? We then cut to a heavily armored escort squad, transporting 2 carriages with a serious-faced Shuji Midu leading the march. Riding alongside him on horseback is Mise, who turns to him with a curious question. Hey Shuji Midu, aren't we close yet? Realizing they are nearing the next town, Shuji Midu gives clear orders. Let's plan to rest there for the night, as scheduled. Mise lets out a tired sigh and complains. Man, the front lines really are a long way from the rear. I'm exhausted. Seeing her fatigue, Shuji Midu tries to comfort her. It's probably about 3 more days until we arrive, so hang in there. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes, catching everyone's attention. Monsters. A massive horde of fat, grotesque beasts appears. Brandishing giant wooden clubs and bearing sharp claws, they close in. The escort soldiers immediately draw their weapons to form a defense. Ready to face the incoming threat, Atsushi and Hideki pull out their gear. Brimming with absolute confidence, they leap from the carriage. Taking the vanguard, they charge straight ahead. We've got this, leave them to us, Hideki yells, easily slicing through a monster. Meanwhile, Atsushi pulls off an even crazier move, skewering 2 of them at once. Standing tall, they look over the carnage. The monsters lie defeated on the ground, while our 2 heroes don't have a single scratch on them. The guards are stunned. Everyone cheers for their overwhelming power. Mise watches in pure awe and exclaims, "Wow, they are so incredibly reliable." Shuji Midu nods in agreement. Yeah, everyone has gotten so much stronger now. The 2 fighters chat happily with the soldiers. Monsters of this level aren't even worth worrying about anymore, they brag proudly, reflecting on their intense training regime. We pushed ourselves to the absolute limit back in the capital. With our current strength, we might even take down the Demon King. Just then, Heike rides over and calls out, "Hey Shuji Midu." Shuji Midu turns around to acknowledge him, calling him by his name. With a worried expression, Heike asks, "It might be a bit late to bring this up, but are we really okay leaving Agashi behind?" Shuji Midu lays out his reasoning. While losing him is a blow to their military power, they can't force someone who has lost his will to fight. His gaze turns dead serious as he highlights the danger. If we force him, it'll only lead to more casualties. We can't lose anyone else. Heike quickly nods, fully agreeing with the decision. I get it now. You're absolutely right, Shuji Midu. Night begins to fall over the land, casting a dark shadow as the moonlight softly illuminates the grand castle ahead. Inside, Keiichi sits entirely alone under a dim lamp, diligently working away. Suddenly, Kai's voice rings out, catching his attention. You're doing great work, Kai praises, standing there with crossed arms. It seems he's been watching from the shadows this whole time. Keiichi scowls, clearly annoyed as he mutters, Hey, you're the one who threatened the Pope and took over the country. Why am I doing the paperwork? How did the entire burden of rebuilding the capital fall on us? Kai casually shrugs it off. Well, a lot of things happened. Keiichi practically roars at him like a furious lion. No way. You just dumped all the hard work on my shoulders. Still irritated, he cuts straight to the chase. Whatever, I'm busy. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Kai's expression shifts to absolute seriousness as he asks, Is the reorganization of the Night Order complete? Keiichi sighs and shares the details. Yeah, Theo handled that himself. He might lack combat power, but the guy is an absolute genius when it comes to administration. He systematically explains the plan. They have gathered local night units and dispatched them to the front lines, leaving only a skeleton crew behind. We are stockpiling weapons and provisions as we speak. Leave the logistics to us, Keiichi assures him. Kai then inquires further. Where is Agashi? Keiichi doesn't hide it and explains, he's over at Oki's grave. He lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Oki's death hit Agashi the hardest. It was a complete shock to everyone. Kai listens quietly, processing the tragic news. With that, Guren turns to leave, apologizing for the trouble. But Kai Aragia quickly stops him. Wait, Kai. Aragia says, his voice incredibly firm. Leave Goshi to me. But it looks like you still haven't contacted Mito. Guren remembers the past and shares his thoughts. She doesn't believe in me anymore. Watching him, Kureto wonders if their divided class can truly defeat the powerful Demon King. Guren's cold, casual response makes Kureto absolutely furious, his eyes widening in pure anger as he demands an answer. Kureto slams the table, stands up in frustration, and yells. Before Kai Aragia can even witness Guren's reaction, Guren is gone. Guren has already escaped through the window without anyone noticing. Frustrated, Kureto looks outside, having no choice but to accept it. At a quiet cemetery, rows of graves with simple crosses stand. Near one special grave marked with a unique cross, Goshi sits. A dark cloak is draped over the headstone, and Goshi sits there in deep sorrow. Slowly, Gurren approaches him. Seeing his pathetic state, Gurren scoffs. "You look absolutely miserable." Annoyed, Goshi snaps back. "What are you even doing here?" A gang of delinquents with flashy dyed hair are hanging out. One of them, still a student, is casually smoking a cigarette. That delinquent is none other than Goshi, looking deeply troubled. Mito quickly runs up to him, calling his name in a panic. "Goshi." He carelessly drops his cigarette and snaps back. His face turns to pure shock as she brings up the rumors. "Did you hear the crazy rumors about Gurren from middle school number 5? She waves her hands, looking more anxious than him. "I heard he easily took down the strongest fighters in the area." Holding his burning cigarette, Goshi grins with absolute excitement. This might actually be worth looking forward to. Inside a ruined rundown building, the two rivals finally stand face to face. "What do you want?" Gurren asks coldly, completely surrounded by Goshi's gang. Goshi smiles. "So you're Gurren. I heard you've been wild lately." Goshi smiles casually and says, "Sorry, but this area is my turf. You can fight all you want, but you'll have to work under me." Hearing this, Gurren scoffs with pure disdain, laughing in his face. "How boring. I have no reason to follow someone weaker." Gurren's blunt insult instantly irritates Goshi, causing his face to twitch with anger. "You've got some nerve, you damn bastard." Clenching his fist, Gurren steps up, ready to fight, issuing a direct challenge. "If you want me to follow, prove your strength." Without hesitation, Goshi immediately rushes forward. "Fine by me." Both of them throw a massive punch directly into each other's face. After a brutal back-and-forth exchange, both fighters collapse onto the dirty floor, completely drained of all their energy. The surrounding crowd watches the shocking scene in disbelief. No way! He actually fought Goshi to an absolute standstill. Everyone is stunned, but they all stand frozen. Goshi, with one eye swollen shut from the beating, still grins. "Not bad," Goshi chuckles. Gurren grins back, fully enjoying the moment. "You aren't half bad either, you know, my friend." Back at the noisy and bustling school, Shigure and Sayuri run over in sheer excitement. "Goshi, we're actually in the same class." Seeing their overly enthusiastic behavior, Goshi kicks them both away in pure disgust, shouting, "Get off me, you absolute creeps." A familiar voice cuts through the noise, catching his attention. "Goshi, is that you?" It turns out Gurren goes to school here too. The two quickly head up to the rooftop to chat about their tough lives. "It's just me and my little sister," Gurren says calmly. "Our parents vanished a long time ago. They send a little cash sometimes, but it is barely enough to survive on." Goshi doesn't judge or criticize. He simply sits quietly listening to the painful story. "Even our relatives treated us like a massive burden. We never had a single place where we belonged. I kept throwing myself into fights because I hated how unfair this world is. But all my anger and violence only made my sister cry. That's why I finally decided to quit being a delinquent." Gurren pulls out his phone to show Goshi a photo of his beloved little sister, speaking with absolute determination about his goals. "Now, I work part-time jobs every day. I have to earn enough money for our tuition and our daily living expenses." Goshi is utterly astonished by his story. "I can't believe you managed to keep going to school under those brutal conditions." Gurren simply smiles, despite the constant struggles, looking off into the distance. "When I think about the future, high school graduation matters. I should at least finish high school." Curious, Gurren then turns to Goshi. "I didn't expect you to go to high school either. What's your reason?" Goshi, looking bored, sighs as he stares up at the vast blue sky. "Who knows?" he mutters. His words sound completely empty and aimless, as if he is just living on a whim. Back in the present, Goshi asks again. "What are you doing here?" Gurren has appeared right behind him without warning, making him wonder about his sudden arrival. "What the hell are you doing in a place like this? Shouldn't Mito and the others already be deployed on the front lines?" Goshi's face is incredibly sad as he completely ignores Gurren's question, causing Gurren to sigh in absolute frustration at his silence. "I have to hand it to you, your guts are impressive. Japanese who are willing to risk their lives on the battlefield are rare." Gurren reminds him of back then. He was the one who fired up those cowardly classmates, looking incredibly serious and wild. His words from back then flash in Kai's mind. "Hey, we are talking about slaying the Demon King, you know? You know exactly how dangerous this is. If you are scared to die, then get to the back." But Asi's current appearance is completely opposite to his brave words. When someone actually died, the one looking utterly miserable was him. Asi looks toward the cross and answers, "I do not deny that." He clenches his fist in pure frustration and, cries out, I was weak. Ogaki died to protect me. Asi deeply blames himself. If someone like him goes too, the front lines he will only get in everyone's way. Kai grows quiet upon hearing this, realizing the truth. He then starts using harsh words to provoke Asi's fighting spirit. If Ogaki died protecting you, yet you, the person he risked his life to save, refuse to fight. Kai ruthlessly throws out incredibly bitter words. In that case, Oki's death is nothing but completely meaningless. Hearing this, Asi snaps in pure rage and curses. You bastard, he screams, turning around loudly to confront Kai. Besides, wasn't it your own terrible decision that caused Ogaki's death in the first place? Kai completely shuts him down, turning the blame right back on him. You are contradicting yourself. Didn't Ogaki die because you were too weak? Asi is struck by the harsh truth and falls completely silent. Then cold words escape Kai's mouth. With zero hesitation. From the start you chose to follow my orders, right? I do not care how many of our classmates die. With a completely blank face, Kai coldly utters words of pure manipulation, stating, if they die, I only lose my chess pieces. That is all. Hearing this, Asi loses his mind, instantly channeling a glowing orb of golden light to strike. As the blast fires, Kai stands his ground, his eyes flashing with a dangerous red glow. Kai's raw power easily blocks the incoming attack without a single sweat. Asi is left completely stunned by this shocking display. Yet Kai keeps pushing his buttons, saying, I really thought you and I were alike, but it turns out you're just normal. Lowering his hands, Asi curses bitterly, shouting, you always act like you know everything. That's exactly what I hate about you. Suddenly, Kai makes a direct proposal, leaving Asi completely blank. If we're fighting, I don't mind, but let's change locations. Kai has no intention of being interrupted. A local brawl would only draw bystanders. Straight away, Kai's next words hit right where it hurts. You wouldn't want to defile Ogaki's resting place, right? Asi narrows his eyes in anger, but ultimately agrees. Moments later, the two face off in a vast open, wind-swept field where no one can interfere. Kai confidently issues his challenge. Come on, make your move whenever you're ready. Clenching his fists with deadly resolve, Asi snarls, I'll kill you. Under the quiet night sky, a freezing wind sweeps past Kai and Asi, who stand in a tense standoff due to their clashing beliefs. Suddenly, Kai's gem-like purple eyes instantly flare with an ominous red light, despite his calm expression. On the other hand, Asi's face has never been more dead serious as he glares at his opponent. Following a tense silence, it is Asi who finally unleashes the first strike, deploying a massive coordinated magic bombardment. The very next second, a series of glowing, red-bordered white magic circles fill the sky above his head. Wasting no time, Asi raises his hand with absolute determination, growling, just drop dead, you bastard. Showing no mercy to his former ally, he unleashes a direct barrage straight at Kai. But Kai is the leader of their group for a reason, showing off his incredible agility. Kai effortlessly leaps and weaves through the chaotic storm of incoming magical beams. Yet this is exactly what wanted, grinning with absolute excitement. Got you, he yells, while Kai is suspended mid-air with absolutely nowhere to dodge. The energy from Asi's initial attack morphs into homing tracking missiles that lock right onto his target and chase Kai. Unfortunately for him, this lethal trap becomes completely useless as Kai's body turns partially transparent, like a phantom. Watching this happen right in front of him, Asi's jaw drops in complete disbelief. What? Before Asi can even process what is happening, Kai suddenly appears right in front of him, instantly closing the gap. Without a sound, Kai's cold, serious expression makes it clear he is about to teach Asi a painful lesson. Without a single second thought, Kai delivers a devastating, explosive punch straight to Asi's gut, sending his opponent flying backward through the air in agonizing pain while coughing up blood. Hurled through the sky like a ragdoll, he crashes violently into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust with a deafening boom. Yet Asi's combat experience is no joke. He quickly regains his footing, using both hands and feet to slide across the dirt and halt his momentum. Kai pauses his attack, deciding to drop a harsh reminder of his overwhelming strength. My divine blessing is appraisal, you know. There is no way I would fall for such a cheap trap, Kai says. Standing straight up, Asi barked back aggressively, realizing Kai had sent his illusion leaping upward, while his real body was actually lying flat below. Under a romantic, starry night sky, perfect for couples, Kai's tutorial continued in his trademark monotonous voice. Even in wide open spaces, if you know how to redirect your opponent's gaze, no one will ever notice you are there. Naturally, this stealth trick works best under the cover of night. Seeing his opponent use a real combat situation to lecture him, step by step drove the incredibly hot-headed Ashi into a raging fury. "Don't look down on me," he kicked off the ground with massive force, launching himself straight forward. Abandoning his ranged attacks, he decided to aggressively close the distance between them. Locking onto his target, Ashi threw a heavy punch, but Kai's raw speed was several times faster than his. Still, Ashi didn't lose hope, quickly tracking Kai's swift movements with a sharp gaze before throwing a sudden low sweep. Unluckily for him, Kai casually dodged it again. What followed after that was just a repetitive cycle. One kept attacking, while the other slipped away effortlessly. Ashi's ultimate speed meant absolutely nothing to Kai. Sweat poured down Ashi's face as the pressure mounted. "I can't even touch him. Is he reading my movements?" Facing Kai's relaxed attitude, which made this feel like a simple sparring drill, Ashi grew extremely irritated. These rapid explosive strikes were meant to detonate on contact, yet not a single hit landed on Kai. But a moment later, a smug, victorious grin spread across Ashi's face as if he held all the cards. Suddenly, a subtle shift occurred right beneath Ashi's left foot. It wasn't obvious, but it was enough to catch Kai's attention and put him on high alert. Instead of just backing away, he leaped far backward to safely put some distance between them. The intense battle paused once more, right as Ashi taunted him. "What are you scared?" Kai calmly pointed out. "So you can actually plant landmines right under your feet." Kai's sharp eyes suddenly glowed with a dangerous crimson light as he carefully weighed his opponent's technique. "Impressive skill, but you picked the wrong opponent." Ashi's brow furrowed deeply at Kai's dismissive words. "With my appraisal, I can see every single mine you planted." Hearing this, Ashi finally realized just how terrifying this guy's abilities truly were. Does that mean every single move is completely transparent? Kai didn't stop there. He pointed directly at Ashi's face, turning the arrogant fighter's own mockery back against him. "How does it feel?" As that final question lingered, memories of Ashi's past arrogance flashed before his eyes. He recalled his old taunt. "What about you? Other than making your eyes glow red, what can you actually do?" Completely unable to suppress his naturally explosive temper, Ashi opened his mouth and roared in fury. "Damn you!" His brain quickly calculated the next move. If tricks wouldn't work, he'd just crush him with brute force. Seeing Ashi's stubborn resolve to keep fighting, Kai didn't mind playing along and offered a calm compliment. "No matter how angry you get, you stay focused in battle. I actually respect that about you." But this patronizing lecture only served to infuriate Ashi even more. He raised his hand, trembling with rage. "Who do you think you are?" Ditching all strategy, Ashi chose a direct approach as raw energy gathered. "I'm going to blow this entire area sky high. Let us see if you can dodge this." With that warning, Ashi unleashed a massive wave of destructive crimson energy, like a devastating magic cannon. It was hard to tell if Kai's appraisal would help him survive, but the ground was utterly pulverized. A massive column of fire erupted so high that the dark night sky was painted a brilliant, burning orange. Even as the attacker, Ashi was left panting heavily from exhaustion. No way you got out of that unscratched. But as the smoke cleared, Kai stood perfectly upright amidst the ashes, steady as a pine tree. "That blast was strong enough to turn you to ash too. I must admit, that was incredibly reckless." Seeing that Kai didn't have a single scratch on him, Ashi was instantly frozen in pure shock. On top of that, the sudden visible change in Kai's physical appearance struck absolute terror deep into his heart. Sensing Ashi's confusion, Kai let out a quiet confirmation. "You recognize this power, don't you?" All of Ashi's prior rage vanished, instantly replaced by sheer wide-eyed disbelief as he began to stutter. "Don't tell me. That is O's power." Kai didn't hesitate to give him a brutally honest answer. "My copy guardian allows me to replicate any skill I lay eyes on. Now that its level has increased, I can store them." Kai can hold multiple skills at once. Right now, he's fully transformed using his steel skin activation. He explains that one of his slots is currently holding Araki's invincible state. Then, the shifting colors on his body begin to fade as he continues speaking. Of course, he admits he can't keep it active for very long. It is insanely powerful, but drains too much mana. Already harboring a deep grudge against Kai, Algis becomes angrier than ever. "Don't you dare use his power," Algis roars. But Kai simply replies to his opponent with a calm, steady voice. "The only thing I inherited from Aragi is this skill. I don't know what kind of history you two shared." Kai says, his dark purple eyes filled with raw emotion. But the one who should inherit Araki's will is you, right? With an explosive temper matching his destructive powers, Algis loses his mind and charges straight at Kai, screaming at him. Shut up. But Kai's insane ability completely overwhelms him the second he directly deploys his short step skill. By the time a sudden chill runs down his spine and he finally turns around, it's already far too late. Kai slips into a ready stance, not hesitating to declare in a cold, serious voice, "You're too slow." Without showing a single shred of respect, Kai unleashes Algis's own signature ultimate burst activation. It's clear that Kai's mastery completely eclipses the original owner's, leaving Algis's eyes rolling back in pure shock. After skidding across the dirt, Algis collapses right there. Bringing his feet back down to the ground, Kai can't help but let out a sigh. Firepower control is indeed tricky. Right now, Algis's stomach is heavily smoking, showing just how much mana Kai poured into that. Without even breaking a single drop of sweat, Kai stands tall, fully earning the right to drop a final declaration. You lose. Following Kai's brutal, straightforward declaration, Algis simply has no strength left to trigger another energy burst. Yeah. Looking up at the starry night sky, Algis completely surrenders to his own self-pity. I'm just too weak. Now that their intense clash is finally over, Kai sits down right beside Algis, settling himself comfortably on the ground. He turns to his opponent and suggests with a firm, steady voice, "Then get stronger." At last, a burning question that has been swirling in Algis's head finally escapes his mouth. Why waste so much time on a guy like me? Facing this tough question, Kai calmly and honestly delivers his answer, word by word. Because I need your strength. Algis's eyebrows instantly knit tightly together as he shoots back. If you're already this strong, you don't need me. Kai responds in a heavy voice, his eyes filled with deep pain. I couldn't even save a single classmate. Those words cause Algis's brown pupils to contract in utter shock. He quickly tries to compose himself, recalling Kai's usual coldness. Shifting his gaze away, Algis asks him, "So to someone like you, are we all just pawns on a chessboard?" After a brief hesitation, Kai decides to be completely honest with his answer. At least in the beginning, yes. Hearing this blunt truth, Algis isn't even mad. Instead, he bursts into a hearty laugh, his eyes narrowing in amusement. He even teases Kai, his voice dripping with playfulness. "So you have actually gone soft on us, huh?" Kai doesn't show any annoyance, simply wearing a speechless expression as he lets himself get teased by his friend. In the next moment, Algis's voice suddenly turns serious as he shifts topics. At the very end, Aragi said, staring up at the starry night sky, Algis slowly recounts that fateful day. "Please take care of my little sister. I do not even know her name." Finally gathering enough strength, Algis sits straight up to continue his story. But even so, his eyes are now filled with a fierce determination and an unwavering, rock-solid resolve. I can't just ignore it since he entrusted her to me, so I must return to our original world. Next, Algis brushes off the dirt as he stands up. "I'll catch up later," he says before decisively walking away in the opposite direction. "So you go on ahead." Understanding his friend's choice perfectly, Kai can only stand there looking down at the ground. The long night finally ends, replaced by bright sunlight and the sound of clopping horse hooves along a dirt trail. As one of the horse riders in the convoy, Nezumi can't help but complain wearily about their endless travel. Running back and forth from the front lines to the rear, "We are so busy." Beside him, Mide tilts her head. She looks at him and calmly points out, "Stop whining. You rested plenty back in the capital, didn't you?" Unfortunately, no matter what she says, it cannot stop Nezumi's rising frustration from pouring out of his throat. But traveling long distances is so exhausting. Hearing their banter, Miu smiles warmly as she turns to encourage them. "We will be back at the front lines in 3 or 4 days, so let's all work hard together." Nezumi instantly pulls a 180, becoming overjoyed. If Suzy says so, then he has no choice but to agree. Shuji Midu completely lost his temper. Why was he the only one not allowed to speak? In stark contrast to the busy atmosphere behind him, Shuji Midu turned back around and fell into deep contemplation. Just then, a familiar voice from behind called out, instantly caught his attention. It was none other than Naina, his friend from their silly duo, asking if he was all right. With genuine concern. After a long pause, Shuji Midu forced a smile, trying to hide the heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. "Of course I am. Is there something worrying you?" As his last words faded, Gina spoke up, her voice completely flat, as she slowly continued. "I just thought you might be worried about Yazaki." Hearing this, Shuji Midu let out a sigh, and did not hesitate to share his thoughts. "About Yazaki, I've already come to a final decision." This raised her curiosity. as she asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Furrowing his brows, he showed absolute determination as he emphasized every word. "I won't trust him anymore. From now on, he is just a third party who happens to share our goal." She paused to process his sudden declaration, then quickly nodded in agreement. "Honestly, that seems like a very reasonable approach. I told you from the start that someone like him can never be trusted." From a short distance away, Hanakawa could clearly hear their conversation, and his face slumped in deep sadness. Meanwhile, Shuji Midu was lost in his own complicated thoughts, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Two distinct reasons, both stemming from recent events, ultimately drove him to this major decision and shaped his new path. First of all, while exposing the Demon King cult, Yazaki had shamelessly manipulated his classmates, like Urabe and Sugimoto, keeping it a secret. The memory of confronting Yazaki over this betrayal remained fresh in Shuji Midu's mind, and deeply troubled him. "You didn't intentionally use Sugimoto as bait, did you? All just to expose that Demon King cult, hiding inside the royal capital." Back then, Yazaki had simply turned away, replying in a casual, completely dismissive tone of voice. With his usual indifferent tone, "You are overthinking things. Of course, I care about the well-being of our classmates as well." However, all those red flags from back then completely solidified Shuji Midu's perspective on Yazaki's true character. There was no going back. "I can never trust someone who lies so easily," he thought, disgusted that Yazaki had used hostages as bait. Indeed, the situation was unfolding exactly as Yazaki had intended, but it didn't stop there. The biggest issue lay elsewhere, and came down to the absolute final reason. The second point was that Otori was dead. In the end, they were just high schoolers accidentally dragged into another world. Before that tragedy, Shuji Midu had tried to keep an open mind about everything, believing that even if Yazaki lied or manipulated their classmates, it was tolerable as long as everyone survived in the end. But losing a close classmate made his heart incredibly heavy. Utori's tragic sacrifice was a painful wake-up call, and it forced Shuji Midu to grow up and make tough, decisive choices. But now that Utori was gone for good, he blamed his own weakness. Yet, he realized that blindly following Yazaki's orders would never guarantee their safety anymore. Their priorities had been completely different from the very start. Gazing up at the birds, flying freely across the vast sky, in perfect formation, Shuji Midu spoke a harsh truth about their current situation. They had simply relied on others far too much, and it was a painful lesson carved in blood. He knew that if they truly wanted to protect their classmates, they had to start thinking and acting for themselves. Standing beside him, Gina nodded, completely sharing his sentiments on the matter, and agreed. "You are absolutely right." Shuji Midu kept his expression dead serious as he felt a new power surging inside his veins. Defeating Lute had granted him an incredible new blessing, and he was eager to test its true power. As he clenched his fists, absolute determination filled his soul. With his new power, he was confident he could protect everyone and defeat the Demon King once and for all. Meanwhile, over in the former territory of the third prince of Wakam, the Demon King Elia's forces were stationed. However, the situation at the front lines was rapidly turning critical as well, as medical tents were completely overflowing with heavily wounded soldiers. The brutal reality of war was taking its toll. After weeks of relentless clashes, knowing the legendary hero candidate was absent, the Demon King's forces attacked without any mercy and launched daily brutal raids. Having suffered massive casualties, the human defense forces were pushed to their absolute limits by the relentless onslaught. In response, the Beastman Alliance army scrambled to hold an emergency war council to survive, with Elia presiding over the meeting. Slamming her hand onto the heavy wooden table, she was ready to completely explode, like a volcano. Seeing that everyone was hesitant to get straight to the point, a fully cloaked youth spoke up and made a direct proposal. "We need to pull back our front lines immediately. The troops are completely exhausted now. We simply cannot hold this position any longer." However, Henzi strongly disagreed immediately, voicing his opposition to the retreat, without a single second of hesitation. "Wait, just give it a few more days. The heroes will return very soon. By any means necessary until then." As his final words echoed, the transition into the assessment phase officially began. "We are so close to the enemy's main headquarters. Giving up now is foolish, and retaking it later will be nearly impossible." Facing their heavy opposition, Qing Yan quickly pushed forward his proposal, looking more rushed and desperate than ever before. "But our forces have been cut in half. Proceeding like this will only lead to catastrophic losses." Finally, after a tense debate, After listening to their endless debating, Elia finally stepped in, grinding her teeth as she forced out her next words. I figured they would attack if they realized our hero candidate was missing, but I never expected an onslaught this brutal. While they lack high-tier fighters, their raw numbers are absolutely overwhelming. Just then, the man beside Heinrich spoke up, his voice heavy. He concluded in a low, grim voice, asserting that if the hero party returned, they could still manage to survive somehow. Their strength is on a completely different level. While the others tried to remain calm, Elia was visibly growing more anxious. She was so restless, she started biting her nails. Why didn't they attack today? Why ease up on their pressure right now? What is the Demon King's army actually planning? But before their rectangular table council could come up with any real strategy, a soldier suddenly flung the grand doors open, gasping out a plea. His sudden disruption caught everyone completely off guard. Elia raised her voice at the intrusion. What is it? The man beside Heinrich also snapped, reminding him they were in a meeting. The soldier saluted quickly and spoke up. This is a report from our scouts. Please listen instantly. Elia's brow furrowed in concern. Elia's brow furrowed deeply as she demanded answers. What on earth happened? Without wasting a single second, the soldier shouted his report. He quickly blurted out the shocking news. The Demon King's army that was camped nearby has completely packed up and retreated. This sudden shift left Elia completely jaw-dropped. What even Heinrich lost his usual calm as he reacted to the news. Why did they pull back right now? The soldier's expression became incredibly grave as he prepared to explain the situation. We are not entirely sure if this is the actual reason, he continued. Just then the shadow of Princess Isabel emerged. The fifth princess of the Vyoga Demon Kingdom, Isabel, was clearly the one pulling the strings behind this historic shift. It seemed like massive riots were erupting everywhere. Right now, Vanmon City in the Van Lea Demon Realm was in total chaos. The city was engulfed in fierce, endless infighting. Amidst the devastating chaos, voices of confusion and anger echoed through the streets. One soldier screamed out in absolute desperation and confusion. Why must we fight? Aren't we supposed to be comrades? But his opponent charged forward with absolute conviction, fueled by a burning devotion that consumed his very soul. He roared out their ultimate slogan, all for Lady Isabel. Meanwhile, the situation in Ui City was not any better. Thick smoke filled the air over scattered bodies, as revolutionary battle cries echoed loudly through every single street. Begin the revolution. Our revolutionary army fights for the peace of the demon realm. Meanwhile, in the city of Kalu, similar battle cries echoed from the freezing castle walls. Surrender. Our revolutionary army fights for the peace of this nation. Our revolutionary army acts for the peace of the demon realm. Rebellions erupted simultaneously all across the Vada Demon Kingdom. Every city was engulfed in flames except for the royal capital. That grand city, once known to all as Chibor had been renamed the Revolutionary Army Headquarters, and it was ironically the quietest place in the realm right now. Inside Isabel's private study, Joseph stood before her calmly reporting on the latest progress of their ongoing operations. The rebels in your territory have all been captured. The suppression is officially complete. Hearing this, she merely shifted her gaze. She asked with a cold glare, how is the situation elsewhere? Not wanting the momentum to stall, Joseph immediately continued. He quickly went through the list. Kemer is almost entirely suppressed. Controlling both Vanmon and Ui is now just a matter of time. Franco, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in. Most of our revolutionary forces are heavily concentrated in those three cities, especially with the inside surprise attacks we launched. If we do not pacify those areas first, we cannot achieve anything else. Hearing this, Joseph fell silent for a moment before voicing his concerns. Our allies in the capital are still hiding. Is that safe? Unfazed by his worry, Isabel replied with absolute certainty. It is fine. Deploying our capital allies now will only cause unnecessary bloodshed, especially since Folker's group is currently stationed there. But hearing this, Franco did not completely agree with her calm judgment. Franco frankly voiced his concerns. We currently hold the advantage because we struck first, but time is not on our side. The longer this drags on, the worse our situation will get. After all, the numerical difference between us and the main army is massive. Facing his logical analysis, Isabel did not argue. She nodded in agreement, saying, I know our primary role is to cause chaos. Our goal is simply to throw the Demon Kingdom into chaos. Continuing her thought, she slowly laid out the core of their entire plan. We only need to support the Beastmen Alliance as they march on the A capital. Surely the news has reached them by now. Knowing this, they would definitely take advantage of the chaos. Resting his chin on his hand, he frowned as he analyzed the grim situation. After all, everything had been going suspiciously smooth so far. You and I both know that never lasts. Sensing his doubt, Isabel slowly stood up and calmly offered an explanation. Their current condition was actually incredibly terrible. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings were already dead. Even Scarlet and Jotan had fallen right as the expedition began its march. Walking past the 2 men, she continued her analysis of the battlefield, noting they still had no idea who the rebels actually were. There might still be spies hiding within their own ranks. In such a mess, they could not afford to act recklessly. Seeing Isabel constantly moving forward, Joseph could not hide his confusion and asked, "Where exactly are you heading?" Right at that moment, a glowing blue and purple teleportation portal materialized right in midair, accompanied by the cold determination in her voice. "I will use spatial magic to head to Von Monday. Taking command in person will help raise morale." Hearing this, Fanko quickly stepped up. He closed the distance between them and offered to accompany her, stating they would follow her anywhere. Faced with this offer, Isabel did not reply, simply walking straight toward the glowing gateway with absolute resolve. Furrowing her brows, a firm determination filled her. Her heart swelled with an unwavering will. It is finally starting. In this battle of ours, if it is at all possible, I at least want to save Elisa. Right after the assault on the Holy Capital, Isabel, Fanko, and Joseph set foot at their target destination. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she let out a long sigh of relief, muttering, "Okay." The spatial teleportation was a success. Meanwhile, the Flame Heavenly King Flamer was looking absolutely thrilled. "It seems we have finally returned to the Demon King Castle. This is incredibly convenient." Not wanting to waste any more time, Joseph stepped forward to guide everyone. "We should report in first." But Isabel cleanly cut him off, stating she would go see the Demon King herself. However, before she could even take a step, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Wait, that call made Isabel freeze in her tracks. Her eyes quickly darted toward the source. Seeing the speaker wearing an incredibly irritated and hostile expression, she could not help but feel suspicious, asking what the matter was. Prince Forker glared directly at Isabel with cold, piercing eyes. He slowly delivered a highly accusatory statement. "The expedition has failed. The reason is because our top-secret information was leaked." Facing his sharp and threatening words, she showed no panic whatsoever, immediately responding with a completely calm and collected attitude. "I also observed the situation from above. The possibility of a leak is indeed very high." But that calm response only made his anger flare up even more violently. Instead of soothing him, "They did not just know my magic, but the townspeople had already evacuated beforehand. This is not just a possibility you and I can see, it is a terrifying fact." Crushing the surrounding air as he directed a freezing question at Isabel. "You are the one who did this, aren't you?" Faced with this sudden accusation, Flamer could not hide his sheer shock and disbelief. "What is that true?" Forker immediately confirmed it with an absolute heavy tone. Yes, other than Isabel, no one else could have done it. As he raised this suspicion, his eyes flashed with the terrifying and icy authority, fitting his status as the first prince. "This operation was top secret, known only to a select few, and I have received reports that your recent movements have been highly suspicious." Clenching his teeth, intense anger and disgust overflowed from every single word that Forker spat out. "To think a member of royalty would betray us. How utterly disappointing." Isabel knew there was absolutely no way she could explain herself out of this situation anymore. Decisively, Isabel raised her hand to open a spatial portal, realizing excuses were useless. Seeing this sudden move, Forker immediately raised his hand to activate a tracking skill, shouting that he would never let her escape. Facing this desperate crisis, Joseph did not hesitate for a second, rushing to shield Isabel, while Fanko quickly drew his weapon to block the oncoming attacks. Prepared to intercept any strike, this terrible predicament left her with nothing but to grit her teeth and silently pray. "Please let us make it in time." Fortunately, the portal opened just in time, and all 3 of them instantly vanished. Unable to stop his targets, Forker could only click his tongue in absolute frustration. At the exact same moment, Isabel collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as soon as they reached safety. Meanwhile, Joseph could not help but let out a massive sigh of relief, muttering that they had barely made it out alive. But after catching her breath, the fatigue on her face was instantly replaced by sheer tension. Without wasting a single second, Isabel bolted forward at high speed. She refused to rest, even for a moment. While moving at top speed, she kept calculating the remaining energy in her body. Casting such massive spatial magic had completely drained her mana, even with magic stones. Yet her pace did not slow down. Simply escaping had pushed her to the absolute limit, but there was still vital work to be done inside the Demon King Castle. No matter what you and I can see, they are quickly closing the distance to the final door. At the entrance, 2 demon guards stood completely rigid. But the moment she appeared, one of them immediately stopped her to ask, "Lady Isabel, is something wrong?" To avoid wasting any time, she tried to catch her breath, going straight to the point, asking to see Alice. Sensing the absolute urgency in her voice, the guard didn't dare hesitate, immediately stepping aside to clear the way. "Right away, please enter." But as Isabel walked in, her heart grew heavier. She knew Forer would soon order her arrest. Suddenly, her anxious thoughts were cut short as the stone door slowly rumbled open, its heavy sound echoing through the room. Stepping inside, Isabel immediately called out for her beloved sister. Hearing her voice, Alice immediately looked up, her face lighting up with pure joy as she cried, "Big sister, it's really you." She happily ran over with an angelic smile, asking if something was wrong today. But Isabel had no time for long explanations. She got straight to the point, telling her they had to escape right now. This sudden proposal left Alice completely stunned. Her eyes widened in pure confusion as she squeaked, "Wait, what?" Looking at her innocent sister, Isabel felt a wave of bitter pain. At this rate, Alice would surely become the vessel for the evil god. She couldn't let that happen. Hearing those terrifying words, Alice grew even more panicked, and her voice began to shake. "What do you mean, sister? What is this about me being a vessel?" Isabel immediately shook her head in firm denial, determined to reassure her. "No, that's not true. You have every right to live your own life." Reaching out, she watched as a teleportation portal began to manifest behind them. "So please come with me." Yet, staring at that outstretched hand, Alice hesitated, unable to take a step forward. But, in that split second of hesitation, a flying sword suddenly tore through the air, aimed straight at Isabel. Luckily, before it could strike, a blinding flash of light deflected the blade. Her savior was none other than Franco. He had leaped in just in time, neutralizing the deadly blow. Staring at her sudden savior, Isabel frowned, demanding to know his identity. Meanwhile, their attacker, Oa, the Demon King's loyal advisor, stood ready. Behind her, Alice cried out in absolute terror. Suddenly, a swarm of demon soldiers breached the room like a tidal wave, shouting to capture Isabel. Cornered and desperate, sweat dripped down her face as she gritted her teeth. She had to act. No more hesitation. Isabel grabbed Franco and Joseph, dragging them both straight into the glowing teleportation portal to escape. As they materialized in safety, she looked back and made a silent promise she couldn't speak aloud. "Wait for me, Alice." Forced to retreat, her resolve remained absolutely unshaken. She vowed she would return to save her. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the military outpost in the west, the former territory of the third Prince Cotiglione. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the distance. Shuji Madur immediately stepped forward to greet the group. "Long time no see." Lady Elia Herrick and Esga Elia smiled in relief, glad he had returned in one piece. Herrick quickly brought up the recent battle reports. "We heard the news. Is it true you defeated 2 demon princes?" Shuji Madur nodded solemnly, admitting that, while they won, their own losses were incredibly severe. Thinking of those who fell, Herrick bowed his head in respect. Their sacrifice is truly a heavy blow. Seeing their grim faces, he understood their pain. Losing close allies had clearly left deep scars on everyone's hearts. Elia quickly steered the conversation to positive news. "These are the new reinforcements who arrived earlier. Let me introduce them." A fierce red-haired knight stepped forward. "I am Sophia, captain of the 5th Order. I was stationed in the north, but received orders to join you." The composed man standing beside her spoke up next. "I am Taylor, captain of the 6th Order, defending the east. I arrived just before you did." Shuji Madur smiled warmly, introducing himself as the captain of the 11th Night Order. "Looking forward to fighting by your side." Taylor then took a serious tone, updating everyone on the situation. "The Beastman Alliance has assembled their entire army. All-out war could erupt at any moment now." Shuji Madur's eyes widened, genuinely surprised to see everyone gathered. He fell silent, looking deep in thought, weighing their chances. Suddenly, a confident warrior stepped up, crossing his arms with a smirk playing on his lips as he boasted, "Just leave it all to me." Standing nearby, someone scowled in irritation, muttering, "Ugh, shut up, you're too loud." Noticing someone missing, Shuji Madur asked about Ito. Esuga calmly replied, "We can't exactly drag every single tribal chief here." Elia then shifted back to the demon territory. "Anyway, Shuji Madur, have you heard about the massive rebellions breaking out inside the demon kingdom?" He nodded solemnly, his expression softening. "Yes, the messengers mentioned something about it." Elia slowly shared the latest intel. "It seems a group calling themselves the Revolutionary Army has crowned the 5th princess. Isabel has taken the lead as the rebel figurehead, sparking uprisings across the nation." Esuga immediately lays out their strategic plan, declaring, "We want to take advantage of the chaos in the demon realm and march straight to the capital." Miyu agrees without a second thought, adding, "We were thinking." She slowly turns around, giving a satisfied nod before coldly replying, "Good." Elia immediately gets down to business. "Apologies for putting you to work right after your arrival, but let's begin the War Council." Following hours of intense debate, during the subsequent strategy meeting, they decide to launch the campaign in 2 days. The Allied forces' ultimate goal is now clear, and their destination is none other than the enemy's royal capital. This is the final battlefield where the Demon King awaits. Standing on the silent ramparts, Miyu gazes quietly toward the distant horizon. In the midst of the peaceful night, he is lost in his own thoughts. "We will be facing the Demon King very soon," he tells himself. Miyu tightens his fist. As a grim reminder, depending on how things go, we must be ready to retreat. Our classmates' lives are the top priority. Never forget that. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly calls out from right behind him, cutting through the silence. Right. Standing across from him, Jane Kanzaki stares at Miyu, her eyes filled with sorrow. Startled, he turns around and asks, "Kanzaki, what are you doing up so late?" Jane Kanzaki offers a soft smile and replies, "Same as you, Miyu." Leaning back against the balcony railing, he admits, "Just couldn't sleep." She looks down with a soft sigh. "Same here. I have too much on my mind lately." Following a brief pause, Miyu breaks the silence. "Honestly, I was really surprised that you stayed with us. Kanzaki, I genuinely thought that once we cut ties with Kai, you would have chosen to follow him instead." Jane Kanzaki calmly explains her reasoning. "I am the only bridge left between Kai and everyone else. If I left with him, reconciliation would be completely out of the question." Miyu snaps back with cold resolve. "Reconciliation? Sorry, but this is not some playground argument. I am done working with that guy." She gently shakes her head, refusing to accept his harsh stance. "I'm positive you are misunderstanding him." Miyu frowns deeply, his expression shifting to one of intense skepticism and doubt. "A misunderstanding?" he questions. Jane Kanzaki looks him dead in the eye and asks, "When Kai heard Okazaki died, what did he say?" She immediately answers her own question, speaking up for him without a trace of doubt. After a brief silence, Jane Kanzaki continues, "Kai whispered, 'It was my fault.'" Hearing this, Miyu's eyes fly wide open in utter disbelief. "Wait, what did you just say?" he stammers. Jane Kanzaki slowly shares the thoughts she has been harboring all this time. "I do not know why he spoke so harshly when you met. Okazaki's sacrifice was tragic, but they achieved their goal. I am certain those cold words did not reflect his real feelings." Miyu can only stare back at her, completely stunned. He blinks in shock, unable to take his eyes off Jane Kanzaki. After a long silence, Miyu finally speaks in a low tone. "Even if that is true, it does not change anything. I cannot trust him. Whatever his intentions, the outcome speaks for itself." Jane Kanzaki looks down, her voice soft. "Maybe Kai himself has started to believe that about himself as well," she suggests. Miyu frowns, completely baffled by her cryptic words. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Jane Kanzaki looks up at the sky. Her gaze drifts to the quiet night sky, her tone growing heavy. He feels like he betrayed everyone's trust, so he is trying to carry that burden all on his own. Miyu reflects on the past, remembering another time they faced, just like when he killed Reno, and shouldered all the blame. Miyu closes his eyes, a look of exhaustion on his face. He slowly speaks. "Even if that is true, my final answer remains unchanged. Besides, if that was how he truly felt, he would have never shut us out and abandoned us in the first place." Jane Kanzaki nods slowly, her gaze serious. "You have a point." Miyu suddenly looks up as if remembering something important. "Can I ask you a personal question?" She tilts her head, slightly puzzled. "Sure, what is it?" Miyu looks straight at Jane Kanzaki and asks Kanzaki, "Why do you hold on to Kai so stubbornly?" Jane Kanzaki locks eyes with him, her expression turning incredibly serious. She starts to blush slightly and averts her gaze, stammering, Well, that is because. Observing her flustered reaction, Miyu immediately understands what she means. It is not just because he is strong, or because he is a classmate, is it? Jane Kenzaki clasps her hands over her chest and confesses, it is because I love him. I know how kind he truly is. Miyu sighs, his voice softening. I understand. Thanks for being honest with me. She immediately hardens her resolve, her eyes shining with absolute determination. I will not give up on him, Jane Kenzaki declares. We are all going back to our world together, no matter what. To do that, we absolutely need everyone on our side. Miyu looks at her, deeply moved by her strength. You have really changed, Kenzaki, he says softly. She offers a small, dry smile, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. If I seem different, then for better or worse, this world is to blame. Meanwhile, in a dark, ominous place, freezing cold, deep inside a palace, within the demon capital of Iha in the Val Kingdom, the silence is heavy, almost suffocating. Not a single sound escapes as two figures stand straight, bowing their heads deeply, before the throne in the center of the grand hall. From the throne, a cold, deep voice slowly echoes with absolute authority. I see, says Sylvester, his sharp, icy gaze piercing downward. He looks down, with a suffocating glare. So, in the end, Isabel set a trap for you, and you just let her escape. The two below stay dead silent, terrified of his growing rage. Flamarys bows his head, speaking in a deeply apologetic but defensive tone. Forgive me, Sylvester. I never could have imagined that a member of the royal family would actually betray our kind. But Forker instantly looks up to argue, his voice dripping with anger. He glares back, refusing to back down. You were the one who made that the core of this entire plan. Father, you cannot just dump all the blame on me. Flamarys wavers, looking highly anxious as the tension peaks. But Sylvester only responds with an icy, crushing tone. Forker, if you had given this your all, this failure never would have happened, Sylvester continues. His voice grows even sharper. Even if you failed the mission, you should have at least brought Scarlet and Jotan back safely. But you chose to abandon them, did you not? Forker casually scoffs. What are you talking about, Father? They were my direct rivals for the throne of the next Demon King. He emphasizes every single cold word. I had no obligation to save them. Losers who get beaten by weak humans have absolutely no place in our empire, Sylvester immediately roars. You foolish child? Flamarys quickly steps in to play peacemaker, trying desperately to cool down the explosive atmosphere. Come on, I did not mean it like that. Honestly, I never thought they would actually lose. Sylvester takes a deep, heavy breath. Right now, crushing the immediate threat on our doorstep must take priority over squabbling for the throne, he states grimly. Do you simpletons not even understand that basic fact? Forker lets out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with arrogance. Oh, you actually call a pathetic alliance of humans and beasts a real threat? You have grown far too soft, Father. If you have truly gone senile, perhaps it is time to step down. Sylvester remains unmoved, his chilling voice echoing. It is clear, you are the one blind to reality. Right now, our demon kingdom is losing territory pushed to the brink. Forker clenches his fist, his eyes brimming with sheer arrogance. As long as I draw breath, I can rewrite destiny however I please. The one who wields the power to shatter the world that is a true demon king. Sylvester narrows his eyes, sneering. So you already crown yourself the supreme ruler, first Prince Forker. The young prince takes a confident step forward. His voice is cold, stating the facts. Scarlet and Jotan are dead and Leahy is missing. Alice is nothing but a vessel. And since Isabel betrayed us, I am the only true heir remaining, Father. He slowly extends his hand forward. Hand outstretched, as if grasping destiny itself. Forker declares. So, hand over the throne, and I shall save our nation. Sylvester stares back at his son, his expression unreadable and heavy. His ancient piercing eyes lock onto the arrogant prince. He lets out a chilling aura, speaking slowly. You are indeed the only remaining heir to my throne. He pauses slightly. But it is far too early. Your mind is shallow, and above all else, you are simply too weak. Forker's face twists into an angry scowl. What did you just say? A mocking smirk returning to his face. Care to put that to the test? Flamarys panics, desperately waving his hands. You idiot, stop. Do not do this here. Forker ignores the warning, a cold smile playing on his lips, as he begins to channel his dark magic. Dark shift, billowing shadows erupt from his palm, forming a terrifying vortex of pure dark energy. Forker sneers with pride. My magic will consume everything he boasts. Sylvester just watches in silence, unfazed by the display of power. The dark energy expands rapidly, swallowing the grand hall and plunging the entire room into total, creeping darkness. Guards stand frozen in absolute terror, too afraid to even flinch, as the violent shockwaves shake the very stone floors. Yet high upon his throne, Sylvester remains completely still, his calm, piercing eyes seeing right through the show of force. Suddenly, Forker's smug expression vanishes. Sensing a terrifying shift in the air, he gasps out in pure shock. Sylvester responds coldly, his aura instantly suffocating the room. "Do not be mistaken, fool. My magic is what truly swallows all." Pitch-black darkness blinds the entire chamber. Forker panics, realizing with dread that his eyes can no longer see a thing. Is this Father's actual shadow magic? Suddenly, Sylvester vanishes from his throne and reappears right behind his arrogant son. Terror-stricken Forker whips around to defend himself. But without a second of hesitation, Sylvester throws a massive punch. The devastating strike connects, unleashing a monstrous shockwave that blasts Forker clean out of the castle walls. Massive stone pillars shatter and collapse from the sheer impact, as Sylvester's chilling voice echoes through the dust. His voice echoed slowly, heavy with deep disappointment. "My foolish child Sylvester," continued his glare filled with absolute dominance, "if you want to take the Demon King's throne, go hone your skills first." Four was sent flying, coughing violently as he struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood. After that devastating strike, he calmly turned to leave. Flammaris anxiously asked from behind, "Hey, is he even still alive?" Sylvester replied coldly without turning back, "He carries my blood. He isn't weak enough to die from just that." As he walked forward, his cold voice called out to his subordinate. Victor and Loa immediately bowed, responding in respectful unison. "Yes, milord." Sylvester continued, his deep voice calm and steady. "Now we will proceed with the ritual to resurrect the evil god." Victor spoke up, hesitating slightly. "But sire, the preparations for the ritual are not yet complete." Unshaken, his voice remained ice cold. "Even if it is incomplete, carrying it out remains our absolute priority. Since we failed to delay the enemy, we have no more time to waste." Loa frowned, voicing his concern. "Can't we at least drive away the hero candidates first? If we don't, to perform the ritual in its absolute perfect state, won't we run a severe risk of failure?" Sylvester replied, in a cold, deep voice, without a single shred of hesitation. "I don't underestimate those hero candidates. That's exactly why resurrecting the evil god must be placed above all else." Victor nodded briefly, accepting the command. "Understood," he said, bowing his head in deep respect. "I will inform you the moment the minimum preparations are complete." Sylvester then called out the next name on the list, Flammaris. Startled, he quickly responded, "Yes, what is it, Lord Sylvester?" Ordered decisively, leaving absolutely no room for argument. "Guard the gates. Do not let the enemy set foot inside my castle." Flammaris clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce determination. "Understood. Anyone who dares approach will be completely reduced to ashes." The sky quickly shifted, revealing a bright blue horizon with drifting clouds. Sina gave a slight gesture with her eyes and spoke briefly, but decisively. "All right, let's go." Kai and Maya immediately followed close behind, never leaving her side. Suddenly, Sina let out a low growl. Holy energy erupted around her as she began her beast transformation, her body transforming from legs to arms until it was complete. Maya's eyes widened in sheer shock as she watched Senna's shifting form, murmuring in absolute awe. "So you can finally execute a full beast transformation now, huh?" Sina shook her head, explaining, "While my body remains stable, I can adjust my size. But since I'm carrying you both, this size is just about perfect, right?" Kai nodded in agreement. "Yeah." He spoke up next, his voice steady and filled with trust. "We're counting on you then." He bent down carefully, lifting Maya up to a safe spot on Senna's back. Kai ordered, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Our destination is the front line. Go at full speed." Senna nodded calmly, responding briefly. "Understood." Her beastified legs bent low, her powerful muscles tensing as she prepared to sprint. The moment she was ready, they shot forward at incredible speed. Senna in her beast form carried them both, riding on her back, tearing through the landscape like a furious gale. After days of tireless traveling, a massive fortress finally loomed on the horizon. The Valorhoa Demon Kingdom's capital, where Isabel sat tall at the center, her gaze calm, yet immensely commanding. Inside a temporary command room, Kai and the others regrouped with Isabel. Breaking the heavy silence in the room, Kai asked, "So, what's the situation?" She replied calmly, her voice clear and filled with confidence. Right now, things are going surprisingly smoothly. The major cities around the royal capital are already controlled by either our own revolutionary forces or the demi-human coalition. Isabel continued updating them on their diplomatic stance. We haven't contacted the demi-human coalition yet, but they don't seem to plan on actively attacking us. Kai nodded, offering his own assessment. That makes sense. Based on the rumors floating around, they can see we share a common goal. But he quickly voiced his concern. However, that doesn't mean they'll want to cooperate. Elia, the leader of the demi-human coalition, wants to completely wipe out the demon race. Isabel replied calmly, as if she had already anticipated this. I know. I'm not cooperating with their coalition, but rather with the hero candidates. Kai narrowed his eyes, casting a sharp, highly cautious glare straight at Isabel. Undeterred, she continued, analyzing the battlefield. Anyway, thanks to our rebellion and the coalition's sudden invasion, the Demon King's forces are backed into a corner. Yet the Demon King hasn't made a single move. It is highly concerning, Kai muttered, his eyes filled with doubt. What is the Demon King thinking? Isabel shook her head, her voice growing heavier. I don't know. With their high-ranking officers falling one by one, their command system is in complete chaos. Yet they can still mobilize if the Demon King orders. Maya frowned, her voice dripping with absolute frustration at the current situation. How can they stay so calm in this situation? If I get serious, I could easily wipe out all humanity. Something like that. Shaking her head, her voice was calm but firm. If it were Volker, maybe, but I doubt the Demon King would ever think that way. Kai crossed his arms, concluding that the enemies must have a plan, and that is why they are holding out inside. Turning to him with a serious look, Isabel asked if Kai remembered what she had told to him before. Nodding instantly, he confirmed that the mission to defeat the Demon King had to succeed within one entire year. Exceeding that limit meant certain failure. Kai then brought up another critical detail, which was the impending revival of the evil god Abe. Nodding in agreement, she confirmed that the Demon King was currently preparing a massive magical ritual. Kai gazed ahead thoughtfully. There were still months left until that one-year limit. Squeezing her hand, Isabel's voice grew heavy. They might be forcing the ritual to happen. Kai frowned, finding it hard to believe, and wondered if that was even possible. She answered bluntly without hesitation, saying she could not do it, but the Demon King certainly could, emphasizing the threat. Demon King's protector is the strongest entity alive and without a doubt the greatest magic caster in the entire world. Kai slowly connected the dots. Resurrecting the evil god and boosting the demon race was their last resort to turn the tide. In this desperate struggle, that seemed like their only option. However, Fanko standing behind them did not seem to fully agree. He questioned the idea, admitting he had doubts. Isabel softly called his name, but Fanko kept his gaze locked on her. He explained that it was just his gut feeling, but he sensed the Demon King's ultimate goal was simply the revival itself. She nodded, agreeing that rushing such a massive ritual, merely because their nation was cornered, did not fit his usual style. What the Demon King actually feared most was not losing the war, but having his sacred revival ritual fail completely. Fanko crossed his arms, urging caution, noting it was still just a theory. Kai folded his arms as well, scanning the room before speaking up. Either way, they had no time to waste. He suggested the most efficient counter-strategy was cutting off their supply lines, but Isabel quickly cut in, her voice filled with absolute certainty as she spoke. She pointed out that by staying inside, they were clearly buying time, meaning they had to strike fast. Right then, Senna interjected, delivering a critical update. The Demi-Human Alliance forces were scheduled to begin their march first thing tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Isabel made her move. They would coordinate their attack on the capital alongside the Demi-Human Alliance. Kai looked around, his voice turning dead serious. The final showdown was here. He asked about the enemy's total military strength. Unrolling a map, Isabel explained that the capital was guarded by the Demon King's elite royal guard, including high-ranking demons. However, since the surrounding cities had already been fully pacified, their remaining numbers were likely quite small. Kai nodded in agreement, stating that numbers meant nothing. In this world, conflicts were always decided by sheer, overwhelming power. Isabel agreed, her gaze sharpening instantly. She pointed out that there were 4 specific enemies they had to watch out for. She began listing the deadly threats. First was Flammy, whom Kai already knew, one of the 4 great heavenly fire kings. Then her voice grew even heavier as she introduced the second threat, the eldest crown prince, Volker. Kai instantly recalled their previous fight. The two survivors of that battle. Isabel continued, her voice dropping even lower. And also, the Demon King's chief vassal, who constantly stood by his side as a bodyguard. Kai slowly clenched his fists tight. Asking in deep curiosity, Kai admitted he had never heard of him, wondering what special abilities this mysterious bodyguard possessed. With a grim face, she confessed she lacked details, but warned he was incredibly powerful, easily outmatching her in raw strength. Kai fell silent, realizing a threat of that magnitude still existed. His eyes sharpened as he brought up the ultimate mastermind. The final enemy was the Demon King himself. Isabel responded immediately, her voice quiet but completely honest. She admitted she had absolutely no idea how they could defeat him. Kai pressed further, determined to gather any clues. He asked if she knew how the Demon King fought. After a brief pause, she replied she only knew a little. Her voice slowed, recalling that he fought with dark magic and a massive spear, but she had never seen him serious. Hearing this, Kai nodded thoughtfully. It was highly likely that the tyrant was still hiding a deadly trump card. Isabel paused, then made her stance clear. Instead of focusing on defeating the Demon King, she would prioritize saving Alice. Kai gave a firm nod, promising to support her. In his mind, he immediately began mapping out their battle strategy. Directly confronting the Demon King right away was a terrible idea. First, they needed to halt the ongoing ritual. They would evaluate his abilities while stopping his plans. On the final night before leaving Castiglione, a heavy silence settled. The entire city felt oppressed and eerily quiet. Meanwhile, inside the barracks, every single soldier had suddenly collapsed to the ground. There was not a single sign of life. They all lay completely still, locked in a deep slumber, as if they would never wake up again. From the depths of the distant corridor, slow, steady footsteps suddenly began echoing, drawing closer. The faint light of a candle slowly spread, cutting through the thick, oppressive darkness that choked the hallway. Within that silent corridor, Jane Kanzaki held his candle slowly, stepping forward into the quiet shadows. Suddenly, Kai sent an urgent telepathic warning, his voice echoing in Jane's head. "Watch out, right behind you." She immediately froze in her tracks upon hearing those urgent words, her eyes widening with absolute alertness. In that split second, one particular name flashed through Jane's mind: Kai. Kun. She spun around, only to see him standing there silently, with two others right behind her. Jane paused for a moment, then exhaled softly, her voice completely calm. "How did you actually never mind? It is not really surprising anymore." Kai's voice was steady, but clear, as he spoke. "I already heard about it. It looks like your forces are marching out tomorrow." She nodded without a single shred of hesitation. "That is right. You always get straight to the point, do you not? Tell me." A brief overview of the plan. Jane Kanzaki replied right away. "Of course." Then she hesitated for just a brief second before slowly adding, "But there is one condition." He knit his brows in confusion, his gaze full of doubt, showing a hint of suspicion. "A condition?" Jane Kanzaki asked, looking directly at Kai with a serious expression. "I need you to make peace with Mida-kun. Please." Pushing him further away than necessary is really not a good idea. He immediately shot back, his face contorted in sheer annoyance. "Drop it," Kai snapped, his voice turning even colder. "I have already cut all ties with him." But she refused to back down, her gaze remaining unwavering. "Are you truly fine leaving things like this?" Jane Kanzaki paused for a brief moment, then spoke up again in a much softer tone. "Even you regret what happened to Oki-kun, do you not?" Kai slowly closed his eyes at those words, desperately trying to suppress the heavy emotions in his heart.